Chapter 1 Rebirth Day Off Grand Wedding. As Thesan dipped below the horizon, Theon Slivla benquithus delai chematoa close. Dressed in askerly wedding robe, Hunuga zed vacantly and toth a distance, his countenance see betraying not joy. He had never imagined the thwood baraborn, and daunt the verideave is wedding, no less. Thena rate of unfolded justice sith in the past in his wedding day, the bride, mooching one, failed toper, leaving him to languish alone in his wedding attire, waiting in vain throughout head. And she, mooching one, did not come at a weathermere libby cause her junior disciple adventure duten search of triasuri and ways endured be a ferocious species hadra shedtoten. Moreover, on the day off the wedding, no ton lidded several senior sisters failed to attend, Butevan his master was absent. If it were a matter of grave injury, Hunya might have understood, Butashella learned, their junior disciple ways an opera ladle he had mere lithigna these injurious dodge prevent Hunya from mooching one. In his previous life, enamored and infatuated with mooching one, even when she did not show upon their wedding day, Hunya forgave her, going so far as to venture into the mountains to gather herbs for her recovery. Yet, despite his forts, their marriage was a tumultuous affair, plunging Hunya into profound anguish. After marrying mooching one, he had never shared Exumber with her, for she was soon willing not on Saint 3 shad even kissed her. Post-wedding, mooching one had moved out, claiming she needed to enter exclusion for cultivation, yet she spent her days beside touching her disciple, enveloped in tender affection. Hunu Hadansa thought perhaps she had not done enough in her favor. Thus, he immersed himself in study and training, striving to achieve mavera for mooching one. When she later mentioned needing a rare herb for her cultivation, Hunu risked life in limb topanetra tethalerov of 50-year beast, returning with a precious celestial star blue moon herb. Despite be a grievous lie endured, she showed him no concern, not even a word of sympathy, and instead gi fu lie to nithi her band dash it away, ultimate lid liverinja to thought in your disciple. He hate of in flawn tethi herb in Hunya's presence, boasting that senior sister king want created him best, fulfilling gal his desires. Hunu lay in bed for 3 months, slow lamenting from his injuries, during which no tassingle soul inquired about his condition or brought a iller to tinto him. Heenju read the torment of pain daily, cooking for himself, and heaven no show him managed, to persevere inventories frommed. Once Herregan disstrength, disheartened, he resolved to confront mooching one, only to beer vitalized be hereward soft gratitude, as sifo paid beaner kindled. As time passed, Moo King Wan did not repair her relationship with Hunyu instead, Shego increasingly infatuated with the junior disciple, even engage in gentlest affairs with him. From that point forward, Hunya became a despondent, increasing lysterned be others, ultimately be expelled from the sect, living in misery for a century. Returning to the present, Hunya's gaze sharpened, a certain coldness settling over him. Unlike his previous life, he did not create a Sinethiban K instead, Hitori Fi's Wedengro being turned TSK Atoldia. How cold senior sister king one Mary Thysis Celeste Chaler? Shu these onest he secta eater stop disapplied haka cultivatorof nomrit, had dreams beyond his reach. He was so close set a marrying senior sister Chingwan. Rubbish about being the top disciple, he heard he way staken in bethi secta eater when he was little and daspen living gone thim outan 418 years with such meager cultivation, heateres claimed the tight, leave senior brother? Hethingshan was senior sister Chingwan? Addo ad lus sting after swanmet. On the high platform, several elders swore grave expressions, wanting toferward soft consolation, butu panopening their mouths, they swallowed their words back down. As Hunyu turned, he beheld the setting sun, and for the fierce main his life, have found it to be breathtaking beautiful. He murmured, ha ha how cold dick wander this vistex bands of mountain sand drivers. How cold Dion see gain mystizen finite test splendor? With newfound resolve, Hestrode a purposeful eye toward the place had unslow that the most in's previous life. In a cozy chamber, several figures spaced anxiously, glancing intermittent, lieth a striking, le handsome youth lying gone the bed, palely and unconscious. Agir l'effect exquisite beauty sate at the bedside, her face betraying and toff panicos he grasped these tangently, caressing it softly. At last, the youth's lashes fluttered, and Heslo lie open at his, meeting mooking once concerned gaze. A fleeting, bare lip percepti blesmer crossed his lips. His voice was sweet confi bleisha spoke. Master Sand Sisters, I apologize for causing Joe worry. I am all right now. A beautiful woman approached, Harrius filled with concern, speaking gently. What foolishness is this? Your Theopoliophio your master's eye, and to sustain such grievu injurious do I not realize how worried was? You must no tact reckless liagan. Theo youth attempted Torres, but was firmler strained be mooching one, who insisted. You must not g to after such severy injuries. Speak wadi a must willying down. The youth managed Dora's smile, saying, I appreciate your concern, Master Sand Sisters. I tismy Carelus nist hatch revoked that beast. With yo walher, I feel at ease. Mooking one furrowed her brow, light lightaping is foriatus hair plied. Yuori our dearest junior brother is it not natural for us to yabudiu? Why must yo be so polite? At that moment, a girl stepped head forward, playfully scolding. You little fool, you near lie scared your skin sister to death. You must know tin gauge in such dangerous action. What a very out sire, just tell me, and I will surely bring you to. Indeed with Usher, yow need no trisk yourself. Doi ow think my cultivation is lacking? Xiaohan, wu dai you explain what transpired? Yo arena versa reckless before. Why did you behave Saturday? Do I not know that beast is formidable? Even it might struggle to defeat it, why wu dai provoke it? The boy named Xiaohan displayed a look of guilt, stammering for a while. Seeing Jevriona waiting, his explanation, Hefenala spoke. Today wasn't I thuing day of senior sister Kingwin and senior brother Huan you? I hard theory exists a celestial decree cold star herb that canaid in spirit gathering, so we thought to retrieve a tazad to give for senior brother Huan you, hoping Heku'd soon restore his spiritual pulse, allowing him to share all loving bond with senior sister Qingwan. At that moment, Thedo or Swungapin, and Hunya stepped inside. Chapter 2 Settling Hers. As Hunyu entered, Hever heard Mu Qingwan's furious outburst, his ears narrowing slightly. Scoundrel, hoper mit die outado such a ding. Hunyu cannot cultivate what concern is it if I yours? Why to Kisukarisk? Do is even deservite? Even if he cold cultivate, how cold dipa supply sherry oliving relationship with him? Agreeing to marry him Wazel reedy Milimatov concession. And now, you to ready concern yourself over reason juries? Just wait and see how I will deal with him. A thismamit, Xiaohanatist Hunyu's arrival, raising an ebro, and say deliberately, Oh dear today is the wedding day off senior sister and senior brother Huan you. I dis near livening how can you peer with Marather thangoing to per respects to senior brother Huan you? Alacidus salmi fall titrally shold no thave. Mooking Wanger spedishand, replying, Do not speak sucknin sense. What doi umian beshewed na thave? I fan you nice to blame. Itis hunya widow eshanot just disappear. A wedding ceremony? With yo injured lakethis, hakud possiblifine themud to conduct it? As long as you are well, who cares about them? Theather syntherum turned high retention to Huan you, but they could not shake the feeling that the zemitsum what different. Upon seeing Hunyu enter, Mooking Wan rose abruptly, storming toward him with fury. It is all your fault, you spinless wretch. You caused Xiaohan Taja stain such severy injurious or true deserving goth death. Ash spoke, share eyes at her arm, aiming to slap Hunyu across the face. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted to nuff disbelief fasher Hanma Tonlier Hunyu had deftly evaded her strike. Staring at Hunyu in astonishment, Harija quick clitrans, formed into exasperation as he coldly demanded. You to read a dodge? Throughout here lives together, whenever she desired something, Hunyu would got a great lengths to procure it for her. Whenever she became angry or acted irrationally, he would employ a very means to placate her. Hehadal way stood still torsi evade her blows, never dodging or retaliating. But today, Hehad actual evaded her attack, further fueling her furiosity swung her hand in smurry. To her surprise, this time Hunyu sized her wrist, his gazena longer fled with heteration and infatuation off before, buttress irradiating gackling indifference. In a frigid tone, Hunyu stated, On the day off the wedding, you abandoned me midst the whole fool off guest sto tin to another man, and know you wish to strike him? Mooching Wan, incensed, snapped back. Release him, or not blame if for being good. Hunu not on lyre fused talit gobutin stead titan disgrip, his knuckles turning pale, revealing the immense force he exerted. Mu King Wan's struggled fire salisa viral to Meeson finally managed to shake off Unishand, which resembled a vis. She scolded angrily, You hurt him, you scoundrel. On the day of 4 grand wedding? What of it? Doyano trial azethet Xiaohan ways endured beatamin beast, will a forging precious sherb stone ameu? Wishel did not care for him. Can't the sanctitiof marriage usurp his Xiaohan's life? Moreover, on what grounds do you presumeth that I must marry you? Were I not for fulfilling my master's promise from my ears past, how will desirito you? With no spiritual power, a ruined foundation, and abysmal talent, what makes Xiao think you were Theoph? Tomarime, doi outrila believe were deserving? Thethard sister, Huawutsua, chimed in. Exactly. What are you? Really? Amorescular, fortunatito havathis, wedding gadel. You truly consider yourself significant. Doi you genuine libely veu haveth the right to marry sister Qingwan? How absurd. Thieferth sister, Lin Shi, Rolled Harry Sandra marked, doi you possessive inima dicamo ambition? Aliauto is follow behind us, completely unreliable line timesoff need. No tomleth that, beauty o helsa cause Xiaohansa grievous injury. How dare you question sister Qingwan here? You earn nothing, notivin were the fraction off Xiaohan spinky. The fifth sister, Mochuli, remainsalent boot castacold, indifferent gazia hune. However, hair tightly clenched shed fists and Theber like concealed hostility in Hiriaspo kivolumus off Herringer, ace of Shiren tostrike uni down at that agreement. At this juncture, Master Zhoyash spoke equally, hopermit die autocom here. Doyanatsu were attending to Xiaohan's injuries. Today's wedding Kamba postponed we can hold an oath ceremony tomorrow. What are you doing here to stir trouble? Leviatans. Had it been the previous Hunei, he would have been utterly humiliated by from the sisters, bowing a shade and shamed, no daring tautoord and protest. Face said with his master's reproach, he would have immediately knelt hand bejed for mercy, retreating obediently without daring to mention Themeter again. But now, everything was different. The had been reborn. Touchred the old path y leader Nedinuzois would be grave at his service to the divine grace bestowed upon him. With his hands clasped behind his back and head held high, has spoke with an unwavering demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant mooching one, we grew up together. From a aungage, I decato Michael Tivation resources toyo, enabling Jado sense of the existence of spiritual energy early on. Itis through my support thought you, haviak evador current success. 12 years ago, when in Wasix, a will you, near lie leading toy or demise. Without hesitation, a rushed toy raid, battling the beast until a vanquished it, thus preserving your life. 10 years ago, while you were playing outside, yo were a bitten be a spiritual snake, near lilo singer life. It was you ha extracteth the venom from your body, while I suffered the consequences and was near, like a lead bethi poison mishelf. Had I not been fortunate, I would not behere today. 80 years ago, when I you fo ray temptetis the fruit from admin be stand were discovered, it was I ho you. Is stayed behind to buy out time if you fled. It distracted the beast, ultimately lead in jidawade odoratoriavam or a powerful demon, allowing meta eternalive. Whenever Enyophio desired something, no matter how challenging, e would unhesitating la fool filly our wishes, never once disappoint and do. Back then, you were enough and great fuel individual sa you are now. Furthermore, an unicanlabel mefailer, but notia. Why can in it cultivate? Why was I deemed worthless? Why is middle length lacking, and me foundation so feeble? It is because Eophia. In your ignorance, relying on the master's support, you provoked a powerful disciplined, in collusion, severally injured him. When thought formed a blind individual kamata confrontus, despite these ecta edrindalder suniting to resist, Westel had to compensate a man seek justice. I, burdened with compassion for you, stewed forth toberthebrunto fiddle. Me foundation was destroyed hat day, and my cultivation was for revolted. Did duver realize a thought before a thate incident? I was shale de say on China century genius? How did a fulto is stat have being merely a scholar? What do I out a chema for? A mere reservanto best corn dan commanded a twill? You, ho have a benign thisect for on liability over to nigh ears, have done no thing, tracing a protection at evereatern, while I watofm? Chapter 3. Severance few among them exhibited any semblance of shame upon hearing the matters brought up by Hu and Yu. Rather, their expressions grew increasingly bizarre in response to his words. Yu Qingwan curled her lip and remarked, Teach, always dredging up these old grievances, can you not utter something fresh? Did I ever coerce you into such actions? Which of these events was not undertaken by your own volition? Did I ever request your assistance in these matters? It is merely your own misplaced affection, and you cannot blame others for it. Furthermore, although Xiao Han has not been here as long as you, what do you possess that can compare to him? In terms of character, cultivation, and talent, you barely have one commendable aspect. You may be aesthetically pleasing, but in this world, mere looks cannot bestow strength. Hua Wucua let out a cold chuckle and added, indeed, no one forced you into those actions. Your misfortune is of your own making. Aside from your handsome visage, what else do you have? What do you possess to compare with Xiao Han? Do you even deserve to stand alongside him? We simply favor Xiao Han and harbor disdain for you. What of it? At this moment, Master Zhou Yasi looked upon Huanyu with growing disdain, her patience waning. She waved her hand and declared, be quiet. You are disturbing Xiao Han. If anything were to happen to him, or if he were to suffer any repercussions, I shall see to it that you are dealt with. I have no desire to listen to your ramblings. Either leave now, or I shall expel you myself. Huanyu let out a cold laugh and responded, heh, no need to rush. I shall leave once I have finished speaking. Zhou Yasi suppressed her irritation, furrowing her brow and casting a frosty glare at him. Observing her demeanor, Huanyu remarked, years ago, you took me in, bringing me to the mountain to cultivate, yet you have never truly attended to me. You claimed it was to train me, but in truth, you were merely too lazy to care. Back then, you and the peak master of Lingzhou were evenly matched, both capable of being selected as the sect's leader. Yet the previous leader favored the one from Lingzhou Peak. It was during my talent assessment that I suddenly manifested a divine-level talent, which even alarmed the elder. It was only after he witnessed my potential that he resolved to cultivate you, designating you as the sect leader. Am I mistaken? He continued, moreover, the talent I awakened came with a formidable sealing power. At the tender age of 10, I practiced in the morning Demon Mountain Gorge, daily channeling my spiritual energy into those seals to prevent any demonic energy from leaking out. It is precisely because I fortified those seals that our sect has not suffered from demonic erosion all these years. Yet, all my contributions have been claimed by you, Master, serving as a significant leverage for your swift ascension to the position of sect leader. But now, you all turn a blind eye to my past deeds, instead showering all your love and concern upon this newcomer. A truly disheartening display, as his expression darkened and the anger in his eyes hinted at an impending eruption. The Huanyu of your would have recoiled in fear, trembling and unable to meet her gaze. Yet today, he stood undaunted, meeting Zhou Yasi's gaze with unwavering confidence. This unexpected defiance astonished Zhou Yasi, leaving her bewildered. What has caused this sudden transformation in you? Have you found someone to back you up? Or do you now possess the audacity to disregard me? Huanyu shook his head slightly, stating, I come today not to seek marriage with Mu Qingwan, nor to request a change in your attitude towards me, nor to demand your endorsement. Rather, I seek two matters that I believe you can easily accommodate. Zhou Yasi regarded him coldly and replied, if you seek status or wish for spirit herbs and spirit stones, I might begrudgingly agree, but for anything else, do not bother asking. Huanyu continued to shake his head, retrieving two pre-prepared contracts from his robe. The ink still fresh. Here are two contracts. One is for the annulment of my engagement with Mu Qingwan, and the other is to sever all ties with the Tianqian sect. I only require your signatures on these documents. Nothing more. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingwan took the documents with suspicion. She could hardly believe Huanyu had such awareness, wanting to terminate their engagement. Surely, this fellow must be plotting something. Others gathered around, peering at the contracts, which read, today, Huanyu and Mu Qingwan, having once established a marriage contract, now find themselves incompatible and unwilling to maintain their marital relationship through the contract. They hereby decide to annul their marriage. Henceforth parting ways, witnessed by heaven and earth. Mu Qingwan was momentarily taken aback as she gazed at Huanyu, who had already signed his name and pressed his blood seal. A sudden bewilderment gripped her heart, leaving her flustered. Did she not long for this very moment? Often, she envisioned such a scene in her dreams. Yet why did an indescribable melancholy wash over her as Huanyu truly sought to sever their bond? Zhou Yasi quickly perused the other contract, which stated, today, as the sect leader of Tianqian sect, Zhou Yasi's disciple, Huanyu, finds himself incapable of cultivation, bringing shame to the sect, unwilling to remain a mere leech. Consuming the sect's resources, Huanyu voluntarily severed his ties with the Tianqian sect, renouncing his status as Zhou Yasi's disciple, henceforth mutually unbound, each to lead their own life, witnessed by heaven and earth. Huanyu had also signed this document, and now, all that remained was for Mu Qingwan and Zhou Yasi to affix their signatures for it to take immediate effect. This contract bore a special seal. Once signed, it would be overseen by the heavens, making alterations impossible without incurring heavenly retribution. Sign it quickly, Master Sister. This is an excellent opportunity. Huanyu thought to himself, not entirely foolish, as he had indeed handled this matter quite well. However, Xiao Han struggled to rise, pained and distraught, exclaiming, "Don't sign, Qingwan. It's my fault. Please don't let your anger lead to this. Once signed, you will truly have no connection left. I would rather leave than see you lose someone so good to you. Please don't sign." Originally wavering, Mu Qingwan, upon hearing Xiao Han's plea, resolutely signed her name and pressed her blood seal onto the contract. At that moment, a golden light suddenly emanated from the contract, flashing and dissipating, signifying its acceptance by the heavens. With a cold snort, she handed the contract to Huanyu, refusing to look at him again. Zhou Yasi turned to Huanyu and said, "What, do you think this will intimidate me? You must know, I detest being coerced above all, especially by a worthless disciple like you. Therefore, I shall ensure you have no chance of retracting this. Take it. Farewell." Chapter 4. Soul Spirit Jade. Upon returning to his dwelling, Huanyu reflected on the meager resources and spirit stones allocated to him by the sect over the years, as he had not cultivated any spiritual energy. Nevertheless, he had managed to scrimp and save, ultimately offering everything he had to Mu Qingwan. Thus, his abode consisted solely of a thatched hut surrounded by a small fenced yard. Opening the long-abandoned, dilapidated hut, he was unexpectedly enveloped by a sense of warmth. In his previous life, his obsession with Mu Qingwan and others had led him to squander his existence, ultimately resulting in his downfall. Now, having been reborn, he found that aside from the ugliness of human nature, everything appeared remarkably beautiful. The simplicity of the rickety bed, the tattered quilt riddled with holes, and the yellowed pillow. All these dismal sights failed to evoke any sentiment in Huanyu. Lying back onto the cold, hard bed, feeling the discomfort of the unforgiving surface, he nonetheless smiled, savoring this final experience of the coldness. As he reminisced about his past life, a look of disdain and mockery crept onto his face. How foolish he had been, drowning in books and desperately clinging to Mu Qingwan, which had rendered his mind rotten and beyond redemption. Reaching into his robe, he produced a round jade pendant, blackish-brown in color, elegantly engraved with the character for soul. In his previous life, he had never activated this pendant, simply because he wished to sever any ties to its origin. The character on the pendant represented his lineage, and he had refrained from engaging with it solely because he desired to remain in the Tianqian sect, to wed Mu Qingwan, and to share a lifetime with her. Another reason lay in his awareness that this character was associated with a notorious faction on the continent, known for its troublemaking and lack of favor among others. Yet, in his past life, he had strived to be an honorable figure, unwilling to become an evil person, even if he could not act with righteousness. Now, reflecting upon it, he realized how naive he had been, and it was no wonder that no one sought him out before his demise. A villain? If being a righteous figure meant being trampled upon, with life and death hanging in the balance, then what of being a villain? At least he could live freely. In this new life, I shall live for myself. Upon reaching this realization, he ceased to hesitate, piercing his fingertip to allow his blood to saturate the character for soul. That moment, the jade pendant underwent a transformation. In his previous life, he had cherished this pendant in his bosom, a secret known to none, not even to Mu Qingwan. When he met his demise, the pendant had shown no signs of change. Yet now, as the blood nourished it, the dark brown jade unexpectedly emitted a radiant glow, swiftly absorbing every drop of blood from his body. In that instant, a colossal character for soul materialized in the as it appeared. An ancient and vigorous aura enveloped him, as if it had traversed from the distant Primordial times. The brilliance lasted mere seconds before retracting, and the character for Soul soared towards him. He did not flinch. Instead, he allowed it to approach, ultimately merging into his being. Subsequently, he felt a potent surge of bloodline power awakening within him. The blood roaring like a boiling tempest in the recesses of his mind. He sensed a distant summons, a call emanating from his very lineage. Once his body settled into tranquility, everything reverted to its former state. As if nothing had transpired, however, the round jade pendant had transformed, its structure melding into a ring that glimmered with dark, ethereal light. Soul Yu examined it repeatedly, finding nothing remarkable, casually slipping it onto his finger. Perhaps a symbol of identity from that place, not to be discarded lightly. Little did he notice that on the surface of the ring, shimmering with ghostly light, a figure of an imperial sun briefly materialized, only to vanish into silence as if it had never existed. After completing all this, he reclined on his bed, awaiting the arrival of that person. Perhaps having laid down numerous burdens, he no longer felt the overwhelming fatigue or the shackles of confinement. The constant suffocating fear that had plagued him dissipated, leaving Soul Yu feeling remarkably relaxed in this state of emptiness. He swiftly succumbed to a deep slumber, a sensation of ease he had not experienced in many years. This time, Soul Yu slept soundly, devoid of Mu Qingwan's shadow, the entanglements of the sect, and the unending bitterness and grievances. He had no sense of how long he slept, but when he groggily awoke, he sensed a figure by his bedside. This startled him into full awareness, sitting upright in shock, only to discover that indeed, a person stood at his bedside. Once he discerned the stranger's appearance, he regained his composure. Yawning, he casually remarked, "Next time you appear, could you at least give me a heads up? Your sudden arrival nearly scared me to death." The visitor maintained a stoic expression, their gaze complex, responding, "Didn't you claim you would never use the soul spirit jade?" Soul Yu waved his hand dismissively, smirking, "I was naive and ignorant back then, but after everything I've experienced, I finally understand. Besides, with such a formidable power backing me, why not take advantage of it? By the way, Old Sheen, when are you taking me back to the Soul Clan?" Old Sheen shook his head, saying, "Although you have used the Soul Spirit Jade and awakened your Soul Clan bloodline, you cannot yet return to the Soul Clan." Soul Yu was taken aback, asking, "Why not? Are you trying to deceive me?" Old Sheen replied, "Deceive you? You are indeed a bloodline of the Soul Clan, lost to the outside world. That much is certain. The merging of the Soul Spirit Jade has confirmed this. Moreover, only direct bloodlines of the Soul Clan possess a unique Soul Spirit Jade, and only the profound power of the Soul Clan's lineage can activate it. This is indisputable. The reason you cannot return to the Soul Clan directly is that your cultivation has been nullified, your meridians destroyed, and your talent is now beyond discussion. When you tested your talent, you inadvertently activated a trace of your bloodline power, which was captured by the Soul Clan's Pursuit Stone, leaving your name on the Heaven Soul Tablet, prompting the Soul Clan to send me to find you. However, traversing the vast expanse of the Heavenly Dome continent took me 3 years even with the use of spatial wormholes, and upon my arrival, I discovered that you had taken the fall for your senior sisters and had your cultivation ruined. Now, the entire Soul Clan is aware of your existence, particularly regarding the competition for the position of the Soul Clan's young leader, in which you are also involved. Given your current state, if you were to appear in the Soul Clan, even as a person stripped of their foundation, survival would be impossible. Unless, Chapter 5. Helplessness. Soul Yu's eyes flickered with a glint of coldness at the mention of his ruined cultivation. He distinctly remembered that it was Hua Qinggu and Hua Yulo who had caused his downfall, while his senior sisters merely cowered behind, offering no defense. Furthermore, the entire Tianqian sect, including the sect leader Zhou Yasi, had all belittled him, with Zhou Xia never uttering a single firm word on his behalf, instead casting him aside. That time, when the favored disciple of Hua Yulo was ruined, he had intended to eliminate Soul Yu as the scapegoat before flattening the Tianqian sect. Yet, as he attempted to slay Soul Yu, an unknown force suddenly repelled him. Despite his anger, he tried again, only to face the same outcome. Ultimately, fearing retaliation, he had no choice but to ruin Soul Yu before leaving in resentment. Reflecting on it now, he realized how foolish he had been, relentlessly devoted to the sect, treating Mu Qingwan and the others as his closest kin, only to end up the most despised and pitiful one. Subject to humiliation, upon hearing old Qin mention that his name had been inscribed on the Heaven Soul Tablet, automatically entering the competition for the position of young leader, he furrowed his brow. In his past life, although he did not enter the Soul Clan and met an abrupt end, he had gleaned some insights into the conflicts of major families. Often, battles for succession could lead to fratricide, far more brutal and bloody than ordinary conflicts among cultivators, especially within prominent families where such occurrences were alarmingly frequent. Given his current situation, he was not only unqualified to participate, but might even be deemed unworthy to serve as cannon fodder. Were he to attempt a return to the Soul Clan now, it would be akin to throwing himself into a tiger's den, where he would be reduced to nothing in an instant. Upon hearing old Qin's subsequent words, his mind stirred, and he inquired, "Unless what?" Old Qin shook his head in resignation, saying, "While such a scenario is unlikely, since you asked, I shall inform you. Your bloodline power is exceedingly potent. Merely sensing a trace of energy from the Soul Clan's pursuit stone led to your recognition by the Heaven Soul Tablet. The Soul Clan has long believed you to be a direct descendant. Concerning direct bloodlines, many matters become complicated. Only those with a more profound bloodline, higher status, and more illustrious identities possess the qualification to act against you. Others, no matter how formidable their cultivation, cannot harm you. Thus, unless you are born of one of the decision-makers of the direct lineage, no one can lay a hand on you. However, the issue lies in the fact that none of the decision-makers have acknowledged any bloodline loss to the fields, with only the clan leader remaining silent on the matter. Yet, he has reached the pinnacle of cultivation and has never married, and for millennia, there have been no reports of him leaving the Soul Realm, making it even less likely for him to have sired offspring. Soul Yu turned to him, asking, "So, you mean to say that I am indeed of the Soul Clan, and I must be of direct bloodline? Given the strength of my lineage, yet no one claims me? No one acknowledges our blood relation?" Old Qin appeared somewhat flustered, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation, and awkwardly replied, "It does seem that way." Soul Yu was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, silently cursing. "What the hell? What does this mean? Am I unaware of the good deeds I've done? Left in this remote place for decades, having been nothing but a loyal servant, ultimately losing my life in the process, and yet I was reborn due to this misfortune. And now, not even daring to admit that I am his offspring? What does this mean? So-called decision-makers of the Soul Clan? Nonsense, they must be cowards. If this is the case, even if I return to the clan, they probably wouldn't dare to stand up for me. Damn it, what's the point of going back? I regretted not using the Soul Spirit Jade before my last life ended, thinking I could rely on it to ascend to greatness upon my rebirth. Yet this is even worse than my previous life." Old Qin found himself in a state of helplessness. While other guardians had already selected their prot-GS, the cultivation levels of their respective disciples were steadily on the rise, elevating the status of their families. Consequently, those guardians also experienced a corresponding increase in their own ranks and standing. The Soul Clan is characterized by a strict hierarchy, comprising outer disciples, elite disciples, and core disciples. Above them lies the highly esteemed Son of Heaven, and further still, the revered Saint Child, a title that places them in a realm far beyond the reach of most. These individuals are often granted the privilege to partake in family strategy discussions and are afforded significant perks, regarded as paragons within their clans. Beyond them are the Divine Sons, a select few even within the ancient lineage of the Soul Clan, never exceeding 5 in number. Each of these Divine Sons is a taboo figure within the clan, their status so exalted that they are beyond reproach, often surpassing even the majority of elders in authority and power. Typically, a Divine Son is not born from mere promotion but is determined by innate bloodline strength and extraordinary talent at birth. Should a lineage produce a Divine Son, its overall status would experience a remarkable ascent, potentially transforming from the periphery to the very core of the clan. At the pinnacle exists the legendary Imperial Son, whose stature can rival that of the clan leader, an unassailable position. Old Qin, having been chosen as a guardian, had yet to be assigned until the moment when Hanyu stirred the heavenly soul steel. Initially brimming with confidence and pride, he believed that the individual capable of rousing both the chasing spirit steel and the heavenly soul steel with a mere hint of energy must surely be a son of heaven. If his guardianship proceeded smoothly, he envisioned himself ascending to the ranks of the heavenly sovereign. Should this exceptionally gifted individual find success, his own elevation to the status of saint child seemed within reach. A coveted position he had long aspired to, however, when he finally journeyed millions of miles to the desolate northwest to locate Hanyu, he was plunged into despair. His cultivation was obliterated, his talent non-existent, and his foundation compromised. He found himself a pitiful wretch, thoroughly captivated by a few women, devoid of any fighting spirit and utterly useless. A complete failure with no redeeming qualities, he resigned himself to fate. Acknowledging that within the Soul Clan, the selection of a guardian was a one-time opportunity, his singular chance for redemption. Yet now, upon Hunyu's utilization of the Soul Spirit Jade, it signified the official commencement of his guardianship. Regardless of whether his charge was a mere wastrel, the attributes of the Soul Spirit Jade, bestowed by the heavenly Soul Steel, were immutable. Chapter 6. Guardians must sever ties. Hunyu's countenance bore the weight of somber contemplation as he reflected on the encounters of his past life, which led him to various treasure locations, several of which indeed harbored extraordinary artifacts. In this new life, he could seize the opportunity afforded by his rebirth to vie for such treasures. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled an object from his childhood. When Zhou Yasi discovered him, he was not cradled in a bassinet, but rather asleep upon a stone platform. This platform resembled a blue lotus, intricately carved with a lifelike koi fish. Initially, he had not perceived its unique qualities, only noting that while seated upon it, he felt an accelerated absorption of spiritual energy. Later, he confided this to Mu Qingwan, who, upon testing it herself, confirmed its efficacy, albeit not to the exaggerated extent claimed by Hanyu. Nonetheless, she chose to take the blue lotus stone platform and gifted it to Xiao Han. Since then, Hanyu had yearned to reclaim it. But despite several requests, Xiao Han refused to return it and reported him to Mu Qingwan. In turn, Mu Qingwan chastised him severely and ignored Hanyu for several days, spending time with Xiao Han instead. After that, he lost the will to pursue it further. Eventually, Xiao Han incurred the wrath of a formidable faction, leading to a pursuit by that clan's ancestor, resulting in his cultivation being obliterated. However, mere days later, he remarkably restored his powers, even experiencing a dramatic surge in strength. It was only when Hanyu had utterly despaired of retrieving his belongings and sought to leave the Tianxian sect that Xiao Han coldly informed him that his rapid recovery and enhancement were all thanks to the blue lotus stone platform. He revealed to Hanyu that during his integration with the platform, he discovered it was Hunyu's companion treasure, a truly extraordinary artifact that could propel Xiao Han to the pinnacle of this continent, surpassing all its formidable warriors and reaching a legendary realm. Xiao Han mocked Hunyu's fortune in possessing such a miraculous companion treasure, while he himself remained a mere servant, unceremoniously at the beck and call of others, thus squandering its potential. This realization, a spark ignited in Hunyu's eyes as he turned to Old Qin and declared, "I have a task to undertake. You must assist me." Old Qin's gaze was clouded, his expression inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Upon sensing the fusion of the soul spirit jade, he understood that his hopes had been extinguished, and he fell into a state of despondency. Over the years, he had wandered the northwest. Though he had not closely monitored Hanyu, he could not easily detach himself from the situation. He recognized that not all blame could be placed upon Hanyu. He bore a share of the responsibility as well. Hunyu's reluctance to merge with the soul spirit jade indicated a denial of his role as a guardian, leaving Old Qin unable to return to the Soul Clan and offer explanations. Now that Hanyu had integrated with the Soul Spirit Jade, he had embarked on his mission, yet having to safeguard such an utterly inept individual left Old Qin disinterested. How could he protect a person so devoid of merit? Would he be expected to lend his name to another's capriciousness? Thus, he found himself at a loss, uncertain of his next steps. Hearing Hunyu's sudden request for assistance, he instinctively prepared to decline. Yet, before he could voice his refusal, Hanyu continued, as a chosen guardian of the Soul Clan. I regret that I have caused you to see no glimmer of hope, binding you to the side of such a failure for so many years. I truly feel remorseful. However, as circumstances cannot be altered, we must accept them with equanimity. I believe, as a powerful member of the Soul Clan, you should possess such awareness. This time, I implore you to assist me. You may refuse, and I will not hold it against you. In fact, I can sever the contract binding you as my guardian through the Soul Spirit Jade at this moment. Having merged with the Soul Spirit Jade, I have come to understand that the holder possesses the right to actively change guardians, even indicating that it is not your fault, thus sparing you from any repercussions while retaining the privilege to select another guardian. Upon hearing Hun Yu's assertion, Old Qin furrowed his brow in disbelief and skepticism. Is it true that the Soul Spirit Jade possesses such abilities? Why have I never heard of this? Hun Yu's expression turned grave as he replied earnestly. I cannot speak for the Soul Spirit Jade of others, but the one I have fused with indeed possesses such capabilities. If you doubt me, you may refuse, and I will attempt to demonstrate it. Old Qin's eyes flickered with a glimmer of intrigue, and he hastily inquired, Is this truly the case? Hun Yu perceived the realization in Old Qin's gaze, understanding that this guardian had genuinely lost faith in him. Devoid of any lingering affection, such a guardian could hardly offer him significant assistance. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to express the remaining thoughts, for Old Qin had been by his side for several years. And although he had not contributed significantly, he had endured hardships. Perhaps if he released another from their plight, witnessing Hun Yu's pig-like existence, they would find even less patience. If you assist me this time, once I reclaim what is rightfully mine, should I manage to restore my meridians and foundation, I will undoubtedly remember your great contribution and will not neglect you in the future. Old Qin, upon hearing this, could barely suppress his disdain and ridicule. After enduring 6 or 7 years alongside Hun Yu, he had witnessed the depths of Hun Yu's humiliation and degradation, observing how he had sunk to levels that incited disgust and anger. It could be said that Hun Yu had epitomized the most wretched, useless, and spineless existence Old Qin had ever encountered, pushing him to the brink of embarrassment. Thus, when he heard Hun Yu speak with newfound confidence, his initial reaction was not one of astonishment or hope, but rather that of a tremendous farce. It was akin to a pile of dung suddenly declaring its potential to transform into gold, utterly ludicrous. And he could not bring himself to believe it for a moment. However, despite Hun Yu's shortcomings, he remained a legitimate scion of the Soul Clan, and Old Qin lacked the audacity or authority to openly mock him, settling instead for silence as his response. Seeing this, Hun Yu no longer hesitated and promptly invoked a spell, summoning the character of soul that he had integrated into his being. He proclaimed, I, Hun Yu of the Soul Clan, hereby state that due to my insufficient cultivation and poor character, I am incapable of bearing the grace bestowed upon me by the designated guardian. My guardian has taken great care of me, never once showing a hint of neglect, yet I, as an inept disciple, have caused my guardian to become disheartened. For this, I express my sincerest apologies. On this day, I sever the ties with the guardian, granting them a special amnesty and the freedom to return to the Soul Clan to select suitable disciples. Having uttered these words, a drop of essence blood shot forth from the body of Hun Yu. Striking the Soul Spirit seal, as the seal trembled, it emitted a crisp and resonant cry, thereby completing the VOW. At that moment, Elder Qin felt an intangible bond that had tethered him to Hun Yu snap like a thread, leaving his heart feeling hollow. For an instant, a pale sense of panic surged within him, as if he had lost something profoundly significant, causing his breath to catch in his throat. Chapter 7. Encounter with Xiao Han. Elder Qin, feeling a profound sense of loss, suddenly experienced a palpitation of his heart. When he met Hun Yu's gaze, which bore a hint of indifference, he instinctively lowered his head. This was not an act of reverence or submission, but rather a reaction to the overwhelming force of Hun Yu's bloodline power, which compelled him to bow after the severance of their protective bond. In that moment, he was astounded to an unprecedented degree, cold sweat beading upon his brow, internally exclaiming, "How is this possible? Even the clan elders cannot exude such a potent bloodline pressure." This feeling of being subdued and compelled to bow he had only experienced with two individuals before. Could it be? No, that is impossible. That it must be an illusion conjured by the soul spirit jade, which can sever protective bonds, that has left me in such a state of disarray. It cannot possibly be him. Huanyu glanced at the dimly lit sky and spoke. I am deeply grateful to Elder Qin for your years of diligent watchfulness. I sincerely apologize, but now that there is nothing amiss, you may take your leave and return to the clan. With that, Huanyu rose and made his way toward the mountain peak where Xiao Han resided. He recalled that at this juncture, Xiao Han had yet to uncover the secret of the Qinglian stone platform, merely utilizing it as a supplementary tool for cultivation. Resting a mat atop at this moment, he should still be in the lounge, not the cultivation chamber. Only after Huanyu had departed did Elder Qin feel the oppressive pressure dissipate, allowing a sense of relief to wash over him. Watching Huanyu leave with a complex gaze, he stood in place for a considerable time before his figure gradually became ethereal and then vanished. Meanwhile, upon arriving at Xiao Han's training room, Huanyu immediately spotted the Qinglian stone platform resting by the window. His heart leaping with joy, he hurriedly stepped inside, embracing the stone platform, and in that instant, a warm and familiar sensation enveloped him. He astonishingly sensed a faint yet exhilarating joy emanating from the stone platform, akin to reuniting with a long-lost kin, imparting a refreshing comfort to his heart, as if he were basking in a gentle spring breeze. Thus, Huanyu became even more convinced that this accompanying artifact of his was indeed extraordinary. In his previous life, it had enabled Xiao Han to rise anew after being cast down, and he firmly believed it could similarly resurrect him now, reigniting hope. Just as he prepared to carry the stone platform back, he unexpectedly encountered Xiao Han returning to the training room. Upon seeing Huanyu, Xiao Han momentarily froze. Yet Huanyu, clutching the stone platform tightly, was the first to speak. Were you not gravely injured, finding it difficult to even rise? How is it that you now appear so vigorous? You weren't injured at all, were you? Upon hearing Huanyu's pointed inquiry, Xiao Han, who had initially looked flustered, forced a smile and replied, Oh, my dear senior brother, it seems you are not as dim-witted as I thought. You have noticed this, however, you are mistaken. I truly was injured, but it was not due to your worthless self trying to pluck the Tianyu cold star grass. I deliberately fell from the cliff to sustain this injury. The reason my condition has improved so swiftly is thanks to Sister Qingwan, who used a Guyuan pill on me. Oh, by the way, I should be thanking you, as that Guyuan pill was procured at great cost to you. However, Sister Qingwan loves me dearly and has taken it for herself. Surely, senior brother would not mind, would you? Faced with Xiao Han's provocation, the former Huanyu would have been driven to fury, baring his teeth in anger before leaving in despair, endlessly tormenting himself. Yet, reborn, he felt no ripple of emotion upon hearing Xiao Han's taunts. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance. At this moment, he wished to extricate himself from any entanglement with the Tianxian sect, desiring only to leave with the Qinglian stone platform and sever all ties with them. Is that so? Shouldn't you be entangled with Mu Qingwan right now? What are you doing back here? As for the Guyuan pill, I can't even recall when I gave it to Mu Qingwan. I thought I had fed it to the dogs. You? Xiao Han was about to explode in anger but clenched his fists instead. The worthless one was about to be expelled from the sect, and if he were to strike him and cause injury, the several sisters and the sect master might take pity on him and keep him around, which would be counterproductive. He then suppressed his rising fury, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Oh, has senior brother suddenly become so generous? I distinctly remember that whenever Sister Qingwan received benefits from you, you would look as if you were ready to devour someone. Moreover, when Sister Qingwan disregarded your severe injuries to accompany me in sword practice and personally fed me, you were said to have spat half a liter of blood upon hearing the news and fainted for 3 to 4 days, nearly dying. Huanyu scoffed and replied, Perhaps you misheard. At that time, I had merely tossed the precious items I had fought hard to obtain to 2 wild dogs. Who would have known those ungrateful beasts would bark at me? Afterward, they flaunted their affection before me, and I could not bear to witness such base behavior, which is why I spat and fell into a deep slumber for several days, sparing my eyes and ears from such filth. Xiao Han's forced smile became rigid, his arms tensing with suppressed rage. How had he not noticed before that this spineless waste of a senior brother was so adept at hurling insults? Although he had not directly mentioned him and Mu Qingwan, his words were laced with veiled jabs, making it unbearable for him. At that moment, he caught sight of the Qinglian stone platform concealed beneath Huanyu's robes. His eyes narrowing in suspicion. So, you were sneaking around in my training room. How audacious to steal my stone platform. Do you not value your life? Huanyu tightened his grip on the stone platform. Sneering. Your stone platform? Have you lost your mind, or are your eyes clouded? I have slept with it since childhood. It was later that Mu Qingwan snatched it from me to lend to you. How can you shamelessly claim it as yours? You have no dignity whatsoever. The smile vanished from Xiao Han's face as he glared at the Qinglian stone platform. It was indeed not his. Yet in the past, it had belonged to Huanyu. Thus he felt entitled to it. This item could assist him in his cultivation, and though he was unaware of any additional effects, its ability to expedite the absorption of spiritual energy alone rendered it a remarkable treasure. He recalled what his concealed mentor had said, that this item was beyond his comprehension, suggesting it possessed far more than just the ability to accelerate cultivation, which made him exceedingly cautious in safeguarding it. Now, Huanyu was attempting to reclaim it while he was inattentive, and that could not be allowed. Therefore, he darkened his expression, his aura rising ominously as he coldly commanded, "Hand over the stone platform, and I will let today's events pass without further incident." Otherwise, just as he was about to forcefully suppress Huanyu and seize the stone platform, a voice rang out, causing his burgeoning aura to dissipate instantly. "Xiao Han, why are you out here so early? Are you not aware of the severity of your injuries? If this continues, I shall become quite displeased." Chapter 8. Injured upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Han quickly reined in his aura but was unwilling to allow Huanyu to take the Qinglian stone platform so easily. Thus, he lunged forward to snatch it. However, Huanyu was resolute, clutching the stone platform tightly, refusing to yield. As the figure approached, it revealed itself to be the third sister, who had come to check on Xiao Han's injuries. She had prepared a pot of precious herbal soup for him, but upon arriving at his residence, she found no sign of him. "Huanyu, what are you doing? Do you not realize that Xiao Han is severely injured? Why are you still quarreling with him?" Huanyu, exerting all his strength to prevent the Qinglian stone platform from being taken, clung to it fiercely. Hearing Hua Wuzuo's inquiry, he coldly retorted, "Are you blind? Do you not see that he is the one trying to steal my belongings? After all this time, how could you not realize that not only is your mind lacking, but your eyesight is also severely impaired?" Hua Wuzuo, upon hearing Huanyu's insult, quickly closed the distance between them, angrily rebuking, "You insolent wretch, who gave you the audacity to insult me? I clearly saw you attempting to steal from Xiao Han's training room. Do you dare to argue?" Huanyu responded without reservation, "I have long wanted to insult you, but today is the first opportunity one have had. The reason I am here is to reclaim what belongs to me. I have slept on this stone platform since childhood, and now that I have severed ties with you all, I certainly shall not allow it to fall into your hands. Do not think that I would part with even a flower or a blade of grass. Is there an issue with that?" Upon hearing his words, Xiao Han felt a sense of relief wash over him, pondering to himself, "It seems that this fool is not aware of the extraordinary nature of this item. Rather, he is merely expressing his resentment towards the sect for their treatment of him through this means." Thus, he hastily replied, "Brother, it is entirely my fault. I should not have entered the Tianxian sect. My actions have led to misunderstandings between you, the senior sisters, and the sect leader, and I am truly sorry. This stone platform indeed belongs to you, but I have meditated upon it for many years, developing a dependency on it. Now, if I do not meditate on it, I find it exceedingly difficult to enter a state of cultivation. Brother, might you allow me to keep it? I am willing to exchange anything for it. I possess numerous treasures and precious herbs that I have risked my life to acquire, which would undoubtedly benefit your health if you are willing. I can offer them all as compensation for the harm I have caused you over the years. What do you think?" Huanyu was aware of Xiao Han's hypocrisy and insidiousness, yet the blatant performance made him feel a wave of nausea. You truly put on a magnificent show. No wonder I have been toyed with by you for so many years. However, as I mentioned earlier, I intend to take what is mine, and no one can stop me. This sizable stone is just perfect for me to build a wall at the foot of the mountain. It would be a waste to leave it for you. Release it." Hua Wucua, feeling a surge of anger, exclaimed, "Are you deaf? Did you not hear Xiao Han say he has developed a dependency on this stone? Hurry up and loosen your grip. If this affects Xiao Han's cultivation, I will not let you off lightly." Han Yu looked at Hua Wucua as if he were an idiot, taunting, "Are you unwell? Why are you so protective of him? How foolish I was to do so much for you in the past, to take the blame and suffer the consequences. What, do you think his cultivation is so important that I am to be so easily bullied? On what grounds do you think you can intimidate me? Do you believe I am still the same person who allowed you to manipulate me at will? I have already signed a contract with you and the Tianqian sect. Severing all ties. Do you still wish to use your old tactics to frighten me? Not only you, but even if Mu Qingwan and Zhou Yasi came together, I would not part with this stone unless you killed me today. Otherwise, you can forget about it, you." Just then, Xiao Han's lips curled into a cold arc, suddenly relaxing his grip, causing the stone platform to return to Han Yu's embrace. However, he immediately exerted force, sending the stone platform crashing into Xiao Han's chest. Piffed! Xiao Han violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet, his body beginning to sway, appearing weak and on the verge of collapse. Witnessing this scene, Hua Wucua was instantly consumed by rage. Unleashing a palm strike that sent Han Yu flying, Han Yu, lacking any cultivation, could hardly withstand a full-force attack from Hua Wucua, who was at the peak of the Lingxian realm. He knew that if he had not already fused with the soul spirit jade, he would likely be gravely injured or dead by now. Even now, having spat out a mouthful of blood, he felt blood continue to surge from his nose and mouth. Finally unable to contain it, he coughed up 2 more mouthfuls, all of which splattered onto the Qinglian stone platform. Han Yu's complexion turned as pale as paper, his breath becoming feeble. At that moment, Mu Qingwan and Zhou Yasi suddenly appeared. With Mu Qingwan ignoring the bleeding Han Yu and rushing to support Xiao Han, Zhou Yasi coldly inquired, "What happened?" Hua Wucua answered first, "I woke up this morning, concerned for Xiao Han's health, and specially prepared a medicinal soup for him. Who would have thought that as soon as I arrived here, I would find this scoundrel Han Yu attempting to take the stone platform from Xiao Han? Not only did he insult me, but during the struggle, he also injured Xiao Han, which understandably infuriated me, prompting me to strike him." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yasi immediately admonished, "Han Yu, weren't you quite spirited about breaking off your engagement with Qingwan and severing ties with the Tianqian sect? Now you dare to come and steal from Xiao Han, even injuring him in the process. Do you truly think I would hesitate to take action against you?" Han Yu struggled to rise, clutching the stone platform to his chest, and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, declaring, "The sect leader of the Tianqian sect is indeed as biased as ever, preparing to strike me without understanding the situation. I will reiterate, this stone platform is mine. A possession you brought back when you found me. It was merely taken by Mu Qingwan and given to Xiao Han years ago. How could you fail to recognize this? I do not intend to take anything from the Tianqian sect. I only wish to reclaim what belongs to me, which has been occupied for so many years. Is that a problem?" Zhou Yasi scoffed, saying, "You injured Xiao Han over a worthless stone? Humph, for that alone, you deserve to die. It is a mercy that Wucua only injured you. Now, take your worthless stone and leave the Tianqian sect. I never wish to see you again." Han Yu, expressionless, did not spare anyone a glance, turning away without hesitation, devoid of any lingering attachment. Meanwhile, upon seeing Han Yu leave without even glancing at her, Mu Qingwan felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. She released her grip on Xiao Han and raised her hand as if to call out to Han Yu, but ultimately let it fall, allowing him to depart in solitude. Chapter 9. The former sect leader emerges from seclusion, dragging his battered body. Han Yu left without a backward glance, severing all ties with the Tianqian sect. Though he walked slowly due to his injuries, his steps were resolute, and he finally reached the foot of Tianqian Peak as the sun hung high in the sky. He turned back, gazing up at the non-dazzling red sun, a long-lost smile breaking across his face. As he shed the heavy burdens of the years, he felt the oppressive weight on his heart finally lift. The invisible pressure and sense of suppression dissipating, leaving him feeling considerably lighter. Subsequently, he strode purposefully into the depths of the Beast Mountain range. Initially, he had planned to rest in the nearest city and decide his next course of action once he recovered. However, he changed his mind, fearing that those individuals would not withstand Xiao Han's temptation and would descend the mountain in search of him, attempting to seize the Qinglian stone platform. Even if others did not come, judging by Xiao Han's demeanor, once everyone departed, he would undoubtedly come seeking him to reclaim the stone platform. Thus, he had no choice but to venture alone into the Beast Mountain range to evade pursuit. With nothing left to his name, the sole opportunity for a turnaround lay in the stone platform he clutched. He could not afford to lose to avoid prolonged complications. He needed to find a safe and reliable place to determine how to activate the Qinglian stone platform for his own use. As Hunyu departed, heedless of everything as he headed toward the Beast Mountain range, a sudden stir arose atop a main peak of the Tianqian sect. This was the place where the former sect leader had gone into seclusion. Since relinquishing her position a decade ago to Zhou Yasi, she had publicly declared her intention to break through to a higher realm, and no news had emerged in the intervening years. Inside a secret chamber, dust covered the ground, and cobwebs hung in the corners. A figure, shrouded in dust, sat cross-legged upon a dusty mat, entangled in a chaotic web of spider silk, resembling a lifeless piece of wood. Suddenly, the figure opened her eyes, her captivating gaze exuding powerful energy that sent the accumulated dust swirling into the air. She murmured in confusion, "Who is it? Has something happened? Or has someone shaken the very foundations of my Tianqian sect? Why does the auspicious golden dragon of the sect roar in fury, dissipating, awakening me from my transcendent state? I have heard the furious roar of the auspicious golden dragon and sensed the weakening of the seal of the demon cave." An ominous aura is silently spreading. In her perception, the once solid and radiant auspicious golden dragon had begun to shed flecks of golden light, its form suddenly becoming somewhat ethereal. Simultaneously, a mass of ominous black energy coalesced, gradually taking on the shape of a monstrous creature with terrifying fangs that instilled an unsettling feeling with a mere glance. Furrowing her brow, she unleashed a surge of powerful energy, attempting to eradicate the malignant aura. But the energy vanished into the void, leaving no impact. She sighed, stating, "Indeed, this is related to matters of fortune. Ordinary energy and attacks are not on the same level, elusive and unchangeable." As she rose, the surrounding dust fell away automatically, settling onto the ground. As she stepped outward, the sealed stone door opened automatically. That moment, a rapid ringing of the sect's alarm bell echoed throughout, drawing the attention of all. What is happening? Why has the alarm bell of the sect been rung? Is there a strong enemy approaching? No, it is the bell signaling the emergence of the former sect leader. The former sect leader? I thought our Tianqian sect had only ever had one leader. Another new one. What qualifications does the current sect leader possess to uphold the vast Tianqian sect? The former sect leader stepped down to break through to a higher realm. She is the true anchor of our Tianqian sect. Upon Yun Lianqing's emergence from the secluded chamber, Zhou Xia, accompanied by Mu Qingwan and a multitude of disciples, awaited her presence outside. The esteemed elders and peak masters had also gathered early to extend their greetings, welcoming the Lianqing sect master from her retreat and wishing her dominion over the seas and eternal longevity. Observing the throng of kneeling disciples below, Yun Lianqing felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that the Tianqian sect had flourished in recent years. However, recollecting the matter that had startled her from slumber, her brow furrowed involuntarily. Xia, along with the various peak masters and elders, led their core disciples to the grand hall for discussions, while the others returned to their respective duties, focusing on their cultivation. Meanwhile, for Huanyu, the journey was relatively smooth, devoid of formidable beasts obstructing his path as he clutched the Qinglian stone platform in his memory. There existed a cave within the Beast Mountain range, the lair of a powerful beast, He had inadvertently witnessed a saber-toothed Qingfeng tiger give birth to cubs within this very cave before departing with them after residing there for a period. Due to the tiger's formidable prowess, it had swept away any threatening beasts upon its arrival, rendering the area almost devoid of life. Yet, the cave still emanated the fierce aura of the saber-toothed Qingfeng tiger, ensuring that no beast dared approach it even now. Even passing cultivators, sensing the lingering energy, chose to circumvent the vicinity. However, Huanyu was aware that the saber-toothed Qingfeng tiger had long since vacated, leaving behind an empty lair, thus rendering this place the safest haven. Although the cave was not far, with Huanyu's mortal stamina, he would need to traverse for several days and nights without respite to reach it. Despite his exhaustion and the excruciating pain from his injuries, he could not afford to pause. He had no one to lean on, nor anyone to trust. Everything depended solely on himself. His singular belief was to hasten his steps towards that cave, and the sooner, the better. Only there could he find temporary refuge. Unbeknownst to him, the blood he had lost during the confrontation with Hua Wucua had entirely stained the stone platform beneath him as time passed. Rather than drying up and dissipating, his blood was gradually absorbed by the stone. With the increasing amount of blood absorbed, the stone began to emit a faint glow, and its surface started to shed in flakes. Time passed, and the sky gradually darkened while Huanyu continued to weave through the underbrush. He harbored no other thoughts, singularly focused on his journey, oblivious to when the Beast Mountain range had succumbed to darkness. The stone platform above had completely shed its outer layer, and the emitted glow grew increasingly bright, illuminating his path forward, yet Huanyu remained entirely unaware of this spectacle. Chapter 10. Inquiry Tianxian Sect Master Hall. After inquiring about various matters, Yun Lianxing surveyed her surroundings and turned to Zhou Xia, asking, Where is little Huanyu? Has he grown so much that I can no longer recognize him? I still remember when that mischievous little rascal would climb onto my back, clamoring for me to take him flying. Now that he has grown up, he doesn't even greet me first. This question rendered everyone momentarily speechless, their gazes shifting toward Zhou Xia. Xia and the others were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that their revered ancestor would inquire about Huanyu first, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. Seeing that no one spoke up, Yun Lianxing raised an eyebrow and remarked, It seems that the warmth of human connections has grown cold. Although you all still revere me, you no longer hold the same awe as before, even to inquire about a disciple's well-being. No one seems willing to share with me, is that so? A wave of embarrassment washed over the crowd, fear gripping their hearts. They were well aware of her formidable nature, from a mere outer disciple. She had ascended step by step, defeating all challengers to claim the title of sect master. Her strength was undeniable, her assertiveness suffocating, and her iron-fisted methods left no room for doubt. Should she become serious, the entire Tianxian sect would undoubtedly be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed. Moreover, after 10 years of seclusion, this most revered sect master had reached an unfathomable level of power, her restraint still emanating a heart-stirring aura of pressure. Hearing her speak in such a manner indicated her growing displeasure, and none present wished to bear the brunt of her wrath in unison. The assembly turned their gazes toward Zhou Xia's faction, hoping they would promptly address the matter concerning Huanyu. After all, since Huanyu had been rendered incapable, the elders and peak masters had ceased to follow his affairs, leaving them at a loss for answers. Zhou Xia glanced at Yun Lianxing, preparing to speak, but unexpectedly, her third senior sister, Hua Wucua, interjected, her voice filled with indignation. Are you referring to that waste, Huanyu? Why bring him up? Every mention of him infuriates me. I truly regret not striking him harder. He even managed to escape with Xiao Han's belongings. Yun Lianxing's eyes widened in disbelief at these words, murmuring, a waste? Injured and fled? A flicker of incredulity crossed her gaze. Yet at her level, many emotions were concealed. She gently inquired, Oh, what transpired? It seems much has happened over the past decade. However, I recall that during my seclusion, little Huanyu was an extraordinary talent. How could he have transformed into the waste you speak of? Hua Wucua retorted bitterly, extraordinary talent. You must mean an extraordinarily wasteful talent. Humph. At this moment, Mu Qingwan noticed how concerned the sect master seemed about Huanyu's affairs, her heart tightening as she wished to interject and clarify. Yet Hua Wucua's bluntness offered her no opportunity. In the second year of your seclusion, he was rendered incapable by a formidable individual named Hua Yulo, losing both his cultivation and meridians. He has since become complacent, stirring trouble everywhere. He even spied on me while I bathed, caught red-handed. Yet he refused to admit it, spreading vile rumors. Relying on the few times he helped us, he brazenly paraded under our banner. Time and again, he stole items, the most despicable being the intimate garments of female disciples. Fourth senior sisters and Qingwan's clothing have gone missing repeatedly. We no longer dare to hang our laundry outside. He bullies the weak, often tormenting our little junior brother, Xiao Han, attacking him and stealing his belongings. The misdeeds he has committed over the years are increasingly repugnant. I can't even bear to recount them. Most importantly, just yesterday, he dared to covet Qingwan's hand in marriage, a waste daring to pursue her. I wonder who was blind enough to allow him to bind himself to her. On the day of the wedding, Xiao Han was grievously injured while delivering a wedding gift to him. Our master and several senior sisters were deeply worried and rushed to attend to Xiao Han. Yet he had the audacity to cause a ruckus at Xiao Han's residence, not only forcing Qingwan to sign a contract to sever their engagement, but also threatening our master to sign a contract severing his ties with the Tianqian sect. Humph, he is simply courting death. Who does he think he is? The Tianqian sect has no need to sustain a waste like him. At this moment, Yuan Lianqing's grip on the armrest of the metal chair tightened, her fingers digging into it without her realizing. Her body trembled slightly, clearly struggling to contain her rage. The Qinglian stone platform, a companion artifact of Huanyu's, how could she possibly be unaware? She vividly recalled the scene when Zhou Xia returned with the platform, where Huanyu, clad in a red apron, lay atop it, fast asleep, drooling like a porcelain doll. That image remained etched in her mind, and now, to hear that such an item had been claimed by someone else, labeled as theft, was utterly unacceptable. If those previous events failed to convey any significance, the emergence of this matter led her to firmly believe that Hunei had been subjected to bullying throughout these years. Upon hearing that Hunei had signed a marriage annulment contract and severed ties with the sect, she was seized by an uncontrollable rage. Suppressing her fury, she turned to the side and in a solemn tone inquired of Zhou Yasi. Sectmaster Zhou, is it truly as Wakuo has described? Zhou Xia responded with utmost respect. Although I am unaware of many minor details, the general situation should indeed be as such. Yun Lianqing rose to her feet, her robes billowing without wind, and declared, very well, I shall investigate each of the matters you have mentioned. Once I ascertain the truth, if your claims hold true, I will personally intervene to retrieve Hunei and subject him to punishment within the sect. However, if the reality diverges from this, her words trailed off, yet the icy demeanor on her face turned toward Zhou Xia and her companions, revealing an unmistakable chill. With that, she soared away, not casting another glance at the assembly. Chapter 11. The anomaly of the blue lotus stone platform in the mountains, where time was forgotten. Hunei could not recall how far he had traversed or how long he had run, until he finally arrived at the cave dwelling. Being the lair of a demon beast, the cave was suffused with an array of pungent odors, and even Hunei found himself pinching his nose to endure the stench while recuperating within. He cleared away the feces of the demon beasts, scattering them around the cave's perimeter, and, still uneasy, he also removed the soil tainted by their urine, disposing of it further away. Upon his return, he did not neglect to sweep away his traces with some twigs and obscured the cave's entrance with fresh thorns and branches. After completing these tasks, he finally sat down on the ground to rest for a moment. That instant, he noticed that the outer layer of the blue lotus stone platform had completely shed, revealing its jade-like core. There were no intricate patterns upon it. It simply manifested as a lotus platform in the shape of a blue lotus. The center of the lotus platform, a vividly lifelike koi fish leaped high, as if it had just emerged from the water, frozen in midair, radiating brilliance. Hunei had never known that this stone platform had an outer covering. He had previously thought it to be merely a stone lotus platform, unaware that it was composed of this exquisite jade material. Suddenly, the blue lotus fish platform emitted a blinding azure light, and in an astonishing turn, it transformed into a stream of blue light that surged into Hunei's body. His spirit jolted, and a hazy scene of primordial chaos appeared in his mind. In a realm of chaotic darkness, a blue lotus blossomed proudly, surrounded by an infinite light of the great Tao. Standing amidst chaos and shining resplendently, as if it intended to part the entire chaos by its own strength. One day, the roots of the blue lotus began to grow infinitely, extending to the edge of chaos and embedding themselves in the boundless darkness. Its leaves also began to expand endlessly, filling the entire chaos, and wherever one looked, the chaos was cloaked in blue lotus. It continued to grow, its slender roots resembling pillars reaching for the heavens, dividing the dark and frigid chaos and propping it up. Countless lotus leaves lifted a portion of chaos upwards, while the roots stood in another expanse of chaos, separating it below. During this process, the boundless darkness gradually brightened, as if the heavens and earth were being opened anew. At a certain moment, the blue lotus halted its growth upon reaching its limit. The chaos had been divided into the heavens and earth of primordial chaos. Yet the expanse was filled solely with the lush green of the blue lotus. Suddenly, without warning, from that endless void of chaos, dense black mists enveloped the entire body of the blue lotus. From within the thick black mists, endless bolts of pitch-black lightning erupted, recklessly pouring down upon the blue lotus. This onslaught of lightning persisted for an interminable time, until one day, the blue lotus could no longer withstand the relentless barrage and shattered completely. In an instant, the leaves and roots of the blue lotus retracted, only to begin fracturing piece by piece. As the blue lotus continued to splinter, 6 differently colored lotus flowers emerged from within, breaking free from the grip of the thick black mists, transcending time and space, vanishing into the chaos. Simultaneously, the remaining energy of the blue lotus condensed into a lotus platform, pulsating with azure energy, transforming into a stream of light that tore through the chaos and subsequently disappeared. The chaotic imagery came to a sudden halt, yet this scene left Hunei utterly astounded, rendered speechless for an extended period. This stone platform, akin to the lotus platform that the blue lotus ultimately transformed into, had now become my companion's spiritual treasure, residing within me. While Hunei was lost in thought, the stone platform underwent yet another transformation. The blue lotus stone platform sank into his dantian, gradually beginning to dissolve, melting into a liquid form akin to wax. Meanwhile, above Hunei's head, a palm-sized blue lotus coalesced, swaying in the air. With each sway, it drew forth waves of rich spiritual energy that flowed into the heart of the lotus, entering Hunei's body. Gradually, the blue lotus transitioned from a gentle sway into a vigorous spin, as the spiritual energy coalesced into a tempest. A colossal force of spiritual power that surged into Hunei's being. As the spiritual energy entered, the lotus platform dissolved, and Hunei's previously wasted dantian and meridians began to operate once more. The severed meridians slowly mended, reconnecting seamlessly in a matter of moments. Moreover, as the spiritual power infused his body, it coursed through his meridians, continuously expanding them, transforming what were once thin and fragile threads into robust channels. The dantian quickly restored itself. Upon receiving the influx of spiritual energy, it no longer leaked or failed to store energy as it had before. This process was exceedingly brutal, subjecting Hunei to unimaginable pain and torment, akin to a complete restructuring of his dantian and meridians. Even his very bones seemed incapable of bearing the pressure from this overwhelming influx of spiritual power, threatening to shatter into fragments. He longed to scream in relief from the agony, yet his subconscious warned him against voicing his pain, lest dire consequences ensue. Hunei recalled having seen a phrase, "At the dawn of chaos, amidst the primordial beginnings, a miasma of chaotic murkiness was birthed within the chaos, known as the chaos Xianhuang materia." Now, he felt as if this very essence was coiled within his mouth, yearning to burst forth from his lips and nostrils with all its might. The vortex of spiritual energy grew ever larger, forming a tempest of spiritual power so formidable that it could devastate the surrounding forest. Yet, even as the intensity of the spiritual energy absorption drained the area of its vitality, the vortex showed no signs of abating, instead sweeping deeper into the depths of the Demon Beast mountain range. Hunei's skin split under the strain, unable to endure the sudden influx of potent energy, while his joints emitted sharp cracks before disintegrating into dust. His entire skeletal structure crumbled, leaving him barely able to stand, resembling nothing more than a human skin stretched over bones. The dissolution of the blue lotus stone platform continued, melting within Hunei's body into a pond no larger than a washbasin. As the spiritual energy flowed into him, a grape-sized seed of blue lotus bobbed upon the surface of the pond, emanating an intense azure glow. That moment, the stone-carved koi fish also came to life, transforming into a small blue-gold fish that swam around the blue lotus seed, emitting joyful sounds of splashing. As time passed, the seed began to sprout and take root, directly embedding itself in the pond, initiating its anomalous growth. Meanwhile, the surrounding mountains and forests were ravaged by the tempest of spiritual energy, countless stones and vegetation obliterated, rendering the area a disaster zone. The heavens took notice, gathering thick clouds that blanketed the sky. And from within, a tremendous pressure descended, causing a towering peak to collapse into rubble, scattering indiscriminately. Chapter 12. The shock of the Soul Clan in a distant and unknown void. A spatial continent shrouded by a luminous barrier floated amidst the ether. At its center stood a grand character for Soul, a massive ancient stone door seemingly left over from the primordial era, exuding an air of ancient wildness. Within a magnificent and ancient hall, a towering stele emanated a mysterious aura. Are you saying that the dispatched guardian was unilaterally released from his contract by his guardian son and conveyed this message to the Soul Clan using the Soul Spirit Jade? Indeed, the pursuit stele currently only displays the name Hunei, with no other information, and the contract termination message received from the Soul Spirit Jade has been acknowledged by the pursuit stele, causing no harm or punishment to that guardian. Clan leader, what do you make of this matter? From the main seat, a youthful voice spoke up. I am already aware of this situation. Hunei has conveyed his reasons for terminating the guardian. It is impossible for a member of the Soul Clan to be as utterly inept as he claims. Surely some unforeseen circumstances have transpired, yet we remain in the dark. Clan leader, should we not send someone to retrieve Hunei back to the clan, and also thoroughly investigate this matter? The individual in the main seat waved a hand and replied, For now, there is no need. The Northwest region is a desolate wasteland, devoid of our adversarial forces, and lacking any formidable sections for the time being. He should not face significant threats. Moreover, having been stranded there since childhood, his cultivation is surely not high, and resources are undoubtedly scarce. Hastily bringing him back would only bring harm, not benefit. The Patriarch said, however, we cannot afford to be complacent. Although the Northwestern region currently lacks formidable foes, it does not imply that we are devoid of peril. With the Guardian having returned to the clan without any protection, I fear that, at this moment, the Patriarch seated upon the main throne commanded, immediately arrange for a new Guardian to carry a substantial amount of resources to address this matter. Those of you present are reluctant to acknowledge the identity of Huanyu, but I shall, in my secluded contemplation, utilize celestial mechanisms to deduce the truth. When the time comes and the identity is unveiled, you must consider the consequences thoroughly. The assembly exchanged glances, an involuntary chill creeping upon them as they recalled past events, anxious not to overlook any detail they might have neglected. Very well, let it be so. Proceed with your tasks. Just then, the towering Tianhun monument beside them suddenly radiated a profound azure light, casting the entire hall in a cerulean glow, transforming the once shadowy chamber into a vast ocean of blue. All eyes turned towards the Tianhun monument, which, moments ago calm and undisturbed, now pulsed with vibrant azure light. The names inscribed upon it undulating erratically. What is happening? The Tianhun monument, a creation of imperial artifacts during the establishment of our clan, has withstood the test of time for hundreds of thousands of years without such fluctuations. My name is inscribed on the monument, signifying my carefree existence across the realms. The monument chronicles the pinnacle of our clan's strength and extraordinary talents throughout the ages. Even the last entry represents a genius who has remained hidden for millennia. Yet now, it feels as though the monument trembles, as if in fear of something. The patriarch's brow furrowed deeply as he extended his palm towards the monument, attempting to quell its tremors and halt the anomalous occurrence. Unexpectedly, the monument rebounded with force, pushing him back, causing the realm of souls to quiver violently. Witnessing this scene, the attendees were left aghast, disbelief etched upon their faces. It is known that this patriarch stands at the apex of the Tianqiong continent. His intervention could cause even the heavens to tremble now, to be met with a retaliatory force from the Tianhun monument. If this were to be revealed, the entire continent would surely be thrown into turmoil. As the assembly remained in shock, the trembling of the Tianhun monument ceased, and the azure radiance swiftly coalesced into a line of small azure characters. Huanyu, 18 years old, chaotic azure lotus body. Upon the emergence of these words, they leapt upward, surpassing the hundreds of names inscribed above within mere breaths. Should these names be publicized, any single one could incite a bloodbath, for each belongs to the mightiest of our clan. How is this possible? Huanyu has already surpassed Shinsi Hunyue, and he continues to ascend. A clan elder, overwhelmed with excitement, rose abruptly from his seat. Another elder, clutching his beard, was so taken aback by the unfolding spectacle that he unknowingly tugged at his own beard. Oblivious to the pain, his gaze fixated on the name rapidly climbing the monument. One individual was left breathless, as if he wished to embed his very eyes in the stone, unable to contain his fervor. Hunluo Shinsi, Huntian Shinsi, he has surpassed both of them. What kind of talent is this? Heaven bless our clan. We have birthed a third Shinsi. Before the assembly could fully comprehend, Huanyu's name jumped, suppressing a brilliant golden name down a tier. Emperor. Prince of the Emperor? Even he has been pushed down. Impossible. A clan giving rise to two princes? What manner of body is this chaotic azure lotus, that it defies the heavens so? In that moment, the only one who remained composed was the patriarch, yet even he was riveted to Huanyu's ascending name, his face devoid of overt emotion, but the fervor in his eyes was unmistakable. Look, it continues to rise. How is this possible? It is filled with our clan's strongest figures, along with the elders. What of the strongest figures? The monument does not solely reflect strength. It is the rating of talent that matters most. At this juncture, even the patriarch could no longer remain seated, a look of elation breaking through as Huanyu's ranking surpassed his own, yet the ascent showed no signs of abating, continuing its vigorous climb. Furthermore, the speed remained astonishing, and the momentum formidable, indicating an abundance of potential for further elevation toward the pinnacle. As the assembly held their breath, eyes gleaming with anticipation, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Bang! The rapidly flashing azure name erupted upon the Tianhun monument, scattering into countless specks of azure light, vanishing from sight. What happened? What occurs? Why did it explode? Is it possible that Huanyu is in danger? Whoever it is, I shall exact vengeance upon the Tianqiong continent. At that moment, the patriarch's countenance paled, his robes billowing without wind as a tempestuous aura threatened to erupt from him. His eyes filled with murderous intent, a resolve so fierce it dimmed the very heavens. Chapter 13. Disturbing the celestial mechanism. Wait. Suddenly, the clan patriarch reigned in his aura, sensing an unusual energy. Patriarch, to harm our clan's prince is an injustice we cannot tolerate. Indeed, patriarch, this time, even if those clans unite, we must seek justice for Huanyu. Whoever it is, even if that individual comes, we shall not cower. Our clan will not retreat. The patriarch closed his eyes, employing mystical means to sense the energies of the world, only to find clarity in the chaos, with many matters still within his control, indicating no one had yet launched an attack against the clan. He meticulously sensed the energy that had just appeared, but it eluded his grasp. As he pursued the energy through the dimensions of space and time, he discovered it was inexplicably linked to a young boy. It was as if he had traversed the river of time, glimpsing the boy amidst the vast void. The bloodline power he bore felt so familiar, so congenial. a lineage connecting him to this boy, evoking an almost instinctive desire to approach him amicably. Suddenly, the boy's figure was enveloped in azure light, vanishing into the chaos, leaving behind no trace of his presence. The world transformed into a state of disorder as the boy disappeared, the celestial mechanisms spiraling into confusion. In that moment, he comprehended the situation. Instead of fury, he felt a surge of delight. Just as he prepared to withdraw from the river of time, several figures surged forth from the chaos, radiating an overwhelming pressure that seemed to threaten the very fabric of existence. These figures were projections, not their true forms, evidently drawn here by the anomalous disturbance. One of the luminous figures spoke. Huntian Emperor, your clan has repeatedly disrupted celestial mechanisms, crossing the river of time unlawfully. Do you truly believe we would not dare to act against your clan? Your clan's recent activities have grown increasingly audacious. Do you wish to incite a war among the races? Do not forget. You have yet to reach that realm. Is your impatience so great? Unaware of the heights they had attained, the very chaos seemed to resonate with their words, echoing their intents. However, the Huntian Emperor had no desire to linger in conversation. Worrying that staying too long would lead to unwanted scrutiny from these figures, despite his lack of fear towards them. You overthink it. I come here today merely out of curiosity, not to disrupt the celestial mechanisms or to investigate anything within the river of time. Matters concerning my clan are under my purview. You need not concern yourselves with them. Focus on your own clan's affairs. With that, the Huntian Emperor did not tarry, transforming into a handful of radiant fragments. Vanishing from their sight, leaving the others with furrowed brows upon his return, the Huntian Emperor observed the elders seething with indignation, and he chuckled lightly. No need for alarm. I have ventured into the chaos to glimpse the celestial mechanisms and even caught sight of that child. Though it was but a fleeting glance, the bloodline power he carries is undoubtedly from our clan. He has not encountered any misfortune. Rather, his so-called chaotic azure lotus body has unleashed a mysterious force, disrupting his own celestial mechanisms and cloaking his emitted energy, rendering it imperceptible to others. This is fortuitous for the boy. Hearing this, the elders gradually regained their composure, their anger subsiding significantly. That is a relief. Truly a relief. I was nearly beside myself with rage. Thankfully nothing happened. Otherwise, I would have torn the heavens asunder. Continuing, the Soul Emperor slightly furrowed his brow and remarked, that child, Soul Yu, has shielded himself from the heavenly secrets, rendering my attempts at investigation futile. The Guardian has already been impatiently hurrying back to the clan to convey a message, urging him to return with utmost haste. Otherwise, I shall personally dispatch someone to escort him. It is imperative that we swiftly ascertain Soul Yu's whereabouts and rearrange for the Guardian to retrieve him at the earliest opportunity, ensuring that not a single detail is overlooked. Indeed, I shall convey this message immediately and instruct others to proceed with utmost urgency to provide assistance. As for the new Guardian, the assembly gazed eagerly at the Soul Emperor, their intentions unmistakable. Clearly, despite the eventual dissolution of Soul Yu's name, his esteemed status in the eyes of these elders remained unscathed. A prodigy with talent surpassing the current clan leader, who would not covet such a position. Should one become his guardian, their own status would undoubtedly ascend to great heights. You need not entertain such thoughts. The moment any of you make a move, the other clans will undoubtedly act swiftly, placing Soul Yu in a perilous predicament. The ordinary guardians lack the requisite weight. I have already discerned the appropriate candidate for this role, and I believe he is the most suitable. Very well, let us conclude for today. You should grasp the significance of Soul Yu's emergence and comprehend the essence of my words. In the depths of the Beast Mountain range, within the cavern of the saber-toothed green-peaked tiger, Soul Yu clung to a fragment of his spiritual awareness, teetering on the edge of consciousness like a flickering candle in the wind. Poised to extinguish at any moment, the excruciating pain rendered him breathless. Even his dwindling awareness was besieged by an endless torment, as though death loomed ever closer. Yet this time, he steeled his resolve. Even in his final moments, even if he were to perish, he would not allow himself to succumb to failure, to dissipate into nothingness. He drew upon the last vestiges of his fighting spirit. If Xiao Han from his previous life could endure, how could he falter? How could he be inferior? He refused to be outdone by that petty hypocrite, to allow Mu Qingwan and others to regard him with the same disdain as before. To live in the same humiliating manner as he once did. The flame of conviction within him must not be extinguished. He had once believed that enduring time like a year was the most excruciating experience. Now he realized that a second stretching into an eternity was even more despairing. Each second felt like being plunged into the depths of hell, subjected to relentless agony and torment, a suffering beyond the understanding of any other. In this state, he was unaware of how long it had persisted, nor could he discern how long he had lingered on the brink of complete oblivion. Ultimately, the aberration of the azure lotus stone platform approached its conclusion. His body was forcibly transformed. His meridians, dantian, and bones were utterly annihilated, then forcibly reshaped. Even every cell was reactivated, generating unparalleled power. In a moment, Soul Yu fully awakened, his gaze remarkably lucid, his entire being brimming with vigor. Within his dantian, the azure lotus stone platform dissolved, transforming into a serene pond in the pond. A single azure lotus swayed with the currents, its robust roots and flourishing leaves in abundance. A cerulean koi drifted through the waters. Soul Yu sensed the energy within him and wore an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Astonishingly, this realm is Chapter 14. The fury of Yun Lianxing at the Tiangshuanzong. The departure of Soul Yu did not stir any significant changes. The emergence of Yun Lianxing from her retreat caused a temporary commotion. Yet once the fervor subsided, tranquility enveloped the place once more. Everyone resumed their duties, and the disciples diligently adhered to their training. In the early morning, Yun Lianxing strolled along a narrow path, observing the diligent elders of the service hall. She casually called out to one, inquiring, "Elderly, how have the resources of Tiangshuanzong fared in recent years? Are the spiritual stone allocations to the disciples fair and reasonable?" Elderly, upon hearing this, responded candidly, "In response to sect Master Yun, due to your seclusion in recent years, Tiangshuanzong has not gained much advantage in resource competition against other sections. Consequently, there was a period when the spiritual stone resources allocated to the disciples and elders within the sect were relatively scarce. While it was somewhat frugal, it sufficed for ordinary cultivation, until one day, the disciple Soul Yu discovered a spiritual vein in close proximity to our sect, rich in resources and capable of yielding high-grade spiritual stones for over a decade. Thus, in recent years, the resources allocated to the disciples have significantly increased, following the distribution plan established by Sect Master Zhou, ensuring a fair and reasonable allocation. However, upon hearing Soul Yu's name, Yun Lianxing's brow furrowed slightly as she asked, "But what?" Elderly hesitated, noticing the displeasure on Yun Lianxing's face before he continued. "However, Soul Yu is an exception. Although he discovered the spiritual vein and risked his life to return to the sect with the news, he received no rewards. All were given to another disciple of Sect Master Zhou. Xiao Han.it was said that Soul Yu was a waste of a body, incapable of cultivation, and thus receiving such rewards would be a waste, which is why they were awarded to Xiao Han. As for the monthly allocations of spiritual stones and other resources, they were originally on par with core disciples. However, they have since been repeatedly reduced by Sect Master Zhou, and now he receives even less than outer disciples." Yun Lianxing clenched her fist, disbelief flooding her eyes as she murmured, "Soul Yu is the sect master's direct disciple. How could she be so heartless? Has she forgotten that had it not been for my acceptance of Soul Yu as a direct disciple, and my solemn promise to treat him as my own son, I would never have entrusted her with the sect master position? The peak master of the spirit coffin peak had far more strength than her at that time. Far greater capability. During my seclusion, I always believed she would honor her promise, that she would care for Soul Yu and cultivate him into an exceptional disciple. To my utter astonishment, she has betrayed him, using him merely as a stepping stone. By the way, how did Soul Yu become a waste? He was never one to seek trouble. How could he provoke the wrath of the Flower Rain Tower and end up with his meridians destroyed?" Elderly glanced around cautiously and whispered, "In truth, everyone knows well what transpired, having witnessed it firsthand. However, Sect Master Zhou once decreed that we must not speak of it and publicly claim that Sol Yu provoked those he should not have. Yun Lianqing narrowed her eyes slightly and inquired, "What is the true situation?" Elderly explained, "It was Xiao Han. The disciple of the Flower Rain Tower was originally exceptionally gifted. During a trial, he encountered Xiao Han, and they ventured into the Beast Mountain range together. During this time, the disciple of the Flower Rain Tower inadvertently discovered a high-tier spiritual herb within a cave. He later shared this with Xiao Han, showcasing the herb. Upon realizing the herb's immense benefits, Xiao Han harbored malicious intent. He drugged the disciple of the Flower Rain Tower, leaving him at the mouth of a beast's den to incite the beast's wrath, thus fabricating the scene that the disciple was slain by the monster. Yun Lianqing pressed further, and then, Elderly continued, ultimately, Xiao Han miscalculated. The disciple of the Flower Rain Tower proved to be more formidable than he anticipated. He did not perish at the hands of the beast. Although he suffered severe injuries, losing an arm and sustaining a crushed chest, he survived and sought out Xiao Han. A battle ensued. Yet even in his injured state, the disciple managed to repel Xiao Han multiple times, proving himself superior in direct confrontation. In desperation, he called for assistance from the sect. Upon receiving the distress signal, Sect Master Zhou immediately dispatched Mu Qingwan, Hua Wucua, and several core disciples for rescue. During the rescue, they were misled by Xiao Han's slanderous words, believing he had obtained the spiritual herb while being pursued by the Flower Rain Tower's disciple, which led to his injuries. Mu Qingwan and the others wholeheartedly believed Xiao Han's claims, and together they exerted their full strength, ultimately slaying the disciple of the Flower Rain Tower. Subsequently, upon learning of the death of their direct disciple, the Flower Rain Tower dispatched their leader to seek justice, vowing to strip Mu Qingwan and the others of their cultivation in front of Sect Master Zhou and all the elders. However, Sect Master Zhou could not prevent this, yet fought to protect them. In the end, Sol Yu, out of pity for Mu Qingwan and the others, stepped forward to claim responsibility for the death of the disciple, shouldering the blame alone. Enraged, the Flower Rain Tower mercilessly stripped Sol Yu of his cultivation, leaving his Dantian and meridians severely damaged. Moreover, neither Sect Master Zhou nor Mu Qingwan nor anyone else stood up for Sol Yu, watching helplessly as he was completely crippled by the Flower Rain Tower. Afterward, they continuously mocked and insulted him for his downfall, and during the months he lay incapacitated, not a single one of them visited him, nor did anyone bring him food or care for him. Even we, who could not bear to witness the injustice, felt immense sympathy for Sol Yu. At this moment, Yun Lianqing's eyes were already reddened with tears. Her grip so tight that her nails dug into her palms. She was engulfed in rage, feeling that Zhou Zongzhu and Mu Qingwan, among others, were utterly heartless, cruel, and devoid of compassion. Simultaneously, a profound sorrow weighed upon her. The soul she had cherished and nurtured since childhood, Hunyuan, had met such a tragic fate after her seclusion. She felt an overwhelming sense of regret and hatred, lamenting why she had not kept Hunyuan by her side to care for him, why she had not witnessed his growth firsthand, guiding him in the ways of the world, and why she had not waited for him to be capable of self-defense and discernment before retreating into her own seclusion. Moreover, she despised Zhou Yasi for her cruelty and ineptitude in raising Hunyuan to be such a devoted and righteous person. She resented Xiao Han's treachery and venomous nature, and she loathed Mu Qingwan's heartlessness. When she had been present, no one dared to criticize him. Even when he erred, she indulged him without reserve, never allowing him to suffer even the slightest grievance. Yet now, he had endured years of torment and suffered such grievous harm, and it felt as though her heart was bleeding. Her gaze turned icy as she looked toward the place where Zhou Yasi and Mu Qingwan stood, exuding an aura of chilling resentment that seemed to freeze the very space around her. Chapter 15. Mu Qingwan's troubles. Ever since Hunyuan had signed the annulment contract with her 2 days ago, Mu Qingwan felt an inexplicable unease gnawing at her heart. She could not fathom why a sense of emptiness plagued her. And often, Hunyuan's image would unexpectedly occupy her thoughts. While she was grooming herself, she suddenly spotted the jade comb she had discarded long ago, gathering dust in the corner of her vanity. Qingwan, look, I've brought you something wonderful. The last time I saw that your comb was broken, I wanted to replace it for you. but I couldn't find a suitable one until today. Look, it's made of Wanling jade. Isn't it beautiful? At that time, Mu Qingwan was feeling distressed because Xiao Han had tried to hold her hand, which she shyly rejected, provoking his anger and resulting in a silent afternoon. Yet, here was Xiao Han, boasting about a broken comb, and her temper flared. Are you out of your mind? What do you expect me to do with a broken comb? It's so ugly. Do you think I would be happy to receive it? Do you think I treasure it? Do you think I can't afford one? You do realize that this broken comb, just like you, is utterly detestable to me. I don't want to see your comb. Nor do I want to see you. Can you just disappear from my sight? Han Yuan was taken aback, utterly clueless as to what he had done wrong to provoke her ire. His once bright enthusiasm was extinguished by her hurtful words. Though he felt despondent, he forced a smile and said, Qingwan, please understand, this is not just any broken comb. It's made from Wanling jade, which is quite valuable, and I specifically bought it for you at the auction in Fengqing. It is truly unique in this city. Not only is it lightweight and easy to use, but it also won't damage your hair. Most importantly, the unique properties of Wanling jade can enhance your meditation and cultivation. You should give it a try. You'll see how wonderful it is. In a fit of rage, Mu Qingwan hurled the jade comb to the ground and shoved Han Yuan away, causing him to collide painfully with the nearby table, leaving him with bruises and aches. Are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said? I don't care about your broken comb. What does it matter if it's Wanling jade? I dislike everything you give me. Seeing you puts me in a foul mood. Can you just vanish from my sight? Han Yuan winced in pain, clutching his waist as cold sweat trickled down his brow. Yet he endured the agony and replied, Okay, please don't be angry, I'll leave right away. As long as you're happy, I'll just watch from afar. With that, he picked up the undamaged jade comb from the floor and carefully placed it back on the vanity. Relieved that Mu Qingwan had not thrown it again, quietly, he slipped out the door. This scene vividly replayed in Mu Qingwan's mind, a bittersweet pang tugging at her heart. She picked up the dust-covered comb, gently blowing away the grime to reveal its originally smooth and delicate surface. The jade comb, which she once deemed hideous and bothersome, now appeared unexpectedly pleasing to the eye, its subtle white hue, with a hint of jade water flowing within, sent ripples with every slight movement, stirring within her an inexplicable emotion. She held it delicately in her hands, momentarily entranced, her lips curving into a faint smile. For the first time, she treated this comb as a cherished treasure, grooming her hair with tender motions, as if someone dear were beside her, lovingly caressing her locks. After a few strokes, a refreshing and delicate fragrance penetrated her senses, clearing her mind of the previous heaviness, leaving her feeling light and at ease. In a daze, she murmured, Indeed, just as he said, this comb possesses such remarkable effects. But back then, I treated him so rudely, so disdainfully. What have I done? He must have been so heartbroken. At that moment, a figure burst through the door, interrupting her thoughts without so much as a greeting. She frowned, turning to the intruder, Xiao Han. In the past, Xiao Han's exuberant entrance would have filled her with joy, her eyes sparkling with affection. Yet today, his abrupt intrusion left her feeling oddly uncomfortable, devoid of the usual thrill and eagerness. Didn't you say you were going to practice swordsmanship with Wucua? Why are you here all of a sudden? Xiao Han paused, puzzled by her response. Previously, Mu Qingwan would eagerly approach him at the sight of him. But today, she remained seated, lacking her characteristic enthusiasm and instead exuding a hint of displeasure, leaving him bewildered. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Recalling her earlier words, he approached her, teasingly saying, Oh, Qingwan, you're still that jealous girl, aren't you? Just because I promised to practice with third sister, you're upset. I can smell a sour scent in the air. Did you spill the vinegar jar? In the past, his playful banter would have elicited her playful rebuke, filling the air with sweet affection. However, today, for reasons unknown, his words failed to amuse her, and instead, she felt an unwelcome discomfort, even a hint of aversion. She furrowed her brow slightly and asked, Is there something you need from me? Xiao Han was taken aback again, surprised by her response. This wasn't right. Qingwan adored hearing such words, Previously, upon hearing them, she would rush to him, playfully punching her chest in mock indignation. Yet today, she remained composed. He instinctively reached out to take her hand, but for the first time, she subtly evaded him. This moment caused Xiao Han's expression to harden, as since arriving, Mu Qingwan had never shunned his attempts to hold her hand. Even when he playfully teased them, it had only earned him playful eye rolls. He couldn't comprehend what was amiss with Mu Qingwan today. Frustrated, he turned without a word and slammed the door behind him. Mu Qingwan glanced at Xiao Han's departing figure, choosing not to call after him, letting out a bitter sigh as she murmured, "What is wrong with me?" Chapter 16. The chaos celestial cloud brocade as all the dust settled. Huan Yu remained ensconced in his reverie, oblivious to the myriad changes that had quietly transpired within him. The former Huan Yu exuded an aura of fragility, a decayed charm characterized by kindness and a gentle demeanor. He would reveal his amiable side to anyone he encountered, never concealing his emotions, often wearing his thoughts and displeasures openly on his face. Humble, self-effacing, and lost in a haze, he would unconsciously seek to please and cater to others. Despite his impeccable appearance, his inherent disposition suggested an ordinary and dismal essence. However, following his rebirth, he shed his cowardice, no longer indulging in sycophantic flattery. Even in the presence of his most dreaded master and Mu Qingwan, he displayed remarkable courage. Now, with the chaos green lotus taking root in his dantian, his temperament underwent a transformative metamorphosis. His formerly tousled and coarse black hair became sleek and lustrous, effortlessly held back by a simple jade hairpin, while two strands of hair cascaded gracefully at his temples, emanating an ethereal and carefree aura. A faint azure lotus mark flickered on his forehead, imbuing him with an elegant allure tinged with a hint of enchantment. His bright eyes and pearly teeth, coupled with cool, delicate lips, conveyed an air of cold indifference. The once gaudy and ostentatious attire had transformed into a refined long robe of pale blue, adorned with cloud patterns. Further accentuating his otherworldly and serene demeanor, within him, endless changes were unfolding. The green lotus swayed within, suddenly radiating a brilliant azure light, causing its essence to shimmer with newfound brilliance. A page of azure script materialized above the lotus, its mysterious glyphs not merely read but coalescing into countless stars that surged toward Huan Yu's consciousness. In that moment, Huan Yu perceived a celestial spectacle. A divine rainbow illuminated the heavens, the earth erupted with sacred springs, and lotus blossoms flourished as ethereal grasses sprouted anew. Celestial lights danced across the sky, dragons soared, turtles exhaled auspicious omens, and auspicious chilants absorbed the essence of the cosmos. The purple aura flowed from the east. Golden light cascaded from the west, and the 5-colored divine lights shone brightly, while 7-colored rainbows arched across the heavens. A myriad of wondrous phenomena and boundless pathways unfolded before him, profound yet enigmatic, resonating like celestial hymns and grand odes echoing within Huan Yu's heart. He felt as if he were in a trance, enraptured, akin to a parched desert receiving a refreshing downpour, awakening amidst the endless sands. Huan Yu sensed an abundance of windows flung open, a myriad of divine lights streaming toward him. He endeavored to grasp something, yet the brilliance slipped through his fingers, elusive and intangible. Huan Yu murmured, "The chaos green lotus scripture? Is this an unparalleled cultivation technique? How profoundly mysterious, its applications seemingly limitless." The tiny glyphs on the azure page transformed into azure starlight, all absorbed by Huan Yu before vanishing, the azure light retreating into the essence of the green lotus. As the azure light receded, the koi in the pond morphed into a pure azure hue, its former pale blue body now devoid of any trace of color. Just as Huan Yu marveled at this transformation, the azure koi suddenly plunged into the depths of the pond. To the untrained eye, this pond appeared merely as a modest pool of water, yet unbeknownst to him, it was unfathomably deep. The koi vanished into the depths, eluding Huan Yu's gaze, no matter how intently he searched. Unperturbed, Huan Yu remained unaware of the koi's purpose, focused instead on the rejuvenation of his dantian and meridians. In an astonishing turn of events, he ascended from a powerless waste to the 7th level of the Spirit Lord realm. a level of power he had never even dared to dream of. Currently, Mu Qingwan was the standout among the disciples of the Tianqian sect, having barely reached the 4th level, the Spirit Heaven Realm. Hua Wucua, Lin Shi, Mo Chili, and Su Shangnan, hailed as rare talents of the Tianqian sect, had only attained the pinnacle of the Spirit Profound Realm, having not made a breakthrough for over half a year. It was evident how extraordinary it was for a once discarded mortal to miraculously transform into a formidable spirit lord in the blink of an eye. Such a fantastical reversal felt surreal, even to Huinyu himself. Had he been the old Huinyu, he would have reveled in ecstatic shouts, venting the pent-up frustrations of his past life. He would have boldly returned to the Tianqian sect, displaying his newfound prowess before Mu Qingwan and Hua Wucua, proclaiming to all that he was no longer a worthless being, but a regal figure reclaiming his place, determined to trample upon all injustices and repay every humiliation he had endured. Yet now, his heart was at peace, devoid of intense hatred or tumultuous rage. He longed only to distance himself from that sorrowful, humiliating past and embark on his own journey. Huinyu prepared to rise and depart. Aware that his actions had stirred considerable noise, should nearby demonic beasts or sect forces be alerted, he would find himself in a world of trouble. Just then, the koi, which had submerged for quite some time, leapt from the water's surface. To his surprise, the koi's azure hue had vanished, reverting to its original form. Huinyu was perplexed, unsure of the koi's origins or why it had transformed into a living entity when the green lotus manifested on the stone platform. He contemplated teasing it to observe its reaction and ascertain whether it possessed any sentience. Unexpectedly, the koi opened its mouth and expelled 2 items. That moment, a message imprinted itself upon Huinyu's soul. Revealing the koi's true nature. It turned out that this koi was no ordinary creature. It had existed since the inception of the Chaos Green Lotus and bore a melodious name, Chaos Celestial Cloud Brocade. It possessed a remarkable ability. Each day it swam around the green lotus, absorbing the swirling chaotic energies emanating from it, storing these energies within itself. During the full moon, as the chaotic essence in the world intensified, the Chaos Celestial Cloud Brocade would absorb even more of the green lotus's chaotic energy. Whenever Huinyu practiced his cultivation, some of the released spiritual energy would also be absorbed, transforming into chaotic energy. Once the Chaos Celestial Cloud Brocade accumulated sufficient chaotic energy, its entire being would transform into a pure azure HUE. At that point, it would dive to the pond's depths, transcending limitations and defying the constraints of time and space, forcibly acquiring 1 or 2 random items. The items obtained could range from techniques, battle skills, special bloodline powers, unique physiques, weapons, herbs, and almost anything else, unrestricted by rank. Even living beings could be seized. All acquired items would belong solely to Huinyu. Chapter 17. Azure Lotus Demon Eyes. The energy storage of the Chaos Celestial Cloud Brocade could also be accelerated through the consumption of extraordinary treasures, exotic beast cores, spiritual herbs, and all manner of resources. The higher the grade of the treasure, the greater the amount of chaotic energy produced upon consumption. In the absence of external interference, the Chaos Celestial Cloud Brocade would typically take about a month to fully store chaotic energy, diving into the depths of the pond once each month. Moreover, the Chaos Celestial Cloud Brocade required enhancement. With each descent into the depths, it would accumulate evolutionary energy, and upon reaching a certain threshold, it would undergo a mutation and upgrade. The higher its level, the more elevated the treasures it could acquire, and the success rate would significantly increase. According to the feedback Huinyu received, the current Chaos Celestial Cloud Brocade could potentially obtain treasures corresponding to the Spirit Sect realm. Although he did not fully grasp the principles and mechanics behind this, its abilities were undeniably extraordinary, and Huinyu was thoroughly enamored. Today marked its inaugural delivery of items to Huinyu, and he was filled with anticipation regarding the level of the treasures to be revealed. The first item was a battle skill titled Ice Descends Upon the World, a life-altering divine ability of advanced royal tier power. It comprised 3 volumes. The first volume, Ice Needle Kill, allowed the user to conjure ice needles the size of a thumb from each fingertip, releasing them in an instant. Upon striking or nearing a target, the ice needles would attach themselves, detonating upon activation of their energy. The high-tier spirit emperor who created this technique had once obliterated a high-ranking sect in an instant. None within the sect were spared, all reduced to mere bones. The second volume, Wrathful Ocean's Frenzy, enabled the summoning of massive ice crystal sharks that would encircle the target before self-destructing. This technique had once severely injured a peak spirit emperor with its unfathomable might. The third volume, Frozen for Thousands of Miles, concentrated all energy into the palm, initiating a freeze of everything in the vicinity. It could even immobilize an opponent during combat, and upon mastery, could directly freeze another's bloodline and spiritual energy. The creator of this technique had once invoked it in a life-or-death situation, encasing a vast expanse of mountains and rivers in ice, leaving even the tiniest insects without escape. Traces of that freezing still lingered today. Hiss, such a powerful battle skill. It truly lives up to the legacy of a royal-tier creator. Its might surely rivals even higher realms. The combat techniques acquired from the Hunyuan Xianyun brocade automatically inscribe the heart method and meridians within one's mind, rendering the initiation of training entirely unnecessary. In essence, Huanyu has now mastered these 3 volumes of combat techniques, capable of deploying them at any moment. However, the effectiveness of these techniques is contingent upon one's proficiency and personal cultivation level. Based on Huanyu's self-assessment, within the realm of the Spirit Lord, he stands nearly invincible among his peers. The first item possesses such formidable combat prowess that Huanyu finds himself impatiently eager to discover what the second item entails. The second item is a box, roughly the size of a palm. Upon merely glancing at it through the box, Huanyu experiences a sharp pain in his eyes and an overwhelming sense of trepidation envelopes his entire being. It feels as though something terrifying within this enigmatic box is gazing back at him, destabilizing his mind and causing his blood to surge. Driven by curiosity and anticipation, Huanyu opens the mysterious box. However, as soon as the lid is lifted, an overwhelming malevolence permeates the AI in an instant. Huanyu is immersed in a blood-red world, standing bewildered amidst the crimson expanse, where nothing else exists. Only the suffocating scent of blood and slaughter fills the atmosphere. Suddenly, his body trembles violently, and his heart constricts. Before him, a one-eyed monster materializes, its singular eye the size of a palm, flickering with a cold, merciless light. Within that blood-red orb, an irregular pattern spins incessantly. The monster opens its gaping maw, unleashing a roar of fury, before slowly raising its elongated, wickedly patterned claw towards Huanyu's heart. He can feel the frigid aura emanating from the claw, a formidable power capable of tearing everything asunder. Though he yearns to retreat and evade, he discovers himself utterly paralyzed. His body feels as if it is under a numbing control, incapable of movement save for his consciousness and eyes. Even the formidable spiritual energy he had recently acquired remains dormant. In such a state, he can only watch helplessly as the claw approaches his heart. All feelings of panic and despair are magnified infinitely here. Even the sensation of pain is amplified. The monster's claw grazes his skin, inflicting unbearable agony, as if countless sharp blades are lacerating his flesh. His face pales, beads of sweat cascade down, and his entire being becomes taut, hair standing on end. In the next moment, his pupils dilate to an extreme. His body shakes violently, and despair floods through him. He witnesses the monster's hand embed itself into his chest, brutally extracting his heart, which it then crushes before his horrified gaze, reducing it to a puddle of blood. Subsequently, the pattern within the crimson eye begins to whirl, and he suddenly feels every part of his body, every organ and cell, twisting grotesquely. His blood boils, akin to water reaching a rolling boil within his veins. This torment lingers for what feels like an eternity, and as the rhythm of his blood quickens, his breath halts in the next instant. As he plummets into the abyss, his heartbeat ceases, with a resounding explosion. His body erupts into a cloud of blood mist, vanishing entirely. When he next opens his eyes, he finds himself before a swaying green lotus, with a koi fish, restored to its original hues, circling the lotus in the water. Panting heavily, Huanyu's face is ashen, the terror still flickering in his eyes. Upon glancing back at the enormous eye, instinctively, he desires to flee. Just then, the green lotus sways, and a breath of azure energy emanates from it. Merging with the monstrous Eyin the following moment, the crimson eye transforms, the overwhelming scent of blood and the disquieting aura dissipating, replaced by an extraordinary eye radiating a soft azure light. The Qinglian Demon Eye, transformed from the blood demon eye by the green lotus, becomes a comparatively gentle eye, no longer instilling fear within Huanyu. The Qinglian Demon Eye, a manifestation of the mutated blood demon eye, capable of creating a realm of illusion controlled by the host, inflicting severe psychological damage and assault upon adversaries, also known as the Qinglian illusion. Bloodburst. Foes marked or harmed by the host will establish a bloodline connection with the Qinglian Demon Eye, allowing the host to manipulate their blood, creating chaotic fluctuations. When the frequency reaches a predetermined level, it triggers a resonance, leading to a bloodline explosion. Chapter 18. Senior Sister by Lu. Deep within the Beastmaster Mountains, a lion-tiger beast emits a horrific, mournful howl, its eyes filled with resentment before it collapses. Its body is riddled with numerous blood holes, remnants of ice spear energy lingering upon it, blood gushing forth only to be frozen by the ice energy. The surroundings are a scene of devastation. Countless plants and stones lie in ruins, obliterated by a formidable force, with craters marking the ground as testament to the ferocity of the battle. Huanyu gazes upon the fallen, near-death lion-tiger beast, his countenance devoid of empathy, even remaining remarkably composed. Since the day the chaotic blue lotus mutated and everything settled, Huanyu has not lingered too long, yet he has not departed from the Beastmaster Mountains. Rather, he has plunged deeper into the very heart of the mountains, a place that once intimidated him, where he is now trained for over 10 days. During this time, he has slain dozens of lower-tier magical beasts and has even taken down a handful of 5th-tier Spirit Lord magical beasts. However, due to his unfamiliarity with his suddenly surging strength, his combat techniques and fighting skills have not been as adept as he would have liked, resulting in several setbacks. Fortunately, although he has been unable to cultivate for these past years, he has never once slacked off. The foundational martial arts and sword techniques, as well as basic combat skills, have not been neglected, allowing him to adapt swiftly. After dispatching the lion-tiger beast, Huanyu initially intended to collect its corpse. But alas, his storage ring is already full. The meager supply of spirit stones allocated by the sect has left him financially constrained, and with his desire to procure gifts for Mu Qingwan, he has found himself impoverished over the years, even acquiring the most rudimentary storage ring with limited capacity that cannot accommodate much. Previously, he believed possessing such an item was sufficient, as he had little to store. However, now that he aims to gather the corpses of all the magical beasts he has slain, he finds himself in dire straits. The corpses of magical beasts are valuable. He is not affluent enough to disregard them. Considering that a corpse of a Spirit Dan realm magical beast can fetch a handsome price of 3,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the corpse of a 5th-tier Spirit Lord magical beast is not only exceedingly valuable but is also a rare commodity. As such beasts are not only useful for their hide, but also for their blood and bones as medicinal materials, not to mention their magical cores. It seems a trip to the city is in order. Aside from acquiring a larger storage ring, he also needs to purchase a suitable weapon and some daily necessities, for surviving on roasted meat alone is hardly a viable option. Reluctantly, Huanyu discards the corpses of the lower-tier magical beasts, extracting the magical core from the lion-tiger beast and stowing the corpse within his storage ring. Having completed these tasks, he no longer lingers and swiftly departs, heading in the opposite direction of the Tianxian sect. For he harbors no desire to maintain any connection with that sect. Not long after Huanyu leaves, a pair of eyes peeks out from behind a towering tree, observing Huanyu's departing figure intently, lingering in gaze before suddenly vanishing. As Huanyu navigates the forest, numerous magical beasts emerge, issuing fierce roars of warning, while others launch direct attacks against him. However, driven by urgency, Huanyu pays them no heed, deftly dodging their strikes as he hastily makes his way towards the perimeter. At that moment, Huanyu suddenly senses a familiar aura approaching him, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Recognizing the rapidly approaching familiar presence from behind, he hastens his pace, spotting a towering tree ahead. He swiftly ascends the tree, concealing himself amidst the lush foliage while quickly suppressing his own aura. Indeed, after about half a minute, a woman clad in yellow garments appears, scanning her surroundings with a look of confusion etched upon her face. Soon after, 3 figures follow closely behind, standing beside her. The foremost young man inquires, "What is the matter, Bai Lu? Why this sudden change in direction? Did you not say you were going back to your original sect?" Bai Lu shakes her head, pondering before responding, "I believe I sensed my junior brother's aura, so I came to see, but it should not be him." The leading young man questions, "Your junior brother? The one you mentioned whose cultivation was ruined? Trailing behind your group of junior sisters like a toad yearning for a swan. A useless junior brother?" Upon hearing the young man's words, Bai Lu nods, saying, "Yes, I faintly sensed his aura just now, but it must have been a mistake. After all, when I left back then, he had already been stripped of his cultivation and meridians, making it impossible for him to cultivate further. Yet, the speed of the person I sensed just now was astonishing, even surpassing my own, and I can tell that his cultivation has reached at least the late stage of the spirit heaven realm. Such formidable strength, my poor junior brother may never hope to attain in this lifetime." The youth at the forefront scoffed and remarked, "With his cultivation and meridians rendered useless, he is practically a cripple. How could he possibly have a chance to cultivate further, especially in this desolate region of the Northwest? Devoid of any formidable beings to restore his meridians or elixirs to rebuild his foundation, it is inconceivable that he could attain such a high level of cultivation. You must be mistaken." Bai Lu smiled faintly and replied, "Perhaps I was overthinking it, however. My junior brother from years past possessed an extraordinary talent, far surpassing mine by an unfathomable degree. What a pity! Had it not been for Qing Wan and the others, who recklessly caused trouble, his achievements today would likely eclipse that of the person we just encountered, and he would never be branded as a worthless individual." The youth responded, "What good are ifs? A worthless person is simply that, worthless. There is no need for pity. There is always an abundance of talent, but only those who grow and mature are truly called geniuses." Bai Lu, in contemplation, said, "In truth, he was quite a good person. Before he was incapacitated, he treated us sisters with great kindness, always considering our well-being first, and no matter what happened, he would stand before us to shield us from the storms, including myself, his senior sister, who relied on him. Though he was not exceptionally strong, whenever he stood in front of me, I felt an inexplicable sense of security from his frail figure. Alas, as the tides of fate shifted, after his misfortune, it seemed we all transformed into different individuals. Fearing he would become a burden to us, even I began to distance myself from him, and subsequently, I ventured out for training and never returned. I often ponder if I have been too selfish and heartless. Every individual has their destiny, and fortunes lie in the heavens. Perhaps his plight is worthy of sympathy, but it does not warrant the denial of oneself. One can only blame his misfortunes. Why entangle oneself with a cripple and squander time and energy on him?" Chapter 19. The Secret Realm of Lingyuan. Let us hasten to your former sect. We must return promptly, lest we miss the opening of the Lingyuan Secret Realm. Bai Lu frowned and said, "The Lingyuan Secret Realm. We have been out for over 3 months now, and the Academy has already sent notifications urging us to return to it. Is said that within the Lingyuan Secret Realm lies a rare treasure. The Lotus Lantern.it is a remarkable defensive artifact, coveted by all major factions, and we cannot afford to miss it." After pondering for a long while, Bai Lu seemed to have made a firm decision and said, "Very well, let us go. We shall not return to the Tianqian sect but head directly to Shaohuang City to await the opening of the Lingyuan Secret Realm." Suddenly realizing that there was little for her to miss at Tianqian sect, save for her master and a few junior sisters, she thought it best to attend to matters at hand and return when the opportunity arises. The leading youth nodded and said, "That is splendid. We need not rush so hastily." After speaking, Bai Lu furrowed her brow once more, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then followed the group as they departed. Meanwhile, hidden among the trees, Hunei murmured, "Is that really her?" Senior sister Bai Lu, 2 years his senior, was now precisely 20 years old. Although Hunei had arrived at the mountain earlier, Bai Lu had joined Tianqian sect at the tender age of 5. He recalled hearing from Zhou Yasi that Bai Lu was the child of a wealthy merchant family, but for reasons unknown, a notorious assassin organization had annihilated her family, leaving her as the sole survivor. Later, Zhou Yasi recognized her cultivation talent and brought her to Tianxian's sect. During that time, Bailu was perpetually shrouded in the shadow of her family's tragedy, living in fear and often waking in the night from nightmares, sobbing quietly by her bedside. Throughout this period, Hunei remained by her side, though he was unaware of the events that transpired or the reason for her tears. He would hold her close whenever she awoke from fright, offering her a semblance of warmth. It was not until 4 or 5 years later that Bailu's condition began to improve, allowing her to engage in normal conversations and finally see a smile return to her face. Gradually, she emerged from the depths of her despair, returning to a state of normalcy. However, Hunei understood that she had not forgotten the hatred in her heart. It simply lay dormant, buried deep within as she grew stronger with age. He remembered well the force that had ravaged her family, an entity known as the First Tower. Initially, he and Bailu shared a close bond, yet as Hunei's talent outshone hers, consistently surpassing her in cultivation and competition, her pride and desire for revenge caused her to resent him and distance herself. Despite Hunei's unwavering kindness toward her, she remained ungrateful, often lashing out at him, even resorting to violence. Ultimately, pushed to his limits, Hunei ceased his attempts to draw near her and instead joined Mu Qingwan and others for training and companionship. After Hunei was rendered incapable, Bailu no longer hurled insults his way, yet she showed no concern for him either. Within 2 years, she departed from the sect, and news of her whereabouts ceased. Now, encountering her once more, the world had changed entirely. Hunei had no desire to rekindle any connection, and upon sensing her familiar aura, he chose to hide among the branches. He felt little interest in Bailu's sudden appearance, yet he was intrigued by the mention of the Lingyuan's secret realm, perhaps influenced by the chaotic green lotus within him. He found himself particularly sensitive to any news regarding lotus flowers, often connecting it to the azure lotus residing within him. Moreover, the chaotic green lotus was not in its complete form. He still needed to recover the 6 pieces of the 12th grade lotus that had scattered when the green lotus shattered. He could hardly fathom the astonishing power that would arise if he could unite all the lotus fragments with the one inside him. After all, he had seen that even this chaotic realm was sustained by that very green lotus. It was then that he recalled what they had spoken of. Shaohuang City? Indeed, it was there. I had nearly forgotten about it. I remember that in my previous life, this secret realm had also been opened. Although I lacked cultivation at the time, I distinctly recall sneaking in with the intent of casually reaping some benefits, only to inadvertently stumble into a palace where a glowing azure lotus lantern floated at the center of the grand hall. I remember feeling an inexplicable affinity towards it, yet it did not follow me. Ultimately, it seemed that Xiao Han had acquired that lantern, likely because he had kept the azure lotus stone platform close to him. Prompting the lantern to resonate with him, he recalled that only monks under the age of 20 were eligible to enter. However, entry was not granted freely. Rather, the Tsar City had established a competition arena where participants would vie for rankings, with higher placements being more advantageous. When the time came, various sects and the city lord of Tsar City would jointly unlock the secret realm, although due to the formidable protective barrier surrounding it, only one passage could be opened. Consequently, those ranked higher would gain earlier access to the secret realm, with the top 50 securing a protective slot. Each entrant would be allowed entry at half-hour intervals. And once all 50 had entered, a window of 2 hours would be observed before the realm was fully accessible. After this 2-hour period, all monks under 20 could enter, with Hunyuan being among the last to do so. Almost being barred from entry, he remembered that at that time, Xiao Han and Mu Qingwan were ranked within the top 10, while Hua Wucua and others had fallen behind, nearly outside the top 40. Resources and benefits within the secret realm were inherently scarce. The earlier one entered, the greater the likelihood of acquiring valuable items. For Hunyuan and his companions, their entry was merely a token gesture, as they would likely find little of worth remaining for them. If fortune smiled upon them, they might obtain 1 or 2 good items, but survival to bring those treasures back was not guaranteed. Presently, Hunyuan felt no such concerns, nor would he reveal his true identity or cultivation level. He understood that the Tianxian sect would not be absent from such a grand event. Zhou Yasi and Mu Qingwan would certainly arrive early. If he were to carelessly approach, it would inevitably entangle him with them, a scenario he wished to avoid. In his heart, he believed that since ties had been severed, there was no need for further interaction to prevent any entanglements. With this thought in mind, Han Yuan leapt down from the tree, eager to reach Zar City promptly, where he intended to acquire items to conceal his identity. After determining his direction, he swiftly made his way. Shortly after his departure, the pair of eyes that had been observing Han Yuan reappeared, gazing at him for a moment before vanishing into thin air. Chapter 20. Only allow yourself to be good to you, having traveled tirelessly throughout the day. Han Yuan reached Zar City by noon the following day. Zar City, a medium-sized city located in the northwest of the Jiaguan Empire, ranks among the more prominent cities within the realm. It was said that the city lord of Zar City shared a close relationship with the current emperor, having played a significant role during the emperor's ascension to the throne, and was subsequently bestowed the title of a royal by a different surname. Moreover, this city lord was a formidable figure, having attained the spirit emperor realm for over a decade, commanding great strength and loyalty from his valiant subordinates, who followed his orders without question. Under his governance, Zar City boasted a fierce populace, with no one daring to trespass. Allegedly, this lord was also quite generous and straightforward, earning admiration from all who befriended him. Tan Shisha was the moniker of this heroic city lord, and many felt a sense of dread when his name was mentioned. Yet Han Yuan was aware that the lord was not as candid and forthright as he appeared on the surface. As Han Yuan strolled through the bustling streets, he was struck by the vibrancy of Zar City. Despite it not being his first visit, the city, true to its name, was erected amidst a sea of yellow sand, with the desolate desert lying less than 100 miles to the west and the Beast Mountain Range to the east. Although Zar City was constructed atop a desert, it was not devoid of water. The mighty Linyuan River coursed through the city. Situated on the edge of the desert, the shifting sands created a unique landscape. With the Linyuan River flowing through the dunes, the left side revealing barren desert, while the right side flourished with lush fields and woodlands. There is a saying, the Linyuan River washes the sand, and the Linyuan River enriches Zar City. Walking along the lively streets, observing the bustling stalls and shops, Han Yuan marveled at the palpable sense of human warmth. The freshly baked pastries exuded an exquisite aroma. Tonghulu, sweet and delectable. If it's not sweet, it's free. Steamed buns, delightful and fluffy. Pears, refreshing and thirst-quenching, freshly picked from the Beast Mountain. Sir, would you like some? They're exceptionally sweet. As he gazed at the array of snacks and fruits, Han Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard, his thoughts drifting back to that rainy day in his past life. He had lived in financial straits, and the sect had withheld his resources and spirit stones. He had to save money to buy some luxuries or useful items for Mu Qingwan. Although she would often scoff at his offerings, tossing them aside as if they were worthless, Han Yuan understood he could not provide her with more. He could only give her everything he had. This led to Huan Yuan's state of poverty. After being stripped of his cultivation, he could not even afford the simple snacks that ordinary children enjoyed, let alone other extravagant items. That day, he had gathered a meager sum of low-grade spirit stones and ventured down the mountain alone, hoping to acquire some beautiful jewelry for Mu Qingwan. The impetus was hearing her express a desire for the city's savory buns, which Hua Wucua and others echoed, yet heavy rains had halted the trade caravans heading to the city. Anxious, he braved the pouring rain to reach the city, a journey that would normally take just a quarter of an hour by beast-drawn carriage. But he had forced himself to run for over an hour. After obtaining the desired items, he also purchased warm savory buns. By then, he was quite hungry himself, but worried that Mu Qingwan and the others would not have enough to eat. He held back his own appetite, swallowing hard as he returned through the downpour to the sect. The mountain path was treacherous, and he stumbled into muddy pits several times, becoming caked in dirt. When he excitedly approached Mu Qingwan and his fellow disciples with the jewelry he had bought for them, he was met with disdain, as they declared they no longer wore such cheap trinkets and ridiculed his taste, calling his purchases utterly tasteless. Despite feeling dejected and anxious, Han Yuan forced a smile to explain. But how could they possibly empathize with him? How could they consider the harsh weather, the weary boy without cultivation, who had carried all his meager savings over a long journey to buy them gifts. They would not recognize his efforts nor inquire if he was tired or hungry or how he had managed to gather so much money. They only criticized and sneered, their expressions filled with contempt from beginning to end. Even Mu Qingwan, his betrothed, upon receiving his gifts, wore a look of exasperation and impatience, even feeling embarrassed, carelessly tossing aside everything he had offered. Refusing to glance at it again, witnessing this scene, Han Yuan felt his eyes redden. Overwhelmed by helplessness and sorrow with no outlet for his emotions, he stifled his grievances and, trembling, retrieved the steaming savory buns from his storage ring, hoping they would at least be impressed and eager to eat. Yet once more, he felt disappointment wash over him. Han Yuan cradled the steaming buns, intending to enter Mu Qingwan's room to present them personally, only to be met with her icy reprimand. "Look at you, how filthy you are. You think you can step into my chamber? Get out. If you dirty the bouquet Xiao Han sent me, I won't let you off easily. And what were you doing eavesdropping on us? Who told you we wanted buns? Who allowed you to buy them? You're so annoying. If you do this again, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." Han Yuan was filled with bitterness and sorrow, speaking in a subdued tone. "I wasn't eavesdropping. I heard it by accident. I ran several dozen miles to buy these buns. You must be hungry too? So have a couple." Hua Wuzuo retorted mercilessly. Who knows if you've done something disgusting to these buns? Just take them away. Don't gross us out. Xiao Han brought us roasted goose, flaky pastries, and stewed pigeon long ago. We're well fed. Take them back for yourself, all right? Are you still not leaving?" Han Yu's eyes were rimmed with red as he stood amidst the torrential downpour, consuming a bun that was overly salty. He could not discern whether it was the flavor of his tears or the bun itself that contributed to the bitterness in his heart, leaving him feeling aggrieved to the point of silent weeping. Upon regaining his composure, Han Yu stood on the street, gazing at the various foods, whispering to himself, "Han Yu, in this lifetime, you must live well. Promise yourself that you will treat yourself with kindness." Chapter 21. Entering the auction house with a long, deep breath, Han Yu resumed his journey towards the city center, recalling that there should be an auction house there if his memory served him right in his previous life, devoid of resources or spiritual stones. He still found pleasure in visiting such places. Although he could only stand at the entrance and observe from a distance, he would always feel a genuine sense of admiration as he watched powerful individuals recklessly spend fortunes at auctions, leading him to wistfully think how wonderful it was to possess wealth and how enviable the wealthy were. Thus, he had grown somewhat familiar with such places. After orienting himself, he felt a flicker of anticipation, curious about how much the corpses in his ring might be worth. Just as Han Yu was about to leave, disappearing into the crowd, Mu Qingwan unexpectedly appeared. Suddenly, she seemed to catch a glimpse of Han Yu's figure, turning to look, but found nothing there. Qingwan, hi, what are you looking for?" Hua Wuzuo waved his hand in front of Mu Qingwan, a puzzled expression on his face. Turning her head, Mu Qingwan forced a smile, responding, "I wasn't looking for anything. Perhaps I just mistook someone." Hua Wuzuo, bewildered, inquired, "Mistook someone? Who did you take for Xiao Han?" He, I told you, you've changed. Ever since you severed ties with that waste Han Yu, you've become a free spirit, able to openly be with Xiao Han now. You must be pleased, right? So, ever since Xiao Han said he was going to find that waste Han Yu, you've been distracted for days. If you miss him so much, why not go out with him? But then again, seeing that waste Han Yu must be infuriating. If you do run into him, tsk, how revolting would that be? Hua Wuzuo exaggeratedly gestured, his face contorted in a manner suggesting he had eaten something vile, completely oblivious to Mu Qingwan's increasingly unnatural expression. The fourth senior sister, Lin Shi, pouted and remarked, "Hua Wuzuo, you shouldn't meddle in others' affairs." Although the second senior sister has severed ties with that waste Han Yu and signed the annulment of their engagement, she was still promised to him, so it can only be considered a second marriage. Xiao Han hasn't even been in a relationship yet. In any case, that engagement has nothing to do with Qingwan. Otherwise, I won't stand for it. Others echoed in agreement, saying, "Exactly, we can't let Qingwan take advantage." Xiao Han belongs to all of us. Listening to their banter, each trying to pull her into their drama, Mu Qingwan's face turned cold as she said, "Rest assured, I won't compete with you for him. He is yours." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, her heart in turmoil, losing all interest in continuing her shopping, and made her way towards the sect's residence. What's wrong with her? Fool, it's been said she has been pining for Xiao Han, feeling down these past few days, and you keep saying such things. Oh, she must be angry now. Cut it out, we're just speaking the truth. If you want to blame someone, blame that waste Hunyu. Why take it out on us? It's not like we ruined her. I'm heading back too. The master said there are plenty of treasures in this upcoming Lin Yuan secret realm, and I need to return to train diligently to secure a good ranking. Bailong Chamber of Commerce, a renowned trading house within the Jiaxuan Empire, has branches throughout major cities and boasts a high reputation. As Hunyu confidently stepped into the Bailong Chamber of Commerce auction house for the first time, he felt a wave of emotions. In his previous life, he had struggled to even enter such an auction house. And each time he did, he was cautious, aware that even the servants serving tea were beyond his reach. Had it not been for the token of a direct disciple from the Tianxian sect, he wouldn't have even been able to cross the threshold. Now, he could walk into this auction house with dignity. Although he could not act recklessly, he need no longer tread lightly, constantly fearing expulsion. Hunyu fashioned a simple mask from some old fabric to avoid being recognized. His peculiar appearance, combined with the shabby coarse linen he wore, devoid of any sect insignia, immediately drew the attention of the nearby guards. Get lost, get lost. Who do you think you are? A mere mountain bumpkin, thinking you can just waltz into Bailong Chamber of Commerce? Hunyu, unfazed, had encountered this behavior many times in his previous life, guards bullying ordinary people out of arrogance. Whenever they spotted a well-dressed young master, especially one adorned with a significant sect insignia, those guards became like subservient dogs, eager to curry favor, their humility ingrained in their very being. Thus, Hunyu had long since become accustomed to such treatment and knew well how to deal with these individuals. As a guard charged towards him, Hunyu did not flinch or alter his pace. Instead, he continued inward. Taking out a second-tier magical beast's core, he tossed it casually behind him, speaking over his shoulder. Call your superior. I have a significant matter to discuss with them today. Let us see if they have the courage and capability to handle it. The pursuing guard, witnessing this, swiftly grabbed the discarded magical core, and upon inspection, exclaimed, "What the heck? It's actually a second-tier core. Have magical cores become so worthless nowadays that you can just toss them away?" Instantly, his demeanor shifted, and he eagerly approached, lifting the curtain for Hunyu and saying, "Esteemed young master, I apologize for my lack of discernment. Please, do come in. I'll fetch our esteemed manager right away. He'll be here shortly." Casting a disdainful glance at the chair that the guard had cleaned with his saliva, Hunyu sat on a nearby seat, surveying the elegant room, silently marveling at its quality. In his previous life, he hadn't even had the qualifications to enter. Each time he cautiously approached the entrance, hoping to observe, he was swiftly expelled by the vigilant guards. The guard approached a door leading to an upper floor, knocked, and an elder resembling a manager peeked out, asking, "What is it? Didn't I say I was preparing for the auction?" "Don't disturb me," the guard quickly whispered. "Manager Wang, a distinguished guest has arrived outside, dressed in coarse linen, with their head wrapped securely. They claim to have a significant business discussion with you. Let us see if you can handle it." Manager Wang, visibly annoyed, chastised the guard. "Fool, you seem to be losing your senses, standing there like an idiot at the door. Doesn't the esteemed guest know the rules here? Which esteemed guest would come to discuss business without reserving a private room? Who would wrap themselves up so tightly on such a hot day? Clearly, they're up to no good. Go. Throw them out." Chapter 22. The bitter Wang manager, the guard, however, did not heed the manager's words and blocked the door as the elder attempted to close it. "Manager Wang, that young master is indeed a distinguished guest. I assure you, I'm not mistaken." Manager Wang, displaying his impatience, retorted, "I say, what did he offer you to give you the audacity to defy me?" The guard quickly replied, "Nothing, nothing. This manager is good in every way but is notoriously stingy. If that young master brought out that second-tier magical core, it would surely be confiscated. He is not foolish. Seeing the guard's stubbornness blocking the door, Manager Wang, resigned, said, Fine, fine, let us go see. Goodness, you're the only one with the courage to provoke me here. Reluctantly, Manager Wang approached the elegant room and, as expected, found the individual wrapped up tightly, dressed in plain attire, which rendered him completely disinterested in the meeting. You claim to want to discuss a significant business deal with me? Hanyu recognized the elder, who had made his life difficult in his previous life, always refusing him entry. What? Does it not seem so? Manager Wang, with a dismissive expression and head held high, declared, You see, everyone who comes here is either a person of high status or a valued disciple from a major sect. Forgive my old eyes. I truly cannot see what qualifies you to discuss business with me. Hanyu scoffed lightly and replied, Is that so? According to your logic, anyone wanting to conduct business here must dress impeccably? Must they display their nobility outwardly? Does someone like me, dressed this way, simply have to be a pauper or a lowly person? Manager Wang sneered, Pretty much. Although there are many who operate discreetly, possessing profound strength, I've seen plenty of those too. I can see through their pretenses in an instant, that kind of distinguished aura, that domineering style of conduct. Teske, none of them resemble you. You look more like a mountain ruffian than a master. With a smile at the corners of his eyes, Hunyuan suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura from his body, only to retract it in an instant. He looked at him with a teasing glint and said, Is that so? Does this count as the demeanor of a master? As Hunyuan released his aura, the guard and steward Wang were knocked to the ground, their bodies propelled backward, crashing into tables and chairs, splintering them into pieces, with shavings scattering everywhere. The guard, astonished, found himself at a loss for words, feeling a surge of relief that he had not acted against Hunyuan at that moment. Otherwise, he could only imagine the dire consequences. Meanwhile, Steward Wang, who was also sent flying, was overwhelmed with shock, his face pale and cold sweat streaming down as his eyes brimmed with terror. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he hurriedly got to his feet. Repeatedly bowing and apologizing, I am but a fool who failed to recognize greatness. I hope you will not take offense, my lord. This old man was blinded by the dust storm today and mistook a sage for a fraud. I truly deserve punishment. Please, I beseech you, do not hold my transgressions against me, and do not lower yourself to my level. Hunyuan smiled faintly, for the first time feeling the exhilarating thrill of playing the part of a humble pig hiding its strength. For the first time, he had made someone who once treated him with disdain now regard him with fear and utmost respect. In his previous life, he had been looked down upon wherever he went, his dignity trampled upon without mercy. Those days were long gone, and the sensation was truly delightful. With pressing matters to attend to, Hunyuan did not wish to waste further words here and casually inquired, Do you accept magic cores? How about the corpses of magical beasts? Hearing that Hunyuan bore no ill will towards him, Steward Wang quickly straightened himself and replied, My lord, we accept both magic cores and the corpses of magical beasts. What is the current market rate? Steward Wang took a moment to calm his startled mind, having been overwhelmed by the earlier incident, which had left him momentarily blank. Why, lord? We only accept magic cores and corpses of second-tier magical beasts and above. Hunyuan paused slightly, furrowing his brow, and coughed lightly before responding, Oh, only those above the second tier? Fortunately, the space in my storage ring is limited. Otherwise, keeping the lesser ones would be mere rubbish if I were to bring them out. I fear I would be ridiculed by you. Steward Wang was taken aback. Sensing a shift in Hunyuan's tone, he quickly added, If it is brought by you, my lord, we can certainly accept it, haha. Without further ado, Hunyuan stated, All right, find a spacious and discreet place. I have too many items. This little space won't suffice. Steward Wang wore a pained expression, wishing he could slap himself for foolishly provoking such a formidable presence. It was unfortunate. First-tier magical beasts were practically useless, easily hunted by ordinary people, and accepting them would just be accumulating trash. But now, he found himself in a predicament. He had thought this person only had a couple of them, which he could have made an exception for, But upon hearing that there were numerous first-tier magical beast corpses, he was nearly in tears, realizing the costs involved. Casting a glance at the guard beside him, who appeared to revel in his misfortune, his face turned an alarming shade of green. It was all this fool's fault, and he would inevitably have to pay for it. Please, this way. There is a large warehouse for inspecting goods. Let us proceed there. In a foul mood, Steward Wang dared not express his frustration and instead reprimanded the guard. Did you not hear the words of my lord? Why are you still standing there? Do you wish for me to guide you? Oh, right this way. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Hun Yuan surveyed the surroundings, feeling a sense of relief. However, he did not rush to take out his items. Instead, he first asked, "What is the current market rate for magic cores and magical beast corpses?" Steward Wang replied, "According to the current market, a first-tier magical beast's magic core is worth up to 50 spirit stones, while the corpse fetches 30. Of course, if my lord wishes to exchange for equivalent value in spirit herbs or elixirs, that is also possible. For every 2 first-tier magic cores and magical beast corpses, we can offer you 115 spirit stones, which is certainly the highest price in Shaohuang City. The second-tier magic core can be valued at 200 spirit stones, while the corpse is 130 spirit stones. If there are third-tier magic cores and magical beasts, the price will be relatively higher, as third-tier beasts require advanced cultivation at the Lingxian realm to combat, and both the magic cores and corpses possess significant utility. Thus, a third-tier magic core is worth between 850 to 2,300 spirit stones, with fluctuations depending on the beast's nature and bloodline. The value of the corpse also varies by species. For some mutated magical beasts, the corpse can be valued at 615 to 1,550 spirit stones. Naturally, the better the preservation, the higher the price. Hun Yuan nodded, pondering silently. This old man seemed to have good sense and did not heavily undervalue the items. The prices appeared fair. Previously, when he had purchased one for Mu Qingwan, he had spent a long time negotiating, scouring every shop in the city to save a few spirit stones, so he was quite knowledgeable about the pricing in this regard. At that moment, Hun Yuan mused for a while and asked, "What about 4th tier and 5th tier? What are their values?" In his heart, he felt uncertain. In his past life, he had never had the opportunity to encounter such high-tier magical beasts, and even the thought of seeing one filled him with excitement and a sense of luxury. Steward Wang inwardly scoffed, thinking, if only you could produce such creatures, no matter how many first-tier ones you brought. It would be a profitable venture. However, having learned from a previous lesson, he answered honestly, 4th-tier magical beasts correspond to the Ling Tian realm. Such beasts possess spiritual consciousness and exhibit formidable strength. A 4th-tier magic core can range from 30,000 to 120,000, while the corpse's price hovers around 70 to 100,000 at this level. The beast's hides can be used as materials for crafting talismans. Their blood can enhance physical strength, or through the alchemist's fusion, achieve other effects. Even their internal organs can serve as medicinal catalysts, thus commanding a higher price. For 5th-tier magical beasts, the value starts from the tens of thousands and can reach several 100,000. As such beings are rare among the ranks of Lingjuan-level cultivators. Furthermore, the various uses and value of 5th-tier magical beasts are extremely high, and generally, few powerful individuals are willing to sell them, making them items of high value yet scarce in the market. They are usually auctioned for the best possible price. Hun Yuan was taken aback, inhaling sharply. He knew these items should fetch a high price, but he had not anticipated them to be worth this much. He had never imagined that one day he could possess such wealth in this world. The primary trading currency was spirit stones, which varied in size akin to coins. Not only could they be used for trade, but they could also absorb spiritual energy to enhance cultivation. There was also a rare type of currency that Hun Yuan had only seen once in his previous life, the purple crystal spirit marrow, which was exceedingly precious and rarely circulated in the market, with ordinary people never even having seen it. The purchasing power of one spirit stone was decent. For instance, a candied hawthorn skewer could be bought for 1 spirit stone, with an ordinary laborer in a household earning around 15 spirit stones per month, while better workers could earn up to 30 spirit stones. It was evident that the cost of living in this world was not low. With a wave of his hand, rows of magic cores appeared out of thin air. carelessly scattered across the ground, shimmering with a faint glow. Witnessing this scene, Steward Wang and the guard were left utterly dumbfounded. Their eyes wide with disbelief. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, looking again to confirm that they were not mistaken. All the magic cores Hun Yuan produced were indeed third tier, and they were intact without a single scratch, ensuring a better selling price. Initially, Steward Wang had thought if Hun Yuan could produce one or two third-tier magic cores, he would be able to profit without loss. However, seeing dozens or even hundreds of third-tier magic cores left him ecstatic. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and without waiting for Hun Yuan to say anything, he hurriedly crouched down, cradling several magic cores in his hands, unable to contain his glee, fully aware that he had struck gold this time. Still unaware of my lord's name, I humbly hope you would not withhold it, so that I may pay my respects and inform all branches of the Bailong Trading Association to prevent any like me from offending you due to ignorance. Hun Yuan thought to himself, no wonder this old man could become a steward. His audacity and demeanor were truly commendable. Though he had been reckless earlier and had made a misstep, he had since been brainstorming ways to remedy the situation, even going so far as to belittle himself to win over the customer. The name Hun Yuan could no longer be used. It was time to adopt a new moniker for traversing the world. Steward Wang attentively listened, without a hint of impatience. After much contemplation, Hun Yuan finally declared, "Forget the past, fear not the future. With a heart like still water, I shall forge ahead unwaveringly." Steward Wang nodded gravely, saying, "Truly, my lord. Your words are simple yet profound, grand and imposing, leaving a strong impression. Moreover, they subtly contain profound wisdom and a sense of enlightenment. What a remarkable name." Hun Yuan rolled his eyes and inquired, "Oh, my name is so profound? I was unaware. Since you praise it so, do you now know my name? What shall it be?" As Wang Zhi's servant was about to blurt out a response, he suddenly froze. Typically, one would candidly state their name, even if it were a fanciful fabrication, but upon reflection, this individual had not divulged their title. Caught off guard by the unexpected inquiry, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Embarrassed, he scratched his hand awkwardly, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, feeling utterly helpless. Nearby, a guard couldn't stifle a chuckle, prompting a furious glare from Wang Zhi, who quickly covered his mouth, though he continued to struggle against the laughter. "Just call me Zhi Shui." Wang Zhi dared not continue flattering, nodding fervently as he said, "Very well, Lord Zhi Shui. I shall begin the tally at once." After counting each item, he turned to Huan Yu with a smile, stating, "Lord Zhi Shui, we have a total of 108 third-tier magic cores. The quality of these cores is excellent, and some are even of rare species. Thus, in light of my earlier indiscretion towards you, I am willing to offer the highest price for each, which amounts to 2,300 spirit stones. I will calculate this for you now, and will pay you directly in spirit stones once we're done." Upon seeing Huan Yu shake his head, Wang Zhi was taken aback, his brows furrowing in concern. Cautiously, he remarked, "Lord Zhi Shui, this price is already the utmost I can offer, and I assure you, you will not find a better deal throughout the entire Shahuang city. There is no one who can offer a price higher than mine. If you have any doubts, feel free to inquire. Should my offer be less than others, I am willing to compensate you tenfold." Huan Yu shook his head again, saying, "The price is acceptable, but I wish to inform you that I have more. Please, do not be so hasty. We will calculate everything together shortly." Wang Zhi's eyes gleamed with excitement, his face breaking into a wider smile as he eagerly said, "Indeed, Lord Zhi Shui, you are quite agreeable. If only every merchant were as accommodating as you, I believe I would live a few more years. Moreover, it is truly impressive that you could hunt such a multitude of third-tier magical beasts. Regardless of the number of third-tier magic cores, the Bailong Chamber of Commerce will gladly accept them. With the price remaining at the agreed 2,300. However, I wonder how many third-tier magic cores you possess. If you have a substantial amount, I suggest you present them all for third-tier magic cores." Third-tier magic cores. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Wait, fourth-tier magic cores? Do you truly possess fourth-tier magic cores?" He gasped in disbelief. "So it is indeed a fourth-tier magic core. Lord Zhi Shui, are you truly willing to sell?" I would like to purchase that 1/4 tier magic core. Please name your price. You only want one. What then? Am I to run to other chambers to sell the remaining dozens of 4th tier magic cores? Alas, what a hassle. Wah, what? There are still dozens of 4th tier magic cores? Is this true? I'm getting old. You must not deceive me. Chapter 24. The test begins. Huanyu ceased his hesitation and promptly produced all the magic cores and the corpses of the magical beasts. When the 5th tier magic cores, shimmering with a spectral glow and resonating with the faint roars and pressure of the magical beasts, were laid before them, both men were utterly stunned. Wang Ji nearly collapsed in excitement. His eyes wide with astonishment as he gasped for breath, his gaze gleaming with avarice as he gently stroked the cores, utterly enchanted. Treasure. It has been ages since I encountered the essence of a 5th tier magic core. Lord Jishui, are you truly willing to sell all of these? Huanyu nodded resolutely, stating, indeed, I wish to sell all of them. You may appraise their value now. If the price is agreeable, they shall all be yours. Wang Ji was overjoyed, feeling as though a precious spirit stone had fallen from the heavens and struck him on the head. He was practically elated to the point of flight. Please hold on. I will appraise them immediately and ensure your satisfaction. As Huanyu placed the spirit stones acquired from the sale of the magic cores into his storage ring, he too exhaled in relief. 200,000 spirit stones, an amount he could scarcely have dreamed of in his previous life, now seemed effortlessly attainable. In his former existence, he had been reluctant to indulge even in a simple meal. But in this life, he vowed to savor every delectable experience without restraint. Huanyu then inquired, do you have any masks or similar items that can conceal one's aura? I also require a storage ring with ample space. Do you have such a thing? Wang Ji pondered briefly and replied, you are indeed fortunate. We happen to possess a unique mask here, though it is somewhat peculiar and rather costly. As for larger storage rings, we have a variety of styles and materials available for you to choose from. Huanyu's eyes brightened as he said, please bring it for me to inspect. Please wait. I will fetch it right away. Before long, Wang Ji returned, carrying a tray upon which rested a mask. Although it was referred to as a mask, it resembled more of a facial cover. The material was unclear, reminiscent of bronze yet hinting at a deep green hue. The mask depicted a sorrowful face, exquisitely crafted, but its left half was missing, revealing a glimpse of lips. However, there were no signs of fracture, indicating it was intentionally designed in this manner. Huanyu picked up the bronze mask. Scrutinizing it closely, it emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy, feeling cool to the touch with a unique texture. Does this mask possess any other special attributes? Huanyu inquired. Wang Ji smiled. This mask is indeed a rarity. Not only does it conceal one's aura, but it can also alter the wearer's voice to some extent. Even masking their aura. It is undoubtedly a valuable item. Ultimately, Huanyu spent over 50,000 spirit stones to acquire the bronze mask and a storage ring with a space as large as a basketball court. After depositing the remaining spirit stones into his account, he departed from the Bailong Chamber of Commerce. Huanyu chose to stay in a modest tavern, not out of reluctance to spend, but rather to avoid drawing undue attention. The upscale inns and taverns were frequented by numerous external cultivators, leading to constant disturbances. An equally significant reason was the tavern's renowned fragrant crispy chicken, so delightful that the mere aroma could intoxicate the senses. In his past life, though he had fallen on hard times, there had been moments of warmth, albeit rare and often shared with strangers, or those who had endured similar hardships. One such occasion involved a silver-haired man he had never met, who treated him to the exquisite crispy chicken, and curiously, that man also bore the surname Hun. On the following morning, the announcement for the test had already been posted. At precisely 10 o'clock, when the sun hung high in the sky and the temperature peaked. The Lin Yuan's secret realm would reveal itself, the ideal moment for its opening. Missing this opportunity would render the chance almost non-existent. This continent is home to numerous secret realms, yet these realms do not manifest out of thin air. Their opening times and locations are not fixed. The Lin Yuan's secret realm, while merely a low-level one, is treasured in the northwest region. Nevertheless, secret realms, even the lesser ones, can be immensely beneficial for ordinary disciples. Moreover, some low-level secret realms occasionally yield rare treasures, much like the treasure lamp found within the Lin Yuan's secret realm. Additionally, secret realms may house various techniques, combat skills, spiritual herbs, weapons, and unique materials, all of which would be fervently coveted in the outside world. Given the vast number of participants in this selection event, it was not feasible to conduct a single competition, as that would be an excessive waste of time. Thus, the imperial city established a temporary selection area, marked by a stone gate. Atop the gate stood a testing pillar, approximately 20 zhang in height, with a wave of light cascading down from it. This testing pillar was crafted by several 7th-tier Spirit Emperor experts. And the descending light wave harbored formidable law power. Those with insufficient cultivation or who exceeded the age limit would be barred from passing through the light curtain. Individuals lacking the requisite cultivation would only be permitted entry into the Lin Yuan secret realm within the specified time frame. And those exceeding the age limit, even if they managed to bypass the light curtain, would be rejected by the realm itself. Upon entering the light curtain, one would find an expansive central plaza. Although it was hastily constructed, it featured 3,000 steps leading upward. There were 4 staircases, one each to the east, west, south, and north. Atop these stairs, 5 Spirit Emperor experts would collectively exert their pressure, selecting and restricting those who attempted to ascend, thereby determining the final rankings. When Huanyu arrived at the testing area, it was already teeming with people. Everyone understood that the current rankings held little significance, yet some clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that a higher rank might afford them greater opportunities. Hunyuan did not vie for a position but rather flowed with the tide. This time, he was determined to be the first to enter the Linyuan secret realm, for he was convinced that the treasured lotus lantern was connected to the azure lotus within him. As the front of the line began to stir, Hunyuan understood that the test had officially commenced. He followed the main group forward and observed that only a handful of individuals managed to pass through the luminous veil, while the majority were eliminated, barred from entry. Some were dejected, lamenting their fate, while others, unwilling to accept defeat, charged again towards the celestial screen, but, predictably, they were unable to gain entry. Hunyuan passed through the veil without hindrance, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had been obstructed outside the celestial screen, lacking even the qualification to attempt the trial, standing alone at the back, enviously watching those who entered. He had once fantasized about a day when he could bask in glory. Brimming with confidence. Chapter 25. The Ascension Ladder. As soon as Hunyuan stepped into the celestial screen, Bai Lu and her companions were also queuing nearby. She observed Huanyuan's figure, lost in thought. Although she had not managed to catch up to that familiar silhouette during their encounter in the Monster Beast Mountains, she vaguely recalled it. If her instincts were not deceiving her, the man adorned with a bronze mask was indeed the one whose familiar aura she sensed in the Monster Beast Mountains. However, she wondered why his aura had changed today. Unbeknownst to her, the bronze mask could alter a person's aura and even their demeanor, leaving her perplexed. Despite her confusion, her attention remained fixed on that figure, and upon entering the celestial screen, she quickly located him. Hunyuan, too, sensed Bai Lu's presence, but with the bronze mask concealing his identity, he felt no apprehension of being recognized. The central plaza was supported by 4 massive pillars, suspended in mid-air, upon which 5 figures sat cross-legged, each exuding a formidable aura that instilled fear. The floating staircase ascended, narrow enough to accommodate only 5 individuals side by side at most, lest they tumble down. Once climbing commenced, the powerful figures above would unleash their full might, exerting the pressure of the 7th-tier Spirit Emperor realm, ranking participants based on the number of steps ascended and their speed. As the first brave soul began the ascent, all who had entered took action, and at that moment, the formidable presence above erupted, the overwhelming energy of the Spirit Emperor realm cascading down like a tangible force. The person at the forefront, caught off guard by such pressure, instantly found themselves hurled off the staircase, while others, though they did not fall, were severely injured and spat blood. What is this? Such overwhelming pressure. Who can ascend? How could this be? I am a perfected cultivator in the spirit pill realm. Why have I been cast down so swiftly? How can this be a test? The might of the Spirit Emperor realm was terrifying. I refused to believe anyone could ascend. Originally, some had intended to mock, but fearing their words would lead to their own downfall, they quickly fell silent. This time, Hun Yuan did not rush to climb but rather waited to observe whether any among this crowd posed a threat to him. Noticing Hun Yuan standing still, Bai Lu frowned. She knew this peculiar youth could evade her tracking, so he was unlikely to be intimidated by the staircase, yet she was unsure of his motives. Meanwhile, her companions urged her to move along. Leaving her feeling helpless, Bai Lu, what's going on? Why aren't you moving? Bai Lu furrowed her brow and replied, the masked figure is the one we pursued in the Monster Beast Mountains a few days ago. Although his aura has changed, I still sense a strange familiarity and recognized him at a glance. I'm trying to understand why he isn't moving up. What is he waiting for? Xing Yuan frowned and said, really? Is he the one who resembles your useless junior disciple? We already discussed that day. Your useless junior disciple has no hope of recovery and certainly won't be able to enter here. Stop dwelling on it. Besides, weren't you supposed to seek out your sect members yesterday? I haven't seen you mention it, Bai Lu sighed, giving a wry smile. Perhaps I've overthought it. He shouldn't be the one. I did go to my sect, but I merely glanced at them from a distance. I had no connection with them in the past, and after so many years, we've grown estranged. I didn't know what to say when meeting them. So I chose not to. The only one I still care about in that sect is my junior disciple. After this secret realm expedition, I will return to see him and leave him some resources. He is the only one who has ever treated me well there, yet I have repeatedly harmed him over the years. I feel quite guilty. Xing Yuan, feeling helpless, said, all right then, I'll accompany you when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu raised an eyebrow but remained silent, as she did not wish for him to follow her. Each time he referred to her junior disciple as useless, it stirred discomfort within her. Casting one last glance at the masked Hun Yuan, Bai Lu proceeded upward. Hun Yuan overheard their conversation and could only sigh inwardly, his expression complex. Deep down, he felt a flicker of warmth. At least Bai Lu still remembered his virtues. Bai Lu and her companions moved swiftly, enduring the pressure of the nascent soul realm, and soon reached the midpoint of the staircase. At this juncture, Hun Yuan noticed their pace had slowed, likely due to the mounting resistance. Sigh, we have no chance. We can't even step onto the platform. Who do you think will claim first place in this test? You've asked the right person. I have a fair understanding of the current prodigies, and though it may not be precise, it should be close enough. Just as Hun Yuan prepared to take a step, he hesitated, curious to hear which individuals they had studied. If we're discussing the frontrunner, it must undoubtedly be Shui Yuntian from the Shui Xing sect. Over the years, the second spot on the Dragon Tiger rankings has fluctuated, but no one has managed to challenge the supremacy of the first place. However, for such a minor secret realm gathering, Shui Yuntian's pride would likely lead him to disdain attending. Among those climbing the staircase, the one most likely to seize first place is undoubtedly Yang Xiao. What? Yang Xiao, ranked 19th on the Dragon Tiger rankings? Hiss, the number 1 disciple of the Flower Thousand Valley. He actually came here for the Linyuan secret realm test? The second spot will belong to Quangzhan. You must have heard of him. Quangzhan, ranked 25th on the Dragon Tiger rankings, is a notorious fighter. It's no surprise he is here. He loves challenging others, and with such an opportunity, how could he not come? The third position is unquestionable. It should be Yun Shan from the Yunlan sect. Yun Shan, ranked 30th on the Dragon Tiger rankings. His mastery of the Shiyun sword is extraordinary. Upon hearing these names, Hun Yuan nodded silently, recalling how famous they had been in his previous life, having reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Look, that person's speed is astonishing. He has almost reached the 2000th step. So ignorant. That's Yang Xiao. Look at the one trailing him. About 20 steps behind. That's Quangzhan. The one following closely is Yun Shan from the Yunlan sect. Indeed, no wonder they are in the top 30 of the Dragon Tiger rankings. They truly are impressive. Of course, anyone who can make it onto the Dragon Tiger rankings is no weakling. Seeing the scene unfold, Hun Yuan remarked softly, with their cultivation levels, such rapid ascension will surely lead to a lack of stamina. The further they go, the more intense the pressure will become. Yang Xiao will likely tire out around 2,700 steps, more precisely 2,735 at most. Quangzhan will manage only 2,509. Unable to break through the 2006 barrier, as for Yun Shan, he'll be limited to 2,499. Haha, you, who lack even the qualifications to ascend, dare critique those striving for the peak? You re laughingly precise down to the last digit. Chapter 26. Tan Shisha. Indeed, individuals like us are mere mortals. How can we be compared to those celestial beings? You dare to comment? Truly, you know not what you speak. Do not think that reaching the spirit pill realm elevates you to the status of a cultivator. You are far from it. Like you, we are merely spectators, so refrain from pretending to understand. Hunyuan chuckled lightly, choosing not to retort. Whether his estimations were correct would be revealed in due time. At that moment, he noticed that although Bai Lu's pace was not particularly swift, it was steady. She did not rush recklessly but maintained a well-controlled rhythm, ensuring she would not tire out in the latter stages. In contrast to Yang Xiao and the others, he held a favorable view of Bai Lu, believing she would surpass them in distance. Clearly, the three were vying subtly, each quickening their pace. TSK, have you seen? The three are accelerating. You don't understand a thing. At this rate, they might just dash straight to the top. That would be terrifying. Are you joking? The top 30 on the Dragon Tiger rankings are not to be taken lightly. Even the women from the Tianqian sect only recently made it onto the list. They are akin to celestial beings. With such extraordinary strength displayed by these individuals, one could only imagine the sheer prowess of Shui Yuntian, who had long dominated the first position. That is indeed a monster. Who could possibly rival it? The Jiashuan Empire has existed for 2 centuries, yet none have emerged to stand alongside it. As the saying goes, the ironclad water cloud heaven, with its ever-changing dragon and tiger rankings. This refers precisely to him. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared beside Hunyuan, his eyes gleaming with intensity. This man was somewhat portly, his eyes large as copper bells, and a deep scar slicing through his cheek gave him a chilling aura. Resembling a reckless brute, his presence stirred a flurry of excitement among those nearby. Hey, who are you? At your age, how did you manage to enter here? Isn't there an age restriction? They exclaimed. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his booming laughter echoing like thunder, causing those around him to wince in pain. Why can I come in? Can't you see? Do I not look like an 18-year-old lad? Ha ha ha. You? 18? Nonsense. Are you mocking us? You look more like you're 80. Hunyuan felt a wave of dread wash over him as the middle-aged man approached. Every hair on his body stood on end, an ominous sign of impending danger. His expression darkened, despite his careful disguise. How could he have been singled out? He certainly did not believe this old rascal had come to jest with these people. This man was none other than Tan Shisha, the lord of Shahuang City and a master of the Spirit Emperor realm. Hunyuan had only glimpsed him from afar at a few grand gatherings, during which he had been an inconsequential figure, unnoticed by all. Thus, while he recognized Tan Shisha, the latter had no knowledge of Hunyuan's existence. As expected, Tan Shisha turned to Hunyuan and remarked, "Young brother, why are you not ascending the heaven ladder? If you continue to probe into others' backgrounds like this, time will soon slip away." Although Hunyuan was on high alert, he faced the formidable man's inquiry with calmness and replied, "There is no rush. The rankings are not of paramount importance to me. Rather than waiting for the heaven ladder, I am more curious as to why the Lord of Shahuang is not presiding from above, but has instead come down here." Tan Shisha, unperturbed by being recognized, burst into laughter. "I am simply delighted to see such a promising talent. It is said that water cloud heaven is unparalleled, dominant in the Jiashuan Empire and the northwestern region. And now it seems the sovereign may have spoken too soon. Behold, right before us stands someone who does not pale in comparison." Ha ha ha. Hunyuan, hearing this, merely curled his lips. He could not fathom the old fox's intentions in elevating him to the same level as water cloud heaven, unsure of what scheme he was concocting. "Lord of Shahuang, you flatter me excessively. Such praise is unwarranted for a junior like myself. Please excuse me. I must ascend the heaven ladder now." He dared not linger. As this man, despite his fierce exterior, was clearly a reckless individual with countless hidden strategies. One misstep could lead to him being ensnared. He resolved to escape from the Lin Yuan secret realm as swiftly as possible to avoid falling into this man's trap. "Lord of Shahuang, are you sure you're not mistaken? This man is merely a spirit pill realm cultivator who is too afraid to even attempt the heaven ladder. How could he possibly be compared to someone of water cloud heaven's caliber? Indeed, Lord of Shahuang, are you perhaps overestimating him? Absolutely impossible. He has been hiding at the back since he entered and has yet to approach the heaven ladder. How could he possibly be the kind of powerhouse you describe? Tan Shisha, upon hearing this, chuckled. You lot are the foolish ones. This lad is not the fool you think. His innate talent is beyond my grasp. Perhaps comparing him to water cloud heaven is a stretch. Yet he is far from a coward and certainly ranks among the top 30 of the dragon and tiger rankings. Moreover, he is correct in his assessment. Yang Xiao, Kuang Zhan, and Yun Shan are all individuals driven by immediate gain. Unlikely to ascend the heaven ladder, as one climbs higher, the pressure intensifies, and the trials demand not only talent and cultivation but, above all, fortitude and the ability to accumulate strength over time. If one exerts too much effort in the early stages, they will falter in the latter half due to severe exhaustion. In my view, Yang Xiao should have plateaued around 2,700, Kuang Zhan should max out at 2,600, while Yun Shan should not exceed 2,400. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their disbelief palpable as they regarded Lord of Shahuang with astonishment. They would not question his insight. If he stated it, then it must be so. However, the masked youth had just made an eerily precise prediction about the very numbers. Even if his estimates were slightly off, the mere ability to discern such details was remarkable. How could someone with such acuity simply be a spirit pill realm cultivator like them? At that moment, someone gasped softly, Look, Yang Xiao, Kuang Zhan, and Yun Shan are slowing down. The individual who had previously retorted against Hunyuan paused, murmuring, That can't be true. It can't possibly be as he says. If those are indeed their steps, how powerful is that boy? Could it truly be accurate? They have stopped. Yun Shan has come to a halt. Chapter 27. Huanyuan's ascent. The step count, 2490-9.it, is indeed 2499. My heavens! Tan Shisha, initially reveling in his accurate estimation, was momentarily perplexed by the excited exclamations of those nearby, asking, Hey kid, what do you mean 2499? It's him, that masked boy. He said earlier that Yun Shan would only reach a maximum of 2499, and now it truly is 2499. The figure in black atop the steps was nearly crimson-faced, sweat beads the size of peas rolling down as he struggled to take another step, finding it more challenging than ascending to the heavens. With a wry smile, he sat down on the spot to recover. Tan Shisha, upon hearing this, scoffed, acknowledging the boy piqued his curiosity and recognizing his exceptional talent, yet he remained skeptical that the youth could accurately predict Yun Shan's stopping point, as even he could not do so. Nonetheless, he inquired casually, what else did he say? He also mentioned that Yang Xiao could ascend to a maximum of 2,735, while Kuang Zhan would only reach 2,509. Unable to surpass the 2,006 barrier, upon hearing this, Tan Shisha burst into laughter. Impossible, in my view. While Yang Xiao may not reach the summit, 2008 should be well within his grasp. Kuang Zhan has a solid physique. He should easily surpass 2006. The wisdom of age never fades. Young ones can be rather narrow-minded. However, as time passed, Tan Shisha's expression gradually grew grave, for at that moment, Yang Xiao was struggling immensely, while Kuang Zhan was on the verge of stopping. His eyes widened like copper bells, fixated on Yang Xiao and Kuang Zhan, his face betraying a hint of anxiety. At 2,701, Yang Xiao was nearly at his limit, his complexion pale, swaying unsteadily as if a gentle breeze could topple him. Yet he persisted, fighting against the odds, as Kuang Zhan lingered at 2,590. Unable to lift his feet any further, he begrudgingly settled down on the steps to recover his energy. At that moment, Tan Shisha stood frozen, his expression blank. When Yang Xiao ultimately halted at 2,735. Plopping down on the steps, Tan Shisha was left utterly astounded, so much so that he inadvertently tugged at his beard. Once he regained his senses, he became acutely aware of his aching jaw. Absent-mindedly tossing the tuft of beard onto the ground, his eyes now filled with solemnity. Though such predictions might seem trivial, they carried weight. the ability to pinpoint the exact step number commanded his attention. Reflecting Huan Yuan's mastery over energy and stamina, as well as his profound understanding of others' physical limits, such insight was rare, akin to a combatant discerning their opponent's remaining strength and potential for unleashing a final attack. This level of adversarial understanding was nothing short of overwhelming, as it allowed one to analyze their limits precisely, leaving them stripped of key advantages. Tan Shisha inhaled sharply, murmuring, "Such a freak of nature. Even Water Cloud Heaven would be hard-pressed to match this." Just as Tan Shisha was lost in thought, someone shouted, "Look, that bronze-masked boy has already climbed so high." The crowd suddenly became aware, hurriedly lifting their heads to observe, only to discover that Huan Yuan had already ascended halfway up the staircase within such a short span of time. Unlike the three impetuous individuals before him, he advanced step by step, his feet firmly planted on each rung. Each movement he made, from the height of his lifted leg to the steadiness of his breath, and even the amplitude of his arm swings, was astonishingly consistent. Though his pace was unhurried, his gait was steady and his form ethereal, betraying not the slightest hint of the oppressive pressure of the spirit's sovereign realm weighing upon him as he climbed the celestial staircase. He resembled a graceful gentleman strolling leisurely, simply yearning for the vistas atop the clouds, rather than striving for a commendable performance in the contest. Thus, his body was light, his steps brisk, moving freely with ease in no time. He had surpassed many others. Look, he has reached 1800 already, still so unfazed. How does he manage it? Even Tan Shisha's expression grew solemn as she gazed upwards at that soaring figure, her eyes instinctively tracking his movements. Meanwhile, Mu Qingwan and her companions continued their ascent, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Their expressions earnest and resolute. At this moment, all that occupied her mind was an intense desire to reach the summit of the staircase. The image of the carefree Xiaohan faded, as did the sense of humiliation that had accompanied Huan Yuan, allowing her steps to become lighter and her resolve firmer. She had already reached the 2004 position, securing a commendable standing on this celestial staircase. Hua Wucua had ceased her ascent. Utterly exhausted, even the mere act of moving her fingers felt like an insurmountable challenge. Lin Shi and Mo Chiuli had halted at 2003 and 2001, respectively, now sitting cross-legged to recuperate. Their master had once stated that under such oppressive pressure, this was the optimal training ground, conducive to solidifying one's foundation. When Huan Yuan surpassed Yunshan, an incredulous gasp erupted from everyone at the base of the staircase. Who on earth is he? How could he easily surpass Yunshan? He is a prodigy on the Dragon Tiger ranking. The youth was formidable, yet why had no one ever heard of such a figure? When Huan Yuan surpassed Huangzhan, shock rippled through the crowd, their expressions shifting from envy and jealousy to curiosity and awe, all in sync with Huan Yuan's climbing strides. He is still so swift. Although his speed has slightly diminished, he remains steady, appearing far from his limits. Could it be possible for someone to truly reach the summit plaza? Tan Shisha shook her head and remarked, "Impossible." Although each entrance to the celestial staircase is presided over by a single spirit sovereign expert exerting pressure, there are formations connecting them, meaning the four individuals are interconnected. The pressure accumulates through the formation, rather than being merely the surface-level spirit sovereign pressure. The fifth spirit sovereign, seated at the central formation, not only supplies spiritual energy to the other four, but also releases additional pressure, thus heightening the intensity. Therefore, the summit cannot be reached unless Shui Yuntian himself personally ascends. If Shui Yuntian were to attempt it, I would likely have to intervene personally to suppress him. Otherwise, these five cannot withstand him, and he would ascend with force. What? How could it be? It requires 6 spirit sovereign-level experts to jointly exert pressure to potentially stop him. Hehe, that is Shui Yuntian, the embodiment of Heaven's will. Chapter 28. Revelation indeed. As Huan Yuan had anticipated, Bailu had already surpassed Huangzhan, standing at the 2,700 step. Clearly, she too had reached her limit, finding it exceedingly difficult to ascend another step. Among the companions who had accompanied her, only the young man Xingyuan had reached 2,300, while the others remained below 2,000. Her complexion pale, her garments soaked with perspiration, she panted heavily. Casting a glance at the 300 steps still ahead, she forced a smile and shook her head. It appears this is as far as I can go. This is my limit. Fortunately, there's only Yang Xiao ahead of me. My ranking shouldn't be too low. The final rankings would be determined collectively among all participants on the staircase, so being positioned towards the front of her own section did not necessarily equate to an overall leading position. Casually glancing back, she suddenly noticed a figure drawing near, moving with a light and determined gait, exuding an ethereal presence. Bailu murmured, "It's him." Although his aura and demeanor had transformed entirely, why did his pace and form resemble Huanyuan's so closely? Even after a decade apart, she still perceived a striking similarity. As Huanyuan approached, surpassing her and brushing past, Bailu inexplicably called out, "Xiao Yu." Caught off guard, Huanyuan felt a jolt, his body stiffening momentarily. He quickly realized that Bailu had not recognized him. Rather, she must have sensed familiarity, prompting her tentative call. Regaining his composure, Huanyuan relaxed subtly, continuing forward while facing away from her, stating, "You've mistaken me. I am not Xiao Yu. I am Zhishui." At that moment, Bailu stood frozen in astonishment. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she covered her mouth in shock. Though Huanyuan had only stiffened for an instant before recovering, he had acted with such naturalness that his voice had taken on a slightly hoarse quality, completely at odds with the image of Huanyuan that lingered in her memory. However, what Huanyuan did not realize was that Bailu had spent countless years by his side, growing up together, enduring her moments of despair and fear. It was Huanyuan who had always been there for her, even sharing the comfort of sleep during those trying times. The moment he had been startled, or when he had erred and been caught by Bailu, the memory of that instant's stiffness was indelibly etched in her mind. Despite her later attempts to push him away, even after his fall from grace when she had not consoled or cared for him, but rather had added salt to his wounds, the sense of security and happiness he had provided during her most vulnerable moments was unparalleled. Thus, even the slightest action, one that Huanyuan might overlook, was noted by her, magnified infinitely in her perception. Even without Huanyuan's admission, she had already garnered a 70% certainty that this so-called Zhishui was none other than Huanyuan. Yet, witnessing this scene, the joy that should have filled her heart was absent. The cause for her despondency was that upon entering the academy, she had sought counsel from an elder specializing in medicine and alchemy, who had informed her that Huanyuan's condition was almost impossible to treat, unless a powerful practitioner of the spirit's sovereign realm or above were to reconstruct his meridians and dantian, or if a potent prescription combined with elixirs could be found. Otherwise, there was no hope. Yet here was Huanyuan, not only with his dantian and meridians restored, but also exhibiting such remarkable prowess. She had received no news of Huanyuan's recovery, not even in recent years. What could this all mean? Moreover, she recalled the elder's words. Regardless of the method employed to reconstruct the dantian and meridians, the suffering and cost endured would be no less than that of his previous downfall, and perhaps even more brutal. What kind of torment and trials had he endured during this time? It was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person, akin to the agony of having one's bones crushed one by one. Few could withstand such pain. If this were the case, what kind of suffering had Huanyuan truly experienced to emerge so spirited and vibrant? Upon reaching this thought, she felt a wave of sadness wash over her. An inexplicable heartache. Huanyu had already departed, yet Bailu was left behind with 2 lines of clear tears, sobbing bitterly, "I am sorry, Xiao Yu, I am so sorry." After passing by Bailu, Huanyu did not pause. He was deeply concerned about being recognized and wished to avoid any interaction with her. He still lacked the means for self-preservation. Being in the 5th tier of the Spirit Lord realm did not afford him much comfort, especially when facing the Spirit Emperor realm, a sense of helplessness that chilled him to the bone. If he were to be recognized now, it would inevitably lead to his utter destruction. Particularly with Xiao Han, he would undoubtedly guess the reason behind his sudden rise, which was due to the Qinglian stone platform. The only item he had taken when leaving Tianxian's sect in such a short span of time. Not only had his damaged and abandoned dantian recovered, but he had also advanced to the 5th tier of the Spirit Lord realm overnight. A fact that would surely raise suspicions. With his current cultivation level, he felt no pressure in confronting the likes of Xiao Han and Mu Qingwan, and could even overpower them. However, if Xiao Han were to put on an act in front of them, inciting Zhou Yasi to seize from him, he would be utterly defenseless. He might once again lose Qinglian and Jinkoi, a scenario he could not afford as of now. Hu Yu harbored no significant hostility towards Bai Lu. Even though she had once hurt him, during her most vulnerable moments, Hu Yu had provided her with a sense of security. Yet, after he had been rendered powerless, she left without even a glance back. At that time, his heart was heavy with resentment, and he was utterly disappointed in Bai Lu. However, as time passed, he no longer felt the same animosity towards her. Any emotional ties had long since faded. Given this, he wished to avoid any further entanglement with her. It would suffice if they could each find peace in their own lives. After she left Tianxian's sect upon his downfall, she did not even bid him farewell. In his previous life, he had never seen Bai Lu again until his demise, which had been over a century ago. Although to Bai Lu and the others it seemed they had merely been apart for a decade. For Huan Yu, a century had passed. 100 years was ample time for him to forget the bonds and emotions shared between them, and the resentment had long since dissipated. He only hoped that they could remain strangers, free from any further entanglements. Otherwise, things could become quite troublesome, as Huan Yu was not particularly adept at matters of killing and silencing. He fervently hoped it would not come to that, for he might indeed find himself in a position to harm a fellow disciple. Chapter 29. The critical breakthrough. As Huan Yu ultimately surpassed Yang Xiao, ascending the 2,736th step, the crowd erupted into fervent excitement. He had exceeded Yang Xiao, the 19th ranked on the Dragon Tiger list, which meant he would surely rank among the top 19 as well. Hiss, and did you not notice? He still had strength left, showing no signs of exhaustion, and was steadily climbing higher. Could it be that he aimed for the summit? The city lord of Sha had just stated that the pressure was multiplied fivefold, making it impossible for him to reach the top. Perhaps only Shui Yuntian could achieve that point. 2008? And still showing no signs of faltering, still advancing. Just how strong was he? Tan Shisha's expression had lost its earlier certainty, now revealing a grave demeanor. Bai Lu gazed at his figure, slowly receding from her sight, and murmured bitterly, "So powerful. Even so, I am still inferior to you." When Huan Yu reached the 2,900th step, everyone held their breath, their expressions tense. Some wished to witness his ascent to greatness, while others hoped he would falter and not create an insurmountable peak for them to face. Even those still striving to climb halted momentarily, gazing up in admiration at the one standing at the pinnacle. Huan Yu's pace finally slowed. Upon reaching this point, he realized that the pressure he had endured prior to the 2,900 mark was incomparable to what he faced now. If before he had merely been climbing under oppressive force, now he felt as though he were carrying an entire mountain, the pressure multiplying exponentially. Each step became an arduous endeavor. Each lift of his foot felt as if it were weighed down by lead. His legs straining with immense effort, Huan Yu's complexion turned crimson, beads of sweat dotting his face, his breathing becoming labored. 2,967. This was his current height. He understood that with this achievement, he should rank within the top 10, yet it was still insufficient. Having been given a second chance at life, he aimed to push each endeavor to its utmost limits, refusing to harbor any regrets. The humiliation and feeling of being worse than dead were experiences he wished never to endure again. If this was his limit, he would not accept it. Breaking through his limits was his singular goal at this moment. The Qinglian within him swayed, and the mixed primordial celestial cloud fabric that enveloped him surged with renewed vigor, frolicking as if cheering him on. Below, Bai Lu unconsciously clenched her fists, her expression tense, wishing she could push Huan Yu to ascend the platform. "Xiao Yu, press on, do not give up. Let me once again chase after your footsteps." Tan Shisha's expression grew somber, inexplicably feeling a tinge of anxiety as he murmured, "Young man, if you truly manage to reach the high platform, perhaps my earlier jest might truly come to fruition. At that time, you could indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with that self-important Shui Yuntian. I, Tan, shall personally host a banquet to celebrate our camaraderie. Go for it, masked brother. You must reach the summit." Let everyone see that this heavenly ladder is not insurmountable, and set a goal and example for little cultivators like me. Ascend, reach the peak, and show us the breathtaking vista above. Do not give up, strive with all your might. The moment of leaping through the Dragon Gate is upon you. While 2,999 is formidable, only 3,000 can be deemed an unparalleled celestial stance. Ha ha, he must have reached his limit. I said he couldn't do it. He still wished to compare himself to Shui Yuntian. What a far cry from that. Oh, ha ha, he has reached his end. 2,996, ha ha, he has ultimately failed to reach the summit. Huanyu's vision blurred with sweat, his body trembling slightly. The 4 steps that seemed within reach felt like an insurmountable peak. At this moment, he was utterly exhausted. Merely lifting his heels off the ground had taken all his strength, and he could advance no further. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. For the first time under the scrutiny of countless eyes. For the first time desiring to break through his limits, he found it to be an arduous struggle. Countless voices urged him to surrender, to spare himself the torment, reminding him that even giving up would still place him first. They echoed, "You are a person whose meridians have been disabled for over a decade. Your current level and achievements far surpass those of the majority. There is no need to push yourself to despair. Next time, you will surely be stronger. Next time, you will shine on a grander stage, bringing honor to yourself. Next time, you will illuminate the world." However, amidst these encouraging voices, another voice emerged, harsh and disdainful. "Waste, coward, spineless, a good-for-nothing incapable of rising to the occasion. Did you not suffer enough in your previous life? Was Mu Qingwan's humiliation not sufficient? You poured everything into her, yet she cast you aside like refuse, not only ridiculing and spitting on you but also embracing the very Xiao Han you detest most. Displaying their affection right before your eyes. Hua Wucua, Lin Shi, Imo Chuli, Bailu, Zhou Xia, and even that little junior sister of yours. The ravenous wolf returned at the cost of her life. Each one awaits your failure. Each one desires to see you fall into despair and misery. Was your previous life not tragic enough? Was your previous humiliation not desperate enough? A century of lost dignity, a mere shell of a man. Does that not ignite your fighting spirit? The chaotic Qinglian and the mixed primordial celestial cloud fabric rooted within you are being insulted. Do you even deserve them? As Huanyu wrestled internally, yearning to ascend, the competitions around him had concluded. And everyone stood still, awaiting the next arrangement. That moment, the other 4 Spirit Emperor Realm experts rose and approached the steps where Huanyu stood, the highest position among all present, thus making him number 1. They were curious about this young man and whether he could ascend. Just then, as Huanyu stood poised on the step, a vortex suddenly arose above his head, drawing countless strands of spiritual energy towards him. The vortex spun faster and faster, coalescing into a solid energy storm. Is this young one about to break through? Indeed, under the intense pressure, he had awakened an indomitable fighting spirit, his body and will instinctively resisting. Thus opting for a breakthrough to counter the oppressive force. Whose child is this? Such talent is simply extraordinary. To comprehend certain profound truths in such a setting, to unleash a roar of defiance, thereby reaching the critical point for a breakthrough. What audacity, what spirit, what talent! This must be the most outstanding and promising individual of this generation, both in temperament and talent. I wholeheartedly recognize him. Chapter 30. The Triumph of Ascendance upon the Observation Platform. Numerous sect leaders and elders gathered, their profound cultivation allowing them to perceive the happenings across the 1,000-meter expanse with remarkable clarity. Master Zhou indeed imparts wisdom with finesse. This year, the Tianxian sect boasts 3 disciples who have remarkably breached the 2,000 mark. And even Mu Qingwan and Xiao Han have ascended to 2006 indeed. Another remarked, I have long asserted that Mu Qingwan possesses extraordinary talent. Her emergence this year is truly a sight to behold. As for Xiao Han, his aptitude surpasses even that of Mu Qingwan. Master Zhou is fortunate indeed. Zhou Yasi beamed with delight. Who would not wish for their disciples to excel? Moreover, she felt immensely gratified by the performances of Mu Qingwan and Xiao Han. Oh, Master Wang, You flatter me, and my two disciples do indeed possess exceptional talents, though I must admit I have been somewhat remiss in my guidance, allowing them to grow complacent. While their results today are commendable, they are still far from the discerning eyes of you esteemed masters and elders. Once this matter concludes, I shall ensure strict training to prepare them for a place on the Longhu rankings. I have heard that Master Zhou has another disciple whose talent rivals that of Hua Wucua and Mu Qingwan. I wonder who it might be. Did they partake in this grand event? At this moment, a voice interjected. Ah, you truly have a knack for raising sensitive topics. That disciple, I believe, encountered misfortune long ago, having had their meridians severed by the leader of Huayu Tower. For many years, Master Zhou has undoubtedly been seeking remedies for them, and the sect has surely provided care. Such a disciple, willing to sacrifice their life and future for the sect or fellow brothers and sisters, is a true treasure. You should not dwell on them. Alas, indeed. Comparisons can be infuriating. Master Zhou is fortunate to have secured such exceptional disciples. I am the path of cultivation. While innate talent is paramount, character and disposition are equally significant. A disciple willing to sacrifice for the sect is rare. Master Zhou must nurture them well, lest their spirits be crushed. Upon hearing these remarks, Zhou Yasi, who had been radiating joy, suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort, offering a forced chuckle without further comment. Internally, she cursed, "You useless wretch, must you always be a source of trouble? To be mentioned in such a setting, you have left me no way to save face." Having severed ties with the sect and spent so long away, I felt a tinge of guilt for your well-being. But now it seems you deserve your fate. I care not if you perish. In the central square, an old man with a white beard remarked with a smile, "Fortune indeed favors the bold. Yet without sufficient pressure, the path to breakthrough may be obstructed. The Limbo secret realm will soon open. Should we miss the opportunity for this young lad to enter, the excitement may diminish significantly. Fellow cultivators, let us combine our pressure to assist this young friend." Consequently, 6 individuals simultaneously unleash their oppressive auras, directing them towards the soul universe. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted and chaos erupted in the surrounding space. What is happening? Why is everyone directing their pressure towards that masked figure? Are they concerned he might reach the pinnacle? Why such urgency? Is it truly forbidden for anyone to ascend to the very top? How cruel! Are the 3,000 steps genuinely insurmountable? Only Tan Shisha's eyes brightened with excitement as he murmured, "What a remarkable young man! He chooses to break through here, harnessing the forces of heaven and earth to ascend rather than yielding. Such courage! Yet, if he fails, he risks not only a failed breakthrough but also potential injury or worse. His very life hangs in the balance. Is he confident, or is this mere recklessness?" Within the soul universe, the chaotic green lotus swayed, tendrils of azure energy cascading downwards, while the primordial celestial cloud danced joyously, countless strands of spiritual energy surging through this realm and into the soul universe. The vortex of spiritual energy above his head grew increasingly vast, resonating with the heavens, while the once clear sky began to darken, ominous clouds gathering overhead. The chaotic green lotus within the soul universe roared to life. Echoing within him, what method of cultivation does this young man employ to manifest such formidable true essence? This lad is defying the heavens, even with the combined might of 5 spirit emperors. We have yet to facilitate his breakthrough. Truly strange, remarkable. Perhaps this young man will surprise us in ways we cannot fathom. It is indeed peculiar. I cannot discern the depths of his dantian and the commotion of his breakthrough rivals that required for a spirit emperor. I eagerly anticipate whether he shall become the next Shui Yuntian, for I see in him the potential for extraordinary rise. Friends, let us intensify our efforts. It appears the moment is upon us. Indeed, as the old man's words echoed, the vortex of spiritual energy above the soul universe suddenly stilled, coalescing into a tangible form before erupting in a spectacular explosion. It resembled a powerful tornado that was abruptly frozen, only to be struck by overwhelming force, shattering into countless fragments. At that moment, the aura of the soul universe surged, and he abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant azure light flashing within. He then lifted his leg and, under the pressure of 6 formidable beings, ascended yet another step. All present held their breath, their gazes fixated on that fearless figure. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As the soul universe traversed the 3,000 steps and reached the central square. The winds howled and the heavens changed hue. Heavens above! He has truly accomplished it. He has reached the summit. How is this possible? He endured the full force of 6 spirit emperors and ascended to the central square without a hint of doubt. The applause was thunderous, cheers erupting like a storm. Tan Shisha laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What an extraordinary lad! He has truly succeeded. Now I have greater confidence. You may very well have a chance to rival Shui Yuntian." Standing upon the central square, the soul universe bowed deeply in gratitude to the figures above. This fortuitous breakthrough was largely due to their tremendous support, and he felt a wave of trepidation as he reflected on just how reckless he had been. Thankfully, he had succeeded. Had it not been for the chaotic green lotus and the primordial celestial cloud, the outcome might have been dire. As he stood upon the elevated platform, for the first time, he gazed down upon the world from a vantage point of authority, savoring this moment in the spotlight. He had often envisioned such a day when he would stand upon a pedestal, basking in the adoration of the masses, surveying the breathtaking scenery from such heights. Never had he anticipated the existence of this day, nor that such fanciful dreams could ever materialize. His emotions swirled within him, and he found himself at a loss for words. "Young friend, may I inquire your name and the sect from which you hail?" Jishui, without sect or affiliation. Chapter 31. Upon the heavenly cloud platform with the soul individual. The soul universe, having ascended to the heavenly platform, the test drew to a close. Not only did he secure first place, but he also achieved a breakthrough on the spot, advancing to the pinnacle of the 8th level of Spirit Lord. Tantalizingly close to another ascension. Jishui, the Limbo Secret Realm, is on the verge of opening. As the first place finisher in this test, you shall be the first to be transmitted into the realm. Allow me to offer a word of caution. Within the secret realm, both opportunity and peril coexist. Even a low-level secret realm such as Limbo should not be underestimated. The realm will remain open for 3 days. Should you fail to emerge by noon on the 3rd day, you will be irrevocably trapped within, adrift in the void with little hope of escape. Given your lack of sect affiliation, I feel compelled to offer further guidance. The soul universe bowed, responding, "Thank you, Taoist Qinghui, for your wise counsel. I shall heed your words." Taoist Qinghui smiled and nodded, his gaze now imbued with warmth. "Gifted yet unassuming, you embody a harmonious disposition, truly a promising seed. Please take your position within the central array and await the opening of the secret realm. I appreciate your efforts, Taoist and esteemed seniors." With that, the soul universe stepped into the heart of the array, gently closing his eyes as he delved into the depths of his dantian. Achieving the 8th level of Spirit Lord's prowess with such ease stirred an unsettling mix of anxiety and trepidation within him. In just over a month, he had transformed from a complete novice devoid of cultivation to a 7-star Spirit Lord overnight. A feat that would take others decades to accomplish. It was akin to a desperately impoverished individual winning a $5 million lottery. Suddenly thrust into wealth and reveling in euphoria, only to find themselves winning another $5 million shortly thereafter. In such circumstances, the initial elation would inevitably give way to unease. Was this windfall truly beneficial? Or did it herald misfortune? The current soul universe mirrored this sentiment, his heart a tumult of emotions, having transitioned from an unremarkable existence to acquiring extraordinary treasures, the chaotic green lotus and the primordial celestial cloud. Both promising boundless resources in such a brief span, he had triggered these 2 unparalleled treasures during a single test, resulting in yet another ascension. He was acutely aware that he was about to enter the Limbo secret realm. And if his memory served correctly, the coveted treasure lotus, fiercely contested within that realm, could potentially yield immense benefits. What would that future hold? He could scarcely fathom, nor determine whether it was a blessing or a curse. Such rapid advancement in his cultivation, coupled with the enigmatic gifts bestowed by the Hunyuan immortal cloud brocade, instilled within him a vague sense of unease. The Qinglian remained unchanged, while the whereabouts of the Hunyuan immortal cloud brocade were now shrouded in mystery. He knew it had once again submerged into the depths of the water, but he was uncertain of what it might bring forth this time and the next instant. All who had ascended the heavenly ladder were transported to the Tianyun platform, which instantly erupted into a cacophony of voices. Was that indeed the one who had conquered the 3,000 steps? Hush! His name is Jishui, and he is undeniably the first to ascend the Tianyun platform, bearing the formidable pressure of 5 spirit emperor-level powerhouses. Ah, who could have anticipated that we deemed him an individual too timid to climb the ladder, only to discover he is, in fact, a true celestial being? Yang Xiao had always believed himself to be the mightiest among this cohort, having surpassed Quanzhan and Yunshan, yet he was eclipsed by this obscure figure, who ascended with such vigor. How could he possibly come to terms with that? Glaring at the solitary figure standing at the center of the formation, he clenched his fists in frustration. At that moment, 2 individuals approached him, Quanzhan and Yunshan. Yunshan, arms crossed, playfully nudged Yang Xiao with his elbow and remarked, "Hey, feeling discontent?" Yang Xiao scoffed, replying, "It's not about discontent. Just because I may not measure up to him in ascending the heavenly ladder does not imply I am weaker. This is the realm of cultivation. In the end, it is not merely about combat prowess. Size of one's fist determines the truth of the matter. If ascending a ladder could determine who is superior, what need would there be to vie for the heavenly secrets? We might as well construct a ladder to immortality." Yunshan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, I share your sentiment. A person lacking a faction should not think to rise above us. I certainly will not allow that. How about we seize an opportunity to teach him a lesson? He must understand that in this world, innate talent does not equate to superiority. Survival is what truly defines a genius." A cold smile crept onto Yang Zhao's lips as he replied, "Naturally, within the secret realm, there is no rule against hunting. Opportunities abound." He then turned his gaze towards Quanzhan, who had remained silent, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. Quanzhan stated, "Fighting is acceptable, but I do not engage in underhanded tactics." Yunshan chuckled, "Rest assured, our intention is merely to teach him a lesson, not to assassinate him. It shall be a fair one-on-one confrontation." However, a peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes, leaving no one privy to his true thoughts. Meanwhile, on the side of the Tianxian sect, Mu Qingwan stared at the figure before her, momentarily entranced, as an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. The youth stood proudly amidst the throng, exuding an aura of brilliance. Her pale countenance bore a hint of confusion as she voiced, "Does it not seem to you that this figure bears a striking resemblance to Hunyuan?" Hua Wucua turned to her, saying, "Do you also perceive that this extraordinary youth bears a resemblance to that good-for-nothing Hunyuan?" "I felt the same upon first glance, but I soon dismissed that notion." Mu Qingwan furrowed her brow, revealing her puzzlement. Hua Wucua rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "Oh dear, you are truly naive. Firstly, his physique and silhouette indeed resemble Hunyuan, evoking a sense of familiarity. However, upon closer inspection, one notices the disparity, most notably in his demeanor. Consider this. Hunyuan has always been submissive and dejected, resembling a pitiful mass of clay, often appearing quite lecherous. Yet this Jishui, he is ethereal and confident, undaunted even in the presence of such talented youths, standing out like a crane among chickens. Do you honestly believe that such a presence could ever have belonged to that good-for-nothing Hunyuan? Have you felt anything like this in all these years? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingwan contemplated Hunyuan's characteristics and demeanor over the years, realizing he was utterly unremarkable, devoid of any notable qualities. Even a mere glance from her would render him flustered and at a loss. As if he were a wrongdoer caught in the act, lacking the courage to meet her gaze. Such a person could hardly possess any charisma, let alone be compared to the figure before her. She offered a bitter smile and shook her head, recognizing the absurdity of her previous thoughts. Chapter 32. Xiao Han is about to take action before Mu Qingwan could pose her next question. Hua Wucua continued, "Secondly, that good-for-nothing has been rendered useless for over a decade. Do you truly believe he could have reached such heights? He has just broken through to the 8th star of the Spirit Lord realm. What realm are we at? Him? Even had he not been incapacitated for those 10 years, It would have been impossible for him to attain such a realm in 8 lifetimes. So, do you still think he resembles him? Mu Qingwan murmured, indeed. How could he ever reach such a realm? It is impossible. It seems I have been a bit unstable of late, letting my mind wander to such implausible thoughts, shaking her head vigorously to dispel her distracting thoughts. Her gaze grew resolute as she declared, Hua Wu Cua, Lin Shi, Mo Chiuli. We have long dwelled within the sect, confined to our limited perspectives, believing ourselves to be formidable, squandering our energies on personal emotions and trivial matters. Convinced we are the chosen ones, yet upon stepping outside, we realize there are greater talents beyond our kin. Yang Xiao, Huangzhan, Yun Shan, these individuals, who have consistently held their ground on the dragon and tiger ranking, far surpass us in strength, having already reached the pinnacle of the spirit heaven realm, nearing the spirit lord realm. As for the previously inconspicuous Shishui, he has now achieved the 8th star of the spirit lord realm, eclipsing us all, not to mention those who occupy the top positions on the dragon and tiger ranking, including the unwavering first, Shui Yuntian. If we do not redirect our focus towards cultivation, we may soon find ourselves unqualified to even ascend this platform. Therefore, upon our return, I shall enter closed-door meditation, casting aside distractions and diligently seeking enlightenment. You must also cultivate a sense of urgency and carefully contemplate your plans. Upon hearing Mu Qingwan's earnest declaration, the other young women seemed pensive, nodding in agreement. They understood that she spoke the truth. After all, this was the realm of cultivation, where status and benefits were dictated solely by strength. The humble Tianqian sect could not guarantee their safety for countless lifetimes. Since the last time Mu Qingwan had distanced herself from Xiao Han, displaying behavior quite unlike her usual self, he had been sulking in solitude, neglecting to address her for over a month. Strangely, Mu Qingwan had not sought him out either, only serving to intensify his frustration. In the past, such a situation had never arisen. Whenever he displayed the slightest hint of discontent, Mu Qingwan would go to great lengths to cheer him up, even allowing him to indulge in somewhat excessive behavior at times. For years, both Mu Qingwan and Hua Wucua, as well as Lin Shi and Mo Chiuli, had sheltered him in this manner. Even their master, Zhou Yasi, would comfort and cheer him. He could be said to have enjoyed unrivaled freedom within the sect. Yet, since that day, after Mu Qingwan distanced herself from him, he had become irritable, brooding, and unfriendly towards everyone, even resorting to sarcasm. While Hua Wucua and the others continued to treat him with kindness, tolerating and caring for him, even questioning Mu Qingwan on his behalf, he felt a void without her nurturing presence, harboring an unspoken resentment. Thus, he chose not to join the sect's main contingent to Sand Emperor City, instead venturing forth alone. In the past, he would have complied with whatever Mu Qingwan suggested, pleading with their master to alter their route to accompany him. Either she was not at ease, quietly leading a few away from the main group to find and follow him. However, this time, she did not. Even when he left in a huff, Mu Qingwan merely made a symbolic gesture to retain him. Without any persistent interference, this only fueled his anger and deepened his frustration. He could not fathom the reason behind her sudden coldness, nor did he understand how he had offended Mu Qingwan. Faced with her unexpected indifference, he felt a pang of panic, utterly at a loss. Yet, he could never bow to Mu Qingwan. Thus, he chose to sulk and depart alone rather than seek the reason behind her behavior. After Xiao Han's departure, he did not follow the route he had reported to his sect, but instead searched for the figure of Hanyu, inquiring everywhere that, of course, it was not out of concern for Hanyu. Rather, he sought to reclaim the Qinglian stone platform. His master had repeatedly emphasized that it was his immense fortune, yet it had been taken away by Hanyu, who severed ties with the sect while his master slumbered. Initially, he paid little heed, believing Hanyu was merely throwing a tantrum, playing the familiar game of running away to elicit concern from others, and would return in a few days when his master found him. However, this time, Hanyu seemed to be serious. After such a long absence, not even his master Zhou Yasi or Mu Qingwan had sent anyone to search for him, which sent him into a panic. He feared that Hanyu, with the Qinglian stone platform in his possession, might flaunt it recklessly. If someone knowledgeable recognized its value and either bought or seized it, he would be left in despair. for he did not believe Han Yu could comprehend its significance. Moreover, as the time since Han Yu's departure from the sect lengthened, he felt an increasingly intense sense of emptiness, as though he had lost something profoundly important. He could even sense an inexplicable aura being drawn away from him. Thus, seizing this opportunity, he was determined to find Han Yu. This time, if he dared to hold on, he would not show any mercy. Even if it meant taking matters into his own hands, however, after searching for so long without a trace, and with Zhou Yasi constantly urging him, he had no choice but to attend the trial of the Lin Yuan's secret realm. Yet, out of spite, he did not seek out Mu Qingwan. Even when ascending the heavenly ladder, he deliberately chose another path. Yet, upon reaching the Tianyun platform, he noticed that the individual named Ji Shui bore a striking resemblance to Han Yu, which filled him with unanticipated joy, as he thought he had finally found the Qinglian stone platform. Completely forgetting where he was, he laughed heartily and moved forward, transforming his palm into a claw as he lunged toward the central formation. Intent on ambushing Han Yu. "Ha ha, you worthless fool, I've finally caught you. How dare you hide from me? Return the Qinglian stone platform to me." For over a decade, whenever he faced Han Yu alone, he had been so unrestrained, so indifferent to Han Yu's well-being. Over those years, he had grown accustomed to humiliating Han Yu, who was seen as worthless, and afterward, he would never be punished by others. Instead, he would cleverly conceal his actions, portraying himself as the victim. This not only allowed him to seize treasures and humiliate Han Yu, but also earned him the favor and concern of Mu Qingwan and others, while he took delight in their attention. Chapter 33. Heart as Deadass. Xiao Han made his move against Han Yu, but he forgot that this was not in the Tianqian sect. Moreover, he was oblivious to the circumstances, mistaking Ji Shui for the defenseless Han Yu whom he could bully at will. A mid-stage Ling Xian realm cultivator, he was about to attack Ji Shui, a formidable figure in the 8th star of the Ling Jun realm, in front of a large audience. Clearly, he had lost his mind. As everyone thought, what the hell? Who is this so brave? Brave? More like insane. A Ling Xian attempting to ambush a Ling Jun. Has he lost his senses? Piffed. This person must have a severe mental illness. Otherwise, how could he make such a ridiculous move? At that moment, Mu Qingwan and the others also recognized the assailant as Xiao Han. Hua Wucua was momentarily stunned before urgently calling out, "Xiao Han, have you gone mad? Come back." Lin Shi's face paled, exclaiming, "Xiao Han, stop." Mo Chiuli, with a cold demeanor, swiftly flew forward, attempting to intercept Xiao Han. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Han, rather than stopping, accelerated his charge towards Han Yu. His face twisted in a sinister grin, a savage cruelty evident in his eyes. This time, he was determined not to let the opportunity slip by. Yun Shan was taken aback and then burst into laughter. Is this how the Tianqian sect conducts itself? A Ling Xin realm? What a pity his cultivation is too low. Otherwise, he might have served well as cannon fodder. Yang Xiao scoffed, what a fool. Even as cannon fodder. His intelligence is insufficient for the role. Kuang Zhan remarked, with one strike, he could die 3 times. As the target of the ambush, Han Yu remained oblivious, focused on something else. When danger approached, he showed no reaction, not even opening his eyes, as if completely unaware of the imminent threat. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was stunned, momentarily lost for words. What is happening? Why is he not reacting? Could it be that the Ling Jun realm has such sluggish reflexes? Does he think he can defeat him even with his back turned? Seeing this, Xiao Han grew even more arrogant, scoffing at the so-called Ling Jun realm. His face twisted with madness, his murderous intent palpable. Showing no restraint. His hand had already brushed against Han Yu's clothing, and he could no longer contain the elation in his eyes, envisioning the moment he would crush and slaughter Han Yu. But the next instant he froze as his hand, upon contact with Han Yu's garment, could advance no further. Instead, a sound of metal clashing echoed from where he touched, as if he had grasped not fabric, but iron. His previously arrogant demeanor faltered, and the sinister smile froze on his face. He could not believe that Han Yu possessed such formidable defense. Defiant and unwilling to accept defeat, Xiao Han summoned all his strength, unleashing his Ling Tian realm power without reservation. Yet, it was futile. An invisible barrier repelled his palm. Even his spiritual energy was obstructed. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Hanyu, sending countless sands swirling and propelling Xiao Han backward. As if he were a kite with its string cut. Still airborne, he felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest. His blood surged, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion waning. But that was not the end. A barrage of ice spikes, each the size of an egg, shot forth from Hanyu's body, imbued with a momentum that could command an army. Hurtling towards Xiao Han, the ice-blue spikes shimmered with a radiant glow, exuding a chilling aura, sharp enough to pierce through flesh as if they were the scythes of death, ready to claim a life. The immense energy contained within the ice spikes terrified both Xiao Han and Imo Chioli, who had rushed to his aid. They understood that if struck, it would surely result in severe injury. It was at this moment that Xiao Han comprehended the magnitude of his foolishness. Furious, he muttered curses under his breath. "Hanyu, you scoundrel, you caused me to mistake the wrong person. If I am injured today, once I find you, I will make you wish you were never born." Imo Chioli felt a sense of hopelessness. She sensed that it was too late for her to intervene. The speed of the ice spikes was too swift for her to react. And even if she could, she knew she could not withstand it. Fear gripped Xiao Han. For the first time, he felt despair as he sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the ice spikes. Along with their merciless intent to kill, he realized he could not evade them, and for the first time, he tasted the chill of death, making his heart race in terror. Desperate for help, he found himself unable to make a sound. His eyes bulging, his face as pale as a sheet, overwhelmed by fear and despair. Teetering on the brink of closing his eyes and awaiting death, at that critical moment, a graceful figure dashed forward without hesitation. Embracing Xiao Han and shielding him from the lethal assault, Mu Qingwan protected Xiao Han, using her back to absorb the merciless ice spikes. She collapsed to the ground, her complexion as pale as paper. A mouthful of blood sprang onto Xiao Han's terrified face. With trembling hands, she turned to look at Hanyu, her voice weak as she said, "Ji Shui, my friend. Xiao Han is reckless and mistook you for someone else. His rash actions were entirely uncalled for. I implore you, in light of my taking his punishment, to show mercy and spare Xiao Han." Hanyu did not turn around, but he had taken in everything before him. The unwavering determination, the almost instinctual urge to protect, the humble plea. Each aspect pierced Hanyu's heart, leaving him ashen-faced and tormenting his soul. She had always been so proud, so cold, so unfeeling, yet it turned out that her indifference had always been directed solely at him. In the face of the chilling cold, the resolute and protective spirit she exhibited was strikingly intense and remarkably natural. Although they had severed ties and signed the divorce papers, her heart incessantly reminded her that Mu Qingwan had never truly loved her. That Mu Qingwan would only disdain and humiliate her. She urged herself not to grieve for her any longer, to relinquish all expectations and fantasies regarding her. Yet, upon their inevitable reunion, her awareness involuntarily gravitated towards her. And despite a century of humiliation and sorrow, the threads of her affection had not been severed, nor had her feelings been entirely extinguished. Witnessing this scene still struck her heart with an ache that rendered her breathless. Yet, this time, she ought to have let go for good, right? This time, it should be completely severed, shouldn't it? Solyu trembled slightly, but she forcibly turned away, her voice trembling yet imbued with an icy chill. "I am Ji Shui, not the Solyu you speak of." With that, she spared their lives this time. Should there be a next, she would not hesitate to strike without mercy. After uttering these words, Solyu turned away, refusing to engage further as the secret realm of Lin Yuan opened before her. The teleportation array beneath her feet glowed brilliantly, enveloping her in its radiance. Just as her figure was about to be transported away, an unsettling chill crept up her spine, and her hairs stood on end. Reacting instinctively, she turned to defend herself, but in her hurried response, she was still struck, however, when she discerned the identity of her assailant. It felt as if she had plunged into an abyss, her heart turned to ashes. Chapter 34. The Crusade Solyu coughed up blood, thrust into the Lin Yuan secret realm in an instant. Faintly, She heard the furious roars of Taoist Qing Hui and the Lord of Sha City. "Zhou Yasi, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike a junior without regard for your seniority? You are truly deserving of death," Taoist Qing Hui reprimanded angrily. Tan Shisha's countenance also darkened, the scar that marred his face twisting grotesquely as his fury surged, making it appear even more menacing. "Zhou Yasi, you are the master of a sect. How can you so shamelessly attack a talented junior, especially at the threshold of entering the secret realm? Such despicable actions are utterly detestable. You are fully aware that the Lin Yuan secret realm is fraught with peril, teeming with dangers. Why inflicting such grievous injuries upon him? Do you intend to extinguish a genius and condemn him to death? Do you truly believe that with the protection of Yun Lianxing, I would refrain from slaying you? In front of me and several Taoists on my territory, you dare act with such impunity. Do you consider me beneath notice?" Tan Shisha's wrath erupted, his overwhelming aura instilling fear in all present. His already fierce visage now more terrifying than ever. His gaze was captivating, his expression seething with rage. Despite his efforts to contain it, the flames of his anger only grew. Zhou Yasi, too, was flustered as she witnessed Xiao Han being sent flying and Mu Qingwan injured by Ji Shui. Her fury boiling over. She had heard that Ji Shui was a rogue without any sect. Even if she struck him, who would dare criticize her? No matter how gifted he was, without a background. A spirit lord was nothing to her. Yet she did not anticipate that Taoist Qing Hui and Tan Shisha would be the first to leap to his defense, vociferously berating her, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Goodness, how regressive the Tianqian sect has become. A mere sect master daring to attack the first place holder in this test. How audacious. Is this the state of the Tianqian sect? Zhou Yasi thought to herself. What has Ji Shui done to deserve this? To be ambushed without cause and then bullied simply because he lacks a sect and background. Ah, what a fine display of camaraderie within the Tianqian sect. All of them birds of a feather in broad daylight, with thousands of eyes upon them. They dare to act so despicably. One can only wonder what heinous deeds they have committed in secret. The Tianqian sect is truly despicable. My cousin's childhood friend is within their ranks. He once told my cousin that the Tianqian sect had an exceptionally gifted disciple, taken in by the sect, who was raised by the previous sect master, Yun Lianxing. However, Zhou Yasi coerced the sect master into handing him over, claiming she would treat him like her own son, which led to the sect master's passing of the position to her during his seclusion, despite another peak master being far more capable than her. What a farce! You are all unaware, aren't you? That disciple held deep affection for his fellow disciples, rescuing them from peril multiple times. Yet they colluded to murder the direct disciple of the Flower Thousand Valley master, Hua Yulo. When Hua Yulo confronted them, they denied it, and that disciple stood forth to take the blame, resulting in his cultivation being crippled and meridians destroyed. Can you guess what happened next? Zhou Yasi's expression turned cold as she glanced at the others, her eyes betraying her alarm and a glacial warning. One individual shrank back, overwhelmed by the chilling aura emanating from her. Feeling as if ensnared in an icy grasp, he quickly fell silent, retreating with fear evident in his gaze. Observing this, Tan Shisha let out a cold snort, unleashing a spiritual dragon from his being, striking towards Zhou Yasi with the swiftness of lightning. Zhou Yasi, startled, hastily mobilized her energy to defend herself. Although she managed to block the attack, it forced her several steps back, leaving deep impressions of her feet in the stone platform, indicating that this brief skirmish was far from trivial. Though both were of the Spirit Emperor realm, Zhou Yasi, being new to it, was no match for the seasoned Tan Shisha. Blood surged within her, yet she bore the discomfort, swallowing the crimson tide that threatened to spill forth. You? Tan Shisha coldly huffed, his face etched with frost. You dare to continually disregard me, believing my temper is infinite? I do not concern myself with the affairs of your Tianqian sect, but here, before you act against anyone, consider this. The rules of the city are paramount, and in Sha Huang City, it is the Tan surname that holds sway. At this proclamation, the Tianqian sect became the target of collective disdain, many instinctively shifting away, unwilling to be associated with them. Thus, A space formed around the Tianqian sect, devoid of any approaching allies. Realizing the gravity of her foolish actions, Zhou Yasi acknowledged that she had thrust the Tianqian sect into the eye of the storm. Positioning it against the other sections, she bit her lip in frustration, cursing, "You useless soul, you! Reduced to nothing, yet dragging the Tianqian sect into such a calamity, truly deserving of death." She attributed all her grievances and resentments to Soul Yu. Failing to recognize her own culpability, the members of the other sects observed with a glimmer of schadenfreude, their eyes sparkling with ambiguous intent. The distant Bai Lu, tumultuous emotions roiling within her, was filled with confusion. How could she act so recklessly? Was she not jeopardizing the future of the Tianqian sect? To attack Zhishui so brazenly for the sake of one Xiao Han, what thoughtlessness was this? Did she not realize that Zhishui was likely Soul Yu? Yun Shan let out a cackle. "Ah, Zhou Yasi, you truly are foolish. Yet, you've done us a tremendous favor. One wounded Zhishui, hehe." Tan Shisha continued. Xiao Han of the Tianqian sect maliciously ambushed the first-place holder, Zhishui, and his sect master retaliated, grievously injuring Zhishui. For this, Xiao Han's entry into the Lin Yuan secret realm is hereby revoked. Zhou Yasi screeched, "On what grounds?" Tan Shisha, "The Lin Yuan secret realm is not solely your decision. It is a collective resolution of all sect masters. Your unilateral decree bears no sense of justice." Tan Shisha coldly snorted, "Unilateral decree? Today, I shall exercise my authority once, and what will you do about it? Furthermore, go ask the other sect masters whether they wish to permit Xiao Han's entry." Zhou Yasi hastily turned to the other sect leaders, only to find them averting their gazes, completely disinterested in engaging her. "Hmph. I agree to revoke Xiao Han's entry qualification. A person so malicious, who knows how many others he has harmed in secret. I too concur with the revocation of his qualification. The Tianqian sect's actions are egregious. All should have their qualifications revoked, yet you only seek to punish Xiao Han. How convenient for you indeed," Zhou Yasi, exasperated, pointed accusingly at everyone. "You all, too brazen." Chapter 35. Unencumbered in the secret realm of the abyss as Han Yu was transported and landed, he violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion turning ashen. Yet, compared to the physical wounds he endured, his heart felt even colder. Even if he was unrecognized, she should not have launched an attack aimed at his Dantian. He was uncertain whether others witnessed it. But Zhou Yasi's strike was directed straight at his Dantian. Had it not been for the protection of the chaotic green lotus, he feared he would have faced yet another instance of having his Dantian destroyed. When Mu Qingwan, without hesitation or regard for her own safety, rushed towards Xiao Han, shielding him with her own body from a barrage of arrows, and pleaded for him in a tone of utter humility, Han Yu's heart turned to ice, devoid of any warmth. Once upon a time, he had done the same for Mu Qingwan, countless times shielding her from the storm of gunfire, willingly sacrificing his life for her. In the end, what he received was nothing but endless alienation and indifference. He distinctly remembered that year, when his concern for Mu Qingwan led him to reduce his visits to the demon-sealing Forbidden Land. Merely 2 days apart, demonic energy leaked from there, and Mu Qingwan became the first victim. Her body shrouded in black mist, her face darkened, resembling a decrepit elder on the verge of withering away. Zhou Yasi was helpless, merely anxious and unable to conceive a solution, while Hua Wucua and the others, despite their genuine expressions of concern, were powerless to alter the situation, watching helplessly as Mu Qingwan grew increasingly frail and tormented. He particularly recalled how Mu Qingwan, emaciated to the point of being little more than skin and bones, appeared grotesque and terrifying, evoking a chill deep within. The little disciple she cherished most, Xiao Han, upon witnessing her in such a state, recoiled in fear, his disdain and contempt glaringly evident. Upon seeing her in such a condition, Han Yu was filled with anxiety, his face etched with heartache, perpetually on edge. Fearing any unfortunate incident might befall Mu Qingwan, he disregarded her skeletal appearance, holding her tightly against his chest, caring for her with unwavering attentiveness, his heart tormented. After days and nights of guardianship, he finally witnessed Mu Qingwan's recovery. As the demonic energy invading her body dissipated for reasons unknown, Hanyu finally felt a sense of relief. 20 days of unbroken vigilance, 20 days of unwavering support, ultimately yielded the best possible outcome. However, on that final night, in a state of extreme weakness and exhaustion, Hanyu barely managed to rest on her bed for a moment before his master and others accused him of irresponsibility and insufficient care for Mu Qingwan. They believed that despite her severe injuries, Hanyu still had the audacity to sleep, clearly indicating his lack of concern for her well-being. No one acknowledged the torment of his 20 sleepless days or recognized the extent of his dedication to Mu Qingwan, all condemning him mercilessly for a brief moment of slumber, branding him a complete and utter heartless traitor. Xiao Han, merely present at the moment Mu Qingwan's body returned to its former beauty, was there to ensure that when she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Xiao Han's tender concern, compelling Mu Qingwan to devote her life to him, willingly sacrificing everything. While he had guarded her for 20 days, it was Xiao Han who ultimately reaped the sweet rewards of their shared happiness. Hanyu's eye sockets were sunken, his complexion devoid of color, and even the meager meals he could manage to consume were merely leftovers that Mu Qingwan could not stomach. 20 days of unceasing companionship and care, 20 days of dwindling energy and spirit, had only brought him endless scorn and ridicule, leaving him feeling utterly despondent. Reflecting on these memories, Hanyu's previously tranquil heart was now tumultuous, the once placid demeanor crumbling into disarray. He was once again convinced that Mu Qingwan did not love him. Perhaps she had never truly cared for him. It was Xiao Han, the little disciple, who was her most cherished target. In that moment, his obsession dissipated like smoke. This time, he showed mercy, yet ultimately, it was he who was wounded, his heart laden with anguish. Zhou Yasi had taken him in, becoming his guardian. In the past, the sect leader Yun Lianxing had cherished Hanyu dearly, never hesitating to scold or punish him, regardless of the heinous crimes he committed. She always placed the blame upon herself, never willing to let Hanyu suffer even the slightest grievance or hardship. Approaching a breakthrough, she entrusted Hanyu to Zhou Yasi, believing that since Hanyu was taken in by Zhou Yasi, she would naturally hold deep feelings for him, far exceeding her own affection, ensuring that Hanyu would never be wronged. That time, she dismissed the achievements of the Peak Master of Lingqi Peak, defying the Elder Council's decisions, exercising her authority as the sect leader for the first and only time, transferring her position to Zhou Yasi. Before entering her secluded meditation, she meticulously observed Zhou Yasi for half a month, discovering her meticulous care for Hanyu, her expressions and actions flawless, which led her to decide to enter her retreat with peace of mind. One could say that Zhou Yasi's position as sect leader was obtained through Hanyu. However, now she was attacking his dantian with all her might. Even if she did not recognize that Ji Shui was Hanyu, she should never have committed such a despicable act. Clearly, in her heart, Xiao Han's position was irreplaceable, his safety unparalleled. At this moment, Hanyu felt an icy chill enveloping him, a piercing coldness that made his heart tremble. He had always thought that no matter what, he was still the one she had taken in. After 20 years of companionship, even if he had brought her no moments of pride, there should have been some bond of master and disciple. Even if over the years he had failed to bring joy to Zhou Yasi, it should not have led her to despise him to the utmost, to the point of delivering such a deadly blow. Without merit, there should still be affection. Without affection, there should at least be the title of master and disciple. Yet in the end, it was the one who had watched him grow, the one closest to him, who dealt him a fatal strike. Once, despite being discarded, he had felt a sense of trust and pride. Simply because he was Zhou Yasi's first disciple, he believed that with her support, he possessed the greatest source of confidence and strength. Now it seemed that all of this was merely his ultimate fantasy, a one-sided wish from the beginning to the end. Zhou Yasi had never regarded him as significant. She had only taken him in for the sake of competing for the position of sect leader. On the surface, she cared for Hanyu with utmost attention, yet behind the scenes, how many times had she been tempted to extinguish his life? Thus, when Hanyu presented the severance agreement, her heart was secretly elated. Merely unable to express it too overtly now, after over a month of leaving the sect, she no longer had to bear the burden of having such a useless disciple, and Hanyu, regarding Zhou Yasi's nearly non-existent nurturing grace. Had long since repaid it. Tan Xin sect, I owe you nothing now. Chapter 36. Spiritual herb field. Faced with a sallow complexion, Han Yu distinctly sensed the unusual and perilous nature of this place. He must quickly recover from his injuries to explore the secret realm of the abyss in the time to come. However, Zhou Yasi's merciless strike had been exceedingly harsh. He now felt a surge of blood and a grievous injury. Sitting cross-legged, the chaotic green lotus sutra within him was rapidly circulating, strands of spiritual energy flowing through the damaged dantian, mending his wounded body. The Hunyuan celestial cloud brocade, which had descended to the bottom of the pond, had remained submerged for too long, failing to resurface. During this time, he had also realized that the higher the grade of the items the Hunyuan celestial cloud brocade fetched, the longer it took and the more energy it consumed. He was no longer worried about the Hunyuan celestial cloud brocade. Instead, he felt a sense of anticipation. Unbeknownst to Hunyu, just behind a nearby hill in the secret realm, a pair of large, bright eyes peeked out, curiously observing him. If Hunyu were to notice, these eyes had been watching him from a distance since he integrated with the green lotus stone platform, never expecting that it had the ability to follow him into the secret realm of the abyss. Suddenly feeling restless, Hunyu opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, frowning as he stood up. It seemed that this was not a place for lingering. He needed to swiftly locate the Grand Hall. However, he found himself momentarily at a loss as to which direction to take in his previous life. He had only entered this realm at the very end, lacking the capability to venture deep into the mysterious surroundings. He could only meander aimlessly within. Uncertain of his whereabouts, he inadvertently stumbled into a grand hall. At present, there were no discernible clues within this secret realm, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. A gentle breeze swept through, and to his surprise, he faintly discerned the sound of a delicate chime, reminiscent of wind bells hanging from eaves, resonating with a crisp clarity. With no clear path ahead, he resolved to pursue the source of the enchanting sound. Navigating through lush forests and babbling brooks, the scenery was breathtaking, prompting him to inwardly muse that this place seemed more like a hidden paradise than a mere secret realm. After an indeterminate amount of time, guided by the increasingly distinct sound of the chimes, he concluded that he must be nearing his destination. Indeed, after traversing a thicket of bamboo, a cluster of ancient structures came into view, an array of palaces not far apart. However, these historic edifices appeared dilapidated and neglected, lacking the allure of a treasure trove. He did not allow himself to become overly ambitious. Instead, he approached the palace cluster cautiously. Upon stepping through a decrepit wooden door, the sight that greeted him left him momentarily stunned. Were those spiritual herbs? How could there be so many? Though he could not cultivate, he had ample time to immerse himself in books, encompassing a wide range of subjects, including spiritual herbs. The fragrant spiritual herbs before him were all rare, high-grade medicinal materials, some even aged, brimming with potent medicinal energy, creating a rich aura around them. This discovery filled him with uncontainable joy. Tianqing grass? At least a century old, it holds immense value. Fuluachi grass, aged 300 years. Back then, possessing such aged herbs would have given me a chance to preserve my meridians. To his astonishment, there were even several specimens of Sanqing Shuiyue grass. He had nearly lost his life tumbling down a cliff just to snatch a newly sprouted spiritual herb for Mu Qingwan. Here, however, lay over a dozen of them. A truly extravagant find. Linma Angxi grass, Hanfeng Jinqiao, and Moguizang Yuazuzu. All of these shall be mine. Not to mention their rarity and efficacy, each one would fetch no less than a 5th-tier magic core, with some being utterly irreplaceable. Among them were a few pink Xiang mandala, a powerful aphrodisiac herb, each the size of a palm. He was well aware of its potency. Just a fraction of it could render a massive elephant senseless. And even if it were physically impaired, it could revive him. Not even 7th or 8th-tier powerhouses could suppress the aftereffects of this herb. Once consumed, if one did not engage in intimate acts within the half hour, their vital energy would become chaotic, leading to a fiery demise. Even those at the Spirit Emperor realm might find their lives at risk if they failed to manage or expel the herb's potency promptly. potentially resulting in total cultivation devastation. What a remarkable find. An unparalleled choice for sinister schemes. Regrettably, some of these precious herbs required specialized instruments for preservation, and he had nearly none at his disposal. Thus, he could only store them in his spatial ring, where their efficacy would inevitably diminish. Nevertheless, with such an abundance of spiritual herbs as a foundation, even if he were to gain nothing further, he felt his journey was far from futile. His spirits lifted considerably as he collected all the high-tier spiritual herbs, leaving behind a few inferior specimens, for one must not be overly selfish. Having feasted on meat, one should at least leave some broth for others. Most importantly, one particular spiritual herb appeared quite promising. However, upon excavating it, he discovered that its base had been significantly devoured by insects, and the medicinal power of its root had depleted, leaving only the upper portion intact. Incensed, he contemplated providing it with some nourishment. After extracting the herb, he applied a bit of organic fertilizer and then reburied it. And indeed, it appeared to flourish considerably. Having tended to the herb patch, he approached the palace cluster, with 2 palaces nearby as options. Just as he pondered which to enter, his keen senses detected a hint of danger. Instantly, he became vigilant, secretly channeling his energy in preparation for a potential ambush. Suddenly, a colossal python sprang from the left pathway, lunging at him with its gaping maw. He deftly sidestepped, quickly condensing a sphere of spiritual energy in his hand and striking the python with force. The creature recoiled in pain but did not retreat, instead coiling itself and watching him warily. A third-tier beast, the Qingma python. Where there are guardian beasts, treasures must surely lie within, but he was curious as to what this Qingma python was protecting. He resolved to press forward. A third-tier beast would not deter him. Perhaps sensing the formidable aura emanating from him, the Qingma python instinctively recoiled a short distance, yet it remained coiled at the entrance of the palace. Occasionally flicking its tongue and hissing warnings, as he lifted his foot to advance, the Qingma python's eyes glinted with ferocity, its massive blue form rising to a height of 5 or 6 meters, exuding an intimidating presence. Yet, its gaze was tinged with trepidation. Aware that it was no match for him, it hesitated to attack. However, it could not abandon its charge to guard the treasures within. This only deepened his curiosity. Why would it try to obstruct him despite knowing it could not prevail? What was it guarding? The third-tier Qingma python, part of a rare mutated species of pythons, was indeed a rare sight, and he had no desire to harm it. Thus, he activated the Qinglian demon eye within him, causing his pupils to shimmer and morph in an instant. 2 azure, 3-leaf lotuses began to rotate within his eyes, swiftly immobilizing the Qingma python, rendering it rigid and unable to move. Once he had subdued the Qingma python, he cautiously passed by it and entered the grand hall. However, the dilapidated interior was chaotic and overgrown with weeds, resembling an abandoned cottage. The beams themselves had collapsed, and it appeared no place to conceal treasures. Yet, given the lengths to which the Qingma python went to guard it, he could hardly believe there was nothing of value inside. After searching fruitlessly for some time, his expression soured as he furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he spotted several snake eggs upon a stone platform, one of which had already hatched, revealing a tiny Qingma python emerging from its shell. Enlightenment dawned upon him. The Qingma python was guarding its own eggs, not a treasure at all. With a dismissive sneer, he quietly retreated. Once he had left, the Qingma python returned to its original state, searching the area for any signs of him before finally returning to its lair. Chapter 37. A shift in mindset, double the repayment. He then approached the second palace, this time invigorated, moving cautiously toward the entrance. However, he sensed nothing particularly unusual, which struck him as odd. After expending considerable time, he emerged from the palace, covered in dust and disappointment. He had uncovered nothing, only inhaling a mouthful of dust. Still disbelieving his misfortune, he thought to himself, could he truly leave empty-handed after so many palaces? He entered dozens of palaces in succession, each devoid of any treasures. Not only did he leave empty-handed, but he also engaged in several fierce skirmishes with unknown beasts, nearly finding himself in peril despite Currently being at the 8th tier of the Spirit Lord realm in one particular palace, he recklessly entered only to discover it was the lair of a 3rd-tier beast. The Ma Ling mouse. The place was teeming with plump rodents, each the size of a large dog, crammed tightly together, scaling the walls and ceiling, creating a grotesque spectacle that sent shivers down his spine. Their red eyes glistened with hunger as they drooled, some even gnawing on the bodies of their companions. Disgusting and repulsive, upon noticing his entry, they surged toward him as if they had encountered a long-lost delicacy. Even with his cultivation and speed, he found it challenging to evade their onslaught. Their slick, shiny fur made them resilient. Even as he managed to knock a few aside, they remained undeterred, relentlessly charging at him. Exhausted from the relentless waves of Ma Ling mice, he felt as though he might lose his lunch from the overpowering stench. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, whenever he retreated a certain distance, the vile rodents ceased their pursuit, merely scurrying anxiously in place. Reflecting on the chaotic battles he had faced, he finally understood. These beasts could not venture beyond the confines of the palace, as long as they remained within that designated area. Neither the beasts nor the mechanical puppets would continue to chase him. This discovery is undoubtedly advantageous. In future encounters with those guardians of the Grand Hall, one can entirely rely on such an advantage to engage in a battle of wits. Rather than resorting to desperate physical confrontations, originally intending to depart without delay, Huanyu suddenly halted, gazing at the repugnant rats that dared not approach the hall. An epiphany struck him. Reluctant to entangle himself further with those vile rodents, he nonetheless felt a pang of resentment for the significant loss he had suffered, an affront so detestable it made him want to retch. Thus, he resolved to take action. He procured a lengthy wooden stick and, without disturbing the swarm of rats, gently closed the hall's door, leaving no trace of his intervention. Yet, he deemed this too simplistic. If it failed to attract the attention of others, it would indeed be rather dull. Consequently, a cunning plan began to form in his mind. After securing the hall door, he harnessed his spiritual energy to seal it from the outside, creating an illusion of shimmering brilliance and warmth, as if treasures lay within, inviting the imagination of onlookers. Not satisfied with this, he retrieved a rare medicinal herb and planted it beneath the steps at the entrance of the hall, deliberately aging the soil and sprinkling some moss to give the appearance that this herb had flourished there for quite some time. The herb exuded a faint luminescence and a fragrant aroma, making it all the more enticing. Delighted with his handiwork, a wicked smile curved his lips as he turned to leave, only to pause mid-step. Deep in thought, the misfortunes he had endured would not be his burden alone. Others must also taste the bitterness. The Huanyu of now was no longer the naive, decrepit, and self-sacrificing individual he once was. He was gradually becoming more self-indulgent. As for anyone unable to resist the temptation and falling into the trap he had set, it was not his concern. After all, he was not the one who pushed them inside. He contemplated whether to hide and witness the unfolding drama, curious to see who would be the unfortunate soul to stumble upon his trap. Embracing his mischievous nature, Huanyu further enhanced the hall's appearance with his spiritual energy, ensuring it was strikingly distinctive from afar before he finally withdrew. He scanned the surroundings, seeking the nearest low hill, and with a few agile leaps, he found a secluded spot atop it from this vantage point. He had a clear view of the palace below. With a sly grin, Huanyu settled down, awaiting the arrival of a kindred spirit. In the interim, he closed his eyes to rest, allowing his consciousness to delve into the spiritual sea within him. The azure lotus remained motionless, rooted in the pond, while the ethereal clouds of the mixed elements drifted gracefully through the water, the surface undisturbed, betraying no ripples. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in his mind. Mu Qingwan recklessly charging forward. Enduring the piercing pain of ice spikes on behalf of Xiao Han, a bitter self-mockery stirred within him. How much had he sacrificed for Mu Qingwan? How many times had he nearly lost his life, only to receive nothing in return? Not even a word of gratitude or care from her. He had entrusted his heart and soul to her, pouring all his affection and emotions into the soil of Tianxian sect. Yet he received not a shred of favor, only endless ridicule and scorn. He had lost everything. his life, his relationships, and had been cast out from the sect, nearly having his dantian destroyed by his own master. He should have been disillusioned, resigned to despair, and indifferent to all, but those were memories of a century-long bond, a familial affection he had devoted his life to protect. Yet, as he watched them display their affection before him, their hands brimming with spiritual energy directed at him without a care, Huanyu felt an acute pain in his heart. The depth of love breeds a profound hatred. Now, Huanyu finally comprehended the experience of abandonment and the bitterness of resentment. He grasped the anguish of betrayal by those he once held dear. Following this ordeal, the Huanyu who had initially wished to depart quietly, severing all ties with them, now found his resolve quietly shifting. He had never contemplated vengeance, nor had he considered how to make them regret their actions, but now he retracted such futile thoughts. Had he not been granted the chance of rebirth in his past life, he would have likely died alone, without even someone to retrieve his corpse. They would have felt no pity, perhaps even rejoicing at his demise. How tragically absurd. Why should he be the only one to endure such suffering? Why must he bear the brunt of all pain, humiliation, torment, despair, and death alone? Had he committed some grave error? No, the fault lay solely in his weakness, in his excessive kindness towards them, in his failure to live for himself and his constant consideration for others. Thus, all the pain he had endured, all the humiliation and despair he had faced, should be shared by them. They too should experience the regret and anguish he had undergone, and he would repay it tenfold. Chapter 38. The Wrath of Xiao Han. While Huanyu idly awaited the arrival of a kindred spirit, a group of individuals appeared not far from the palace complex. Time had elapsed, several hours had passed, and some who ascended the Tianyan platform had already entered the Linyuan secret realm. Among them was Xiao Han. Tan Shisha publicly announced the cancellation of Xiao Han's qualification to enter the Linyuan secret realm. Ordinarily, she would not alter her rules. Little did she know, Mu Qingwan had achieved an excellent rank, but, in her attempt to protect Xiao Han, had sustained grave injuries inflicted by Huanyu in her current condition. Even if she forcefully entered the Linyuan secret realm, she would gain nothing. Reluctantly, Mu Qingwan transferred her spot to Xiao Han, and Tan Shisha could hardly object, for the rules did not prohibit the transfer of qualifications. Once Xiao Han and the others entered, they had no clear direction. It was their first time in the Linyuan secret realm. Some possessed maps provided by elder members of their sect, but due to the ever-changing teleportation locations, many maps proved useless. After some wandering, they eventually congregated. At this moment, Xiao Han harbored a deep-seated hatred for Huanyu, and he etched the name Ji Shui into his memory. This was meant to be his opportunity to shine. Yet not only had Ji Shui stolen the limelight, but he had also embarrassed him in front of everyone, leading to Tan Shisha revoking his qualification, a slight he could not swallow. Ji Shui had been injured by Zhou Yasi, and Xiao Han had witnessed it all. Such injuries would not heal in a day or two, and given his strength, revenge seemed difficult. However, he had hidden cards up his sleeve, capable of injuring even a Spirit King realm expert, while Ji Shui was merely at the Spirit Lord realm. Moreover, several of his senior sisters had entered, and apart from Mu Qingwan, the others were undoubtedly unwilling to see him humiliated. He was confident he could exact revenge here. A mere Spirit Lord without a sect posed no threat to him. If he employed his hidden cards, he was certain he could defeat him, perhaps even kill him. Furthermore, his master had been reprimanded by Tan Shisha and Daoist Qinghui in front of so many. Losing face and tarnishing the reputation of Tianxian's sect, she would certainly not let this slide. Upon entering the Linyuan secret realm, Xiao Han swiftly searched for Hua Wucua and the others. Eager to demonstrate his obedience and let his senior sisters see how much he cared for them. If he feigned injuries and displayed fear, his sisters would surely be moved to tears, cursing Ji Shui for his unworthiness. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, despite having entered for quite some time and exploring the Linyuan secret realm at breakneck speed, he had not found his sisters, nor had he encountered a single treasure, which puzzled him. Fortunately, after considerable effort, he finally crossed paths with several individuals from other sections. Though they looked down on Xiao Han's character, they still guided him to Hua Wucua and the others. As anticipated, Xiao Han merely lamented his misfortune, portraying himself as gravely injured and frightened in the Linyuan's secret realm, immediately causing his sisters to shed tears, erupting in outrage against Ji Shui. Others disdainfully distanced themselves from this group, isolating Hua Wucua and her companions. With Xiao Han present, even though they were isolated, they felt no discomfort. Rather, they believed that being together was preferable, planning to reserve any treasures for Xiao Han, avoiding the hassle of sharing with others. The appearance of the palace complex filled their group with excitement, and Xiao Han dashed ahead, with Hua Wucua and the others trailing closely behind. Seeing this, others cursed him for his shamelessness as they hurriedly pursued the palace complex. Xiao Han reached it first, just as Huan Yu had, arriving at the medicinal field ahead of everyone else. With a mere glance, his hatred boiled over, and he cursed vehemently. Han Yu did not take all the spiritual herbs. Rather, he left behind some of inferior quality, commonplace varieties that held little value. Some herbs had been uprooted entirely, leaving behind fresh earth in the pits, and the soil still retained traces of their medicinal potency. While the air was suffused with the gentle fragrance of the spiritual plants, it was evident at a glance that this place had once been a flourishing herb field, originally cultivated with many high-tier, aged spiritual herbs, now all claimed by those who had arrived first. What incensed them the most was that it seemed the culprit was so fearful they would not recognize the precious herbs that they only took the rare and valuable varieties. Leaving behind mere scraps, in fact, at some of the pit openings, they had deliberately plucked some roots and branches, preserving a portion of the herb's essence without compromising their medicinal quality, ensuring that it was unmistakable how precious the removed items had been. Tian Xinggrass, at least 100 years old, highly valuable. Fuluo Chioi grass, with at least 300 years, an excellent catalyst for treating meridians. Sanqing blood moon grass, astonishingly, there were over a dozen specimens. Linamo and Xie grass, Hanfeng Jing grass, and Imo Gue Zhang Yuzhu. Xiao Han, quickly look. Is this not the fragment of Deluo Han Shayi that you mentioned? I remember you saying that if you could obtain Deluo Han Shayi, you would be able to refine Deluo Laiwen Dan, and then advancing to the high realm of Ling Tian would be a mere formality? Last year, a 50-year-old Deluo Han Shayi appeared at an auction, valued at 30,000 spirit stones, but was taken by someone else, causing you to remain unable to advance? Hua Wu Qiuoyan asked. Xiao Han's face was as cold as frost, his expression dark and his teeth clenched in a knot. Oh? Xiao Han, come quickly. Is this not the golden needle jade leaf mushroom you mentioned? It can be refined into a 6th-grade elixir, Jinling Xian Fusan, which can enhance cultivation levels below the Spirit King realm for 3 months without any side effects. Even for those in the Spirit Lord realm, consuming this elixir could at least promote them by 1 level. Lin Shi exclaimed, holding a clump of soil with a small root protruding, approaching Xiao Han with curiosity. Upon seeing it, Xiao Han's eyes turned blood red, his clenched fists trembling with rage. Meo Yunong Su grass, an exquisite herb for treating cold ailments or frostbite, if over 500 years old, could even be refined into a 7th-grade elixir, capable of curing even the cold ice absolute pulse, making it a nemesis of frost. If senior sister Qing Wan could possess such a herb, her body, injured by the ice spike of Ji Shui, would instantly recover. The others, witnessing this scene, were equally filled with resentment and grief, as all the good items had been taken, leaving behind mere remnants. They all understood that the only one who could have arrived here before them and taken these herbs was Ji Shui, the first to enter the Ling Yuan's secret realm. They simmered with indignation and fury, but upon recalling Ji Shui's 8-star Spirit Lord cultivation, they could only sigh helplessly. Xiao Han, consumed by rage, let out a skyward roar, bellowing, Ji Shui, you bastard, I, Xiao Han, will not rest until you and I are at odds. Chapter 39. Why do 7th-grade herbs smell a bit off? Han Yu, hiding behind a rock, heard Xiao Han's impotent roar of fury and chuckled to himself. Heh heh, you dog. You finally have a day of suffering. In my last life, I endured endless humiliation, living in despair for 100 years only to die at your hands. In this life, everything I have experienced will be repaid to you tenfold. TSK, and this mere appetizer has you at your wit's end? No rush, I will savor this game with you, and I will ensure you experience true despair. To his surprise, you actually entered TSK. It seems this fated encounter is meant for you. Huh? Ha ha ha. I look forward to your splendid performance. After his wicked laughter, Hunyu concealed his aura, hiding behind the rocky hill, preparing to witness a brutal spectacle. After venting his frustrations, Xiao Han, disregarding the disdainful gazes of the others, began to rummage through the remaining spiritual herbs. The others quickly caught on and eagerly joined the fray. Although they were inferior items, they were still rare treasures. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. And nothing should go to waste. You bastard, I saw this first. Get lost, damn you. When you saw it, I already had my hands on it. Why should it be yours? Are you really going to snatch this? Are you a beggar? Taking it out would barely be worth 500 spirit stones. Stop conning me. Do you really think I'm uneducated and can be fooled? This is McGee Star, a third-tier low-grade spiritual herb, worth at least 2,000 spirit stones, not 500. Ah, what a pity. This fourth-grade spiritual herb was stepped on. Otherwise, it would have been quite valuable. Is Ji Shui really that stupid, not caring for the flowers and plants? Suddenly, Hua Wu Qiu exclaimed in delight. Xiao Han, come quickly. There's a complete spiritual herb here, and it's glowing. Hurry! Lin Shi and Emo Chioli rushed over upon hearing this, and Xiao Han abandoned the low-grade herb he was digging up. Darting to Hua Wu Qiu's side, the others watched enviously. Any herb that emitted light was at least 5th grade or above, and only those of high age could emit such a fragrance. With such a specimen, their journey into the Ling Yuan secret realm would be well worth it. You fool. I just told you to go over there. You insisted on saying there were more here, but all this is first-grade herbs. Even thousands of them cannot compare to the value of that one, senior brother. You can't blame me. There were hardly any over there. I didn't know. It's all that Ji Shui's fault for taking all the good stuff. Stop blaming your sister. That is a spirit lord. The two of us combined wouldn't even match up to one of their fingers. Let us dig quietly and quickly. Oh, senior brother, can you not hit my head next time? Master said hitting the head makes one stupid. Shut up. Do you have any limits to your stupidity? Is there room for you to be any more foolish? If I hit you 1,000 more times, you won't get any smarter. Senior brother, you hit my head again. I protest. Suddenly, Xiao Han let out an excited, slightly trembling cry. This is actually Tian Yun Hua Luo Jin, a 7th-grade herb, and the aura. The medicinal power, this fragrance, at least 500 years, no, at least 1,000 years of age. Hua Wu Qiu and the others were equally astonished, but upon hearing this, Hua Wu Qiu asked with confusion, Xiao Han, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is this truly a 1,000-year-old 7th-grade herb? Why do the other herbs have the fragrance of herbs, while this one seems a bit foul? Emo Chioli furrowed her brows and remarked, It's stinky. Very stinky? Xiao Han shrugged, rolling his eyes. Senior sister, you don't understand. I have read a book on famous herbs that clearly documented the shapes and uses of various herbs, along with their different effects and appearances at various ages. I remember quite a few details. The book states that Tian Yun Hua Luo Jin, approximately a foot tall, with roots as thick as an arm, and its branches resembling fine threads, is entirely bright red with cloud-like patterns. It bears no fruit or flowers, absorbing the fire-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nurturing fire essence in its roots, with sparse leaves resembling red spiritual roots. For those over 1,000 years old, there are 5 circles of cloud patterns from bottom to top, each with 200 loops. A Tian Yun Hua Luo Jin over 1,000 years is classified among the top 7th-grade herbs. A rare treasured, if successfully refined, it will yield a 7th-grade advanced elixir with the power to revive the dead. Senior sister, see, isn't it exactly as described in the book? I can assure you, this is undoubtedly a 7th-grade supreme spiritual root. Hua Wu Qiu nodded, taking another careful look, saying, Indeed, it truly has 5 circles of cloud patterns. Emo Chioli still frowned, asking, Are 7th-grade herbs supposed to smell bad? Lin Shi pouted. Chioli, you really should read more books and not just clutch that broken sword all day. If you don't understand, just stay quiet. Didn't you hear Xiao Han? This is definitely a 7th-grade supreme spiritual root. If Xiao Han says so, how could it be wrong? So what if it has a bit of a foul smell? It's likely just the characteristic of this herb. Much like that durian you love to eat. It smells terrible but tastes incredibly sweet. Haven't you always loved it? Emochioli nodded, as if beginning to comprehend, and fell silent. Xiao Han felt utterly elated. At that moment, even the air seemed sweet. He carefully crouched down, leaning close to the Tianyuan Hualuo Jin, his nose nearly touching the root. He took a deep breath of the herb's medicinal power and fragrance. His face rapturous, eyes closed in bliss, as if inhaling the most exquisite aroma in the world. However, after his moment of ecstasy, he frowned slightly, pursing his lips. While the medicinal power was indeed fragrant, there was a distinctly foul odor mingled within. Making him feel uncomfortable and even a bit nauseous, he struggled to recall the details from the book. However, at the time his master had shown it, he hadn't paid close attention, only skimming the surface. And now he couldn't remember what that smell was. Perhaps there really was a foul scent mixed in. Let me take a whiff. I've heard that even just inhaling the aura of high-grade herbs can be delightful, and some of the medicinal power will be absorbed. Lin, she spoke up first, imitating Xiao Han's manner, taking a deep breath of the celestial energy. However, once she had inhaled, she coughed twice, the foul stench irritating her nasal passages to the point where her eyes struggled to remain open. This time, she chose not to utter another word. Hua Wucua glanced at the two individuals, pressed his lips together, and offered an awkward smile, taking a perfunctory sniff before hastily retreating. Truly, it was unbearably foul. She still could not come to terms with it. Regardless, this was a 7th-tier medicinal herb, a supreme spiritual root, and Xiao Han was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, that Jishui is truly a fool. His ignorance of pharmacology is evident. As he has let this 7th-tier advanced herb slip through his fingers, I dare wager that even if he were to excavate every single herb from this spiritual field, it would not even begin to compare with the value of this Tianyun Hualua root. Ha ha ha, what does it matter that he entered first? What does it matter if he excavates all the spiritual herbs? He is merely a reckless brute devoid of any knowledge. There is nothing to fear. I suspect that if he were to grasp the value of this herb, he would surely regret it to the depths of his soul. Ha ha ha. Chapter 40. Xiao Han strikes in anger those crouched behind. Digging for spiritual herbs, exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sentiment. Clearly, the temptation of the 7th-tier spiritual herb was immensely powerful. They had all come to this spiritual field together, so why should they be relegated to excavating mere scraps and inferior products while Xiao Han, the one who had been expelled, could unearth a 7th-tier herb? The Tianxian sect had always been shameless, and Xiao Han's blatant ambush on Jishui before everyone had already stirred the ire of all present. Now, to compound matters, he had the luck to unearth a 7th-tier spiritual herb. How could they possibly accept that? At that moment, someone discarded a somewhat damaged 2nd-tier spiritual herb, causing a commotion that drew the attention of all present. This individual, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "Hold on, this medicinal herb field was discovered collectively. It should belong to all of us. Had we not brought you here, how could you have entered this spiritual herb field? Why should we be limited to excavating these unwanted low-tier goods, while you few shameless individuals seek to claim that 7th-tier supreme spiritual root for yourselves?" Another person, seeing someone take the lead, stood up as well, asserting, "Exactly, why should you? You just stated that the value of that one herb is equivalent to all the herbs in this field combined. Why should you monopolize that 7th-tier medicinal herb? Indeed, I refuse to accept this. I too refuse to accept this. That 7th-tier spiritual herb must have our share. You think to swallow it all? You'd better ask my sword in hand if it agrees." It is already itching for action. Hua Wucua and his companions immediately sprang to their feet, standing beside Xiao Han, adopting a stance ready for combat. "Have you no shame? We all came to the herb field together. We did not disturb your excavation of spiritual herbs, nor did we prevent you from digging here. Now that you see we have unearthed something valuable, you wish to claim a piece of the pie? Not a chance." Lin Shi also shouted in anger. "What are you even? If you cannot dig it up, blame your own lack of skill, yet you seek to snatch our 7th-tier spiritual herb? You brutes, what skill do you possess in robbing our hard-earned spoils? If you have the ability, dig it up yourself. Do not even think about targeting Xiao Han. Otherwise, you shall not find me merciful. Emo Chili drew his sword, positioning it across his chest, glaring at those individuals, saying, "Do you wish to test whether my sword is sharp?" Xiao Han wore a disdainful smile, snarling. Being of low cultivation is not a fault, but failing to recognize one's own limitations and daring to brazenly snatch from me is sheer folly, a group of mindless fools, if I do not enlighten your blind eyes to see who I am. You dare to set your sights on me? That Jishui, an 8th-level spirit lord, first on the heavenly ladder, I do not even regard him. How dare you, mere minions, think to challenge me before I unleash my wrath? I suggest you scurry away. Upon hearing this, many recalled, as he had said, that in such a context, they were indeed facing an 8th-level spirit lord, recognized by Qinghui Daoist and the lord of Shaohuang City. Among all present, who would dare confront him? Although Xiao Han ultimately returned empty-handed and was even injured by Jishui, his audacity to fight was something none could match, and by this alone, he seemed to possess the right to say such things. Some individuals, noticing Xiao Han's gaze wavering, subtly shifted back, while others, tempted by the immense benefits at stake, still yearned for a fight. A 7th-tier supreme spiritual root, if obtained, would elevate one directly from outer disciple to core disciple status upon returning to the sect, or even to that of an esteemed disciple. Even if not surrendered to the sect, with the efficacy of this 7th-tier spiritual herb, one could carve out a formidable path for themselves. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards, there are bound to be brave souls. In the face of great profit, there will always be reckless individuals, and there are always those who refuse to submit. Humph, stop pretending. You did strike? Yet you did not even graze Jishui before being sent flying by his true energy. If it were not for your senior sister's desperate protection, you would have long since become a soul beneath Jishui's ice spear. And yet you dare to intimidate others with this? I am not swayed by your tricks. Today, that 7th-tier spiritual herb must have our share. You seek death originally. Xiao Han wished to make a name for himself at this testing conference. To stand in the spotlight, relishing the adoring, proud, and joyous gazes of Mu Qingwan and others, basking in the cheers and applause they would bring, he wanted to demonstrate to Mu Qingwan that he was her best choice. Ignoring him in a fit of pique was the most unwise of actions, as he was the most radiant presence. If she did not cherish him now, she would surely regret it in the future. However, he had not anticipated that this testing would be so arduous that he would not achieve the expected results, nor feel the thrill of his moment in the limelight. He attributed all of this to Huinyu. Believing it was he who had stolen his Qinglian stone platform, causing his unstable mindset and preventing him from becoming the one who reached the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder, mistakenly identifying Jishui as Huinyu. He had struck without hesitation, not even realizing it. The result was not only his own humiliation, but also Mu Qingwan suffering severe injuries, leading to his disqualification from entering the Linyuan's secret realm. He was furious and unwilling to accept this, his anger boiling over, and now, in this moment, a foolish individual dared to bring up this matter, truly the height of insensitivity. This ignited Xiao Han's fury, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck out in wrath, launching a full-force assault on that individual. 8 Extreme's heavenly collapsive fist, infused with spiritual energy, formed a dragon of energy as it was thrust forward. This dragon, perhaps sensing the anger, coiled and roared. Those nearby felt the forceful wind whip their garments, while the dust and mud of the spiritual field swirled in a captivating cloud. The punch, transformed into a fierce dragon, carried with it a powerful spiritual force capable of shattering time and space, rushing forth with incredible speed. As the dust settled, the onlookers were taken aback by the scene that unfolded before them. The individual under attack reacted swiftly, crossing his arms defensively across his chest as the dragon struck. All his power coalesced in his arms, and though he managed to withstand the assault, his feet sank into the dirt, sliding back several meters before finally coming to a halt. How is this possible? A peak spirit profound realm cultivator could unleash such a formidable attack. Such a powerful technique, one must ask, how could I possibly defend against it? If it were to land on me, I would most certainly be finished. Gasp. What kind of monstrous combat power is this? Is this truly the method expected from a spirit profound realm? Huh? He is indeed that strong? No wonder he could ascend such a high heavenly ladder. It was an impressive display, yet regrettably, his realm is insufficient. I believe if Zhishui were present, he would likely have no chance of survival. Chapter 41. Utterly disgusting. After releasing his power, the individual spat blood, his arms falling limply to his sides. Knowing his limbs were now rendered useless, he collapsed to the ground, spewing another mouthful of blood. His gaze toward Xiao Han filled with terror and resentment as he trembled and said, You are so ruthless. Have you crippled my arms? Xiao Han coldly retorted. Humph, you brought this upon yourself. This time, I have merely disabled your hands. Next time you speak so recklessly to insult me, it will not merely be your hands at stake, but your very life. Xiao Han is truly ruthless. That individual harbored a heavy malice. Having uttered just a few words, he had been so severely crippled, truly despicable. Are the Tianxian sect's members always so domineering? When Yuan Zhongzhu was in power, the Tianxian sect maintained a low profile. But since Zhou Yasi ascended, the sect's rules and atmosphere have drastically changed. Xiao Han, regardless of his character, indeed possesses formidable strength. That individual is certainly not someone to be trifled with. With a single strike, he rendered his opponent incapacitated. Alas, Xiao Han's ostentatious display of power left the onlookers in a state of trepidation, causing them to refrain from uttering further words. Although the allure of the seventh-tier spiritual herb remained potent, it appeared that they lacked the strength to vie for it at this juncture. It seemed that the precious seventh-tier spiritual herb was already within Xiao Han's grasp. Observing the situation, Imo chilly maintained her vigilance, while Xiao Han, with a cold smirk, resumed his examination of the seventh-tier spiritual herb. Gazing upon the exquisitely graceful Tianyun Hua Luo root, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a sense of prideful intoxication at the sight of such a captivating herb. Fortunately, he retained his composure, recognizing the necessity of not lingering too long. If he squandered time here, the subsequent treasures would elude him. Without further hesitation, Xiao Han produced a jade spade and an exquisitely crafted azure jade box, explaining, certain high-tier spiritual herbs cannot be excavated by bare hands, as this would damage the roots and fibers, resulting in wounds and the loss of medicinal potency. For a supreme spiritual herb like the Tianyun Hua Luo root, one must be particularly cautious. Its fire attribute endows it with a potent fiery spiritual energy. Thus, it is best to excavate it by hand if one possesses ice-cold spiritual energy. Otherwise, one must employ this cold jade spade, which possesses a degree of ice attribute, to quell the fire elements that may dissipate from the root's exterior during contact. This method prevents the herb from heating up upon exposure to air, safeguarding its internal structure and medicinal efficacy. However, the cold jade spade, despite its icy attributes, could only temporarily restrain the fire elements. The azure jade box, crafted from ice-condensed spiritual grass and cold mountain stone, served as the optimal means of preserving the Tianyun Hua Luo root, effectively suppressing the active fire elements over time and ensuring the preservation of its medicinal properties while allowing for gentle nurturing, rendering it less domineering. The elixirs crafted from such an herb would undoubtedly be of the highest quality. She gazed at Xiao Han with an enamored expression, her eyes filled with adoration. Truly, Xiao Han is remarkably knowledgeable. If others who lack understanding were to recklessly excavate, it would be a waste of resources. Xiao Han chuckled and urged, let us hasten and extract it. We must still enter those palaces soon. After speaking softly, he added, we cannot start with the cold jade spade. If we do, the efficacy of the spade will diminish by the time we extract the root, which would be detrimental to its preservation. Thus, we should first hand-dig the soil surrounding the root, leaving only a thin layer of clay to encase it. At that point, we can employ the cold jade spade to maximize the preservation of the Tianyun Hua Luo root. The onlookers, hearing Xiao Han's articulate explanation, nodded in agreement, recognizing that he possessed genuine knowledge of herbalism, rather than being a mere brute. This was their first experience witnessing the excavation of a seventh-tier spiritual herb, and they all gathered closely. Upon seeing Xiao Han's fierce glare of warning, They signaled their harmless intentions, expressing mere curiosity and a desire to learn. With this reassurance, Xiao Han felt a sense of relief and disregarded them. Rubbing his hands together, he cautiously began to dig the soil beside him, taking great care and displaying a level of professionalism. Internally, Xiao Han smirked, dismissing the onlookers as a bunch of simpletons who had never seen the world. He meticulously peeled away the layers of soil, even going so far as to blow away scattered particles with his breath. However, this time, the stench intensified, causing him to grimace and fan the air a few times. As the excavation progressed, the onlookers grew increasingly eager, yet they also covered their noses in repulsion. Meanwhile, Han Yu had been waiting for quite some time without any sign of the other's arrival, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. These wretches, have they altered their route and bypassed this palace? That should not be possible. It seems there is only one way in. Why are they still not here? Could it be that they are so foolish as to lose their way? Even the Qing Imo python has not stirred. Just as Han Yu prepared to stealthily investigate, a resounding roar echoed from the direction of the spiritual field, startling the birds into flight and scattering the clouds above. The roar was infused with boundless rage, frustration, grievance, and anguish. Each utterance tugged at the heartstrings of those who heard it, bringing tears to their eyes. Han Yu was momentarily stunned, murmuring, "What has transpired? Is there a trap there of which I am unaware? Why have I not encountered it? Zhishui, if I do not kill you, I, Xiao Han, shall never be a man." Han Yu was bewildered, pondering, "What does this foolish brat have to do with me? I did not set any traps. He is merely suffering the consequences of his own foolishness. Wait, could it be that 7th-tier Tianyun Hua Luo root to which I applied fertilizer? Oh no, how could I have forgotten about that?" However, he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of it. Imagining the scene and shaking his head in disbelief, Xiao Han's hatred for the name Zhi Shui reached its zenith. He could not fathom how such a despicable person could exist, and he felt an overwhelming urge to sever his own hands in anger. The disgust was unbearable, the pain excruciating. He felt rancid, utterly devoid of humanity, on the brink of tears yet unable to cry, his face a mask of cold fury, contemplating the desire to end his own life. The others exchanged glances, having already retreated in disgust, the foul odor driving them away, leaving them feeling nauseated. They struggled to suppress their laughter, their expressions contorted, with some nearly sustaining internal injuries, their faces flushed from the effort. They had to admit that Zhishui was truly a vile individual, devoid of ethics or humanity. Hua Wucua and her companions stood in a state of shock, their faces contorted in discomfort. Gagging at the unbearable stench, Xiao Han and his companions had been so earnest, nearly prostrating themselves in their efforts to excavate the herb, their dedication surpassing expectations, their hopes reaching new heights, already fantasizing about the heights it would elevate them to. They leaned in closer, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the spiritual herb, only to be met with, in their hearts, they had cursed Zhi Shui countless times, envisioning his dismemberment 100 times over. Even the usually composed and icy Imo Chili could not contain herself. Exclaiming loudly, "Zhi Shui, you truly are inhuman. How can you show your face again?" Chapter 42. Han Yu's deceptive intentions. Xiao Han wore an expression of utter disgust, as if he had consumed a dead fly. Completely stripped of his earlier arrogance, his face pale with anger. Hua Wucua gagged once more, her complexion ashen. She mentally revisited every delectable dish she had ever encountered, desperately attempting to dilute the foul scene she had just witnessed and the overwhelming stench that accompanied it. Only to find it futile. In fact, recalling those memories only intensified her nausea, leaving her on the verge of choking. She loathed Zhi Shui to the core, deeming him the epitome of wickedness. He was truly despicable and revolting. Lin Shi pouted, feeling particularly wronged among the group. She mimicked Xiao Han's entranced demeanor, leaning in to inhale the aroma, even picking up a handful of soil to smell. Fortunately, Xiao Han had declined her offer to assist in digging, sparing her from a wretched fate, leaving her hands untainted by the foulness. Otherwise, she feared she would never again have the courage to eat with her hands. Disgusting, utterly revolting. That scoundrel, an insufferable villain. She felt tears welling in her eyes, wishing to cry yet unable to do so, while a hint of resentment brewed within her. Don't you claim to be knowledgeable? Aren't you supposed to be an expert? Why can't you even detect this? In my lifetime, when have I ever faced such a humiliating situation? For the next 10 days, please spare me from any sight of yellow, viscous substances, or I might truly vomit. Oh, Chili wore a peculiar expression. Feeling a tinge of sympathy for Lin Shi and Xiao Han, secretly relieved that her true passion lay in swordsmanship, which kept her less interested in such matters. The stench was abhorrent, beyond exaggeration. Compared to the others retching, she fared much better. She had not ventured too close, avoiding the foul odor as if it were a plague, preferring to wield her sword in defense rather than endure the scent. She was curious, however. Did all men smell this foul? Was this what it meant to be a stinky man? Yet, the stench was simply unbearable. Ji Shui, a truly repugnant man. Suddenly, someone could no longer contain their laughter, their face contorting in amusement. Many others struggled to suppress their chuckles, pressing their lips together in an effort to restrain themselves, tears welling in their eyes from the effort. Some individuals find it unbearable to witness, vigorously turning their heads towards the distance or the sky, striving to divert their minds from the matter at hand. Yet the tremors of their shoulders betray the profound struggle they endure. Others resort to more drastic measures, pinching their own thighs, using the sharpness of pain to suppress their mirth. This proves to be the most effective method. Although Xiao Han's palms have been cleansed, the anguish and humiliation that cling to them remain indelible. This serves as a harrowing lesson, a profoundly sorrowful experience. Perhaps only by annihilating the source of still waters can he fully expel this shame. Transitioning from an initial roar of grief and fury to a later sense of humiliation and resentment, he gradually achieves a state of calm. Beneath the tranquil surface lies a deep-seated hatred and an intense desire for retribution. After standing silently for over 10 minutes, Xiao Han's face remained cold and unyielding as he gazed at the palace complex, his previous expectations extinguished. However, the quest for treasures could not be interrupted. He could no longer afford to dwell in sorrow. All he could do was scour this place for more valuable artifacts to cleanse himself of this disgrace. He took the lead towards the palace cluster. Having lost all hope in this vicinity, since Ji Shui had managed to scour this area of its spiritual fields and had even outwitted him, it was highly unlikely that any precious treasures remained within these palaces. Hiding behind a stone and stifling laughter, Han Yu couldn't contain his amusement at the image of Xiao Han foraging for herbs. The thought of that earlier furious outburst made him barely able to hold back. Time had elapsed, and Han Yu speculated that they should have commenced their exploration of the palace complex. However, disappointment was inevitable, for there was nothing of value within. Suddenly, he recalled that one of his inadvertent actions could disrupt his plans. Having learned from past experiences, Xiao Han and his companions would not easily fall for the same trick again. If they found nothing, they would not assume it was because the palaces were devoid of treasures. They would only think that Han Yu had already harvested everything. Among so many palaces, there happened to be one that Han Yu had not visited, a palace that radiated evident allure. Anyone would be tempted by it. Thus, Han Yu placed a high-grade spiritual herb and arranged some radiant spiritual energy frames, inadvertently complicating matters. After his prior experience, he was convinced that Xiao Han would not wish to encounter a second such ordeal. Han Yu's arrangement now seemed somewhat superfluous. He needed to devise a clever strategy to convince them otherwise. Han Yu pondered his tactics earnestly. Xiao Han and his group estimated that Ji Shui had already stripped the Great Hall bare. Yet their dissatisfaction lingered, and they clung to a sliver of hope, preparing to delve deeper to investigate once more. After all, items housed within the Great Hall were not like those in the spiritual herb fields. They depended on chance. It was not merely a matter of who entered first, claiming the treasures as their own. Naturally, with so many people, they could not all crowd into a single hall. Even if they managed to find something, others might snatch it away first. They silently agreed to split up and search for spoils individually. Unfortunately, some were ill-fated. Combined with unfavorable circumstances, they sustained severe injuries or even met their demise on the spot. Han Yu had not eradicated the beasts within the hall, so every time they entered a great hall, a battle was required. Utilizing the Qinglian demon eyes for mental control, each beast was fully capable of combat. And Hanyu had already provoked their wrath during his earlier reconnaissance. Faced with new warriors, the beasts showed no mercy, attacking with lethal ferocity, making each exploration of the palaces exceedingly arduous. Some perished, while others were gravely wounded, and in the end, they obtained nothing at this moment. Not only did Xiao Han and his companions harbor scorn and hatred towards Ji Shui, but even those uninvolved began to feel resentment. Ji Shui, you truly are detestable, stripping everything bare. How could this rascal have accomplished such a feat, pillaging so many great halls while the beasts within remained vigorous and unscathed, lacking even the slightest evidence of struggle? How did he manage that? Could it be that this scoundrel possesses some secret method to control the beasts? Or perhaps he can intimidate these formidable creatures. If that's the case, he is indeed formidable, easily handling individuals like us. What a stroke of misfortune. Is this brat somehow akin to a Paixio, leaving nothing for anyone? They would rather believe that Ji Shui had taken all the items than accept that there were no treasures within these great halls. Hanyu also felt incredibly frustrated and perplexed. Why were there no treasures here when the spiritual herb fields existed? Who would believe such a claim? Chapter 43. Hanyu's provocation. Xiao Han and his group reconvened, each appearing disheveled and dejected, their animosity towards Ji Shui rapidly escalating. Hua Wucua had also been injured. She had recklessly entered a great hall and was attacked by a fourth-tier beast, the Hell Wolf. Had it not been for Mo Chili's timely intervention, the two would have struggled to slay the two fourth-tier magical beasts, and Hua Wucua might have perished there. Her garments were torn in several places. Her skirt tattered, and she appeared listless, her complexion bleak. Lin, she still could not endure the revolting scene. Remaining silent throughout their journey, her expression contorted with discomfort. Completely devoid of interest, she refrained from entering the halls. Becoming the only one among the group unscathed, O'Chili occasionally frowned, her demeanor slightly awkward, clearly indicating that she too had suffered injuries, though she was still able to endure. Xiao Han's expression was dark and frigid as he walked silently. His lips sealed, appearing calm, yet inwardly, he had cursed Ji Shui's ancestors for 18 generations. Suddenly, a commanding shout startled everyone, causing them to tense up as if facing a formidable foe. A sudden rush of air announced the arrival of a man in a bronze mask, dressed in green, who leaped into the air, performing several somersaults before landing before them. Perhaps he had miscalculated his landing. As he touched down, his footing faltered, and he nearly stumbled. He swiftly regained his composure, pretending as if nothing had happened, and obstructed their path. Damn it, you nearly scared me to death. What's wrong with you? Get lost? You're making me jumpy. Xiao Han, however, felt a surge of blood rage within him at the sight of that loathsome mask, awakening an indescribable fury. The earlier humiliating scene surged into his mind, igniting his anger. Lin, she stepped forward, pointing at Ji Shui and cursing, Ji Shui, you bastard. How can you be so disgusting? It's utterly repulsive. I wish I could kill you right now. Feigning surprise, Ji Shui furrowed his brow and replied, people from Tianxian sect? Huh? Not only arrogant but shameless as well. Your junior brother is utterly foolish. Why do you follow suit? I think it's you Tianxian sect individuals who are truly repulsive. What does it have to do with me? Lin Shi, exasperated, flushed with anger as she pointed at Ji Shui. Are you denying it? Are you even a man, daring to do the deed but not take responsibility for it? Ji Shui couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed Lin Shi had fallen into his trap. From the pained expression on her face, it was clear that her distress was not merely superficial but rather profound. What do I have to be ashamed of? He said with a straight face. I have nothing to be guilty about. I will acknowledge whatever I have done. Come, tell me loudly what heinous acts I have committed. You come here and curse at me. Your junior brother ambushed me, and your master attacked and injured me. I haven't even settled that score yet, and now you slander me. Dio, you really think I lack temper? If you can't articulate your grievances, none of you will have it easy. Tears nearly brimmed in Lin Shi's eyes from frustration, but she found it impossible to articulate the scene again. The very thought was already unbearable. To recount it in front of so many was simply intolerable. Upon seeing the bronze mask again, Xiao Han could no longer contain his fury. His body trembled. Blood-red glints ignited in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Ji Shui, his expression one of murderous intent. As if he wished to tear Ji Shui apart on the spot, he still had hidden methods capable of severely injuring Ji Shui. However, he could not reveal his trump card at this moment. He suppressed his rage, coldly huffing, "Get out of my way, I have no desire to converse with scum like you." Ji Shui replied coldly, "Heh, do you think you're worthy to insult me? Who is truly scum here? Everyone can see it. What right do you have? You dare demand I step aside? You think that just because you're in greater numbers, you can speak so boldly? Who gave you the audacity?" Someone stepped forward, indignant, and questioned, "Ji Shui, did you not strip the spiritual herb fields bare? Have you emptied these great halls?" Ji Shui replied nonchalantly, "And if I did? These items are unclaimed. It's a matter of skill. I stripped the spiritual herb fields and explored these great halls. What is wrong with that? What are you trying to say?" Xiao Han reiterated, "Step aside, or do not blame me for being unkind. Do not think that being at the Spirit Lord level makes you formidable. If you force my hand, you will learn what it means to regret." Ji Shui furrowed his brow, realizing, indeed, this fellow has a hidden card. One that is not afraid of the Spirit Lord level? Humph, let us see who ends up regretting. Moreover, we have unfinished business. You ambushed me, and your master did too. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. I will certainly seek retribution, but not at this moment. Hua Wucua, frustrated, asked, "Then why do you block our way?" Ji Shui paused for a moment before speaking. "Although I am quite reluctant to associate with you, I am, by nature, a person of kindness and simplicity, unable to bear the sight of others suffering. Thus, I feel compelled to warn you, do not explore here. It is perilous. You would be better off seeking other avenues." Bah, kindness, simplicity, unable to witness the suffering of others? Do you truly comprehend the insidious words you are uttering? Are you aware of the depth of your hypocrisy? Now you come here pretending to be a benevolent soul? Who among the so-called good people would engage in such malevolent, despicable acts, such repulsive deeds? Who among the virtuous would strip a place bare, leaving not a single good thing behind? Everyone looked on with disdain. Their faces filled with contempt. Such expressions were truly unflattering. Ji Shui retorted indignantly, "You doubt my character? Let me ask you this. If it were anyone else, who would be the first to consider that if all the spiritual herbs in the field were harvested, there would be nothing left for those who follow? I left so many spiritual herbs for you, yet you remain unsatisfied. If I were untrustworthy, why would I leave you the highest tier spiritual herb? The 7th grade one. Who else possesses such awareness and magnanimity? By the way, who among you is so fortunate as to have unearthed that 7th grade Tianyun Hua Luo root? Step forward so that I may admire your luck. Truly, a fortunate soul indeed." Ji Shui, you seek your own demise. The wave of suppressed laughter rippled through the crowd, except for Xiao Han and Hua Wucua, whose expressions were as cold as ice. Hua Wucua could hardly suppress the urge to spit blood. As the feeling of acid reflux surged once more, Xiao Han, unable to contain himself any longer, erupted in fury, his eyes blazing as he charged towards Ji Shui, ready to engage him in battle. Fortunately, Imo Chili intervened just in time. For Xiao Han, still at the Lingxin realm, would surely not withstand Ji Shui of the Lingjun realm. "Oh, so you're backing down. It seems the people of Tianxin sect are all talk and no action. Only capable of boasting," mocked Ji Shui, donning the bronze mask of Hunyuan, relishing the sight of Xiao Han seething with hatred, his face darkened and body trembling. Once, he had been disheartened by Mu Qingwan's disdain and neglect. Enraged by her tender affections for Xiao Han, feeling a similar intensity to his current state, perhaps even more so. This state of affairs had persisted for countless years, during which he lacked the power to resist or turn the tables. Now, however, the roles had reversed. For the first time in many years, he had caused Xiao Han to suffer, to be humiliated in front of so many people, to be insulted in such a public manner. This feeling was exhilarating, granting him a perverse sense of pleasure, almost enjoyable. The wheel of fortune had turned. The humiliations and costs he had borne would now be repaid with the amusement of tormenting Xiao Han and Mu Qingwan. And he relished the prospect, viewing this merely as the beginning. Is my aura too overwhelming? So what? Are you angry? If you're angry, then leave. Don't linger here to be an eyesore. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, what is that? Why are there spiritual lights swirling around the doors and windows of that grand hall?" Not merely swirling spiritual lights, the entire hall exudes waves of spiritual energy, radiating a rich aura. Is this a sign of a great treasure emerging? Something is colliding with the doors and windows. The spiritual energy resembling a sealing force. The previously tense atmosphere shifted to one of intrigue, all eyes turning towards the grand hall, except for Xiao Han, who remained fixated on Jishui. He refused to believe that Jishui had thoroughly plundered all the grand halls. Leaving untouched this resplendent hall, his naturally suspicious disposition was unwilling to be deceived a second time. Han Yuan noticed the crowd's attention shifting to the grand hall and, from the corner of his eye, caught sight of the skepticism on Xiao Han's face. Seizing the moment, he leapt into the forefront of their vision, blocking their gaze, his expression grave as he warned, "I advise you not to set your sights on that treasure hall. It holds dangers beyond your reckoning, guarded by formidable forces. If you wish to survive, you must leave immediately." Xiao Han continued to scrutinize Jishui's demeanor, noting the fleeting hint of panic that had crossed his face. This revelation ignited a spark of curiosity within him. What could lie within that hall that warranted such urgency? Surely, it could not be yet another pathetic ploy to repulse them. Humph, do you truly consider yourself a paragon of virtue? Do you genuinely believe you would come to warn us of danger out of goodwill? Surely, you harbor some ulterior motive. Perhaps something of great significance is about to emerge from within. At this, Jishui could not help but smirk inwardly, realizing he had been played. Nevertheless, he masked his amusement with an exaggerated display of panic, scolding, "You fool, be quiet. What treasure could possibly emerge? I have stated it clearly. The dangers within are extreme, far beyond the capabilities of those at your level. Leave at once, or I shall be compelled to drive you away. I am doing this for your own good." Xiao Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was now convinced that something valuable lay within, prompting Jishui's frantic attempts to deter them. It was evident that his intentions were anything but noble. However, another question lingered in his mind. Why had Jishui not investigated the hall himself, but instead waited for them to arrive before attempting to impede their exploration? Enough with the pretense. Who among us would believe your fabrications? You wish to protect us? Surely, you aim to deceive us so you can venture in alone. Mo Chili scoffed. Repugnant man. Hypocrite. Hua Wucua added, "Go deceive someone else. Do you think we would fall for your tricks?" Lin Shi's face was grim, her expression hostile as she contemplated how to retaliate against him. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of vengeance, wishing to make him experience the same nauseating feelings he had inflicted upon others. Yet, she found it difficult to stoop to Jishui's level of repulsiveness, fearing it would bring her shame. You are flustered. The situation is certainly not as you claim. Our suspicions are surely correct. Dio, you truly think you can single-handedly obstruct us all? Even if you are at the Lingjun realm, that seems an impossible feat. If you were a Lingwang realm master, I would depart without a second thought. Jishui was genuinely flustered now, positioning himself firmly in front of the crowd, his hands gathering two orbs of spiritual energy that danced in his palms. He concentrated, shaping the energy into icy spikes, his gaze resolute as he declared, "I have warned you. It is perilous. You cannot enter. I am not a bloodthirsty individual. Do not force my hand." The crowd exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing among them. Yet, in that moment, Jishui's hands faltered, the energy within becoming unstable, nearly dissipating, even the icy spikes melting back into wisps of spiritual energy. This spectacle caught Xiao Han's attention. He had discerned a clue. Shouting, he proclaimed, "I believe I understand why you did not enter this grand hall. The blow from my master has left you wounded, and although you appeared unscathed before, your current aura is chaotic, your spiritual energy wavering. Even the icy spikes you conjured are faltering, indicating that your internal injuries are rather severe. having explored so many grand halls without encountering any beasts. It seems you have resorted to some extraordinary means, but at a great cost to yourself, resulting in your current state. The reason you have not investigated this treasure hall is that you lack the strength to do so. And you wish to divert us while you recover, so you can enter alone afterward. Am I correct, Jishui? Jishui, upon hearing this, revealed an expression of disbelief, his eyes filled with reluctance, yet he vehemently denied it. Stop your nonsense. I admit I am injured, but it is of no consequence. Do I need to recuperate to confront this grand hall? Nonsense. I have already told you, it is extremely dangerous, and I am merely acting in your best interest. With your meager strength, you wouldn't even know how you perished. Xiao Han retorted coldly, whether it is true or not, we shall soon find out. I have a score to settle with you. And I intend to do so. With that, Xiao Han prepared to take action. Seeing this, Jishui retreated swiftly, not forgetting to shout, Xiao Han, wait for me. You do not believe my warnings? Soon enough, you will regret it. In a desperate bid for escape, the figure known as Jishui fled, his voice brimming with fury. Chapter 45. The Opening of the Palace Gates. Witnessing Jishui's reluctance to strike and his subsequent retreat, Xiao Han's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes shimmering with a dangerous glint that hinted at intrigue. At this juncture, he felt a profound sense of relief. The palace was not a trap laid by Jishui, but rather a domain he was momentarily unfit to enter, hence the obstruction. Upon arriving at the palace entrance, Xiao Han indeed sensed an extraordinary aura, yet it was not the perilous presence Jishui had alluded to. Instead, it was a fleeting sense of familiarity. A thought flickered through his mind, and he endeavored to grasp that sense of recognition, but it eluded him entirely. Shaking his head to dispel the ephemeral feeling, he turned his gaze toward the grand hall. Before the hall's entrance stood a rare herb, thriving beneath the steps, surrounded by a carpet of moss that suggested it had flourished there for an extensive period. However, this was the grand hall, not a medicinal herb garden. The sudden emergence of such a plant raised suspicions. Xiao Han's expression darkened as he murmured, what a lavish investment to place a fifth-tier superior herb here. Though it pales in comparison to the 7th-tier Tianyun Hua Luo Jin, its value remains significant. Yet, having learned from previous experiences, it was evident to anyone that the herb's presence in such a peculiar location was dubious at best. With a derisive laugh, Xiao Han declared, Fool, is this the extent of your tricks? Do you take me for a simpleton? Do you think I would fall for this again? It is merely a 5th-tier herb. Even if it were a complete 7th-tier medicinal plant, it would not pique my interest. Lin Shi echoed his disdain, saying, Is Jishui a mere child? How childish! If I were to be fooled twice by the same trick, I would truly be a fool. How laughable! Hua Wucua scoffed. Is this all you have? Such a base ruse, attempting to beguile us. We were caught off guard before, but did you think we would be so easily deceived again? How ignorant, how absurd! Mo Chiuli, with a frigid demeanor, succinctly remarked, Repugnant man, truly foolish. Are you not even going to investigate? Look at all that moss. It hardly appears to have been buried recently. It seems to me that it has been growing here all along. Naive. On such a hard surface, how could such a high-quality herb possibly thrive? It certainly looks indigenous, but do you truly believe that is possible? Even if it were, could it remain here? With Jishui's despicable nature, how could he possibly leave something of value behind? Placed so conspicuously, could he have overlooked it? Would he not take it away? The absence of it now indicates something is amiss. Perhaps something vile lurks beneath. Xiao Han snorted coldly, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that struck the ground where the herb resided. The earth erupted, dust swirling and stones shattering. As the dust settled, it revealed that no strange objects erupted from the ground. Rather, the soil was clean, with warmth dissipating from it, contrary to the anticipated trap. The 5th-tier herb, however, had been dislodged by Xiao Han's attack, now reduced to fragments, its medicinal potency rapidly waning. The crowd exchanged glances. Frustration etched on their faces. A 5th-tier herb, a genuine treasure, nearly on the verge of evolving into a 6th tier. Xiao Han, defiant in his disbelief, refused to accept that this was not a scheme orchestrated by Jishui. He struck the soil once more, and the outcome remained unchanged. His countenance darkened, vexation flooding him as he gazed at the shattered remnants of the superior herb, his blood boiling, his heart heavy, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. "See? I told you to check first. Now look, the superior fifth-tier herb has been ruined." Lin Shi and the others stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the disparity between their expectations and reality. "All of this is Jishue's doing. He has led us to our doom." Gritting his teeth, Xiao Han felt a surge of resentment, yet he knew it was futile. The dispersed herb, its potency dissipating like weeds, had lost all value. He steeled himself. Preparing for battle, despite Jishue being severely injured, he was still a spirit lord, and Xiao Han could not risk entering without full confidence until he had regained his strength. Caution was paramount. They could not afford even a moment of negligence. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, the group nodded in silent agreement, channeling every ounce of their strength as they cautiously approached the palace gates. The stillness within the palace was unnaturally profound, instilling a sense of dread. Yet the thought of encountering treasures that could rival the fifth-tier herb reignited their hope, emboldening them to advance despite their trepidation. As they neared the palace entrance, the silence persisted. However, Xiao Han detected an unusual aura emanating from the luminous spiritual energy. This energy bore traces of sealing power, necessitating the removal of these seals before they could proceed. No wonder Jishue had not ventured in. It was the sealing force that had impeded him. Given his current state of injury, he could not breach the gates without special means. He retrieved a small vial containing a liquid known as Wugong water, capable of dispelling lower-tier restrictions or sealing forces. It was precisely what he needed. After pouring a few drops, he infused his spiritual energy into it and manipulated the Wugong water from a distance, dousing the sealing energy. The moment they made contact, a sizzling sound erupted as the energy was corroded and dissolved, the seals on the doors and windows being lifted. The crowd was left bewildered, thinking, was it truly that simple to dispel the seals? Xiao Han possesses an astonishing array of treasures. Upon witnessing this, Hua Wucua, Lin Shi, and others were momentarily dazzled, their gazes filled with admiration and affection for their junior brother. How could anyone compare to him? Just then, a sense of foreboding washed over Xiao Han. A disquieting illusion began to unfurl in his mind. In the instant the sealing energy was dispelled, he felt countless predatory eyes fixated upon them, poised to pounce. Although the palace doors remained closed, devoid of any movement or energy fluctuations, an unsettling sensation gripped him. That moment, an unknown fool acted rashly, forcefully flinging open the doors and windows. They crashed into the hall without a sound, an eerie silence enveloping the scene. What met their eyes caused everyone to freeze, their minds unraveling in panic. Every gaze turned vacant, an overwhelming tide of terror engulfed each heart. Faces paled, drained of color, sweat poured down their brows, and a chill ran down their spines. Eyes bulged in horror, completely ensnared by fear, rendering them motionless. Chapter 46. A Brutal Assault. All were on high alert, utterly paralyzed by the scene before them. Xiao Han's instincts had been correct. Indeed, many eyes were watching them. A wave of blood and putrid stench surged forward, causing everyone to hold their breath, their faces turning a sickly green. What appeared were grotesque, rotund figures the size of wolfhounds, their numerous dark forms instilling a bone-chilling dread in every observer, as if the very heavens were about to split open. Xiao Han's scalp prickled, his ability to think evaporating. Hua Wucua trembled in fear, her legs turning to jelly, her lips quivering with no trace of color. Lin Shi's mind went blank, waves of dizziness crashing over her, nearly causing her to faint. Even the stoic Imo Chiuli felt her sword arm quaking uncontrollably, her fighting spirit extinguished. A gulp echoed through the crowd, resembling the unlocking of Pandora's box, signaling both an attack and a retreat. Boom! The first corpulent rat leaped high, reaching several meters in the air, and then a frenzy erupted as all the rats surged forth through the doors and windows, rushing towards the crowd. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Han called out, "These are third-tier demon beasts. Act now, or we shall all perish." His voice was laced with terror. Despite their fear, The group responded with unrelenting force. Damn it! How are there so many rats, larger than dogs? Help me! A girl, paralyzed with fright, was knocked to the ground by two of the beasts, her struggles proving futile. The rats tugged at her hair and gnawed at her arms, their excited squeaks filling the air. The foul odor, mingling with their slimy saliva, splattered across her face and body as they continued their assault. Help me! No! Woe is me! Leave me be! Leave me be! However, at this moment, everyone is preoccupied with their own dilemmas. Who possesses the capability to rescue her? Second brother, save me. Second brother, whenever anyone falls, there is absolutely no chance of rising again. Each rodent is robust, their heavy bodies pressing down like colossal boulders, rendering any attempt to struggle futile. Moreover, once someone collapses, a multitude of rats will swarm in to hunt, tear apart, and even devour. There is no opportunity for escape. Indeed, senior sister, be cautious. Chili swung her sword, striking a rat and sending it flying several meters away before quickly dodging to Huo Wuzua's side to provide assistance. Huo Wuzua had already sustained injuries, and her remaining combat strength was scant. Faced with such a torrent of rat attacks, how could she muster any resistance? They also realized that although these rodents lacked energy-based offensive skills, their size and sheer numbers conferred upon them formidable defensive capabilities. Their fur could even withstand energy attacks. Not only could swords fail to penetrate their defenses, but the smooth and dense pelage also negated a significant portion of the force. Fourth sister, be careful, Lin, she nearly stumbled, but was fortunate to be pushed from behind, preventing her fall. Otherwise, she would have surely perished. Two rats tugged fiercely at her pant legs, attempting to pull her down. She wanted to cry out for help, but a rat leaped towards her, startling her into silence. Sticky and foul, she was drenched in filth, her garments torn asunder. They were besieged by this horde of rats, with more scurrying outward. There was no room to maneuver, and the energy they could muster only barely allowed for the formation of a protective spiritual armor. Every so often, someone would collapse, dragged into the throng of rodents, losing all chance of resistance. Xiao Han was likewise suffering. His clothing was torn to shreds, his body reeking of a nauseating stench, particularly after contact with those filthy, corpulent rats, which left him shuddering in disgust. A hefty rodent plummeted from above, its massive rear landing squarely on Xiao Han's face, nearly suffocating him. A kill, 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 kill you all, get away, you worthless scum. Kill. The chaos continued as rats gnawed and tugged, with some even soaring from the grand hall. Winged rats. They circled overhead, the scene grotesquely bloody and cruel, utterly revolting. Huo Wuzua was drenched, yet dared not utter a curse, striving to wield her spiritual whip to fend off the onslaught. Chili swung her sword, her arms now aching, nearing exhaustion. Each strike required every ounce of her strength. Despair enveloped them all. The rats seemed endless, continuing to pour forth, the space around them entirely devoid of human presence, engulfed in an inky mass of rodents. The sky was shrouded in black terror, with not a single gap to be found. They could only endure the gnawing of the corpulent rats, squeezed between their hefty posteriors, clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness and breath. Hidden not far away, observing this scene, Huinyu felt no sympathy. Rather, a strange satisfaction, unable to suppress his mirth. Teske, such brutality, such excitement. Oh dear, Huo Wuzua, how foolish you are. Strike at its gullet, poke its rear. How can you expect strength from hitting its body? Alas, Lin, she is utterly useless, nearly knocked out by that fat rat's behind. Mochioli, where is your sword? Use your sword. Hiss, how did I never notice before? This woman is so ruthless, a sword through the rear. Teske, one must be cautious when encountering her henceforth indeed. Bite him. Oh dear, it seems they are truly primitive fools, clinging to Xiao Han. How could they possibly let go? Huinyu relished the spectacle, feeling no remorse. Compared to his century of humiliation and indignation, this was mere childish play, and he bore no guilt in orchestrating their demise. As the horde of rats overwhelmed everyone, Huinyu hesitated about whether to intervene. It was not out of kindness, but rather that allowing them to be bitten to death by the rats seemed too lenient. He had ample time, and their absence would surely diminish his amusement. Just then, a flash of golden light erupted, sending swathes of rats soaring into the sky, obliterated by the radiant glow, reducing them to heaps of flesh. The golden light rampaged forth, a rapidly expanding sphere of brilliance at its center, crushing the rat horde, tearing apart a significant portion of it. Chapter 47. An encounter with Yang Zhao's trio. Huanyu had not anticipated that Xiao Han possessed a backup plan. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, sensing the aura of a spirit king from the explosion of golden light. Thankfully, it had not been directed at him. That lad was truly cunning, evidently saving it for self-preservation. As the dramatic scene approached its climax, with the golden light asserting its might, the likelihood of fierce combat diminished, leaving only the prospect of slaughter. Huanyu wasted no time, leaping from behind the rocks into a patch of woods, swiftly departing. He had other matters to attend to. The Linyuan's secret realm was vast, and even with Huanyu's speed, he traversed for several hours, encountering attacks from demon beasts along the way, witnessing others hunting outsiders, and even seeing pursued individuals desperately seeking his aid. Huanyu ignored them all. His singular focus was to locate the coveted lotus lamp without getting embroiled in unnecessary affairs. After several hours of travel, he encountered other palatial structures. Though the treasures within were not of the frenzied variety, they were rare finds in one grand hall. He even obtained a rare pill in his estimation. That pill was at least of 5th grade quality. In this world, alchemical texts and medicines were exceedingly precious, far beyond Huanyu's previous life's access. The recipes and grades he knew of only reached 5th grade, and that was merely from glimpsing fragments of texts. Based on his own strength and economic standing, he had no right to approach alchemical medicines. Even if he did, they would be of the lowest tier. Huanyu's journey was thus replete with bountiful gains. Leaving him elated, he had yet to uncover any leads on the grand hall he had entered before, so he continued to wander aimlessly within the Linyuan's secret realm. A fluctuation of spiritual energy over there? Who was making a move? Huanyu's curiosity piqued, he hastened towards the direction of a canyon. After being transported into the Linyuan's secret realm, Yang Xiao and the others each encountered their own fortunes. Although there were no major halls, they still returned with considerable rewards, not feeling their trip was in vain. As they wandered, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Guangzhan and Yunshan. Despite their differing temperaments in this secret realm, joining forces was a prudent strategy. During this time, under Yunshan's meticulous planning, they not only seized food from demon beasts, but also robbed some solitary individuals and small teams traveling together. Today, they inadvertently found themselves in this canyon, stumbling into a fog. Initially, they paid it no heed, assuming it was merely a climatic phenomenon within the canyon. However, as they progressed, a sense of unease grew. No matter the direction taken, they invariably returned to their starting point, which alerted them to the unusual nature of the situation. After several twists and turns and exhausting their efforts, they finally emerged from the fog, only to uncover the truth. It turned out to be a spell cast by a spirit beast of the abyss. The Misty Forest, a low-level 6th-tier demon beast. They then engaged in battle, the three of them collaborating to besiege this 6th-tier beast. Although the abyssal spirit beast was a 6th-tier demon, it did not excel in combat, lacking the prowess of a true 6th-tier beast. Nevertheless, a 6th-tier being is still a 6th-tier being. Despite its lack of combat skills, its inherent strength was formidable, not something that mere spirit realm and spirit mystical realm cultivators could contend with. They had been entangled in this struggle for half an hour, yet had not gained any advantage. Instead, during their combined assaults, all three had sustained injuries. Among them, Guangzhan bore the most severe wounds, recklessly throwing himself into battle against the 6th-tier beast, living up to his name as a mad warrior. Seeing no way to extricate themselves from the abyssal spirit beast's grasp, they resolved to hold nothing back, pouring all their strength into the endeavor, hoping to ascertain their ability to slay a king. This fierce battle attracted Huanyu, who was wandering nearby. By the time he arrived in haste, Yang Xiao and his companions were already gravely injured, each of them spitting blood, unable to even stand at that moment. They truly grasped the meaning of being a king. They had assumed their trio was sufficiently powerful to challenge a sixth-tier abyssal spirit beast lacking overwhelming combat strength. Believing that even if they could not slay it, they could at least retreat unscathed. However, they had overestimated their capabilities and underestimated the might of a king. Even the non-combat beasts could not be easily shaken by mere minions of the spirit heaven realm. However, it would be a misrepresentation to say that they returned empty-handed. After all, they had successfully severed a horn from that sixth-tier beast. Though grievously injured and unable to stand, the condition of the Abyss Soul beast was not much better. As its tough hide bore significant wounds, this moment, the Abyss Soul beast, extending its two elongated trunks, each nearly half a meter long, emitted a thick fog from them, releasing a copious amount of mesmerizing mist within mere seconds. Creating a scene akin to an illusion, it howled mournfully, expelling labored breaths from its trunks, dragging its massive body towards the trio. A glance exchanged between them revealed the bitterness in their eyes. They were indeed too weary to continue fighting. Despite their unwillingness, they felt utterly powerless. The Abyss Soul beast was enormous, with hooves as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Should it trample upon them, they would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Cough, cough. I never imagined I would meet my end here. How utterly pathetic. Yang Xiao coughed up blood, feeling weak and feeble. Huang Zhan bore the most severe injuries, his body riddled with gaping wounds, blood oozing profusely. He forced a smile, his teeth stained crimson, presenting a terrifying visage, yet he remarked nonchalantly, cough, cough. I actually feel less pathetic. After all, it is a sixth-tier beast, cough, cough, and we managed to take a life in the end. Ha, ha, quite a bargain. Yuan Shan gasped, striving to compose himself, yet at that moment, a smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he said, Is this it? Are we giving up? I was once told by a fortune teller that I am destined for longevity, that I would live 1,000 years and not perish prematurely. I believe that I, of all people, will not die young. Ha ha ha. The two turned to Yuan Shan, falling into a contemplative silence. If given the choice to survive, who would willingly choose death? Had they not reached this desperate juncture, they would have fought for a sliver of hope. Yet now, they were utterly drained, waiting for death to claim them, with no way to turn the tide. If we must die, let us at least do so with some dignity. Your refusal to accept defeat is rather unappealing. However, Yuan Shan laughed heartily, only to wince in pain as he inadvertently tugged at his wounds. Gasping sharply, Ha ha ha, I told you, we won't die, heh heh. The previously dim light in Yang Zhao's eyes suddenly brightened as he inquired, Could it be, you sly dog, that you still have a trick up your sleeve? I knew you were a schemer. Even on the brink of death, you still conceal your cards. Who are you protecting? Yuan Shan called out to an empty space, having watched this performance for so long. Are you not going to reveal yourself, friend? Chapter 48. Seizing the opportunity, friend, having watched this performance for so long, will you not make your presence known? After waiting for a moment, Yuan Shan and the others saw no one emerge. Instead, the Abyss Soul beast continued to huff and puff, advancing toward them, clearly intent on bringing their lives to an end. Han Yu was cautious and did not rashly reveal himself, instead hiding behind a giant tree to observe the situation. He had no concern for the lives of these individuals. He was merely assessing whether there were any benefits worth his intervention. As it became apparent that no one was coming, Yuan Shan grew anxious and called out, Friend, if you save us, we will offer you all the treasures we have acquired in this abyssal secret realm. The sixth-tier beast is already at its last gasp. After saving us, we will take nothing from the treasures in its lair, and all will be yours. Upon hearing this, Han Yu emerged from behind the tree and said languidly, Oh, that condition does little to sway me. Once you are dead, your possessions will naturally become mine. So why would I go through the trouble of saving you? What if you recover and later demand them back? That would be quite the loss for me. Seeing the bronze mask, the trio's hearts soared with hope. If it was Ji Shui, saving them would likely be a simple task. However, upon hearing Han Yu's response, they were momentarily at a loss for words. It was Yuan Shan who reacted swiftly, hastily affirming, Brother Ji Shui, if you can save us, my words are my bond. and I can swear an oath that after we recover, I will not seek you for anything." Although Yang Xiao felt a pang at the thought of losing their treasures, his life was precariously hanging by a thread. What good were possessions if he lost his life? Kuang Zhan, however, was resolute, emptying all his belongings from the abyssal secret realm without hesitation. Yun Shan, witnessing this, was at a loss for words. He had intended to casually offer a few items, just enough to persuade Jishui to save them. Yet this fool had laid everything bare, leaving no room for negotiation, which infuriated him. Han Yu approached and glanced over the items Kuang Zhan had discarded, yet not a single one caught his interest, leading him to shake his head in disappointment. "You truly are pathetic. After all this time, this is all the trash you have managed to acquire. If this is the case, it hardly warrants my intervention against a 6th-tier beast." The trio was left dumbfounded. How could so many treasures be dismissed as garbage? It was unfathomable. Several 4th-tier spirit herbs, a handful of 3rd-tier pills, and a few tomes of spiritual techniques and combat skills. Did these not satisfy his appetite? They were aware that within their sect, they were considered elite, and acquiring such items with their current status and strength was no easy feat. Just to obtain a single 3rd-tier pill, they had to complete numerous sect tasks, and its value could easily rival that of a 5th-tier beast core. A tome on spiritual techniques or combat skills could only be borrowed for cultivation if one had made significant contributions to the sect. Yun Shan's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions as he said, "Jishui, your appetite is rather insatiable. To merely hold off a severely wounded 6th-tier beast for a few minutes would surely see it collapse. Such a simple act, and you still find this compensation lacking?" Yang Zhao's expression turned icy as he retorted, "Humph. Be careful not to overreach. If so much treasure can't even secure your intervention, do you truly think we are fools?" Han Yu scoffed disdainfully. "Do I know you? Do we share any bond? Am I obligated to save you? Who do you think you are to bargain with me? Even in your prime, I would not have deigned to associate with you. The tables have turned. You seek my assistance, and whether I extend it or not is entirely my prerogative. You dare to negotiate with me? I have stated before that once you perish, all your belongings will belong to me. What can you do about it? Moreover, in your current state, should I choose to slay you, what could you possibly do? Now, each of you must present me with a 5th-tier pill or a tome of imperial-grade techniques or combat skills, or something of equivalent value. Otherwise, I shall turn and leave, returning only to collect your corpses." Upon hearing Han Yu's demands, Yun Shan and Yang Xiao erupted in outrage, shouting, "Are you mad? If I had such items, would I be in this predicament? It is impossible. I have none." Han Yu let out a cold laugh, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "Whether you have them or not, I hope you can endure a little longer until I finish my business and return to collect your remains." With that, he turned and walked away without a hint of hesitation. Kuang Zhan remained silent, instead emptying all his possessions, saying, "This is all I have. I have no more hidden treasures. If you can save me, it is all yours." Yun Shan and Yang Xiao frowned, scolding him. "You truly are a fool. How could we possibly team up with someone so brainless? A coward who fears for his life." Han Yu glanced at the abyssal beast, now only a few meters away, sensing its struggle to maintain its breath, nearly at the end of its strength. Yet he paid it no mind. He crouched before Kuang Zhan and remarked, "On what grounds do you insult him? I find him far more clever than the two of you, and certainly more respectful. How long do you think you two can hold out? Given your injuries, once that beast reaches you, it will be your last breath. Cherish these fleeting moments." Kuang Zhan's eyes burned with desperation. The exposed skin on his body was marred with horrific wounds, his breath shallow. Upon seeing Han Yu crouch down, it was as if he had grasped at a lifeline. His eyes pleading, Han Yu glanced at the items Kuang Zhan had produced, wrinkling his brow. None of them piqued his interest. "Give me a reason to save you." Kuang Zhan, with bloodshot eyes, replied, "I cannot die. I have a younger sister at home who cannot cultivate. She is my only family, and I must protect her. If I die, she will surely be bullied. That beast will not spare her." Han Yu shook his head. "That is your affair. It bears no relevance to me. What I desire is tangible profit." Seeing Kuang Zhan's confusion, as he struggled to discern what he could offer, his gaze turned increasingly despondent. Hanyu declared, "Kill the other two, and I will save you." Yun Shan and Yang Zhao's eyes widened in shock, angrily rebuking, "Ji Shui, you dare. If you have the ability, wait until I recover, and we shall duel. What merit is there in slaying an already wounded opponent?" "Water, stop. Do not forget, you are merely a rogue cultivator without a sect, while my backing is the illustrious Hua Qiangu. Should you dare to kill me, my sect will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Huangzhan, do not be deceived by him. Have you not seen the truth? Ji Shui is nothing but a petty individual driven by greed, fearing the karmic consequences that may invite vengeance from his sect, which is why he hesitates to strike us down himself. If you heed his deceitful words, both you and your sister will surely face the reckoning." Chapter 49. The Laws of Survival. Hanyu picked up a sword and handed it to Huangzhan, saying, "Slay them, and I shall save you. You can reclaim all these possessions. I desire not a single one, a most profitable transaction. Would you not agree?" Yet, Huangzhan turned his head, gazing helplessly at the two individuals. Yang Xiao, blood trickling from his lips, coldly remarked, "Huangzhan, are you certain you wish to kill me? You must understand that you are merely a core disciple of Qingfeng's sect. Should you take my life, the people of Hua Qiangu will not spare you, for your sect is in no position to contend with them. In that case, it won't just be you. Your sister too will find no one to protect her." Yunshan, with a grim expression, stated, "Huangzhan, you ought to be aware of my origins. Though I am but an ordinary disciple, I have always been a trusted confidant of Shuboman, whose brother is Shui Yuntian. You must consider the consequences carefully." Hanyu taunted, "TSK, your backgrounds are quite formidable, one a disciple of Hua Qiangu, and the other connected to the legendary Shui Yuntian, ranked first on the Longhu list. While this is ostensibly directed at Huangzhan, it is, in truth, a warning to me, is it not? Indeed, the support you speak of is quite substantial. Perhaps others would be intimidated and grateful for their rescue, even seeking to ally with you, but unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. I had no intention of meddling, content to reap the benefits from afar, yet you have called me down. Now, you wish to use your backing to pressure me? Hua Qiangu and Shui Yunzong are sworn enemies. Do you think I fear them? Adding your enmity to the mix changes nothing." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao felt a wave of despair. He had believed that the name Hua Qiangu would grant him immunity throughout the Jiaguan Empire, only to realize that there were those unafraid of its renown. That moment, his face turned ashen. He indeed possessed hidden treasures, his final trump card, but if he were to surrender them for his life, his strength would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow, and he was unwilling to concede. Yunshan, gritting his teeth, had once thought he had found a savior. Trading treasures for life, he had planned to retrieve them once their injuries healed. Yet, he found himself facing the impenetrable Ji Shui. Now, even the treasures were deemed worthless, and the demand was for their lives. Even with the backing of their sect, he remained unafraid, leaving him at a loss. As the Diuan soul beast drew perilously close, they were forced to make a choice on Huangzhan's side. He gazed at the sword within arm's reach but refrained from grasping it, instead shaking his head at Hanyu, saying, "Though I yearn to survive, I cannot do so. We have sworn an oath. Within this abyssal secret realm, we shall not harm one another regardless of the circumstances, though we face dire straits. I, Huangzhan, am not one to betray my word." Hanyu was taken aback, murmuring, "Is there truly anyone as foolish as I in this world?" In his previous life, he had aspired to be a virtuous and righteous individual, refusing to engage in treachery for the sake of survival, only to end up the greatest victim, gaining nothing. Even after being crippled and wandering outside, he adhered to such moral standards, and time and again, he chose to endure harm and loss, even risking his life, mirroring Huangzhan's folly. Ultimately, he had been betrayed countless times, enduring mockery and receiving innumerable daggers in his back. In this new life, he had overturned his previous philosophy. All the shackles that had bound him were severed. In this lifetime, he would not be constrained. If witnessing his former self, Hanyu scoffed, "Indeed, the world is not lacking in naive fools like you, who believe that by adhering to moral standards and refusing to act ruthlessly, they impose the best constraints upon themselves. How na ve? Suddenly, Hanyu turned sharply, commanding, Yunshan, slay Quanzhan. You shall live, and all their possessions will belong to you. Yunshan, momentarily stunned, was then overcome with joy. Without hesitation, he seized the sword Hanyu offered and, with all his strength, thrust it into Quanzhan's chest. Fearing that the force of his strike was insufficient, he pressed down with all his might. A cruel smile spread across his face as he licked his bleeding lips, reveling in malice. Perhaps suspecting that Hanyu might have a change of heart, he sought to prove his worth by plunging the sword into Yang Xiao. Then, with his last ounce of strength, drove it into Yang Xiao's dantian. Yang Xiao, caught off guard by the two strikes, looked at Yunshan in disbelief, his eyes bulging as life slipped away from him. How do you find my sincerity? Hanyu furrowed his brow, observing Yunshan for a long moment before finally saying, You are indeed ruthless, showing no mercy even to your allies. Yunshan scoffed, chuckling darkly. One must look out for oneself. In such a world, any kindness shown to others is cruelty towards oneself. Quanzhan sought righteousness, willing to die rather than betray his word. He is not in the wrong. I do not wish to die. I desire to live, to survive. I shall resort to any means necessary, be it servility or betrayal, as long as I exist in this world. Anything is possible. Death is the greatest betrayal of oneself. Thus, I must live well. For individuals like us, mere survival is the greatest blessing. Concepts of righteousness, integrity, and heroism hold no relevance for me. If I can endure long enough to stand atop this world, people will only praise my achievements, disregarding my past compromises. Righteousness? Worthless, do not let our current predicament deceive you. If I survive, I would willingly become your dog. When one dies, their deeds and misdeeds fade into obscurity. Who will remember after 1,000 years? Hanyu's gaze grew complex upon hearing Yunshan's words, lost in contemplation. Even with a second chance at life, he believed he could not embody Yunshan's qualities. Cunning, ruthless, yet possessing his own survival code, willing to do whatever it takes. Unafraid of righteousness, merely seeking to exist. Hanyu sighed, recognizing that such individuals might be deemed petty, yet could endure far longer. Like his former self in the past life and Quanzhan in this life, they had failed to grasp the essence of survival in this world, leading to their short-lived existence, ultimately dragging only themselves down. This was a dangerous figure. If he survived, he would undoubtedly prove more troublesome than Quanzhan. Hanyu hesitated, suddenly unwilling to let him live, not wishing to invite such trouble for his future self. He raised his palm, icy power swirling, aimed at Yunshan's forehead. 5 icy spikes spun ominously, emanating a potent killing intent. Following a hoarse and weak wail, silence fell once more. Chapter 50. The emergence of the Lotus Palace. Having effortlessly slain the Deyuan soul beast, Hanyu discovered several items within its lair, among which a token caught his attention. The token, palm-sized and as dark as ink, was adorned with intricate patterns, featuring a vividly carved skull. Shura token. Uncertain of its material, it exuded an aura of chilling cold upon contact, accompanied by a sinister scent of blood. Strangely, no matter what means Hanyu employed, he could not damage it in the slightest, nor did he comprehend its purpose. Such an unusual design and material could not possibly be mundane. He decided to store it for later study when time allowed. During this period, Hanyu finally received news of the Balian Lantern in the previously tranquil abyssal secret realm. A sudden tempest arose, accompanied by thunder and lightning, in the void. A colossal lotus palace ascended, illuminating the abyssal realm. As a magnificent multicolored lotus bloom unfolded, seemingly encompassing heaven and earth, no matter where one stood within the abyssal secret realm, this extraordinary sight was visible. The lotus palace soared infinitely high, producing a thunderous rumble akin to the dawn of creation. Breathtaking in its grandeur, waves of colorful mist filled the sky, golden light flickered, sacred beasts chorused, and divine springs surged, with auspicious clouds rising from the east. In the heavens, countless palm-sized lotuses sparkled with radiant light, blanketing the sky, sacred and isolated from the world. Colorful phoenixes danced, divine dragons soared, and the overwhelming brilliance illuminated the earth, purifying the world's murky essence. bringing joy akin to long-awaited dew. The sounds of the Tao resonated, reverberating in every heart like the resonance of grand bells, soothing the lingering heart demons beneath the profound, purifying chants of countless deities and Buddhas on the brink of breaking through the boundary. The realm became unexpectedly pliable at that very moment, as if it could shatter into that long-lost domain at any instant, filling one with an overwhelming joy. Gradually, the ethereal shadows dissipated, and everything reverted to its previous state, as if nothing had ever transpired, leaving no trace behind. Everyone was aware that an unparalleled treasure had emerged here, and breaths grew heavy as they disregarded everything else, rushing eagerly towards the direction where the phantom had ascended. Judging from the scene just witnessed, this treasure was likely at least a sixth-tier spiritual artifact. If that were indeed the case, obtaining it would render one invincible within the secret realm of the abyss. Weapons and treasures. Tier 1 to Tier 7 spiritual artifacts, Imperial-grade magical implements, Sacred-grade magical implements, Emperor-grade magical implements, Celestial-grade. Such a celestial phenomenon naturally caught the attention of Huan Yu, who, having resolved his immediate affairs, hastened towards the flickering phantom. For his entry into the secret realm of the abyss was precisely for this purpose. Huan Yu believed himself the swiftest, only to discover that someone had arrived before him, and judging by their demeanor, they had been there for quite some time. Furrowing his brow, Huan Yu sensed the individual's steady aura and profound depth, exuding an inscrutable presence. Upon noticing Huan Yu's arrival, the figure, cradling a golden-ringed saber, regarded him with mild surprise. "Ji Shui? How curious. Tanchi Sha mentioned you could rival the #1 on the Dragon Tiger ranking, Shui Yun Tian, but it seems to me you fall short of his prowess. Who can say? You all revere him as supreme. Yet perhaps he is merely ordinary in my eyes. It's possible I have never regarded him as a rival." Such audacious words. I challenge him annually on Shuiyun Mountain, and each time, the outcome remains unchanged. I am defeated in a single move. He doesn't even budge in the face of my strongest assault. As for you, I could vanquish you within 30 exchanges. Perhaps. I am here for the treasure and seek no challenges, be it from you or Shui Yuntian. Regardless of your strength, as long as you do not provoke me, I shall harbor no hostility. However, should you choose to instigate, I shall not hold back. No matter your might, what is there to fear? What a bold spirit! Yet, at times, lacking a proper understanding of one's own capabilities can lead to recklessness. Moreover, you have already provoked me. Words ill-suited, yet you remain self-assured. Have I truly provoked you with mere retorts? Well then, it seems I have indeed. My temperament is not so petty. Huaqian Valley guards its own fiercely, from the Valley Master Hua Yulo and the Holy Son Jun Macho to the elders and ordinary disciples alike. I share a deep friendship with Jun Macho, while Yang Shao is his foremost subordinate. He perished in loyalty to him, yet you slayed him. Do you not think this warrants enmity? Shui Yuntian has an arrogant younger brother, whose companion, Yun Shan, is currently missing. He and Yang Shao forged an alliance within the secret realm of the abyss. If I were to disclose this to the Waterwave sect, what do you think the outcome would be? How fortuitous! The two factions you mentioned are my lifelong enemies, in this life and the next. Therefore, attempting to intimidate me with them is a miscalculation. I am not swayed by such tactics. If you wish to eliminate me before the Lotus Hall opens, feel free to come at me, for I harbor the same intention. Regarding Yang Shao and the others, he had assumed only they were privy to the events, yet it appeared information had leaked. This complicates matters. He was alone and lacked the strength to contend with a behemoth like Huaqian Valley. Indeed, as stated by that individual, Huaqian Valley is fiercely protective. Otherwise, his own abilities would not have been stripped by Hua Yulo in the past. Furthermore, Huaqian Valley is not far from the Sand Emperor City. A journey via flying magical beast would only take a day or two. Water Cloud Sect is situated farther away. Thus there is no immediate cause for concern. Yet unexpectedly, Yang Shao turned out to be the foremost subordinate of the Holy Son of Huaqian Valley, which surely indicated an extraordinary relationship. Should a Holy Son of a sect wish to target someone, they could easily mobilize various forces within the sect, suggesting this matter would not conclude amicably. Unyielding in demeanor, Ji Shui would never display weakness before him. In 2 lifetimes, he has learned one principle. One always picks the softest fruit to squeeze. Just like now, this man who had just threatened Huanyu was visibly perturbed by Huanyu's audacity, as he openly declared the Water Cloud sect and Huaqian Valley as his enemies, evidently unafraid of their retribution. This caused the boastful man to furrow his brow. His intention was to use this information to coerce Huanyu, waiting for a moment of hesitation to offer a way out, alleviating his own concerns. At that moment, he aimed to exert influence in the Lotus Hall to secure the treasure, for it was an undeniable fact that he had ascended to the Tianyun platform. Perhaps Huanyu was the only obstacle in his path. To his surprise, Huanyu was so brazen, impervious to intimidation. Chapter 51. The arrival of Xiao Han and his group is that the Blade Sovereign Zhou Xingqian? What brings him here? Gasp. It is he. I recall he was ahead of me on the heavenly ladder, yet halted at the 290th step, seemingly not exerting his full strength. Ranked 10th on the Dragon Tiger list, the Blade Sovereign Zhou Xingqian is rumored to have slain a spirit beast of the Spirit Lord realm in the Beast Mountain range, while at the Spirit Profound realm, causing a stir far and wide. His legendary battle took place at the Broken Soul Cliff, where he withstood a palm strike from Shui Yuntian without perishing, thus catapulting him to the 10th position on the Dragon Tiger list. Truly remarkable. What has happened to the Tianxian sect members? They appear so disheveled, bearing injuries. Could they have been pursued? All gazes converged on Huanyu, for only he, the number one on the heavenly ladder, could drive these individuals to such a state. Although Xiao Han and his companions had bathed and changed attire, their injuries remained apparent. A foul stench and a hint of blood wafted from them, prompting onlookers to cover their noses and retreat from their vicinity. It was overwhelmingly repugnant. Xiao Han's gaze latched onto Huanyu, filled with hatred, as if he wished to engulf him. With bloodshot eyes and barely contained rage, he bellowed, "Ji Shui?" The crowd paused, pondering whether this was indeed Ji Shui's retribution. Could he truly be so formidable as to injure all those from the Tianxian sect? Yet, from where did this foul odor originate? Huanyu wore a grim expression, displaying an even more ferocious aura as he coldly retorted, "Ah, Tianxian sect, on the Tianyun platform, you disregarded all decorum and struck at me, while your sect master Zhou Yasi shamelessly harmed me. Upon entering the secret realm of the abyss, I kindly warned you of the dangers lurking within that grand hall. Yet you, emboldened by your numbers, forced me from the palace, disrupting my chance, and even bared your teeth at me. Do you truly believe me easy prey?" Huanyu's counterattack left Xiao Han and his group speechless. The incident involving the 7th-tier spiritual herb had been too humiliating to articulate. Indeed, it was true that Huanyu had previously blocked their path, and they had expelled him upon realizing he was injured. Their own group had been besieged by those loathsome rodents, suffering torment and bites. It seemed to have little connection to Huanyu. However, Xiao Han felt a lingering unease, sensing something amiss. It seemed as though Ji Shui had set a trap, appearing too suddenly, as if he had been waiting specifically for them. Furthermore, his retreat had been remarkably decisive. After vanishing, his figure had not reappeared, leaving everything shrouded in strangeness and gaps. Yet, he lacked evidence. Huanyu's claims were, coincidentally, factual and irrefutable. This was the most frustrating part. Having suffered such tremendous losses, endured such a disgraceful humiliation, and experienced such odious wounds, he now found himself with no outlet for his grievances, unable to articulate his plight. Nearly choking on his own fury. What? Such a thing occurred. The Tianxian sect's members are utterly shameless. Experiencing such punishment is truly karmic retribution. Ugh, how revolting. What is that foul odor? They truly deserve this. How can the Jiashuan Empire produce such disgraceful sects? I wonder how they will continue to recruit disciples in the future. Ji Shui is far too benevolent. Had it been me, I would not have cared for their fates. They deserve to be attacked by powerful beasts. And to even have the audacity to interfere. Not only have they ruined my chance, but now they harbor a grudge against me. Hua Wucua glanced at Ji Shui, his gaze complex. Indeed, as Ji Shui had stated, Xiao Han had initiated the ambush first, and his master had subsequently injured the others. Although the incident involving the seventh-tier spiritual herb had been excessively disgusting, had it not been for their greed for the herb, they would not have endured such a vile experience. Ji Shui had genuinely attempted to dissuade them, repeatedly warning of the great peril lurking within. However, they dismissed his words as mere whispers in the wind. Believing he was merely obstructing their attempts to seize the treasures, they even went so far as to drive the wounded man away. Now, the retribution has arrived. Those corpulent, repugnant rodents have become a lifelong nightmare for her. Just the thought of them fills her with revulsion, sending chills down her spine and causing her bones to tingle with discomfort. The lingering stench that clings to her is unbearable, making her feel on the brink of vomiting in despair. As if she would rather submerge herself in water and never resurface, for it is too filthy, too appalling to this moment. Xiao Han unjustly places the blame on Ji Shui, which leaves her feeling a sense of indignation. Lin Shi's eyes are devoid of spirit, becoming somewhat vacant, her expression dazed, her complexion pale with lips tinged with blue, as if she has suffered an irreparable psychological trauma. It turns out that when she was initially squeezed, she could barely catch her breath, gasping with her mouth wide open, only to have a jet of water rush into her mouth, nearly choking her. Furthermore, that detestable horde of rodents, while tearing at her skirt, inadvertently ruined the entirety of her garment. Xiao Han unleashed his last resort, killing and scattering those loathsome creatures, while Hua Wucua and the others bore the unbearable stench, hastily assisting her in donning her clothes. Yet, in such a filthy and dreadful environment, being exposed before so many eyes is an ordeal she simply cannot accept. The foul odor left by those grotesque rodents drives her to the brink of despair. Rising to her feet, she snatches Mo Chili's sword and begins to slash at the corpses of the rodents, tears streaming down her face. She bites her lip so hard that it bleeds, yet remains oblivious to the pain, relentlessly attacking in an attempt to vent all her humiliation and grievances. She even raises the sword, determined to enter the grand hall alone to confront those loathsome creatures, thinking that perhaps only by exterminating them all could she find some solace and heal the wounds within her heart and body. Thankfully, Hua Wucua and the others restrain her, forcefully knocking her unconscious and carrying her away. Otherwise, provoking those wretched fat pigs would leave them utterly incapable of repelling them a second time. Mo Chili casts a complex glance at Hanyu, saying nothing, standing beside him with her sword in hand. Xiao Han, filled with impotent rage, yearns to berate Hanyu, to wield his weapon against him, wishing to return all the insults he has endured over the past 2 days tenfold upon Hanyu. However, at this moment, he lacks a reason to act, for Ji Shui has laid bare these matters, and everyone in their group knows the truth. Even if he harbors suspicions alone, it serves little purpose, for the others will not speak on his behalf. Moreover, having lost the life-preserving artifacts bestowed upon him by his slumbering master, how can he possibly contend with Ji Shui now? After this incident, he has lost the confidence that once burned so brightly within him. He can only temporarily suppress the seething anger and humiliation within, fully incorporating Ji Shui into his list of foremost adversaries. Chapter 52. Stepping onto the Lotus Path. As the Lotus Treasure Hall completed its transformation and revealed its true form, everyone anxiously watched, their breaths gradually becoming heavier. The Lotus Treasure Hall sat at the center of a pool, its overall shape resembling a 7-colored lotus leaf, shimmering brilliantly. The distance from where the crowd stood to the Lotus Treasure Hall was several hundred zhong, with clear, transparent waters below reflecting the 7-colored divine light, glimmering like the celestial waters in which fairies bathe, tempting one to scoop up a mouthful for tasting. Yet, all were at a loss, for none present possessed the ability to leap across such a daunting expanse of water. If a distance of several hundred zhong cannot be traversed by flight, then swimming across it should suffice. With that thought, one individual leaped into the pool, plunging headfirst into the depths. Just as others were about to follow suit, they realized that the person who had jumped in had completely vanished. This is bad. The water is strange. Senior brother, don't scare me. Hurry and come out. I know you're a good swimmer. Yet, after calling out for an eternity, there was no response. Since the moment he fell into the water, the surface had become eerily calm, devoid of any ripples. Hanyu was secretly calculating, and to his dismay, he realized he lacked the ability to rely on his spiritual power to leap to the opposite bank. He pondered, why had his previous self not encountered these celestial anomalies? He had been transported directly into the Grand Hall without any cultivation. Never having seen any of this, could it be that his lack of cultivation in the past allowed the Lotus Hall to directly transport him? Now, with the chaos blue lotus within him and having reached the Spirit Lord realm, the Lotus Hall reveals its true form. However, how can one traverse this distance? Everyone was equally perplexed, gazing at the treasure hall so near yet so far, causing a sense of urgency and anxiety among the cultivators. Just then, from the depths of the pool, small lotus flowers the size of a palm began to rise, forming 2 rows leading directly to the central lotus treasure hall. The lotus flowers floated upon the surface, with the centers of the leaves releasing a faint azure mist. In mere moments, a thin layer of fog enveloped the surface of the pool, enchanting and mysterious. Everyone furrowed their brows at this sight, their eyes filled with suspicion. How could such small lotus flowers, lacking any roots or stems for support, possibly bear the weight of a person without sinking? Anyone would doubt that those seemingly weak lotus flowers could sustain them as they tread upon them. Making their way to the center of the pool, initially, Hanyu too frowned, unable to discern the situation. However, a sudden vision of the scene where the 36 petals of the blue lotus opened up the heavens flashed in his mind. Leaving him in an instant, he understood. If the lotus could support the heavens, how difficult could it be to bear the weight of a mere human? With that realization, Hanyu no longer hesitated. Leaping gracefully toward the surface of the water, upon witnessing this, others gasped in astonishment. Zhishui? Has he gone mad? Doesn't he see that the water can swallow a person whole, with treasure before them? Who could resist the temptation? Yet, while treasures are enticing, one must also consider one's life. Alas, how foolish, still so young and impulsive, easily swayed by immediate gain, lacking in rationality. Nearby, Bai Lu also frowned, murmuring, "Be careful." Xiao Han and Dao Jun Zhou Xingchen observed Hanyu's every move with furrowed brows. They could hardly believe that Zhishui, ranked first among the celestial ladder, would be so reckless as to disregard the dangers inherent in this situation. Hua Wuzuo blinked rapidly, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he watched Zhishui leap into the water. After flying a distance, Hanyu's toes lightly touched down on the lotus. He had expected it to behave like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, but instead, he found it as solid as a pillar. Feeling no different from standing on solid ground, he tentatively placed both feet upon the lotus, shifting his weight fully onto it. Indeed, his instincts had not betrayed him. He felt secure and at ease. With a light chuckle, he confidently stepped upon the lotus, making his way toward the lotus treasure hall. When the others saw Hanyu successfully standing on the lotus, their hearts seized with excitement. They could hardly believe their eyes. The lotus truly supported him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the thin azure mist above the pool, their joy overwhelming. Without a moment's hesitation, they scrambled to leap onto the water's surface. As they found themselves standing on the lotus without sinking, their elation knew no bounds. Leading the way, Hanyu noticed the mist growing thicker, now enveloping him to his chest, forcing him to rely solely on his sense of touch to navigate. Uncertain of how long he had been walking, the mist gradually began to dissipate, revealing a stunning figure that had appeared unbeknownst to him. As he scrutinized closer, he recognized it was Mu Qingwan. Clad in water blue attire adorned with intricate golden patterns and delicate peach blossom embroidery, her elegant style and exquisite craftsmanship complemented her tall and slender figure. Her hair was elegantly styled into a high bun, adorned with exquisite jade hairpins and accessories. With her collar slightly open, she exposed her gracefully long and fair neck, her blue garments accentuating her snow-like complexion. A habitual smile gracing her lips, beautiful yet unassuming. She smiled charmingly, beckoning to Hanyu, her eyes brimming with emotion, captivating his heart. Yet Hanyu frowned, unmoved. He distinctly remembered her being gravely injured, unable to enter the Lingyuan's secret realm. How could she possibly appear here, and in such an alluring guise? Perhaps she only revealed such enchanting charm when facing Xiao Han. just as Hanyu prepared to employ his abilities to shatter this illusory realm. A fist imbued with chilling radiance surged toward him, exuding an overwhelming force as if traversing the endless expanse of time itself. The sheer power of the energy froze the very air around him, rendering him unable to resist. Veins bulged upon his body, his spiritual energy surged uncontrollably as he sought to summon the Chaos Blue Lotus for aid, only to find it utterly futile, leaving him helplessly staring at the approaching fist. Despair etched upon his face. As the fist drew near, he finally caught sight of the assailant. Xiao Han, you scoundrel, how dare you, however? There stood Xiao Han, exuding an unparalleled arrogance, a maniacal grin stretching across his face, the crimson hue of his eyes revealing a fierce malevolence. The smug and mocking glint in his gaze made Han Yu's eyes bulge with fury, prompting a frenzied roar that turned his eyes scarlet. In his previous life, bolstered by the aid of the Qinglian stone platform, Xiao Han had successfully restored his cultivation and ascended into an entirely new realm, embodying the same rebellious and imperious demeanor that had nearly led to his demise. Casting him down the mountain, leaving him to wander aimlessly for half a lifetime, ultimately meeting an inexplicable death after 10,000 years, he loathed that smile, despised the helplessness of this scene. Chapter 53. Collecting some interest. The lotus flower path was not a fixed route. As soon as one person stepped onto it, others could no longer tread the same path. Initially, this was unknown, and some followed the lead of those before them only to find themselves plunging into the water and drowning thereafter. It was later understood that each lotus flower path permitted only one individual to traverse it. Once someone had walked it, the path acknowledged only the first person. To others, it appeared as a genuine lotus blossom. One step and they would be swallowed by the pool, only to resurface again after a while. The Lotus Treasure Hall resembled a colossal lotus flower, with a portal at its base wide enough to accommodate more than 10 individuals walking side by side. When Hanyu reached the shore, a considerable number of people had already gathered, some still trapped in illusions and yet to awaken, while others had ventured onto paths belonging to others, only to plunge into the pool and be eternally buried. Hanyu noticed a beast lying in front of the grand entrance, shackled by rune-imbued chains, deeply asleep. It was surprisingly an Eileen beast, bearing a trace of the ancient divine beast Qilin's bloodline. Exuding the aura of a spirit king, Hanyu furrowed his brow, a weight settling upon him. In his perception, this Eileen beast, though a subspecies of the Qilin from countless generations past, was nonetheless exceedingly formidable. Its cultivation level reaching at least 5 stars within the Spirit King realm, a force far beyond his current capabilities. Spirit King realm, with it guarding the portal to the Lotus Treasure Hall. How could anyone possibly enter? Someone trembled as they spoke, and all eyes instinctively turned to the two individuals present with the highest cultivation, Ji Shui and Dao Jun Zhou Xingchen. Yet, both bore furrowed brows, causing a wave of disappointment to wash over the crowd. Even they could not find a solution. Did this mean that the Lotus Treasure Hall was impenetrable? Xiao Han gritted his teeth, casting an indignant glare at Ji Shui. Were it not for his scheming, the talisman capable of severely injuring a spirit king would have been utilized against this beast rather than on that group of rotund, cowardly rats. How could he not be enraged? With a clatter, the chains rattled, and the Eileen beast opened its eyes, disdain radiating from its immense gaze. Rising to its feet, it emitted a low growl that reverberated like thunder, causing the ears of those present to ring. It surveyed the crowd with its lantern-sized eyes, ultimately fixing its gaze upon Hanyu. An overwhelming pressure assailed Hanyu, nearly rendering him breathless. You insignificant humans dare to contemplate entering the Lotus Treasure Hall? The Eileen beast scoffed, its voice dripping with contempt and mockery. Everyone was taken aback. This Eileen beast could articulate human speech. Today, I shall inform you that this path is impassable, it declared, swinging its tail fiercely towards the crowd. A dark whirlwind surged forth, sweeping through the throng and knocking many individuals off their feet. Observing this, Hanyu swiftly employed his agility to evade the onslaught. However, the whirlwind moved with astonishing speed and was upon him in the blink of an eye. Steadying himself, He noted that those around him had sustained considerable injuries. With a resolute gaze, he decided to strike first, channeling all his energy as he charged toward the Eileen beast. Seeing Hanyu approach, the Eileen beast revealed a cold smirk. It nimbly leaped aside, effortlessly evading Hanyu's attack, and then delivered a powerful lash of its tail against Hanyu's back. The force sent Hanyu hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, he felt as though his very organs had been grievously injured. Yet, he refused to surrender and charged at the Eileen beast once more. This time, Hanyu unleashed his ultimate technique, a radiant sword materializing in his hand as he lunged at the Eileen beast. The beast's eyes flickered with surprise at the sight of the sword, yet it still easily sidestepped Hanyu's strike. Hanyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated the Eileen beast's prowess. Just as he pondered his next move, the Eileen beast suddenly launched an assault, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of black flames directed at Hanyu. Hanyu swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly evading the black fire. However, he had no time to catch his breath before the Eileen beast's tail swept in his direction, prompting him to leap. Yet, the beast seemed to have anticipated this, unleashing another burst of black flames that nearly engulfed Hanyu. Seizing the opportunity, Hanyu evaded to the side, temporarily escaping the fray, while the Eileen beast lunged forward. Ensnared by its chains and unable to break free. Trembling in shock, Hanyu furrowed his brow at the Eileen beast, puzzled by why it had chosen to attack him first. Xiao Han, reveling in the chaos, jeered, "Ha! With so many misdeeds, retribution has arrived. Even this beast cannot stand idly by while it punishes you. Shut your foul mouth. Our grievances are far from settled. Do not provoke me further," Xiao Han seethed, fury igniting within him, pointing an accusatory finger at Hanyu. "Do you truly believe I fear you? Go ahead and try." With a clap, before anyone could react, Hanyu vanished from his position, only to reappear moments later, delivering 2 sharp slaps to Xiao Han's face, leaving distinct imprints. The weight of despair from the illusionary realm still lingered in his heart, and now, having been inexplicably attacked by the Eileen beast, he felt utterly beleaguered and enraged. Now, this wretched creature had added fuel to the fire. Hanyu could no longer contain himself and sought to collect some interest to alleviate his fury. "What do I have to fear? First, you ambush me, then your master injures me. Since entering this secret realm, you have repeatedly insulted me. I had no desire to stir up trouble here, yet you presume me easy to bully? I shall bestow upon you 2 slaps to collect some interest. Dare to insult me again, and I will show you whether I will kill you here." Xiao Han, consumed by rage, had never encountered such defiance throughout his life. He had never suffered such humiliation before so many witnesses. "Bastard! I will slay you. Go ahead and insult me, and I shall slap you for every word you utter," Hanyu retorted defiantly. Xiao Han roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot, heedless of the situation as he prepared to strike Hanyu. Yet, he was restrained by the nearby Hua Wucua and others, who urged him not to act impulsively. They understood well that even with Xiao Han and their combined strength, they were no match for Ji Shui. Furthermore, having endured the incident with the rotund rats, they were in no position to gain any advantage after exhausting themselves in battle. At this moment, the opportunity to seize treasures was at hand. Losing their combat capabilities would be an immense loss. However, having humiliated Xiao Han, they were not inclined to let the matter rest. "Ji Shui, do not think that just because you claimed the top spot on the ascending ladder and entered here with the highest cultivation, you can act with impunity. The matters of the spirit herb garden and the beating of Xiao Han cannot simply be swept under the rug. We acknowledge that we are not your match. But do not forget, you are merely a rogue cultivator without a sect. Behind us stands the entire Tian Xuanzong. Xiao Han is the most cherished disciple of our master. Were she to learn of this, you would know the consequences all too well." Hanyu sneered, dismissing their threats. "And what of it? Today's affairs shall be resolved today. Should he dare to insult me again, watch and see if I do not slay him here. As for what happens afterwards, who can predict? This Sand Emperor city is not solely under the influence of Zhou Yasi in the Spirit King realm. You be quiet. My mood is foul. If you dare to persist, I shall tear your mouth apart, bastard. Chapter 54. Confronting the Eileen beast, Dao Jun Zhou Xingchen frowned slightly. Although he was pleased to see Han Yu take the initial assault, allowing him to gauge the Eileen beast's strength, he felt uneasy about Han Yu being the target. It was akin to believing oneself exceptional, superior to others, only to find oneself overlooked when the teacher called on someone else to answer. Zhishui is no different. When faced with such a formidable opponent, all they can do is flee with their tails between their legs. Since you are so capable, why not step up yourself? Zhou Xingchen forced a smile, stating, it hasn't attacked me, so why should I seek out trouble? Is your prowess limited to mere words? Allow me to send you up. Han Yu retorted coldly, directly confronting Zhou Xingchen as icy spikes manifested in his hand. Launching toward him without warning, Zhou Xingchen sidestepped, swinging his long blade fiercely, unleashing a sharp sword aura aimed at Han Yu. Seeing this, Han Yu hastily evaded. The two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. The surrounding crowd gaped in astonishment at the display of such formidable strength from both combatants. Han Yu did not press for an outright victory. Instead, he maneuvered Zhou Xingchen into the range of the Eileen beast's impending attack. Just then, the Eileen beast let out a furious roar and lunged toward Zhou Xingchen. Startled, Zhou Xingchen quickly turned to confront the beast. Han Yu, witnessing this, let a triumphant smile creep across his face. He flickered, launching another assault towards Zhou Xingchen. Realizing his objective had been achieved, Han Yuan smirked malevolently and swiftly retreated from the battlefield. Zhou Xingchen dodged the attack of the Yalan beast with agility. Cursing, Zhishui, you bastard! Han Yuan, having exited the fray, did not remain idle. He ensnared the onlookers surrounding the battlefield, including Xiao Han and Hua Wucua, who were also unceremoniously kicked into the fray. Zhishui, you scoundrel! Zhishui, I swear to kill you, you bastard! Thus, nearly half of the crowd was drawn into the conflict. Those who remained on the sidelines, upon witnessing Huan Yuan's actions, hurriedly sought refuge, fearing that this unscrupulous individual would send them flying as well. In an instant, numerous individuals were injured, crashing to the ground, rendered powerless. Faced with such a multitude of attackers, the Yalan beast remained unfazed, its enormous eyes betraying a hint of human-like excitement. The crowd united in their assault. Various weapons and spells unleashed in a flurry. However, the beast's hide was as tough as iron, rendering ordinary attacks futile. The Yalan beast unleashed a torrent of flames, compelling everyone to scatter in evasion. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xingchen leaped, attempting to strike at the beast's neck. Yet, the Yalan beast deftly evaded the attack, its tail sweeping across, sending Zhou Xingchen hurtling away. He coughed up blood, his previous bravado shattered. Reduced to a pitiful state, struggling to rise, he prepared to escape the battlefield, only to find several ribs fractured, pain coursing through him. His desire to kill Zhishui had led to this calamity. A colossal roar reverberated through the air. The sonic wave sweeping across the land. Zhou Xingchen attempted to rise. He was once again struck by the sound wave, spewing forth another mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen. Xiao Han and the others were similarly affected. Sent sprawling to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Sensing the effectiveness of its attack, the Yalan beast pressed its advantage, unleashing a massive flame that morphed into a fiery net, engulfing the crowd. The individuals were caught off guard by this sudden assault. Sustaining varying degrees of injury as the fire net descended, those ensnared faced near certain doom. In this critical moment, Hua Wucua soared into the air, hands forming seals, chanting incantations. In an instant, countless icicles materialized, rapidly coalescing into a solid water wall in an effort to withstand the flames. Yet, her meager strength, being at the spirit heaven realm, proved insufficient against the spirit king level Yalan beast, and within moments, the wall began to melt away. There's hope. Emo Chili quickly placed her arm on Hua Wucua's shoulder. Channeling her spiritual energy to expand the water wall's reach, the others, quick to act, joined in, placing their arms upon the two women, and the dissolving water wall swiftly solidified, surprisingly holding back the encroaching fire net. A wave of relief washed over the crowd, but the Yalan beast let out a furious roar. It charged fiercely against the ice wall, attempting to breach their defenses. however, bolstered by Hua Wucua and the others. The water wall stood remarkably firm, with the Yalan beast's repeated assaults yielding no success. That moment, Xiao Han, gritting his teeth against the pain, stealthily maneuvered behind the Yalan beast and hurled his sword with all his might. The blade flew like a shooting star, aiming straight for the beast's hind leg. The Yalan beast, feeling the pain, turned in rage to pounce on Xiao Han. In a critical moment, Zhou Xingchen, despite his agony, leaped up, swinging his blade towards the beast's head. Yet, they had underestimated the formidable power of the Spirit King realm. Although its hind leg was injured, it reacted with astonishing swiftness. It sidestepped Zhou Xingchen's strike, rising to its full height of over 10 feet, casting an immense shadow. The onlookers felt their vision darken, gazing upward in disbelief, their mouths agape in astonishment. Before the Yalan beast, they appeared minuscule, akin to infants. The enraged beast swung its forepaw, resembling a dragon's claw, aimed directly at Zhou Xingchen. If struck, he would surely meet his demise. At this moment, he was utterly spent, unable to evade or defend himself, filled with despair. Just then, a figure soared through the air, wielding a colossal sword of ice crystal, descending upon the Yalan beast's head. With a thunderous impact, the ice sword struck as if colliding with iron, the immense recoil leaving Huanyuan's hands trembling, nearly rendering him unconscious. The ice sword shattered into fragments. Realizing the peril, Huanyuan swiftly retreated, the Yalan beast's paw missing its target, granting Zhou Xingchen a chance to escape, rolling to the side and gasping for breath. TSK, what's wrong with the Blade Master? Were you not just mocking me? Why do you need me to save you now? Are you only capable of kneeling in defeat? The Blade Master's face darkened, retorting angrily, you despicable wretch, do you wish to see us all perish? Huanyuan chuckled mockingly, I have no intention of harming you. I merely wish for everyone to unite against this Yalan beast. Fuming, Zhou Xingchen gritted his teeth. Yet now was not the time for infighting. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. We must devise a strategy to combat this Yalan beast, Hua Wucua exclaimed. The crowd nodded in agreement. Beginning to deliberate at that moment, the previously silent Emo Chili spoke up. This Yalan beast has tough skin and flesh, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to inflict harm. We must find its weakness. Weakness? The crowd looked at Emo Chili in confusion. She pointed to the beast's abdomen. I have observed that its belly is relatively soft. Perhaps that is its vulnerable spot. Zhou Xingchen's eyes brightened. Good. Then let us concentrate our attacks on its abdomen. The crowd exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Chapter 55. Overcoming the Yalan beast. Huanyuan's eyes lit up as he glanced at Emo Chili, inwardly acknowledging, this girl isn't as foolish as I thought. She can discern its weakness. However, with our current strength, it may be difficult to succeed. Huanyuan's words proved prophetic as Xiao Han and the others unleashed their ultimate techniques, targeting the Yalan beast's abdomen. In an instant, a flurry of techniques was unleashed. Celestial Fist Shadows, Water Dragon Technique, Cold Light Shadow Blade, and the deadly 18 blades. Waves of spiritual energy surged forth, creating ripples in the air, all converging upon the Yalan beast's abdomen. However, while the beast's belly was indeed softer, it remained incredibly resilient against their assaults. Only attacks of a comparable level could inflict damage. Xiao Han and the others' efforts merely left superficial marks on its surface, failing to deliver any substantial harm. The group's spirits sank. They had hoped that discovering the Yalan beast's weakness would allow them to defeat it easily, only to find themselves unable to breach its defenses. This creature's defensive capabilities are astonishing. Xiao Han gritted his teeth. What kind of monster is this? With so many attacking simultaneously, even if it is at the Spirit King level, it should have sustained some damage. Right? This is truly despairing strength and defense. At that moment, Emo Chili's expression sharpened as if an idea had struck her. She swiftly formed hand seals, chanting a complex incantation. As she cast her spell, an unusual energy wave emanated from her. An irradiant beam shot forth from her hands, hurtling towards the Yalan beast's abdomen. 3 glimmering flying swords, each about a foot long and exuding a chilling sword intent, were propelled through the air. These were the 3 feet green edge, Emo Chili's life weapon, which she had refined over a long period and seldom unleashed in her previous life. It was rumored that she had refined the 3-feet green edge into 3,000 blades, capable of slaying even Emperor Realm powerhouses, making it exceedingly formidable. The 3 short swords flew at remarkable speed. The Yalan beast, having just evaded a wave of attacks, was caught off guard, sensing a chilling aura approaching its abdomen. Indeed, the next moment, it saw the 3 swords, radiating fierce sword intent, arriving at its belly. Instinctively, it summoned a layer of phosphorescent armor to deflect the impending strike. Clang, clang, clang. The short swords struck the phosphorescent armor, producing a crisp sound. Hun Yuan shook his head, realizing it was still too ambitious. Yet, the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. As the 3 swords made contact with the armor, they erupted with tremendous force, piercing through the phosphorescent defense and embedding themselves into the Yalan beast's abdomen. A pained roar erupted from the Yalan beast, its massive body quaking violently. The crowd rejoiced, seizing the moment to launch another round of attacks, denying the beast any respite. Chioli, splendid. Kill it. What are these flying swords? They are ferocious. Ha ha ha, this woman is indeed formidable, the Yalan beast roared, its entire body trembling as a swirling wave of energy formed upon its phosphorescent armor. The waves shimmered like rippling water, once again repelling the attacks of Xiao Han and his companions. However, during this exchange, its injured hind leg faltered, a fact that did not escape the keen gaze of Hun Yu. He mused to himself, just right, it's at the end of its tether. The wounded Yalan beast went into a frenzy, charging recklessly towards Emo Chioli, intent on annihilating the human who had inflicted such immense suffering upon it. Emo Chioli's complexion was ashen, clearly drained by her earlier exertion of spiritual power. As she attempted to retreat, it was already too late. The Yalan beast denied her that opportunity. Hun Yu understood that he could no longer remain passive. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Emo Chioli and unleashed his technique Wrath of the Abyssal Shark. Instantly, an unparalleled aura surged from Hun Yu, coalescing into 3 colossal deep-sea sharks. These ferocious creatures, as if endowed with life, emanated a chilling and domineering frost that sent shivers down the spines of all present. As they sensed the overwhelming energy radiating from the sharks, everyone was left slack-jawed, their faces etched with disbelief. How could this be? What manner of creature is this, exuding such tremendous power? Is it a beast tamed by Ji Shui, summoned from the beast spirit ring? Why does its aura instill such dread? No, it cannot be a mere beast. This is upon witnessing this scene, the blade sovereign Zhou Xingqian was momentarily dazed, sighing with complexity. This is a battle technique, one that fills even me with trepidation. This must be at least a high-tier spiritual technique, perhaps even the legendary Imperial-grade technique. What? An Imperial-grade technique? How is that possible? Such a fearsome technique could not possibly appear in the Tsar's city. I recall that only the royal family and the Mercury sect possess such power throughout the entire Jiaxian Empire. Could it be that Ji Shui is the once haughty Yalan beast, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the 3 sharks, saw its arrogance dissipate, its massive eyes betraying a deep-seated fear? Just as the moment passed, Hun Yu shouted, his palm fully extended, resembling a sovereign of ice. He swung fiercely towards the Yalan beast. The 3 sharks surged forth, colliding with the beast in a cataclysmic explosion. The Yalan beast was sent hurtling backwards. Boom! Its enormous form crashed down upon the ground, the sheer force creating a massive crater spanning 100 feet. Roar! The intense agony elicited a pained roar from it. Struggling to rise, blood trickled from its mouth, its body bearing numerous grievous wounds. Large patches of its phosphorescent armor shattered, revealing the flesh beneath. Yet, rather than blood oozing from its injuries, a chilling blue frost enveloped the wounds. The Yalan beast's eyes reflected terror and reluctance, gazing at Hun Yu with a profound wariness. Hiss! To think that such a formidable technique could severely injure the Yalan beast. It was now too exhausted to continue fighting. Bang! A collective sigh of relief escaped many as they sat down in shock, gasping for breath. Blade Sovereign Zhou Xingqian was utterly astonished, his throat dry, his gaze towards Hun Yu filled with intense caution. He inwardly scolded, this scoundrel, possessing such a powerful technique. Why did he not reveal it sooner? Truly despicable. Xiao Han, eyes wide with fear, pale as a ghost, swallowed nervously, feeling both anxious and relieved. Fortunately, Han Yu had not employed this technique against him. Otherwise, even that item might not withstand its might. Hua Wu Qiu and the others were left dumbfounded, exchanging glances that conveyed their shared gravity. Xiao Han, at least within this Lin Yuan secret realm, do not provoke that monster Zhishui. We cannot protect you. Though reluctant to admit it, Xiao Han found himself unable to refute, nodding almost imperceptibly. Chapter 56. The Eileen beast blocks the path. Han Yu stood, his breath somewhat unsteady. His previous injuries had not fully healed, and recklessly using this technique had taken a toll on him. The strain on his body was immense. His legs trembled slightly, seemingly unable to bear his weight. His breathing became rapid and uneven. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking his garments. His complexion was as pale as paper, his lips devoid of color, as if drained of vitality. His chest heaved violently. Each breath felt like a struggle against overwhelming pressure. Without further delay, Han Yu prepared to step into the Lotus Palace, only to be met with the Eileen beast's mocking tone. Humph, human, do you think that defeating me grants you passage into the Lotus Palace? How absurd. This statement doused Han Yu with cold water, leaving him momentarily stunned. Aren't you the guardian beast? Why can't we enter after defeating you? Must we kill you to proceed? The others were equally perplexed. How could such a powerful guardian beast deny entry even after being bested? What a farce, the Eileen beast taunted. I have guarded this palace for over 1,000 years, and few have ever dared to enter. For I have never been defeated. Your victory this time was mere luck. I refuse to accept it. I am displeased, thus you shall not enter. Even if the Spirit Emperor or Spirit Sect were to come, they would not gain entry. Han Yu frowned, coldly retorting. The palace's manifestation is our opportunity. How can you, based on personal whim, deny us access? Do you require another defeat to be satisfied? The Eileen beast snorted disdainfully. If you had not resorted to underhanded tactics, with so many of you together, I could subdue you in an instant. This wretched chain binds me, suppressing my power to this level. Otherwise, you wouldn't even qualify to stand before me and speak. What? Suppressed to this extent? Above the 5th star of the Spirit King realm, and still suppressed? Then what was your prior realm? Humph, mere pretense, a bluff. The Eileen beast shot a glare at the speaker, who immediately shrank back. Unable to meet its gaze, mere ants cannot comprehend the true dragon's realm. Let me inform you, before suppression, I was above the Spirit Sect. What? How is that possible? Above the Spirit Sect, that would be Hiss. The legendary Spirit Sovereign Realm? How could that be? There are scarcely a handful of such beings across the continent. Even that individual from the Jia Xian Empire has not reached that level. Spirit Sovereign Realm? Who possesses such power to guard here? Who could have created the Lin Yuan secret realm? How formidable must they be? Everyone's faces turned pale as they gazed at the Eileen beast with a mix of awe and relief, thankful they had not encountered it at its peak. Han Yu furrowed his brow. He had never witnessed the Spirit's sovereign realm and was unaware of its true extent, whether it was indeed as described in texts, capable of moving mountains and parting seas. Thus, he could not ascertain the veracity of the creature's claims. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He was eager to find that item. Ignoring everything, Han Yu approached the Lotus Palace, yet upon touching the gate, there was no response. The door bore no markings or keyholes, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. At this moment, Blade's sovereign Zhou Xingqian approached, undeterred by superstition, and swung his blade. Bang! Pft. The powerful blade imbued with spiritual energy not only left no mark upon the door, but was also rebounded by an immense force, leaving him significantly injured. Han Yu was equally astonished, inwardly reflecting on how close he had come to forcibly breaching the door now. Nearly half of those present were injured, and Zhou Xingqian was particularly hurt. This was indeed an advantageous situation for him. The Eileen beast glanced sideways at the Blade Sovereign, its massive eyes filled with disdain. You are far inferior to that young brat, Yet you still dare to force your way into the Lotus Palace. How foolish, O great beast king! What must be done to unlock this Lotus Palace indeed? The time for the Lin Yuan Secret Realms opening is nearly upon us. If the Lotus Palace cannot be opened now, we must abandon it. After all the effort to find it, and with everyone injured, it would be truly disheartening to give up now. Han Yu narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura permeating the air as he coldly declared, "If I cannot enter, I shall first slay you. At worst, I simply won't go in. Do you think you can toy with me?" The Eileen beast, upon hearing this, was about to fume, but the icy sensation from its frozen wounds surged. As if seeking to freeze its very veins, it snorted. "Humph, do not underestimate me. If you slay me, you will not survive either. Within this Lin Yuan secret realm, these chains erode my spiritual power every moment. Now gravely injured, if I do not receive treatment, I cannot survive much longer. Therefore, without the sacred medicine to heal my wounds, even if I die, I will not allow you to enter. The sacred medicine for healing wounds. That must be at least of the 7th rank, huh?" Recalling the past at the spiritual herb field, Xiao Han had audaciously seized that 7th grade spiritual herb, the Tianyun Hua Luo General Hush. Let us not speak of it. The mere thought is repulsive. As these words were uttered, the crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards Han Yu, their expressions laden with disdain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han's countenance darkened, his eyes reddening with fury, veins bulging menacingly as he glared at Han Yu, brimming with malevolence. Hua Wuzuo's face turned pale, awkwardly averting his gaze, unsure of where to look. The usually composed 4th senior sister, Lin Shi, faltered and, unable to contain herself. Wretched, her body weakened to the extreme, Ochili shot a cold glare at Han Yu, scoffing, "Scoundrel, you repugnant man." In response, a sinister smile crept onto Han Yu's lips. Affecting an air of nonchalance, he produced a 7th grade Tianyun Hua Luo Jin, bringing it close to his nose and inhaling deeply. Indeed, a 7th grade high-tier spiritual herb. The potency is so rich, and the fragrance intoxicating. The crowd's eyes widened, their expressions ignited with fervor. Even Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback. His gaze shifting, the Yalan beast, upon seeing the spiritual herb, gazed greedily, licking its lips and inching closer to Han Yu. Han Yu, holding the herb, feigned regret, saying, "Alas, the herb field originally had 2 of these, but regrettably, one was devoured by insects, losing its vitality. However, I have unearthed it and found it salvageable. With a bit of fertilizer, who knows, it may flourish again in 10 or 8 years. Thus, I've lent it a hand. In a few cycles, it shall await a fated individual to claim it. By then, with my fertilizer's assistance, it will surely thrive more robustly than this specimen." Chapter 57. Finally entering the great hall, seeing Han Yu's self-satisfied demeanor as if awaiting praise, the crowd was rendered speechless, particularly as they glanced at Xiao Han and Hua Wuzuo, their faces ashen, akin to having consumed something foul. "Ji Shui, you uncouth wretch, mark my words, one day I shall end you. Scoundrel, you are truly disgusting." Han Yu feigned innocence, retorting angrily, "What is wrong with you all? Why should it concern you if I assist others with my fertilizer? Why the outrage? Wait, you seem overly agitated. Do you know this herb? Did you also come close to sniffing it? Did you dare to dig it up?" Hua Wuzuo, incensed, erupted like a spitting cat, claws bared, shrieking, "Ji Shui, you bastard, shut your mouth. If you utter another word, I shall tear it apart." "Ah, ugh, Ji Shui, ugh." Emochili tightened her grip on her sword, 3 flying swords hovering, poised to strike at Han Yu. "Repugnant man." Han Yu pointed at them, lamenting, "You, how can you be so perverse, digging and sniffing my herbs? Truly depraved. I am ashamed to be associated with you." The crowd struggled to contain their laughter. The individuals who had entered the spiritual herb field were overwhelmed with a collective impulse to charge forward. The grotesque scene was utterly nauseating. They privately muttered, "What has this scoundrel consumed to be so foul and now flaunt such a revolting demeanor?" Those unaware of the situation began to understand, stifling their laughter and discreetly distancing themselves from the gathering. Some envisioned that scene and felt utterly unwell. Kid, hand me that spiritual herb, and I shall grant you passage. The Yalan beast gazed greedily at the Tianyun Hua Luo Jin. Han Yu glanced at it, then produced another spiritual herb, revealing it to be a 7th-grade herb. The crowd gasped in astonishment. He possessed yet another 7th-grade herb? Xiao Han trembled, his body quaking with barely contained rage. His anger surging to unprecedented heights. Mine, all mine, this beast? The Yalan beast was equally astonished, its greed for Han Yu intensifying, nearly succumbing to the urge to snatch it away. But that was not all. Han Yu extracted more spiritual herbs. 1, 2, 3 he revealed over a dozen, the least of which was a 4th-grade herb, the finest rivaling 8th-grade quality. Alas, it is a pity I lack a spiritual artifact for storing herbs. So I must carelessly toss them into my spatial ring. I wonder if their potency will diminish. Such wastage. How could this scoundrel so casually store high-tier spiritual herbs in a spatial ring? You fool, don't you know how to preserve them? I can assist you. Zhishui, I advise you to be kind. You feast on meat while we nibble on grass. Refraining from smacking our lips is also a form of kindness. I am impulsive. I wish to strike him. He is too infuriating. Go ahead. After all, you cannot defeat him. The Yalan beast approached, savoring the aroma of the spiritual herbs in Han Yu's hand, relishing the moment. Its previous arrogance dissipating. Observing Xiao Han on the brink of losing his composure, and others equally furious, Han Yu recognized that he could not continue this charade. Provoking them further could lead to dire consequences. He swiftly stowed away the herbs, leaving only a 4th-grade Hua Ling Ji, stating, This Hua Ling Ji has enough medicinal properties to heal your frostbite. As for the 7th-grade Tianyun Hua Luo Jin. Once I retrieve what I seek inside, I shall provide it to you. With that, Han Yu tossed the Hua Ling Ji away, and the Yalan beast eagerly caught it. Though it longed for the 7th-grade herb, it understood that it was currently too wounded to contend, so it settled for this. Should they discover the mechanism to open the Lotus Treasure Hall, it would leave empty-handed. Thus, it would wait to devise a plan after recovery. After a few hurried bites, the Yalan beast indeed felt the spread of its frostbite cease. While not entirely healed, the torment had lessened significantly. Its gaze towards Han Yu softened, perceiving him in a more favorable light. Not one to dally as a beast, it harbored no ulterior motives. Receiving benefits meant fulfilling promises. With a mighty roar, it stood upright, emitting a thunderous bellow as it tugged at the enchanted chains around its neck. The crowd then realized that these chains were connected to a large stone platform, which began to rotate as the Yalan beast pulled, slowly revealing a portal. Witnessing this, Han Yu was the first to dash inside, prompting the others to react, cursing Han Yu's shamelessness. He was always the first to rush in, that opportunistic scoundrel. The Yalan beast held no interest in the treasures within. It was bound to guard the Lotus Treasure Hall. And those treasures would not be for its taking. This routine had persisted for years. Should someone manage to take away the broken Lotus platform, it would finally be liberated from its confinement. However, over the years, no one had succeeded, which only deepened its frustration, hence it held little hope. The Lotus Treasure Hall emerged annually, yielding various treasures each time, yet only one remained eternally unchanged, that Lotus platform, which had yet to be claimed. In comparison to the other treasures, it found itself more intrigued by the spiritual herbs on that human boy. With such a bounty of herbs, should they be refined into pills or consumed directly? The benefits to it would be monumental. Upon entering the Great Hall, Han Yu was awestruck by the spectacle before him. The hall was a riot of colors, adorned with crystal lotuses, countless blossoms floating in midair like newly unfurling buds, overwhelming the senses with their brilliance. As if in a kaleidoscope of dazzling hues, the scene was nothing short of breathtaking. At this moment, the voice of the Yalan beast resonated throughout the grand hall, languid yet imbued with a warning. Within the floating lotus platforms above lie the treasures you seek. Some contain elixirs, others hold rare wonders, and even imperial tier techniques and combat skills. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions grew solemn, their fervor palpable, barely containing their inner restlessness. However, the next words from the Yalan beast doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Of course, Not every lotus platform contains a treasure. Some are empty, others harbor toxic gases and other dangers. Each individual has a maximum of 2 attempts to seize a treasure. If the first attempt is successful, the second is forfeited. If the first is an empty grab, one may attempt a second and final time. As for what one may obtain, it is all a matter of chance. Once the grabbing is complete, fighting and killing for treasures within this hall is strictly prohibited. Should one ignore this warning, the consequences shall be borne alone. Chapter 58. Contending for their fortunes, a dazzling array of treasures lay before them, each more resplendent than the last. Though only one could be claimed, the allure of such riches was enough to quicken the heartbeat. Of course, there were those who scoffed at the spectacle. Amidst such opportunities, it was inevitable that reason would wane and emotions would surge. In an instant, a figure leapt forth, heading straight for a particularly radiant lotus pedestal shimmering with light. Fortuitously, he encountered no misfortune, no empty boxes or lurking dangers. Merely plucking a lotus from its pedestal and hastily setting it on the ground to unveil its secrets, a melodious sound resonated, a sword song, its cold light flaring forth, unleashing a wave of sword intent that crashed to the ground without leaving a trace, yet its force sent shivers through all who felt it, a 4th-tier high-grade spirit sword, or perhaps even bordering on the 5th-tier category. Its sword intent potent enough to threaten even a 5th-tier spirit lord. Indeed, it was a magnificent treasure, a rare chance. How could anyone not feel envious at the sight of such a fine spirit sword being claimed first? What are we waiting for? Charge! In an instant, dozens of figures shot forward, racing towards the dazzling lotus of light. Ha ha, I have one too. So brilliant. It must hold something extraordinary. Ha ha ha. I also have one. As long as it isn't an empty or dangerous lotus. Then it's worth it. Yes, yes. It's a spirit herb, a 5th-tier spirit herb, the soul restoration golden leaf, used to mend spiritual wounds and nourish the soul. Ha ha, this is truly a treasure. My soul has been damaged for so long. But with this golden leaf, my power will surely ascend to new heights. The spirit heaven realm is within my grasp. What I have here is a 4th-tier spirit-level combat technique, the Storm Great Hand. Perfected to a stage that rivals 5th-tier techniques, its power is boundless. I've struck it rich. Mother, I've made it. I possess a spirit-level combat technique now, in its 4th tier. Oh my goodness. My child has succeeded. Observing this scene, Hunyuan remained unmoved, scanning the lotus pedestals above for the one he coveted most. Logically, the Lotus Treasure Hall should have been dedicated to the illustrious Lotus Lantern, which ought to be the most radiant and brilliant of all. Yet, where was it? At that moment, someone, unwilling to accept fate, grasped a lowly item, clearly dissatisfied, and flung it aside before launching themselves once more. Yet, upon touching the second lotus, they were met with a tremendous force that obliterated them on the spot, leaving not a trace behind. This spectacle sent a wave of shock through the onlookers, prompting many to hastily reconsider their intentions. The Yalan beast snorted disdainfully, "Fools, to disregard my warning. This place has rules that even I dare not transgress. You think you can disrupt this? Truly, you do not know your own mortality." The crowd exchanged wary glances, suddenly cautious, hesitant to act recklessly. Empty? Why is it empty again? How can this be? One lamented. Not a single one. How can my luck be so abysmal? Show me something. Boom. After 2 failed attempts, the individual, undeterred, reached for a 3rd lotus, only to meet a devastating explosion, leaving behind only a cloud of crimson mist. Help, save me. Another cried out, I don't want to die. I can be a servant to anyone who saves me. In any way you wish. The scene was chaotic, with cries of desperation echoing. Elimu, save me. You're the one who loves me the most. I'll give you anything. Pathetic. Die cleanly, scoffed Emo Chiuli. Truly disgraceful, Huawu Kuo mocked, to wish death upon oneself and drag others down with you. How vile, how shameless to still desire to live. Lin Shi remained silent, visibly shaken but regaining some composure. Deservedly so, she muttered. Such lowly fools deserve their fates. Xiao Han exhaled coldly, his countenance reflecting his disdain. Hunyuan regarded the unfolding scene with an apathetic gaze, long since desensitized to the harshness of human nature. Yet, This tableau stirred memories of the past, and hearing their words now irked him. He coldly remarked, "How are you any better?" Chapter 59. Slapping Xiao Han again with Lin Shi unveiling a top-tier 6th-tier spirit artifact. The remaining hesitant spectators could no longer remain passive. Damn it. There's no way I'm leaving here empty-handed. I'm all in. Now that a 6th-tier spirit artifact has been revealed, it's time to take a chance. Perhaps I will be next. There's no backing down. Let us go. Better to die young than linger for eternity. What's there to fear? I'll go for it. Even if I perish, a 6th-tier spirit artifact is worth it. Figures soared into the air, vying for their fortunes, leaving Hunyuan as the only one remaining still. Even the renowned knife lord, Zhou Xingchen, and Xiao Han felt their resolve wavering, unable to contain their eagerness. Ah, what the hell is this? Get away! Help me, brother. I don't want to die. I'm living so well. Whoever saves me can have me as a servant, any position. Save me. I'll even bring my junior sister out for you. Do what you wish, Imochioli snorted derisively, disgusting. Just die already. Huawu Qiuo added scornfully, truly a disgrace, wanting to take others down with you. What a vile person you are. Lin Shi remained silent, clearly still shaken, but her expression had improved somewhat. Humph, serves you right. Such a wretched being deserves death, Xiao Han remarked, his face twisted in disgust. Hunyuan observed the scene with no trace of sympathy, having witnessed the cruelty of human nature too often to feel anything. Yet, this moment stirred remnants of his past, and hearing their words now left him feeling somewhat unsettled. How are you any better? He scoffed coldly. Time and again, he has inflicted harm upon his fellow disciples, allowing him to merely exist in this world, while he pretends to be a paragon of justice, judging others from a moral high ground. Truly, such shamelessness is astounding. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Han and the others were perplexed. Hua Wuzuo retorted angrily, "Are you out of your mind? Our discussions about others have nothing to do with you. Do you really think you can act with impunity now? Moreover, how well do you understand our sect? What evidence do you have for your claims of harming fellow disciples? It's utterly laughable." Perhaps bolstered by the defensive spirit energy of the Bao Rui, Xiao Han felt a renewed sense of strength. Are you brainless? What does it have to do with you? We're talking about others, so why do you interject? You're not their parent, so why the urgency? TCH, before Xiao Han could fully comprehend the situation, he received 2 slaps across the face, and only then did he react. His face bore 5 distinct handprints, swollen and bruised, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, this time, Hunyu struck with fury, showing no restraint. "Ji Shui, you filthy bastard. I've tolerated you for far too long. Do you truly believe you are invincible here? Even if it means sacrificing the opportunities within this place, I am determined to take you down today." Hunyu's expression was icy, his spirit energy surging, and the aura of killing intent enveloped him. "If you keep spewing such filth from your mouth, I would not hesitate to slay you right here. I have warned you. For every insult you hurl at me, I will return it with 2 slaps. Do not think that because you possess that Rui, I cannot kill you. My Imperial tier combat skills can severely injure even the alien beast. What is your pathetic Rui compared to that? If you doubt my words, feel free to test me. You, Xiao Han, don't act impulsively. I can sense it. He is right. The Bao Rui cannot fully protect him for now. And he is truly intent on killing. If provoked further, he will strike." Lin Shi grasped Xiao Han's arm, shaking her head, her expression grave. Hua Wuzuo likewise held on to him, preventing any rash actions. "Xiao Han, your senior sister understands the grievances you have faced these past few days. It is due to my shortcomings. However, now is not the time for recklessness. Although the Bao Rui is 6th-tier spirit energy, it pales in comparison to the defense of that alien beast. If he can injure the alien beast, I fear the Bao Rui may not fare much better. We must endure. Once we exit the Lin Yuan secret realm, we will seek out senior sister Qing Wan and our master. They will surely stand up for us. They care for you deeply, just as we do. Oh, not act rashly." Though Chili's gaze was complex as she glanced at Ji Shui, saying, "We cannot defeat him." Xiao Han clenched his fists, his voice filled with rage. "Are we to let this slide? When have I ever endured such humiliation? Xiao Han, Your talent is exceptional. Just give yourself a few more years, and surpass Ji Shui will be a certainty. For now, you must exercise restraint and not provide him with another opportunity to harm you. Y Bao Rui is a growth-type spirit energy. As long as I diligently cultivate, it can be refined into my life weapon and ascend to imperial rank. It will not be too late to seek revenge then. Han Yu coldly observed the group, listening to their words. He could not comprehend why, despite having severed ties with them, he still felt discomfort from hearing such intimate words of concern directed at Xiao Han. Seeing that Xiao Han was heeding their advice and had no intention of striking, Han Yu chose to distance himself from their nauseating display of camaraderie and turned to leave. As he walked deeper into the main hall, he noticed hidden luminous lotus flowers along the way but refrained from hasty contact, maintaining a furrowed brow as he sensed the surroundings. Hua Wucua and the others followed suit, understanding that the treasures here would not be limited to the front. Perhaps greater opportunities lay within the lotus flowers further ahead. During this time, two oddly dressed individuals, their bodies concealed by garments and masks, approached the center and each flew towards a shimmering lotus flower. Retrieving 2 items. 1 obtained a scroll, which, based on its aura, was identified as a 6th-tier mysterious scroll, and he did not reveal much. The other acquired a long spear, a 5th-tier advanced spirit weapon, Divine Courage Silver Spear. Upon its emergence, it radiated a chilling light, its sharpness cleaving the heavens, exuding a powerful aura with every casual flourish. The individual appeared quite satisfied, demonstrating a segment of spear techniques, strong and vigorous, the glint of iron art both pleasing and intimidating. After obtaining their treasures, the two did not linger but exchanged glances before hastily departing, becoming the first to exit the main hall. Dao Jun Zhou Xingchen, dragging his injured body, paused to observe, his brow furrowed in confusion. He felt an uncanny familiarity with those two mysterious figures. Though they had concealed their identities, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Chapter 60. The Emergence of an Unusual Aura. Yet affectionate towards Xiao Han. Senior sister, what is it? Xiao Han eagerly stepped forward, urgently inquiring. Lin she also approached, her face alight with joy. Chili drew closer, asking, a pill? Hua Wucua's face beamed with excitement as she nodded repeatedly. A 5th-tier top-tier pill, Ling Tian Yuhongdan, could assist those at the Ling Tian realm with 3 stars or above in breaking through the 6th-tier barrier, with no side effects, allowing direct advancement to the Ling Tian realm 7 stars. Her voice trembled with disbelief. A 5th-tier top-tier pill, nearing the 6th tier. I have never seen one of such high grade during my time at Tianxian sect. I never dared to dream of possessing one. Previously, I took a pill, obtained by Han Yu during my injury, and although it was only 1st tier, it hastened my recovery and even improved my cultivation. Such high-grade pills, I doubt anyone within Tianxian sect has ever consumed one. Spirit pills are incomparable to others. Their rarity surpasses even combat skills. High-tier alchemists are revered for their stringent standards. A high-tier alchemist is not to be trifled with. Their connections and those indebted to them are countless. I recall records stating that a top-tier force offended the most powerful alchemist on the continent at that time. That alchemist, at the cost of sacred and even imperial-grade pills, invited strong individuals, eradicating that top-tier force overnight, leaving not a trace behind. Hua Wucua, in her excitement, danced with joy but concluded, I plan to give it to senior sister Qing Wan. Regardless of our usual quarrels, this is an internal matter. Now that she has been injured by that bastard Ji Shui, I am unsure if she is recovered. The quota has also been transferred to you, and she must be heartbroken. We all gained something by entering here. Though the journey was arduous, at least we did not leave empty-handed. Senior sister Qing Wan is truly pitiful, having nothing at all. Furthermore, after witnessing the strength of Ji Shui and Dao Jun, I realize we need a strong individual among us to ensure our safety and uphold the sect's reputation. This time, Xiao Han and our master have been scorned for ambushing Ji Shui, further offending Daoist Qing Hui and the Lord of Shahuang City, both of whom are renowned elders of the Jiaxian Empire. This incident will undoubtedly have negative repercussions. Sect leader Yun has recently emerged from seclusion. He will likely reorganize the sect. We must take a stand for our master. If senior sister Qing Wan can reach the Ling Tian realm 7 stars and cultivate to the Ling Jun realm, she will become the strongest within the sect, and sect leader Yun will think twice before acting against us. Why do you all stare at me? Although I may seem carefree, do not underestimate me. I am quite aware of many matters concerning you and the sect. Therefore, I am willing to relinquish this pill to support senior sister Qing Wan and then enter seclusion to cultivate. He Lin Shi's gaze was complex, a hint of admiration blossoming for Hua Wucua, who usually was meticulous and shrewd, yet now exhibited such magnanimity, earning respect. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the pill in Hua Wucua's hand with fervent eyes. If he possessed that pill, advancing to Ling Tian Realm 4 stars would be a matter of moments. He forced a smile and said, "All right, yes, haha, let's give it to senior sister Qing Wan. No one else." After speaking, he turned and walked ahead, his expression somewhat awkward. Ochili observed him and said, "I shall go." "No need to follow." Ochili soared upwards, seizing a lotus flower without hesitation and landing gracefully. She unwrapped it without delay, revealing a scroll. The Tian Yu Ling Yun sword technique, a 6th-tier intermediate sword technique, would significantly enhance the refinement of spirit swords, shortening the time required for their cultivation and providing a chance to unite one's life spirit sword with oneself. The Tian Yu Ling Yun sword comes with 6th-tier spirit-level sword techniques, Tian Xiao Deng Kong and Yu Ling Yun Xiao. 5th junior sister, you truly are, this is simply tailor-made for you. The 6th-tier sword technique not only nurtures swords but also includes combat techniques. It is so formidable that I am envious beyond words. Mochiuli, upon hearing this, tugged at the corner of her mouth and handed the scroll to her, saying, "This is for you." Hua Wucua was momentarily stunned, smiled and stepped back, waving her hand dismissively. "Silly, I don't want it. I don't practice swordsmanship. Keep it for yourself." Dao Jun Zhou Xingchen, unable to contain himself, soared into the air and plucked a lotus flower. A 6th-tier combat skill, Furious Blade of 3 Wrath. He was overwhelmed with joy, feeling as though the wounds on his body had healed significantly at this moment. All anger and fatigue vanished, and everything felt worthwhile. Ha ha ha! The fury of the Mad Blade. What a splendid fury of the Mad Blade. Ha ha ha! This top 5 on the Dragon and Tiger list must surely include me, Zhou Xingchen. Ha ha ha! Jishuei, I will undoubtedly seek you out one day. So do not depart this world too soon. Today's grievances will be settled in our next encounter. Off I go. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Hunyun spoke languidly. Is a mere blade manual enough to make you giddy? Return and practice diligently. By the time you ascend to the 5-star spirit monarch realm, I may have already joined the ranks of the kings. At that time, prepare your neck for my blade. Hemph! You sharp-tongued creature, be wary. The Flower Chin Valley and the Water Wave sect will come for you. Worry about your own neck. With that, he vanished without a trace of reluctance. Hunyun shook his head, contemplating, the enemies are multiplying. The disciples of the Tianxin sect, the enmity from Huqian Valley for the crippling of my cultivation, the lifelong feud with Shui Yun Tian, and now yet another blade sovereign. Teske, am I truly so irksome? With a bitter smile, Hunyun shook his head mockingly, then ceased his thoughts and continued forward. Suddenly, Hunyun halted, sensing an unusual aura. Though fleeting, as if it were frightened, it appeared for but a moment before retracting. Yet, he still managed to perceive it. He understood that something was concealed within this space. This ethereal lotus surely held what he sought. Simultaneously, he noticed that Xiao Han appeared entranced, abruptly lifting his head, his expression slightly dazed. Hunyun furrowed his brow. Clearly, Xiao Han had also sensed that wisp of aura. Anything capable of actively emitting such an aura could not be an ordinary object. It must possess some form of destiny. Otherwise, it would not behave this way. Hunyun could not pinpoint the source of that aura, and seeing Xiao Han squinting at him, he feigned indifference, turning his back to Hunyun and began to trace the origin of that scent. Suddenly, that aura reappeared, this time distinctly, yet Hunyun was taken aback to realize that it was not directed at him, but rather joyfully rushing towards Xiao Han, as if delighted and playfully seeking attention. Chapter 61. Hunyun's deceptive tricks to confound the crowd. This aura was not aimed at him, but rather joyfully rushing towards Xiao Han, as if delighted and playfully seeking attention. Xiao Han's eyes brightened. Closing his eyes to feel that aura, wishing to lock onto it, Han Yun could not allow him to succeed. While secretly searching for the source of the aura, he also created disturbances towards Xiao Han's side. After a while, Han Yun opened his eyes, his brow deeply furrowed. He could not comprehend why, with his chaos green lotus, the precious lotus lamp should be more attuned to him. Why did it show such fondness for the foolish Xiao Han? Could it have betrayed him? It was evident from its active emission of aura that it had inadvertently developed a semblance of consciousness, indicating it was indeed a remarkable treasure. Yet, instead of a divine being, it chose to pursue someone as foolish as Xiao Han. This object did not seem particularly wise. What puzzled him further was that the chaos green lotus within him had yet to respond. Why was that? Had he miscalculated? Was there truly no connection between the precious lotus lamp and the chaos green lotus? How could that be? The chaos had taken root within him, like an unruly child. Unless it acted of its own volition, Han Yun could not command it, not even to make it stir, let alone anything else. Unwilling to concede, he continued to try, but as soon as that object revealed itself to Han Yun, it immediately retreated, unwilling to be found. At that moment, Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes and shouted furiously, "Zhishui, what are you trying to do? This is an overreach." That treasure was clearly fond of him yet dared not show itself. Sensing the presence of someone stronger searching for it, it had accurately conveyed its fear and sought Xiao Han's aid. Han Yun was stunned, his brow deeply furrowed. Xiao Han had indeed captured the essence and had already communicated with it. Upon hearing Xiao Han's furious roar, Hua Wucua and the others rushed over to inquire what had transpired. There was a secret treasure here that had birthed a consciousness. Such an extraordinary object undoubtedly surpassed the spirit level and likely approached the level of an imperial artifact. It is very attuned to me. Clearly, it is my great opportunity, yet it dares not appear. Zhishui is obstructing it, and I too wish to obtain that treasure. Hearing this, Hua Wucua's expression turned grave. She clasped her hands and said, "Zhishui, let us set aside our past grievances for now. This is a critical moment for seizing the treasure. This extraordinary object is fated to Xiao Han, and it may not be your fortune. I hope you will generously step aside this time and not disrupt the proceedings. If Xiao Han can successfully acquire that extraordinary item, the disciples of the Tianqian sect will be exceedingly grateful. And I can mediate. We can clear our past enmity. Moreover, once we exit the Lin Yuan secret realm, we shall inform our master not to seek trouble with you, and we can also mend our relationship. In the future, should any difficulties arise, while I cannot control the actions of the Tianqian sect, I, Hua Wucua, owe you a favor, and I will not hesitate to repay it." Lin Shi also stepped forward, producing a precious ruyi, clearly intending to use it to shield Han Yun and assist Xiao Han in acquiring the extraordinary treasure. Chili unsheathed his sword, glaring fiercely at Han Yun. Han Yun, upon hearing Hua Wucua's words, merely scoffed. He understood the temperament of the Tianqian sect better than anyone. To speak such grandiose words in an attempt to seize the treasure from him was laughable. In this place, it is all about chance. Whoever obtains it claims it as theirs. If you have the ability, seize it yourself. If I successfully obstruct you, it merely indicates your fortune is lacking. It has nothing to do with me. As for your words, are you threatening me? What vile deeds have the disciples of the Tianqian sect not committed? Do you possess any credibility? Is your favor worth anything, Hua Wucua? Truly laughable. You lack the standing, and regarding our past grievances, how do you have the audacity to speak of them? Why do you assume I am the one who sought enmity with you? You do not pursue me. On what grounds do you think this? Do I truly care for the Tianqian sect's avoidance of trouble with me? Let us not forget that palm strike from Zhou Yasi nearly destroyed my Dantian. I shall demand an explanation from the Tianqian sect, and it will not be long before I do. With that, he paid them no further heed, walking through the magnificent palace, quietly tracking that aura. Hua Wucua's face flushed crimson. She wished to say something but found herself powerless to counter. Only able to reassure Xiao Han, "It's all right, Xiao Han. Focus on communicating with that object. We will keep watch for you." With senior sister Lin Shi's precious ruyi, it can fully withstand 2 attacks from the Spirit King realm, which is enough to buy you time. Lin Shi added, Wu Cua is right. Focus on seeking the treasure. With the precious Rui here, it will pose no immediate threat to us. 2 times will be sufficient. Xiao Han's face was grim as he nodded slightly, the tension palpable among the few women present, allowing him to focus entirely on communication. Although Han Yu walked with his eyes closed, all his attention was directed towards Xiao Han. Since he could not establish contact, he decided to wait for Han Yu to reveal himself. There was no rule forbidding action before successfully seizing the treasure. The onlookers observed Han Yu searching around, unaware that he was merely circling them, maintaining a proximity that allowed him to reach the battlefield in an instant. To divert their attention and lower their guard, Han Yu occasionally stood still. Fixated on the lotus platform, his gaze fervent. The lotus platform, shimmering with golden light, was utterly enchanting, and Han Yu stood there for quite a while, silently sensing its essence as if he had discovered something remarkable. He displayed an expression of sheer ecstasy and leapt towards the lotus, seemingly intent on seizing it. Upon witnessing this, Wu Cua and the others finally relaxed their anxious hearts, just as it appeared he was on the verge of capturing it. A sudden twist of fate occurred. The lotus unexpectedly evaded Han Yu's grasp, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. They realized that Han Yu had indeed found something extraordinary, as the lotus would not move when they attempted to seize it. Reluctant to concede, Han Yu lunged again towards the direction the lotus had fled, but the lotus, as if endowed with extraordinary agility, escaped once more, reappearing in another space. Thus began a frantic chase between Han Yu and the elusive lotus. After dozens of exchanges, the lotus always managed to evade him just as his fingers were about to touch it, causing beads of sweat to form on Han Yu's forehead. This spectacle drew boisterous laughter from the crowd below, with some sitting cross-legged on the ground, thoroughly entertained. Others jeered, directing Han Yu on which way to pursue. What a fool, letting it slip away again. Wu Cua scoffed. Lin Shi, clutching her precious Rui, felt a twinge of nervousness as she watched his comical pursuit of the lotus. Finding it quite amusing, Chili wore a cold expression, snorting, "Foolish man," unbeknownst to them all. The lotus's escape route was perilously close to Xiao Han and the others, almost within arm's reach. What they did not realize was that this was all part of Han Yu's design. Manipulating the lotus's movements with his spiritual energy. Chapter 62. The lotus in hand. The name of Han Yu revealed. I found it. Xiao Han exclaimed with unbridled joy, connecting with the surge of energy. As his words fell, a lotus platform, rather unassuming and even somewhat dull, flew forth. After pinpointing its direction, it accelerated instantly, darting towards Xiao Han. Surprised and elated, he rushed forward, feeling the extraordinary nature of this object. Ha ha ha, it is ultimately mine. Wu Cua and the others were equally delighted at this scene, their eyes shimmering with curiosity about what it might be as Xiao Han reached out to grasp it. A peculiar warmth enveloped him, bringing him immense comfort. It was almost within his grasp, his fingers nearly touching it. He grinned broadly, his heart racing with excitement. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. An arc of spiritual energy shot forth towards the lotus. The lotus, startled like a frightened rabbit, halted immediately. Xiao Han, caught off guard by this sudden development, then witnessed an infuriating sight. Han Yu appeared out of nowhere, seizing the lotus without allowing Xiao Han any chance to react. Xiao Han's heart raced with shock and fury, his eyes blazing as he bellowed, "Beast! How dare you!" Yet Han Yu remained unfazed, decisively cutting off all escape routes for the lotus, leaving it no chance to flee. Grasping it firmly in his hand, the lotus became still, as if it had lost its vitality. "Ji Shui, you bastard, I will kill you." Xiao Han's eyes burned with rage, his body trembling. He could no longer contain himself and swung his sword towards Han Yu. Han Yu, holding the lotus, gazed at him coldly, remaining utterly motionless. Indeed, as Xiao Han charged forward, he was repelled by an overwhelming force before he could even make contact with Han Yu, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Ji Shui, I, Xiao Han, swear, if I do not kill you, I shall not be human." His voice echoed like the mournful call of a cuckoo, hoarse with rage, filled with grief and despair. Yet Han Yu, like a shadow, held the lotus, approaching Xiao Han as he landed. He leaned down, whispering in Xiao Han's ear, "Is this what it means to break down? Is this what it means to be torn asunder? Heh, not even close. Trust me, such occurrences will become the norm, as commonplace as eating and drinking. You must learn to adapt. With more experiences like this, your mentality will improve. You better pray that you do not die too quickly, or it will be rather dull. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Heh, why not take a guess? You might be quite surprised to see me. I believe I will relish such a scene. You are far too weak now. So weak that I lack the interest to torment you. Good luck. Ji Shui, if you lay a finger on Xiao Han, I, Hua Wucua, swear to turn you to dust and annihilate your entire clan. Ji Shui, how dare you? Release Xiao Han. I will kill you. Ha 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 ha. You pathetic wretch living among women. I truly find you lacking in interest now. Next time we meet, if you remain this useless, and I find no pleasure in tormenting you, I will surely cripple you, and you lot, the fluttering birds and bees, barking like dogs, utterly inconsequential. Hua Wucua's face turned pale, her eyes reddening. How had she once been so proud and self-satisfied, basking in the adoration of others? When had she ever endured such verbal humiliation, or faced such a brutal ordeal in the secret realm? Who had not fawned over her? Who had not praised her? Yet now, ever since encountering Ji Shui, the stench of the spiritual field, the grotesque rats, and the Lotus Palace expedition, each instance had brought her nothing but humiliation. Each time she had been ruthlessly belittled, reduced to nothing. After all, she was a girl. A beautiful girl. How could she not feel wronged? Tears streaming down her face, biting her lip, she shouted, "What right do you have? I have never provoked you. Why do you insult me time and again? Why do you demean me? Who do you think you are? When have I ever offended you, or made things difficult for you? Why must you speak to me this way? What gives you the right? Just because you are powerful? You scoundrel." Lin Shi, too, turned pale at that moment, breaking into tears. "You are not human. You are a monster, Wu Wu. What wrong have I done? I have suffered so much in the spiritual field. Nearly vomiting blood I in the palace of the fat rat. I lost all my dignity, enduring humiliation I had never faced in a lifetime. Do you know, Wu Wu, I detest rats most. They make me sick, yet you continue to berate me. What kind of man are you? You are not human." Oh, Chili could not cry, her face cold as she cursed, "Disgusting man. You are worthless." Xiao Han, having failed to obtain the treasure, felt utterly dejected, his spirit waning, and his mind in disarray. This time, he felt a profound loss akin to what he experienced when Han Yu had taken the Qinglian stone platform. He sensed he had lost something of immense importance. In his mind, his path to greatness appeared shrouded in fog, the spiritual platform enveloped in a shadowy gloom. Previously, he had always believed his future was bright and limitless, but after these two instances of lost opportunities, he felt as if his prospects had dimmed, the journey ahead fraught with peril, as if he were engulfed by an ominous fate. Especially just now, the words of Ji Shui had left him in shock. Those mocking threats seemed eerily familiar, as if he had uttered similar words to someone at some point. This made him recall some unsettling thoughts, a sense that he shared an inexplicable connection with Ji Shui. And those words would come to bear out. For ever since he had encountered and ambushed Ji Shui, he had not experienced a single stroke of good fortune. Various misfortunes had befallen him. As a once mighty protagonist, he had never faced such a series of defeats. Yet now, at least within the depths of the secret realm, he had not succeeded even once. Reflecting on this, he felt a surge of dread, his spirit flagging, anxiety gnawing at him day and night. His hatred for Ji Shui reached its zenith, intertwined with a sense of fear. Do not disguise yourselves as benevolent and aggrieved. Do you think you are deserving? You present yourselves as naive little girls before outsiders, yet your hearts are vile and filthy. You, the entire Tianqian sect, colluding together, are nothing but a collection of sordid and grotesque beings. What cannot be said? What right do you have to say such things? What right do you have to slander us? Ha ha ha, slander. What a joke that I have a friend named Han Yu. Do you know him? Upon hearing that name, Hua Wucua, Lin Shi, and the others stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. After mentioning Han Yu, he paid them no further heed, striding away to investigate what this object truly was. Hanyu did not venture far. Finding a secure and reliable spot nearby. Chapter 63. Mastering the depths of the secret realm. Lin Shi, did he just mention the name Hanyu? Hua Wucua inquired coldly, her expression as frigid as ice. Lin Shi nodded, affirming, indeed. I am certain he spoke of Hanyu. Hua Wucua nodded slightly, and in a fit of rage, laughed derisively. Ha ha, splendid. I thought as much. Even if Ji Shui is filled with resentment, it should not direct all its ire towards our Tianxian sect. It is utterly disgraceful that even I and my junior sisters, Lin Shi and Xiuli, have not been spared from such insults. So, the issue lies here, you worthless soul you. You wretched CU are. It is you. It is your incompetence that has led to our humiliation in this limbo secret realm, resulting in Xiao Han losing his treasured possession and us enduring this disgrace. Very well, who would have thought this despicable creature would betray his sect and swiftly find a patron? This time, it is clearly a targeted assault against us. Ha, a fool remains a fool. Even if one must serve another, one ought to seek a worthy master. Yet, he has aligned himself with a rogue with no affiliation, thinking he can contend with us? Wretched cur soul you, await your reckoning. Upon my return, I shall find you and make you wish for death, repaying you 100-fold for all the humiliation I have suffered during this time. Lin Shi, too, was consumed by rage, her body radiating hostility. I had said before, we should never have allowed that fool to escape. Now look, within just a few days, he has grown wings and found allies to torment us. Every grievance has its origin, and I shall ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. I will capture 1,000 mice and stuff them into his mouth and trousers, letting him experience the depths of humiliation and despair. Having endured such torment, I will repay him 100-fold, bringing forth a rodent fatter and more repugnant than that fat rodent to torment him. Watching as it devours his very essence, Mochioli furrowed her brow. Gazing towards the spot where Soul Yu had vanished, this time, she refrained from following the crowd in speech. Xiao Han's eyes glinted with malice as he murmured, Soul Yu, Ji Shui, I want you both dead. I shall kill you, reducing your bones to ashes, ensuring you suffer eternally. Soul Yu, accompanied by the lotus, departed to a secluded spot, where he unveiled the lotus. A burst of radiance flickered, revealing its true form. In the palm of his hand lay a jade-green lotus lamp, about a foot in height. Its surface, emanating a soft azure, HUE.IT, resembled the head of a lamp, yet the base appeared incomplete. The lotus was in full bloom, and within it lay a lamp holder, but it was not the kind that burned with flames. Instead, atop the holder floated an object the size of a thumb. Geometrically shaped, radiating a faint purple glow, giving the appearance of a mere lamp. The shape was indeed accurate, yet the chaotic azure lotus within him showed no response, indicating it bore no connection to the one inside him. This left him somewhat disheartened, for his current reliance lay entirely upon the chaotic azure lotus and the primordial celestial cloud brocade, which were unrelated to this item, significantly diminishing its value. Despite his disappointment, the fact that it was a rare treasure with a modicum of spiritual intelligence still brought him joy. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Soul Yu began to refine it. However, as he commenced, he sensed a trace of resistance emanating from the faintly purple object. As if it possessed a will of its own, he resented the fact that it had not chosen him but rather that foolish Xiao Han, and thus he would show no mercy. Forcibly refining it, erasing its spiritual awareness, and merging his soul power within. The fusion proceeded smoothly, with little obstruction, yet Soul Yu's expression grew peculiar. This item had no relation to the chaotic azure lotus. Nor was it the fabled treasure lamp, but rather the purple extreme azure lotus tower. During the fusion of spiritual awareness, some information was transmitted to Xiao Han's soul, revealing that within him lay a powerful spirit in slumber, which had previously wielded this treasure for a time, naturally forming a bond with it. This discovery filled Soul Yu with delight. He had inadvertently uncovered Xiao Han's secret, and no wonder he had been so formidable in his past life, advancing swiftly in ranks and recovering from severe injuries in the blink of an eye. It must be linked to that spirit. What an unexpected boon, hehe. Xiao Han when in its complete form. This treasure was a sacred artifact, a powerful item that combined offense and defense damage during a cataclysmic battle. Its original master perished, and it was divided into 3 segments. This was merely the uppermost part. Yet it was still a royal-grade item, making it hard to imagine its former might. Now, this royal-grade artifact possessed only defensive capabilities, lacking any offensive enhancement. Though it was incomplete, its defensive prowess far surpassed that of Lin Shi's treasured Rui. Its true strength lay not in its defense, but in another formidable function. The Limbo Secret Realm was not a naturally occurring phenomenon, but rather a unique space crafted by an extraordinary cultivator. A miniature world unto itself. The purple extreme Azure Lotus Tower was the very core of this miniature world. Mastering this lighthouse equated to controlling this small realm. Due to the low level of this miniature world, its growth environment and the richness of spiritual energy were limited, preventing the emergence of superlative cultivators and treasures as seen in higher realms. Based on the information obtained, this miniature space spanned several 100,000 square kilometers. Akin to that of a small nation, with every blade of grass and tree belonging to Sol Yut It was a world with incomplete rules. But as Sol Yu grew stronger, he could reshape this realm. Within this realm existed entities even more formidable than the Yalan beast, though he could not yet command them. The rules of this realm were under his control, and upon reaching the spirit realm, he could forcibly transfer opponents into the Limbo Secret Realm using spatial power, employing the rules of this realm to suppress them in battle. Although more power and rules could not be utilized at present, the beings within, aside from a few highly skilled ones, could be summoned at his will. In the future, he could also capture and tame beasts to thrive within this Limbo Secret Realm. Thus, compared to its defensive capabilities, possessing dominion over the Limbo Secret Realm represented the greatest gain, its value immeasurable. Royal-grade artifacts and combat techniques were utterly insignificant in comparison. Have I truly acquired my own small world? Along with those beasts I can command at will. I have ascended what I thought was merely an ordinary expedition into the secret realm has turned out to be such a staggering gain. This is simply beyond comprehension. Xiao Han, heh. I shall not shy away from this unparalleled opportunity. Ha ha ha. Chapter 64. The misfortune of Bai Lu now in possession of dominion over the Limbo Secret Realm. Sol Yu could terminate the exploration at any moment. After all, everything here would soon be his personal property, and it was unreasonable to allow outsiders to pillage. He initially intended to expel everyone beforehand, but then he heard the sounds of combat and sensed a familiar aura, Bai Lu. Though he wished to ignore it, curiosity compelled him to investigate. It turned out that following the conclusion of the Lotus Palace exploration, Bai Lu had also acquired a valuable item, a 5th-tier combat technique. She was observing Sol Yu, yet noticed he did not cast a glance in her direction, leading her to realize that Ji Shuai was not Sol Yu. Hua Wucua and the others had become infamous during this time, engaging in actions that greatly displeased her, especially that Xiao Han, whose ambush on Ji Shuai had turned the Tianxian sect into a pariah. Such folly was intolerable, and she wished to have no association with them here. She resolved that once this matter concluded, she would depart and return to the academy to focus on her cultivation, no longer wishing to entangle herself with the Tianxian sect. After all, so much time had passed since her departure. The people of the Tianxian sect had likely long forgotten her status as their senior sister. Her relationships with others were rather mundane, and the only one who had treated her well was Sol Yu. Yet after his disgrace, she had ceased to care for him. Now, even the one person she felt connected to had left the Tianxian sect, rendering her return meaningless. Moreover, her current master, Zhou Yasi, had engaged in actions that bewildered her, even risking the sect's honor and reputation for a single disciple, becoming the target of public scorn. The other sisters were all proud and disdainful. What was the purpose of returning to such a sect? A place devoid of emotional ties had grown pale and tedious. She resolved that upon leaving the Limbo Secret Realm, she would depart from the Jia Xian Empire, likely never to return. However, she had not gone far when she found herself surrounded by familiar faces, those she had previously injured during a struggle for treasures at a certain estate. Heh? Little girl, why the rush to leave? Weren't you quite arrogant at the estate earlier? A youth in extravagant attire, fanning himself, stepped forward. He was Li Wei, he said mockingly, blocked from her path. Bai Lu felt helpless. She did not wish to engage them in combat in this limbo secret realm. We all rely on our fortunes. That fourth-tier spiritual treasure was discovered by me first and seized into my hands. You lack the strength, yet after the fact, you conspired to surround me. Do you have no sense of shame? Ha ha ha, a sense of shame. You truly are amusing. Do you genuinely think I could not defeat you? If it were not for that beast ambushing me and knocking me aside, that spiritual treasure would undoubtedly have been mine. How could it have been stolen from you? When Hunyuan arrived, Bai Lu was already injured. Faced with the onslaught of more than 10 assailants, she was utterly unable to withstand their assault, especially considering that among them was an individual of the 6th star rank in the spirit heaven realm. Each time Bai Lu engaged with those few, revealing a moment of vulnerability, he seized the opportunity to strike, wounding her further. After several exchanges, Bai Lu's injuries had become grave. Her complexion was ashen, her spiritual energy wavering, and her movements were increasingly unsteady, clearly at the brink of collapse. As expected, the spirit heaven expert, seeing Bai Lu on the verge of exhaustion and unable to defend herself, launched a powerful strike from an acute angle. Sending her hurtling against a sturdy tree trunk, the mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, and she lay there, utterly dispirited, unable even to rise, her pupils growing unfocused. Ha ha ha, you refused to yield earlier. But now there's no need for your compliance. I shall take what I desire myself. He, refusing a toast only to be served with a penalty drink. This is no longer merely about the spiritual treasure. I shall claim you as well, Li Wei remarked, licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent as he crouched down, tilting her chin and leering at her, under Bai Lu's dim and humiliating gaze. He lightly brushed his hand against her cheek, caressing her ear. Wow, this skin, hisses, simply exquisite. My hands itch, and my heart yearns. Ha ha ha, he exclaimed, running his fingers over her rosy lips, his exaggerated movements reflecting an inner ecstasy that nearly lifted him to cloud 9. Little girl, you haven't been deflowered yet, have you? Ha ha ha, today shall be your misfortune. Once I assist you in your awakening, my brothers will also indulge in you. Ha ha ha, Bai Lu, filled with anger and humiliation, attempted to resist, but her strength had waned, leaving her only able to bite down fiercely on Li Wei's finger. She had never exerted such force before. This time, she nearly severed his finger. You wretched creature. Slap, tear. I shall slay you. Bai Lu's face bore 5 distinct fingerprints, her dress torn asunder, exposing her skin, which only served to stoke Li Wei's primal instincts further. At that moment, the figure most prevalent in Bai Lu's mind was the pale, timid silhouette of Xiao Se. Xiao Yu, she murmured softly in her despair, as she prepared to self-destruct her dantian to preserve her purity. A colossal explosion erupted ahead, shaking the ground and sending those nearby staggering back amidst a cloud of dust, prompting Li Wei and his cohorts to adopt a defensive stance. Before the dust could settle, Hunyuan emerged. Upon recognizing the bronze mask he wore, Li Wei and the others furrowed their brows. The appearance of Jishui instilled a sense of foreboding in them. Having withstood a blow from a spirit emperor without suffering harm, they were still haunted by the terrifying ice shark technique capable of grievously wounding a Yalan beast. Jishui, do you wish to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? It was this woman who first attempted to seize my spiritual treasure. Jishui remained non-committal, disinterested in their quarreling. Killing and stealing treasures is acceptable, but engaging in such filthy and sordid acts will tarnish my vision. Either leave of your own accord, or I shall force you to depart. At that moment, the spirit heaven expert leaped forward, scoffing, Humph! Do not presume that your dominance here grants you the liberty to act as you please. You, a mere rogue cultivator, have not only made an enemy of the Tiangshuanzong, but have also incurred the wrath of Knife Lord Zhou Xingchen. Now, you dare to meddle and create enmity with us? Do you not know that we are members of the Guxian sect? Li Wei is the younger brother of our sect's holy son, Li Changsheng. You are aware of Li Changsheng, are you not? The 5th ranked on the Dragon and Tiger list. Next month, he shall challenge for the 3rd position. Li Changsheng held a deep affection for his younger brother Li Wei. should you dare to harm him? Do not think that being a mere rogue cultivator will spare you. Even if you were a member of the Mercury sect, he would ascend Mercury Peak to seek retribution. Therefore, while Xiao Han and his foolish companions may fear you, we do not. Their fear of you does not extend to us. Our Gu Xian sect is far superior to the waste of the Tiangshuanzong. Our sect's holy son is a powerful spirit king. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's demeanor stiffened, his neck jutting defiantly as he proclaimed, "Indeed, my elder brother is Li Changsheng, the holy son of the Gu Xian sect. Who dares to lay a finger on me? Even Knife Lord Zhou Xingchen would take a detour upon encountering my brother. Why brother dotes on me? Should you dare to harm me, he will undoubtedly avenge me." Seeing Hunyuan furrow his brow without making an immediate move, they mistakenly believed he was intimidated, emboldening them further. "Zhishui, consider today as if you have seen nothing. We do not wish to provoke you here, yet we are not afraid of doing so. The road is wide. Let us part ways peacefully. The individuals whom our brother Wei has taken a fancy to cannot escape, even in your presence. Those who are wise should depart quickly, lest we report to the Holy Sun." Hehe, a person's name in a tree's shadow. While you may be formidable in this Lin Yuan secret realm, garnering much attention and fame, compared to our sect's holy son Li Changxing and the legendary Shui Yuntian, you are utterly insignificant. It would be wise to refrain from meddling, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. Bai Lu, upon seeing Zhishui's arrival, was initially filled with hope. She knew that if Zhishui wished to save her, none here could impede him. Moreover, she had thought Li Wei merely a privileged scion, unaware of his true identity. The Gu Xian sect, she recognized, was significantly more powerful than the Tiangshuanzong, and although it could not compare to the likes of the Flower Qian Valley or the Mercury sect, it was certainly a prominent force within the Jiaxian Empire, with few daring to provoke it. Even the Lord of Shahuang City, Tan Shisha, must show deference to the Gu Xian sect. As for Li Changsheng, she was well aware of his reputation as the fifth on the Dragon and Tiger list, a genuine contender rather than a mere name like Yang Xiao and his ilk. Faced with such formidable backing, no one would willingly invite trouble, particularly since her acquaintance with Zhishui was merely a fleeting encounter, devoid of any ties. Had she known this earlier, she would not have antagonized him over a fourth-tier spiritual treasure, nor would she have engaged in conflict with him. Now witnessing Zhishui's hesitation, she understood that while he was indeed powerful here, his circumstances outside the Lin Yuan secret realm would be dire. The members of the Tiangshuanzong would certainly not let him off the hook, especially her master, Zhou Yasi, who doted on Xiao Han to the extent of defying convention to injure Zhishui. Given that Xiao Han and his companions had experienced the Lin Yuan journey, their hatred would only deepen, and they would undoubtedly target Zhishui. He was merely a rogue cultivator, unaffiliated and without support to shield him. If he were to incur the wrath of the Gu Xian sect because of her, there would be no refuge for him within the Jiaxian Empire. Reflecting on this, Bai Lu's heart sank into despair, blaming her own inadequacy for her current entrapment, ensnared in a deadly predicament. She felt immense gratitude for Zhishui's appearance. Yet she also recognized that in such dire circumstances, no one would jeopardize themselves for a stranger, particularly one with such a vast and formidable influence. She bore him no ill will. Rather, she appreciated that he had afforded her the time to contemplate a mutual demise with her aggressors. Indeed, she had steeled herself for death, yet her heart ached with regret, her family's vendetta unavenged, and the absence of her most beloved junior disciple, from whom she had not even managed to utter an apology. At that moment, the forlorn and helpless figure of Xiao Yu reappeared in her mind, filling her with sorrow. If it were you, you would undoubtedly risk everything to protect me, even in such a predicament. Right? Xiao Yu. With this thought, she closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks as she whispered, "I'm sorry, Xiao Yu." As Hunyuan remained standing, visibly conflicted, Li Wei grew increasingly arrogant, while the spirit heaven expert sneered derisively. "Those who know how to discern the times are wise. You cannot afford to provoke us, nor the holy son Li Changxing and the Gu Xian sect. Depart now, and I shall treat this as though nothing has occurred." Li Wei added, "What? Can't you comprehend my words? Leave quickly and cease disrupting my enjoyment, or you can stay and watch. Once we finish our fun, I may even grant you a reward. What do you say?" Huan Yuan's brow furrowed deeper, his body trembling slightly. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening before erupting into laughter. Ha ha, could it be that Jishui is a fake? Ha ha ha, actually trembling in fear. Ha ha ha, perhaps it's some fool attempting to impersonate him. Yet even if he were the real Jishui, upon hearing the name of Holy Sun Li Chongqing and the Guxian sect, he would surely tremble. Bai Lu was equally astonished. Although she had only encountered Jishui a few times, she knew that even a Spirit King Yalan beast was easily dispatched by him. How could he possibly be intimidated by mere names? Surely, he might harbor some caution, but it would not reduce him to trembling in fear. Could it be that this individual was indeed an impostor? If so, she would hold a deep admiration for such audacity, while also feeling increased gratitude. At this moment, she sought nothing more than for him to avoid foolishly challenging them and to ensure his own safety. Finally, Hun Yuan let out a deep breath, his face having turned a shade reminiscent of liver. Though it had improved slightly. A pack of fools, what have you been prattling on about for so long? What of Li Chongqing? What of the Guxian sect? Are they truly so frightening to me? A bunch of brainless idiots. The spirit heaven expert stepped forward, his voice booming with authority. And who do you think you are? I am appalled that you dare to slander the Holy Sun and my revered Bone Xian sect in our presence. You wretched cur! If I step outside, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. With a resounding bang and a thud. Mercy is not in my vocabulary. 10 icy spikes pierced through the body of that spirit realm individual without any hindrance. Compared to Mu Qingwan, he is significantly weaker. His 6-star cultivation seems to be merely the result of relying on medicinal pills. Like paper, he was sent sprawling by a single strike from Huan Yu, sustaining grave injuries, and now, the ice spikes have utterly severed his lifeline. Huan Yu wore a frosty expression, visibly displeased, his countenance darkened. How foolish can one be? My stomach has been aching, and I contemplated whether to relieve myself before dispatching you, or to finish you off before succumbing to nature's call. Now, due to your ruckus, I am left frustrated, unable to relieve myself. You have disrupted my moment of solace, and I am determined to unleash my vengeance upon you. In an instant, Huan Yu darted forward, effortlessly sending the dozen or so individuals flying. All severely injured, he then approached Li Wei, and before the latter could utter any plea for mercy or threats, Huan Yu formed a chilling ice palm and struck toward his groin. A piercing scream echoed through the heavens. Heart-wrenching and agonizing, as Huan Yu rendered Li Wei impotent. Suddenly, a grumble emanated from Huan Yu's stomach, causing him to tilt his head back, his body stiffening. He could no longer afford to linger. He began to leap away but was called to a halt by Bai Lu. Wait! Chapter 66. Refreshing. Wait! Huan Yu furrowed his brow and looked at her, remaining silent. Bai Lu leaned against a tree, her body still frail but significantly better than before. It wasn't until Huan Yu suddenly struck down that spirit realm individual and incapacitated Li Wei that she snapped out of her stupor. Seeing Huan Yu about to leave, she inexplicably called out to him, but upon meeting his gaze, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Huan Yu was quite displeased with his own rebellious stomach, casting a glance at Bai Lu, eager to hear what she had to say. These incompetents are utterly unprofessional. It's evident this is their first encounter. There's nothing to be gained here. It's all rather dull. If only the mask were removed. One could witness the lewd glimmer in Huan Yu's eyes, revealing a rather lascivious demeanor. Noticing that Huan Yu continued to gaze at her without uttering a word or showing any intention to depart, Bai Lu finally asked, "Why did you save me?" Huan Yu, momentarily captivated by the sight before him, appeared somewhat dazed and unwittingly replied, "Of course, it's because you are so fair and alluring. No, it's simply because I detest wickedness. I cannot abide their beastly behavior. Even if one desires such things, one ought to choose a suitable place. Indulging in such unrefined manners will diminish my desire to relieve myself." Regaining his composure, Huan Yu spoke with righteous indignation. Bai Lu finally grasped the situation and looked down, realizing that her attire had left much exposed. She hurriedly pulled down her skirt to cover herself and shot Huan Yu a fierce glare. Huan Yu felt a tinge of regret, turning his head away, no longer captivated by the alluring sight, and had no desire to linger. Yet, Bai Lu interjected, "You have saved me and incapacitated Li Wei. Li Chongqing and the Bone Xian sect will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. I wish to know why you have acted in such a manner." Huinyu, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively and retorted, "What need is there for so many questions? Why are you so bothersome? I simply cannot stand their actions. You are safe now, so hurry and leave." Bai Lu persisted, undeterred. "Why do you not belong to a sect? With your strength, you could be revered as a holy son in any sect, perhaps even attain the status of an elder. Why do you remain a mere rogue cultivator? Moreover, I feel an uncanny resemblance between you and a dear friend of mine. Could you unveil your mask for me to see?" Just then, another wave of urgency hit Huinyu, and he replied, "Oh, you are truly insufferable. What concern is it of yours?" Without waiting for Bai Lu's response, he leaped away, disappearing into the forest with a few swift movements. Bai Lu stood there, momentarily bewildered as she glanced at the departing figures, contemplating whether to say something but ultimately choosing silence to avoid further trouble. Yet, deep down, she remained perplexed as she felt an inexplicable familiarity with this figure. An intuition that was difficult to articulate, particularly the kind of instinct often possessed by women, which can sometimes be eerily accurate, as Huinyu had experienced firsthand in the past. He concealed himself at a distance, watching Bai Lu depart before revealing himself, for he did not wish to expose himself prematurely. Xiao Han was acutely aware of the significance of the Qinglian stone platform. Thus, when he attempted to seize it that day, had it not been for Mu Qingwan and the others' arrival, he would not have succeeded in taking the Qinglian stone platform. Had he revealed himself too soon, Xiao Han would undoubtedly realize that his current predicament stemmed from the Qinglian stone platform. At that moment, he would spare no effort to reclaim it, enlisting the aid of Zhou Yasi and Mu Qingwan, and might even awaken the dormant soul within him. Furthermore, the information he gleaned from the Ziji Qinglian pagoda revealed that this soul had already been a saint-level powerhouse a millennium ago. Extraordinarily formidable, such an existence was not something he could provoke at present. Even in a diminished state, he understood that it remained a taboo entity. Currently, he lacked the capability to contend with such beings. And until he fully mastered the Lin Yuan's secret realm and awakened that powerful entity residing within, he would have no foothold in the Jiaxuan Empire. Moreover, he held no expectations of anyone, relying solely on himself for everything, wishing to sever any ties with Bai Lu. Since the moment he was abandoned, and now reborn, he no longer had any association with her. Saving her this time was already an act of benevolence. It would be best to minimize further entanglements. A grumble echoed in his stomach, once more. "Oh dear, it's happening again. I can no longer hold back. I must find a cool place to prepare for a soaring experience." Yet, as he squatted down, silence fell upon his stomach, and after waiting for a considerable time, there was no reaction. Perplexed, he pondered. This sensation arrived with a cataclysmic force, yet departed without a sound. It truly is tormenting. Surely, the feng shui here is unfavorable. I shall attempt elsewhere. With a series of crackling sounds, Huinyu felt a wave of relief, the unrestrained freedom lifting his spirits considerably. After the release, he pinched his nose and left. Musing to himself, things have been quite strange lately. Why do I frequently experience stomach aches, to the point of being unable to hold back? Even before my rebirth, despite having lost my cultivation, I never experienced such a potent desire. Could it be that I have an upset stomach, or is there some aftereffect to my rebirth? Is my aftereffect the incessant urge to relieve myself? How utterly distasteful. Subsequently, he soared towards the Lotus Treasure Hall. Along the way, having grasped some of the rules governing this small world, he had a clearer understanding of the happenings here, especially within the Lotus Treasure Hall. He sensed that Xiao Han had recovered somewhat from his grievous injuries and had begun to accept the reality of losing the treasured artifact. Preparing to fly off in search of the lotus, seeking a substitute to comfort himself. Yet Huinyu was determined not to allow him such satisfaction. With a mere thought, all the floating lotuses vanished as he reached out to grasp them, dissolving into the void of space, disappearing without a trace. "Damn it, you wretched cur, Zhi Shui, I shall ensure your dismemberment, gnaw your bones, and extract your heart, leaving you in perpetual torment. Consumed by rage, the fainted Xiao Han was carried away by Hua Wucua and others, hastily fleeing toward the exit. However, as they passed through a forest, they stepped upon an unfamiliar object. When the familiar stench wafted into their nostrils, they could no longer contain themselves. Heart-wrenching screams erupted, echoing in a symphonic cacophony of despair. Tearing at the heartstrings, "Ji Shui, you scoundrel, may you suffer a wretched fate. I shall slay you. Ugh, I will kill you, kill you, kill you. Foolish man, you are truly despicable." As Huanyu approached the Lotus Treasure Hall, he felt inexplicably annoyed. Muttering under his breath, "Indeed, what a lunatic, to come so far and still scream so loudly at me." Chapter 67. Sinister Secrets, Astonishment. Upon reaching the entrance of the Lotus Treasure Hall, Huanyu did not enter but instead fixed his gaze upon the Yalan beast. "Young one, what brings you here?" Huanyu wore a mischievous smile, his intentions far from innocent as he inquired, "Tell me, how long do you think you could endure if I were to enter the core of the Lotus Treasure Hall and activate this talismanous energy?" The Yalan beast, taken aback by his words, asked in confusion, "Have you obtained that treasure? Do you possess control over the Lin Yuan's secret realm? What do you know?" Huanyu, with a sly smile, replied, "Why would a beast of your kind mimic human cunning? Being trapped here for centuries, you understand the rules better than anyone. I am curious why you did not intervene when I attempted to seize it. You should know that Xiao Han is the one chosen. And it seems you lent me your aid in my endeavor, for how else could I have so easily obtained control over this realm?" The once prone Yalan beast raised its massive head, now quite interested, and asked, "Oh, to your astonishment, you have indeed discerned the truth. It is only natural that through the fusion and refinement of the purple extreme blue lotus tower, one would catch a glimpse of the underlying rules and secrets that govern this realm. Had you not grasped such knowledge, it would have been a source of disappointment for me. How could a fool such as yourself possibly contend with the likes of Xiao Han?" Huanyu chuckled. "He is merely Xiao Han. I can easily manipulate him at my will, so there is no need for your concern. What intrigues me more is your motivation for this course of action. Why choose me? Is it because my strength surpasses others?" The Yalan beast, upon hearing Huanyu's words, expressed discontent with a scoff. "Do you truly believe that Xiao Han is as simple as he appears? If you are aware of certain matters, you should also know the origins of this Lin Yuan's secret realm, and more importantly, the soul residing within Xiao Han. You honestly think that someone chosen by him is as foolish, irritable, and weak as you presume? Ha ha ha. You are exceedingly naive. Do you have any idea what level of cultivation that soul possessed before its slumber?" Huanyu furrowed his brow, uncertainly responding, "Perhaps the spirit sovereign realm or the spirit saint realm? It is said that those in the spirit sovereign realm can manipulate space and open alternate dimensions, while a spirit saint can create small worlds, much like this Lin Yuan's secret realm." The Yalan beast remained noncommittal, subtly stating, "Heh, you are mostly correct. But let me inform you, this Lin Yuan's secret realm is merely a fragment of the small world he has created." "How would you interpret that?" At this revelation, Huanyu became visibly agitated. Although the Lin Yuan's secret realm spans only several 100,000 square kilometers, akin to a small country, its possession of fragmented independent rules already signifies its extraordinary nature. If this is merely the tip of the iceberg in terms of the small world he has forged, does it not imply that the world he created possesses nearly complete rules? Such a level of creation is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary spirit saint, unless... The Yalan beast observed the solemnity on Huanyu's face and continued, "Indeed, it is the Emperor realm. He once achieved that pinnacle, a true Emperor-level powerhouse. Other Emperor-level beings seldom create such small worlds, for at that level, such creations offer little assistance unless they embody complete rules and order. However, such worlds would be entirely independent of the current realm, free from the control of the heavens, which the celestial order would never permit. Yet, he has still managed to create it. Do you understand why?" Huanyu, lacking the comprehension of such high realms, shook his head slowly, indicating his ignorance. The Yalan beast replied, "I have only formulated a rough conjecture. The specifics remain unknown, even to another being confined here. why speculation is that he aims to resurrect himself, and Xiao Han is his chosen heir. Groomed to pave the way for his eventual rebirth, the Lin Yuan's secret realm is a crucial link in this resurrection journey. Now that this link is compromised, it is uncertain whether it can thwart his revival. Han Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation and inquired, "Why do you wish to prevent his resurrection? If he were to return, would not you have a powerful emperor-level ally? As a benefactor, he would surely not hesitate to reward you." The Yalan beast gravely shook its head and replied, "I cannot say for certain why confinement here has merely tasked me with guarding this place and entrusting the Lin Yuan's secret realm to his successor. However, over the years, as my spiritual power has increasingly flowed to the Lotus Treasure Hall, I have begun to sense a great terror. If he successfully revives, it will herald a calamity of unimaginable proportions. He must have sensed this as well, which is why he covertly aided you earlier. Otherwise, how could I so effortlessly assist you in obtaining the purple extreme blue lotus tower? He is in slumber and must have arranged many contingencies and preparations before his sleep. As his direct successor and the vessel for his soul's dormancy, Xiao Han is by no means simple. He likely has yet to fully utilize the many stratagems left behind. Your journey into the Lin Yuan's secret realm has thoroughly ignited his wrath. When next you meet, I believe you shall be greatly astonished." Han Yu frowned in silence, reflecting on the revelations in his past life. He had been rendered powerless and had never acquired the purple extreme blue lotus tower, leaving him ignorant of these matters. Now, however, he had uncovered certain secrets, yet the Yalan beast's words were too sparse and fragmented for him to piece together into coherent information. Nevertheless, the Yalan beast's next statement resonated within him, leaving him momentarily speechless. The Chaos Seed Blue Lotus, a constitution that exists solely in legend, has manifested within you. This is both a boon and a bane. Regardless, it must be safeguarded diligently. A murderous intent surged within Han Yu, a chilling aura enveloping him as his spiritual energy crystallized into ice, poised for a lethal strike. This was his greatest secret, known to no one. How could he not be astounded that a beast dared to reveal it? The Yalan beast smiled and said, "Do not be surprised that I am a subspecies of the Qilin, closely related to the Emo Qilin bloodline. My ancestors once guarded the Chaos Blue Lotus, which is why the legacy embedded within my bloodline cannot be erased. It is precisely for this reason that upon sensing the familiar aura in your bloodline, I resolved to assist you and deliberately sever his path. Rest assured, apart from me, no one else shall discover your constitution." The frequent urge to relieve yourself stems from the fact that the Chaos Blue Lotus, being a primordial creation, generates chaotic impurities within you as it grows. Thus, it must be expelled. This is an unalterable fact, unless it escapes from your body. Chapter 68. The return with treasures today marks the final day of the expedition into the Lin Yuan's secret realm, with members from various sects awaiting at the exit. Eager to see their disciples return with fruitful gains, 18 noon, the Lin Yuan secret realm will close its gates for the last time. Should anyone remain within at that moment, they would be sealed inside, awaiting the next year's reopening. While the leaders of various sects engaged in jovial conversations, the members of Tianxian sect stood apart, shivering in trepidation. Zhou Yashur, visibly irate, muttered, "Humph, do they think our sect desires to associate with them? What a joke! Who would covet such companionship? To be isolated for the sake of an unfamiliar loose cultivator? So be it. My Tianxian sect has no need to mingle with you, Dai." Zhou Yashur. "Find it beneath me, and that useless Han Yu, merely biding his time, has betrayed our sect and subjected me to such humiliation. He is truly deserving of death. It would be best if he does not return. Should he dare show his face, I shall not hesitate to break his legs. What a pathetic sect! Are their disciples not aware of their own shortcomings? What good could they possibly bring back for you? It is laughable. They might as well dream. Wait and see. My few treasured disciples shall astonish you all, particularly my little Han. I shall enjoy watching him crush you." A mere troop of clowns, Mu Qingwan stood beside Zhou Yasi, listening to her master's incessant murmuring. She slightly furrowed her brows but chose to remain silent. Yet, her pallid complexion, bloodless lips, and frail physique presented a delicate, sickly appearance that evoked sympathy. The icy power of the soul realm inherently possessed a unique sealing ability, which rendered her injuries particularly stubborn. Despite Zhou Yasi's daily efforts to channel spiritual energy into her for healing, little progress was evident. Each night, a chilling sensation enveloped her, as the sharp pain from her wounds, compounded by severe coughing, became nearly unbearable. In recent days, her sleep had been scarce, her body weakened and growing increasingly gaunt. Today, the weather was splendid, with a gentle, cool breeze caressing her skin, and the warm sun pouring down, providing her with a sense of comfort. She had arrived at the exit early, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Wucua and her companions, hoping they would return with fruitful discoveries. Over the past few nights, she had often dreamt of a frail, despondent figure, eyes filled with disappointment, heartbreak, and a sense of injustice. She had even dreamt of that day, the clear gaze peeking from beneath the bronze mask atop the high platform. In that moment, as she shielded Xiao Han from an attack, the disappointment and astonishment reflected in those eyes had stirred her deeply. For a fleeting instant, she found herself merging those eyes with the gaze of someone who once risked everything for her. Perhaps it was the prolonged absence from the outside world that made her acutely aware of the sudden chill sweeping through her body. It was the first time she truly felt cold, prompting her to wrap her arms tightly around herself in an attempt to ward off the bone-deep chill. As the spatial vortex ahead began to writhe, the first individual emerged, one from the Mo family. Congratulations, head of the Mo family. It is indeed a joyous occasion that several of your juniors have returned unscathed. They are destined for great achievements in the future. Not at all, it is merely a stroke of good fortune for these few juniors. They are hardly worthy of your praise, Daoist Qinghui, the Mo family head replied, modestly shaking his head. Daoist Qinghui, stroking his beard, wore a benevolent expression on his aged face. There is no need for such humility. Mo family head. These youngsters will undoubtedly become the pillars of the empire and the hope of this continent. They must be well protected for the future. The Mo family head nodded, aware that no one dared to show disrespect towards this venerable elder whose words carried significant weight. His juniors had returned with commendable gains, acquiring either 4th or 5th tier spiritual energy or medicinal techniques, which brought a smile to his face. It was important to note that the palatial ruins they had explored were merely a fraction of what lay beyond. Many areas remained untouched, thus each individual bore their own opportunities and dangers, making their safe return all the more remarkable. The disciples of Yunlan Mountain emerged, but their losses were severe. 12 had entered. Yet only 3 returned, one of whom had lost both legs, seemingly torn off by a demonic beast. The mountain lord of Yunlan wore a grim expression. Those who had ventured inside were elite disciples, cultivated with great care, and he had not anticipated such heavy losses. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that their group had encountered high-level demonic beasts immediately upon their arrival and had barely escaped from the forests. With no opportunity to seek treasures, the unconscious junior brother had lost his legs to a brutal unicorn rhino. Simply surviving was a stroke of luck. Even graver was the fate of the disciples from Jigu Peak, none of whom had returned, all having perished within. Why? My apprentice. Why was I not allowed to enter the Lingyuan's secret realm? I would have annihilated them without a trace. Zhou Yasi, witnessing this scene, could not suppress a smirk of mockery. Serves you right, old thief. You didn't help me back then, constantly berating and insulting me. Look at you now, all gone. One by one, individuals continued to emerge, and scarcely anyone appeared unscathed, most bearing injuries. Some unveiled 5th-tier advanced medicinal herbs, immediately promoted to core disciples upon their return. Others brought forth 4th-tier elixirs, earning a special promotion to inner disciples. A few even emerged with 5th-tier combat techniques, despite possessing only 2nd-tier cultivation, being swiftly accepted as a registered disciple by the elders who promised rapid elevation to the inner sect. Among the most astonishing was a disciple from Hechuanzong, who, with his Lingxian cultivation, had acquired a 6th-tier intermediate spiritual weapon, the Bus Shoguang sword, along with a matching 6th-tier combat technique, marking him as the most remarkable presence thus far. As these individuals appeared, Daoist Qinghui personally extended his congratulations and even performed healing for some of the more severely injured. uttering words of encouragement that left many young disciples overwhelmed with gratitude. Seeing this, Zhou Yasi felt a pang of jealousy and muttered, "Pfft, what is there to be proud of? It's merely a 6th-tier intermediate spiritual weapon. What's so rare about that? When my Xiao Han makes his entrance, he will surely leave you all in awe. Who knows, he might even bring back Imperial-tier combat techniques and magical artifacts. Jealousy will consume you." However, Daoist Qinghui occasionally glanced toward the exit vortex, his eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. As if waiting for someone's arrival, Mu Qingwan noticed that so many had emerged, yet Wu Cua and her companions were still absent, prompting her to ask anxiously, "Master, why haven't Wu Cua and the others come out yet? Surely nothing has happened to them?" Without turning her head, Zhou Yasi waved her hand dismissively, assuring, "Do not worry. There is no way anything has happened to them. I am there. Xiao Han and the others are undoubtedly the strongest presence. No one can harm them." Chapter 69. Insidious Zhou Xingqian 6th-tier medicinal herbs. Ha ha ha. 6th-tier medicinal herbs. Splendid, splendid. You have all done remarkably well. Upon returning to the sect, we shall reward you handsomely. As more individuals emerged, some were elated while others despaired, with some sect disciples facing complete annihilation, eliciting sighs of regret. As time passed, most sects had reached conclusions, with only a few remaining anxiously awaiting the outcome. Zhou Sect Master, what of your beloved disciple? Hasn't she returned with the strongest and finest treasures as promised? Could it be she has perished within? Who knows? After all, Zhou Sect Master and her disciple did manage to injure the first of the celestial ladder. Ji Shui. I wonder if your beloved disciples could possibly match up against Ji Shui in the Lingyuan secret realm. With the closing time of the secret realm approaching, the uncertainty was palpable. Zhou Yasi glared fiercely, retorting, "Shut your foul mouths. Given the character of your disciples, how could they fare any better? Even if all your disciples were to perish, my Xiao Han and Wu Cua would remain unharmed. You ought to be more concerned about yourselves, Zhou Yasi. Perhaps you should reflect on your words. Wishing for our sect's demise? Let us hope that doesn't he come back to haunt you. Madwoman, she'll bite anyone she sees. Ignore her." Mu Qingwan, feeling a twinge of anxiety, interrupted hastily, "Master, why are you so certain that Xiao Han and Wu Cua will be fine, given that their strengths are not particularly outstanding within the Lingyuan secret realm?" Hearing this, Zhou Yasi chuckled with pride, her voice intentionally loud as if to convey her confidence to others. "Ha ha ha, how could I be unaware of that? The reason I am so assured is that before coming here, I provided Xiao Han with a life-saving artifact, the Spirit King's Spirit Control Talisman. Tell me, who within could possibly harm them? Ji Shui? He is merely at the Spirit Lord level. If he dares to provoke Xiao Han, he will surely meet his end within the Lingyuan secret realm." Upon hearing this, everyone was genuinely astonished. A Spirit King's Spirit Control Talisman was an exceedingly rare item. Even formidable Spirit Emperor cultivators could scarcely possess a few. The creation of such an artifact was incredibly challenging, requiring not only the skills of a Spirit Master, but also precious materials, and at least the strength of a Spirit Emperor. Along with the secret techniques for crafting Spirit Control Talismans, within the entire Jiaxuan Empire, there was but one 7th-tier Spirit Master, whose status within the Shui Xing sect was second only to the Sect Master. A single Spirit King's Spirit Control Talisman was invaluable, its power equivalent to a full-force strike from a Spirit King. Zhou Sect Master is indeed generous. You are remarkably kind to that disciple of yours. With the appearance of a brilliant flash, yet another individual was transmitted out, Zhou Xingqian, the Blade Sovereign. His emergence caused quite a stir, as he had not showcased his prowess during the Celestial Ladder ascent. Is that really the Blade Sovereign Zhou Xingqian? Why did we not see him during the ascent? Why would he be foolish enough to expose himself like Ji Shui, who took first place? There's little benefit in drawing attention to oneself and creating enemies. The 10th-ranked presence on the Dragon Tiger ranking has long since ceased to care for such superficial accolades. Zhou Xingqian scanned the vicinity, seeking out an elder from Huiqiangu, and approached directly. "Elder, are you waiting for Yang Xiao?" The elder, recognizing Zhou Xingqian's connection to their holy son, did not dare to be neglectful. "Young friend, your presence is even more radiant than before. Congratulations, Many of our disciples from Huiqiango have returned, and while there were some injuries, the overall results are quite satisfactory. As the aged elder emerged, he recalled the words of the Holy Son, who had entrusted him with the task of watching over Yang Shao, cautioning him about the young man's temperamental nature to prevent any potential incidents. Fortunately, no complications had arisen thus far. However, with so many individuals present, the elder of Huaqian Valley felt compelled to wait a little longer for Yang Shao, as the Holy Son held him in high regard. Zhou Xingchen, upon hearing this, found it difficult to articulate his thoughts but mustered the courage to assert, "Elder, you need not wait any longer. Yang Shao cannot come out." The elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he inquired in a grave tone, "What do you mean, cannot come out?" Zhou Xingchen, filled with remorse, replied, "It was my oversight. I failed to look after Yang Shao properly. Please convey to Jun Macho that I shall seek vengeance for Yang Zhao's grievances and ensure that justice is served." The elder was taken aback, exclaiming, "What did you say? Yang Shao was killed by Zhishui?" Zhou Xingchen simply stated, "Take care, elder. I must take my leave." Before departing, the elder of Huaqian Valley stood in stunned silence for a moment before bellowing, "Zhishui, I, Huaqian Valley, shall not let this transgression go unpunished. You have slain one favored by the Holy Son. Prepare for our retribution," he commanded. "Let us return to the valley and report this matter to the Holy Son for his judgment." As Zhou Xingchen walked away, a sinister smile crept upon his lips. "Zhishui? Ha! I am a man who always repays debts. You dared to cross me. Just wait and see how I will make your life unbearable." The onlookers were left dumbfounded until the enraged members of Huaqian Valley departed, at which point they began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Zhishui had indeed slain Yang Shao, a figure renowned on the dragon and tiger rankings. What a formidable opponent Zhishui must be, emerging as a force to be reckoned with in this secret realm. Jun Macho, the Holy Son of Huaqian Valley, would surely be unable to remain idle after this incident, especially since he had not made an appearance in quite some time. The last rumor of his exploits had circulated a year ago, when he single-handedly annihilated a band of thieves led by a spirit king, sparing not a single soul among the 300 members. Zhishui is truly foolish, a mere rogue without backing, daring to brazenly kill Yang Shao. Just wait and see. A spectacle shall soon unfold. Jun Macho shares a temperament similar to that of the Flower Rain Tower, fiercely protective of his own. Such ignorance, believing that by ascending the ladder of success and claiming the top spot, he could act with impunity, disregarding everyone around him. Jun Macho, a figure who has clashed with Shui Yuntian, commands respect from all who would dare to disrespect him. Jun Macho, a name that instills fear, stands alongside Li Changsheng, the holy son of Guxian sect, as the infamous black and white twins, both prodigies of the Jiaxian Empire who have remained hidden for a millennium. Perhaps only Shui Yuntian could surpass them. Seeing this unfold, Taoist Qinghui could only smile wryly, murmuring, "This young man certainly knows how to stir up trouble. It is a rare opportunity to have such a promising talent, and I cannot simply stand by and watch him fall. I shall remain vigilant for a while longer." At that moment, another group was teleported out, and upon witnessing their condition, everyone was momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. Chapter 70. Another crisis caused by Zhishui. As the light flickered, several individuals emerged, supporting each other as they staggered out, their injuries severe, with one young man in exquisite robes being carried along. Goodness, the Guxian sect members have emerged, and their losses are considerable. The young man being carried was bleeding profusely from below. How brutal! Someone gasped. Is that not Li Wei, the younger brother of Li Changsheng, the holy son of Guxian sect? Indeed, it appeared to be so. Who could be so ruthless as to incapacitate Li Wei? Even with elixirs, it would be difficult to save him. The crowd pondered who could have done this, realizing that Li Wei was indeed Li Changsheng's brother. The elder of Guxian sect wore a dark expression as he gazed at the unconscious Li Wei, an aura of malice radiating from him that sent shockwaves through the crowd. Speak. Who did this? The disciples of Guxian sect, enduring their own injuries, knelt and wept, exclaiming, "It was Zhishui. He incapacitated young Master Li Wei and also killed senior brother Sun Jun." Zhishui again. Did he truly seek death? The Tianxian sect, Huaqian Valley, and Guxian sect, he had offended so many formidable powers. While the Tianxian sect was not entirely to blame, as Zhishui had only retaliated after being ambushed by their members, he had nonetheless made enemies of numerous powerful factions. Who could possibly protect him now? It seemed unlikely he would leave the imperial city alive. The elder of Guxian sect's eyes bulged with rage as he asked, "Why did he attack you? And why did he kill Sun Jun and incapacitate Li Wei?" The group had agreed beforehand not to mention that they had first attacked the girl, prompting Zhishui to intervene. Otherwise, all blame would fall upon them if the Holy Sun pursued the matter. One disciple, weeping profusely, recounted, "Elder, it is that Zhishui who is arrogant and overbearing, bullying us. After we completed our business at the Lotus Flower Treasure Hall, we prepared to wait at the exit. Young Master Li Wei was upset after a woman seized an opportunity from him and spoke some harsh words. Who would have thought Zhishui would suddenly descend from the sky, blocking our path and attacking without explanation? He claimed he had a stomachache and needed to relieve himself, blaming young Master Li Wei's loud voice for his discomfort. He threatened to kill us for it." Sun Jun stepped forward to reason with him, mentioning the Guxian sect and Holy Sun Li Changsheng, hoping for clemency. Instead, Zhishui was enraged, berating the Guxian sect and dismissing Li Changsheng as worthless. He declared that if they did not cease their remarks, he would incapacitate Li Wei and beat the excrement out of them, and then he struck. Poor Sun Jun, a 6-star spirit heaven realm cultivator, was severely injured by a single blow, and Zhishui used ice spikes to pierce his acupoints, killing him on the spot. He even shattered Li Wei's most vital part, claiming it was unnecessary and relieving him of a burden. The elder of Guxian sect could no longer contain his fury, roaring, "Zhishui, you are too arrogant. Do you truly believe Guxian sect has no one to deal with you? I shall remain here and capture you alive, subjecting you to 1,000 arrows piercing your heart." The others looked on in disbelief. This was utterly tyrannical, to kill someone simply because they spoke too loudly. Furthermore, as cultivators, who would sully themselves by engaging in such mundane affairs? The reasoning was absurd. It was evident he sought to provoke the Guxian sect. Initially, they thought him a victim of a surprise attack, a weak rogue, but now it seemed he had brought this upon himself. Zhishui's arrogance was astounding, showing utter disregard for their sects, akin to the notorious demonic sect. Was he not merely slaying those he found displeasing? Humph! Such a person cannot be allowed to live. Zhou Yasi chuckled with delight. Now you understand why I intervened against him. I saw through his malevolent intentions long ago. He is nothing but trouble. Now that he has suffered, perhaps you finally recognize my foresight. Such stubborn old fools. Ha! You have always looked down on my disciples from Tianxian sect, claiming they are unremarkable. Yet now, my disciple Xiao Han dared to confront him directly and emerged unscathed, while your disciples are either dead or grievously injured. The disparity is clear. The crowd erupted in indignation, condemning her for using this opportunity to absolve herself while belittling their disciples. How could the elder of Guxian sect swallow this humiliation? Zhishui is vicious, yet you dare to mock our disciples? What makes yours any better? If your disciples are also slaughtered, I shall relish your humiliation. Have you not heard the master of the Zhou sect? He provided protective items for his disciples. No matter how strong Zhishui is, he remains in the Spirit Lord realm and cannot withstand the protective talismans of the Spirit King realm. It seems this time Tianxian sect will reap the most rewards. Zhou Yasi smiled broadly. Of course, my Xiao Han is not comparable to you mere mortals. The surprises he brings will astonish you all. Just wait. Do not be envious. Humph. Let us see if you live to see that day. Ha ha ha. You need not worry about that. Just manage your own disciples. I suspect he will be rendered useless, perhaps even considered for a position in the royal court as a eunuch supervisor. An excellent choice indeed. The elder of Guxian sect glared furiously, speaking in a low voice, "You sharp-tongued girl. Has Yun Lianxing not taught you to respect your elders and cherish the young? Do you not possess even a shred of decency? Thinking I cannot deal with you?" Zhou Yasi retorted coldly, "Do not presume to intimidate me with your age." At this moment, the space at the exit of the secret realm trembled, signaling the arrival of more individuals. Zhou Yasi eagerly strained her neck to catch a glimpse. Approximately a dozen people emerged, some appearing disheveled yet exhilarated, while others looked dejected, and a few bore expressions of utter exhaustion. Among them was a woman clad in a delicate, milky white dress, who caught Mu Qingwan's attention, evoking a sense of familiarity. Bai Lu also noticed Mu Qingwan and Zhou Yasi. Her expression was complex, and after observing them for a moment, she chose to approach the Tianxuanzong side. Standing before Mu Qingwan and Zhou Yasi, Bai Lu was overwhelmed by an indescribable complexity of emotions. After exchanging glances for a while, she finally spoke. "Master, Qingwan, it's been so long." Mu Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly covered her mouth in disbelief. "Bai Lu, is it truly you?" Zhou Yasi was the first to regain her composure, a flicker of astonishment passing through her eyes, though it was soon concealed. Mu Qingwan remained in a state of shock, unable to fathom that Bai Lu, who had vanished for many years, would appear here. Bai Lu gazed at them, her heart flooded with emotion. Having left without a word years ago, seeing her master and junior sister again only intensified her feelings of guilt. "Bai Lu, is it really you? Where have you been all these years? We've all been so worried about you." Mu Qingwan said softly. Zhou Yasi scoffed, retorting, "I certainly wasn't worried about her. After raising her for so many years, she just leaves without even a farewell. Does she still regard me as her master? It has been over a decade, and not a single word has come from her. Does she even know about the Tianxian sect? All these years, I thought you had perished out there." Mu Qingwan couldn't bear to hear more and quickly interjected. "Bai Lu, Master was simply very concerned for you. When you disappeared without a trace, we all feared the worst. Master was so distressed that she issued a death order to the sect, vowing to find you at all costs, alive or dead. She even confronted nearby rival sects, nearly igniting a sect war. You know how Master is. She may have a sharp tongue, but her heart is tender. How could she wish for your demise?" Bai Lu bowed her head. Rendered speechless, unsure of how to explain everything to them, "I'm well now, so you need not worry. This isn't the time for old stories. When we have the chance, we can sit down and have a proper talk." She replied. Mu Qingwan, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously and hugged Bai Lu's arm, smiling gently. "As long as you're back, I will always have time. If Wucua and Linqi see you, they will surely be delighted too. We should wait for them to emerge and then head to the sect together. I want to have a good chat with you." Zhou Yasi, however, snorted dismissively. "You need not flatter me. I never intended to seek her out. She was capable of abandoning her home and betraying the sect. Why should I bother looking for her? If it weren't for that useless Hunyuan, who knelt at my hall's entrance for 10 days and nights, nearly gasping for breath, I wouldn't have cared about her at all. Imph. She truly is a wolf that cannot be fed, just like that good-for-nothing Hunyuan." Bai Lu stood frozen in shock, her mind blank, no longer able to comprehend their words. As the last group emerged, Zhou Yasi, filled with excitement, rushed over to greet Wawakuo and the others. Mu Qingwan, seeing this, was also delighted and attempted to pull Bai Lu along. But Bai Lu, with a vacant expression, waved her hand in refusal. Remaining unmoved, Mu Qingwan had no choice but to instruct her to wait and hurried over alone. Zhou Yasi was overjoyed, as all the disciples of Tianxian sect had returned alive. She strutted over like a peacock, only to realize something was amiss as she neared. Wawakuo and Linqi looked disheveled, their faces reflecting defeat and exhaustion. Moreover, what had happened to Xiao Han? Why was he being supported by them? Finally emerging from the Lin Yuan's secret realm, they basked in the long-awaited warmth of the sun and breathed in the refreshing air. But the gloom shrouding them remained palpable. Upon seeing her master Zhou Yasi, Linqi could no longer contain her sorrow and grievances. The pent-up emotions surged forth, and she stumbled into Zhou Yasi's embrace, burying her head against her ample chest, soaking it within moments. Her cries, filled with despair and anguish, were heart-wrenching, leaving one to wonder what unimaginable suffering she had endured to elicit such a raw display of emotion. Her lament resonated with many who had suffered indignities within the Lin Yuan's secret realm, prompting several to join her in tears. Father, Wu-Wu, brother, Wu-Wu, Tuahua, Wu-Wu, elder, Wu-Wu, Wangkai, Wu-Wu, Woof-Woof. Wawakuo, too, was affected, tears streaming down her face, Her eyes swollen, Emochiuli, though not particularly emotional, found herself unable to laugh or cry, feeling rather awkward under the curious gazes of those around her, and could only look away. In such a state, it became evident to all that the disciples of the Tianxian sect had encountered unimaginable tribulations. Those who had previously faced Zhou Yasi's ire now relished the spectacle, their expressions delightfully gleeful. SK, I thought the disciples of Tianxian sect would return with a sacred artifact. What happened instead? Ha ha ha, who knows? Perhaps the artifact was right in front of them, yet they failed to cherish it? It seems that the Spirit King's talismans are of no use. If one is destined to die, they shall die regardless. The surrounding mockery pierced through them like 1,000 needles, causing her face to flush with indignation. All the arrogance with which she had previously derided others now returned to her, and she had not anticipated the swift retribution. Enraged, she shoved Linshi, still sobbing, in her arms, and scolded, "What are you crying for? You can't even explain what happened. After nurturing you for so many years, is this the best you can do? You have no ambition at all." She turned her gaze to Wawakuo, her voice icy as she demanded, "What on earth happened? Who did this to you? And what has happened to Xiao Han?" Wawakuo hesitated, her lips moving as though to respond, yet the shame of the past days rendered her unable to voice it. The mere thought of those moments filled her with revulsion and indignation, making it impossible to face so many people and recount her experiences. At that moment, those who had witnessed their trials and had accompanied them all along felt a surge of righteous anger. Unable to contain themselves, they spoke up. "It was Zhishui. It was all Zhishui who caused us to suffer like this, Wu. I don't even want my body anymore. It's too disgusting." Their voices were filled with emotion, recounting their ordeal starting from the spirit herb field. Despite Linshi and Wawakuo's desperate attempts to dissuade them from revealing the truth, the presence of various sect leaders, including those of elder rank, made it impossible for them to silence the truth. Moreover, Zhou Yasi and Mu Qingwan were equally eager to understand what had transpired, compelling these individuals to share their heart-wrenching stories, which had driven them to the brink of madness. "Esteemed elders, allow me to elucidate the matter at hand." A certain individual vividly recounted the scene within the medicinal herb field, revealing that Zhishui had audaciously cleared the entirety of the high-grade spiritual herbs within, including several 7th-tier elixirs. The elders were struck with dismay, lamenting their missed opportunity. Had they known such bountiful treasures lay within, they would have dispatched their most formidable disciples without hesitation. Alas, they were left empty-handed, outmaneuvered by Zhishui. However, in the next breath, when he described how Xiao Han and his companions attempted to unearth a 7th-tier herb, only to unearth a mound of fresh excrement instead, the room erupted in laughter. Those who had suffered the indignity of Zhou Yashi's scorn laughed unabashedly, clutching their bellies in exaggerated mirth, feeling a sense of vindication. This left Lin Shi and her companions, Hua Wu Qiuo and Emo Chioli, utterly mortified, as the image replayed in their minds, evoking waves of nausea that nearly compelled them to vomit, as they discussed the plump rodent palace that Zhishui had repeatedly barred them from entering. Xiao Han insisted on driving Zhishui away and brazenly ventured into the grand hall. This reckless act not only resulted in the deaths of many, but also left them at the mercy of a horde of plump rodents. Covered in filth and stench, with Lin Shi even ingesting a bit of the vile substance, her clothes stripped away. Ultimately, it was Xiao Han who, after enduring relentless torment, resorted to a prop to extricate them from their plight. It became apparent why Xiao Han possessed the spirit-controlling talisman bestowed by Zhou Yashi yet remained in such a pitiable state. It was, after all, merely utilized for exterminating rodents. The audacity of the Tianxian sect to employ a spirit-controlling talisman for such a menial task was indeed a spectacle. Zhishui, despite his commendable intentions to prevent them from facing peril, was publicly humiliated by Xiao Han. In the end, they fell victim to a rodent plague, directing their ire towards Zhishui, a classic case of ingratitude that must surely be a tradition of the Tianxian sect. Zhou Yashi, filled with shame and indignation, glared fiercely at those who mocked her but refrained from retaliation. After all, she had instigated the mockery, and now, faced with such an embarrassing incident, she found herself unable to voice any complaints. Her fury simmered as she pondered the incompetence of her peers, who had been outmaneuvered by Ji Shui, utilizing a spirit-controlling talisman meant for combating rodents. The humiliation was unbearable, a bitter pill to swallow as her hopes had been dashed. Leaving her feeling utterly disgraced, Zhou Yashur, unable to endure any longer, sought to change the topic, urgently inquiring. What transpired with Xiao Han? Why did he faint? Did he procure any treasures? Her only wish was for Xiao Han to acquire something of worth, something that would surpass the disciples of those older gentlemen. Yet, fate had other plans, and disappointment loomed. Hua Wu Kuo candidly informed Zhou Yashur that Xiao Han had indeed had the opportunity to seize the finest treasure, a spiritually awakened lotus that surely harbored extraordinary wonders. At the very least, it would be a 7th-tier or even imperial-grade treasure. Yet, at the critical moment, Ji Shui had intercepted him, causing Xiao Han to miss his rightful chance and suffer severe injuries from the ensuing rules of the realm. After Ji Shui departed with the treasures he had snatched from Xiao Han, the latter was left in despair, feeling utterly defeated. Fortunately, after some coaxing from his companions, he managed to regain a semblance of spirit and discovered another remarkable treasure, something truly valuable. However, just as he was about to grasp it, the Lotus Treasure Hall abruptly sealed shut, and all the platforms harboring spiritual treasures vanished in an instant, expelling them from the hall altogether. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yashur stood in stunned silence, her expression turning vacant. Xiao Han had, after all, obtained nothing, a far cry from her earlier confidence that he would emerge with the most treasures. This rendered her a laughingstock. The others, realizing that a spiritual treasure had chosen to follow Xiao Han, were visibly perturbed, knowing that if he succeeded, Zhou Yashur would undoubtedly revel in her triumph. Thankfully, Ji Shui had thwarted all of this, ensuring that Xiao Han returned empty-handed. What a splendid display of brilliance, leaving one in high spirits. Some were eager to express their gratitude to Ji Shui once he emerged. Yu Qingwan had quickly supported Xiao Han, despite the offensive scent that surrounded them, which she bore with grace. Hearing of their tribulations filled her with compassion, as well as a deep-seated resentment towards Ji Shui. The fleeting moment of misunderstanding was swiftly forgotten, replaced by an overwhelming disdain for Ji Shui, who had caused Lin Shi and her friends to endure such humiliation and had robbed Xiao Han of his fortuitous opportunity. "Master, let us depart," she urged. "We must attend to Xiao Han's injuries and allow Wu Kuo, Lin Shi, and Qiuli to recuperate. We can plan our next steps later." At this juncture, Zhou Yashur felt utterly humiliated and had no desire to linger any longer amidst the taunts and scorn of others. She swiftly turned to leave, escaping the scene as if fleeing from a disgraceful fate. Deep within, she had cursed Ji Shui countless times, cursing his very existence. The members of the Tianxian sect departed like rats scurrying from a sinking ship, facing the ridicule and derision of all. The disheartened Bai Lu returned to her senses and hurried to follow, eager to uncover the secrets of what had transpired. An elder from the Gu Xian sect stood guard, determined to hold Ji Shui accountable, having already sent someone back to the sect to consult the Holy Sun, Li Changsheng, confident that news would arrive shortly. Chapter 73. The plump rodent becomes the new favorite for 3 days. The Gu Xian sect and Taoist Qing Hui awaited at the exit, yet Ji Shui remained elusive, stirring their ire. They speculated that he was well aware of the calamity he had caused, likely blending into the crowd to escape retribution. Ji Shui had displayed tremendous prowess within the depths of the Ling Yuan secret realm, rendering the current generation powerless in his presence. Every renowned disciple who had entered had been subjected to his torment, and such a figure could not simply vanish within the realm. I refuse to believe we cannot track him down. Unless he has already fled the Jiaxian Empire, he will not escape unscathed. Meanwhile, the Hua Qiangu had issued a decree from their holy son, Junimo Cho, to capture Ji Shui, who had personally left the valley to pursue him. We shall wait a little longer. Our sect's holy son's orders should arrive soon. We will remain here, fully cooperating with the Holy Sun to apprehend Ji Shui in the span of 3 days. News regarding the enigmatic realm of Lin Yuan spread like wildfire, with the name Ji Shui resonating throughout the entirety of Zar City and even in the northwestern territories. A once unknown individual, as if descending from the heavens, suddenly emerged to claim the top position on the ascending ladder. Within the realm of Lin Yuan, he single-handedly overturned countless disciples from various sects, leaving devastation in his wake, and seizing a considerable portion of the spiritual treasures available, even gravely wounding ancient beasts of the Spirit King realm. Without hesitation, he executed Yang Xiao, the third-ranked disciple of the Dragon Tiger ranking and the vanguard of the Holy Sun Jun and Mo Cho from the Huqian Valley. He also eliminated disciples from the Bone Xian sect, incapacitating the younger brother of their Holy Sun, Li Changsheng. Is said that Shui Yuntian, the top disciple of the Dragon Tiger ranking from the Mercury sect, was indirectly implicated in these events as well. Utilizing the 7th-grade bad medicine from the spiritual herb fields, he ensnared individuals such as Xiao Hanhua and others from the Tianxian sect, leaving them with fresh excrement on their hands. Furthermore, they were drenched in filth by a horde of plump 3rd-grade rats, leaving them thoroughly humiliated. The unfortunate Xiao Han was deprived of an unparalleled opportunity, missing out on an item of at least imperial rank, ultimately ending up with nothing. Throughout these 3 days, discussions of these events proliferated, fermenting into a widespread phenomenon. Ji Shui's might became the target of many, while his audacious and fearless demeanor inspired admiration among the younger generation. Conversely, the Tianxian sect became the subject of ridicule, a source of contempt during mealtime conversations. Some distasteful individuals even went out to the wilderness to capture numerous rats, tossing them over the walls into the Tianxian sect's residence. Even more egregiously, incited by those who had been scolded by Zhou Yasi or had felt the wrath of Xiao Han and his followers, they paid exorbitant sums to procure peculiar rats from outside. With the rounder and fatter the rat, the higher the price. Consequently, Zar City experienced a peculiar shift in preference. A previously disregarded spirit pet, the doo-doo rat, now found itself in high demand. This doo-doo rat, comparable in size to a small pig weighing dozens of pounds, appeared quite adorable, lacking any aggressive nature, and was timid to boot, offering little utility beyond its cuteness, which had made it undesirable before. Now, however, it became a trend in Zar City, its chubby round face growing even more charming, its ample behind swaying as it walked, inadvertently exuding a certain allure. Many rushed to purchase it, parading it around the Tianxian sect's residence under the pretense of taking a stroll to aid digestion after a hearty meal. This peculiar form of annoyance quickly became fashionable, with many eager to follow suit, much to the chagrin of the Tianxian sect. When members of the Tianxian sect raised their swords in protest, others retorted that they had committed no crimes. Walking pets did not infringe upon the Tianxian sect, nor did it encroach upon their territory. After this incident was reported, Hua Wucua and Lin Shi experienced surges in blood pressure, consumed by uncontrollable fury. Yet, the mere thought of confronting those plump rats left them disheartened, lacking the courage to proceed. Reluctantly, they retreated to their secluded chambers, immersing themselves in baths filled with petals and fragrant powders, seeking solace from the turmoil outside. Zhou Yasi confined herself to her room, leaving the management of both minor and major matters to Mu Qingwan for the time being. Her own icy injuries remained unhealed, leaving her in a state of extreme weakness. She was burdened with the care of the unconscious Xiao Han while simultaneously managing the trivial affairs of the sect and comforting disciples who could not endure the humiliation. Preparing to leave in anger, each encounter with a cold breeze triggered bouts of coughing, sometimes rendering her breathless, yet she could do nothing about it. Despite multiple visits to physicians, they were at a loss, merely prescribing remedies to dispel cold and advising her to keep warm, along with some fire elemental spiritual herbs to prevent her condition from deteriorating further. This was all due to Ji Shui's overpowering ice spiritual energy, which also bore a faint sealing force, making it exceedingly difficult for them to eliminate entirely unless a powerful figure from the spirit realm was willing to intervene. However, at present, no one from the Tianxian sect was willing to engage, and the only candidates capable of such were the deeply rooted sects like Huqian Valley and Bone Xian sect, where only the sect master or the most senior elders could reach such a level, leaving no hope in sight. Thus, this matter was temporarily shelved, awaiting the return to the sect to see if the sect master Yun Lianqing would take action, as there were rumors circulating that the old sect master had entered seclusion for 10 years and had reached that level. Each day, Mu Qingwan dragged her ailing body around, seeking physicians to treat Xiao Han's wounds. In our city, no one wished to come here, fearing isolation and ridicule from others. Zhou Yasi had initially intended to seize this opportunity to elevate her status, allowing Xiao Han to demonstrate his formidable strength, thereby compensating for her previous blunder of publicly ambushing and gravely injuring Ji Shui, and restoring the Tianxian sect's reputation. Little did she expect that matters would escalate to this degree, with the Tianxian sect becoming the target of scorn, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. Currently, the former sect master Yun Lianxing had emerged from seclusion, presiding over the sect's affairs. Should news of this incident reach the sect, she could be compelled by Yun Lianxing, along with the elders and peak masters, to relinquish her position as sect master. This time, she truly felt a surge of anxiety. Having wielded power for years, she had offended many both within and outside the sect. If she were to lose her position as sect master, she knew well that there would be no refuge for her in the Jiaxian Empire, and her demise would come swiftly. Thus, Zhou Yasi found herself restless these past few days, grappling with strategies, turning ideas over in her mind without finding clarity, leading to a growing sense of frustration. Simultaneously, she felt vexed, questioning why she had been prone to such foolish actions recently, ensnaring herself in an inextricable predicament. Chapter 74. The Return of the Hunyuan Immortal Cloud Brocade within the realm of Lin Yuan. Hunyu was seated in meditation, while the Yalan beast languidly nibbled on several low-grade spiritual herbs nearby, displaying signs of discontent. Despite having revealed its origins and shared numerous secrets unknown to Hunyu, it still found itself bound by the rune chains, leaving it quite speechless. Focusing his mind and regulating his breath, Hunyu suddenly sensed a peculiar message. Opening his eyes in delight, at long last, the Hunyuan Immortal Cloud Brocade had returned. A smile crept across Hunyu's lips as he delved into his inner self, quickly spotting the Hunyuan Immortal Cloud Brocade frolicking in the pond. Its body now radiating a golden hue, a transformation from its initial color after this extended excursion. This time, the Hunyuan Immortal Cloud Brocade had spent a notably lengthy period submerged, having dived into the waters twice since their fusion. The first time was on the day of their merging, bringing him two items, the Qinglian Demon Eye and the Royal Grade Battle Technique, Furious Sea Mad Shark. The second time, it returned with a small piece of tattered cloth, roughly the size of a palm, appearing to be a quarter of its original size. Although referred to as mere cloth, Hunyu was unaware of its composition. Despite employing every method, he could not damage it in the slightest, and he had no idea of its purpose, so he casually tossed it into a corner of his spatial ring. The previous two excursions had been brief, lasting around half an hour before resurfacing. Yet this time it took considerably longer, leaving Hunyu filled with anticipation for the surprises it would bring him. As Hunyu's consciousness entered his dantian and approached the Chaos Qinglian pool. The Chaos Qinglian gently swayed its leaves before falling still. Upon seeing Hunyu enter, the Hunyuan Immortal Cloud Brocade joyfully leaped from the water's surface, splashing around in delight, seemingly eager to showcase its feats. Awaiting commendation from Hunyu, a fifth-grade spiritual herb, stored within Hunyu's spatial ring, spontaneously flew out, entering his body and hovering above the pond, leaving Hunyu bewildered, unable to fathom how this herb had suddenly appeared. Just then, the Hunyuan Immortal Cloud Brocade opened its mouth, inhaling deeply, causing the fifth-grade spiritual herb to transform into a stream of spiritual essence that vanished into its mouth. Hunyu stood in stunned silence, contemplating. This little creature can absorb spiritual herbs? Why had it never done so before? Could it have evolved during its outing? If the Hunyuan Immortal Cloud Brocade could speak, it would surely scold him. For not long after awakening, Hunyu had nothing to offer, being entirely devoid of valuable resources. What could it possibly absorb? Watching the satisfied expression on the Hunyuan Immortal Cloud Brocade's face, Hunyu couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed to have accomplished something significant and was now seeking its reward. Naturally, he welcomed such developments, for what it brought was far beyond the worth of a mere fifth-grade spiritual herb, making this trade exceedingly advantageous. After absorbing the essence of the spiritual herb, the Hunyuan Immortal Cloud Brocade opened its mouth, and a spectral image appeared, directly imprinting itself into Han Yu's soul. Boom, caught off guard. The image surged into Han Yu's consciousness, causing his soul to tremble violently, as though gripped by an invisible hand intent on tearing him asunder. In a fleeting moment, he felt pain beyond endurance, as if his very soul were fracturing. Amidst the remnants of consciousness, he cried out, "What exactly have you brought back? Is it a soul-severing artifact?" The enigmatic Hanyuan Xianyun brocade paid little heed to such matters. It sufficed to present the valuable items it bore, leaving the subsequent affairs to fate. Just as the soul universe teetered on the brink of collapse, with its spirit set to vanish into oblivion, the chaotic green lotus swayed gently, releasing a wisp of ethereal green energy that enveloped the essence of the soul universe. That agonizing sensation of tearing dissipated significantly in an instant, and the spirit felt an unparalleled lightness. After an extended period of recovery, he finally mustered the energy to discern the nature of that elusive shadow. The singular character Do, the very essence of combat, was the root of his near demise. Its overwhelming power could suppress the heavens with a mere utterance, encapsulating the vastness of the universe within its confines. The complete secret of the Do character was far beyond his current capacity to bear. Fortunately, with the assistance of the chaotic green lotus, his spirit had become considerably more robust than that of ordinary beings, or else, at the moment the shadow of Do appeared, he would have disintegrated into nothingness. Leaving him with lingering trepidation, a fragment of information surfaced in his mind, sending shivers down his spine, igniting a euphoric frenzy. In the ancient primordial era, an extraordinarily formidable entity emerged, achieving legendary status within a mere century, sweeping across the continent with no rival in sight. Upon reaching that pinnacle, this being absorbed countless legacies of martial arts, gathering the world's finest secret techniques and battle strategies, and spent over 10 millennia creating the 9 character secrets. Each secret possessed unique and formidable effects, elevating his power to unprecedented heights, effectively dominating the realms. However, these 9 true secrets had yet to attain perfection, and while he had developed them all for comprehensive mastery, none reached their utmost potential. In the aftermath, several powerful individuals inherited fragments of the 9 true secrets, divided among 9 individuals. Through years of combat application, their proficiency surpassed that of the original creator. Mastering the secrets with unparalleled finesse, they, too, wielded the 9 true secrets, achieving remarkable heights within their respective domains. Upon reaching their zenith, each redefined the 9 true secrets, bringing them to their ultimate state. Each technique became an unattainable pinnacle for others, allowing individuals to shine brightly in their respective fields. The Do character true secret, synonymous with battle, was inherently crafted for combat. Merging a million martial techniques, its ferocity was undeniable. Cultivating the Do true secret could amplify one's combat prowess several-fold. The individual who once unified the Do character to its highest realm augmented their strength to 100 times their original capacity, a state beyond imagination, embodying an extraordinary might. This enhancement encompassed not only the intensity of spiritual power and the potency of offensive techniques, but also elevated combat quality, reflexes, and the ability to perceive and judge threats. Naturally, practicing the Do character true secret came with prerequisites. The level of combat power it granted depended on one's physical constitution. If the burden of enhanced strength exceeded one's physical limitations, the resultant damage could be catastrophic. If one's physical strength and meridian endurance fell short, the elevation in combat power would be negligible. Forcing such enhancement would only inflict harm upon oneself, potentially becoming an unbearable burden. Upon fully comprehending the essence of the Do true secret, the soul universe could not help but marvel. What kind of genius could conceive such a formidable technique? An existence akin to a glitch in reality? Could anyone truly stand against such an outrageously powerful secret? Chapter 75. Zhou Yaxi's conspiracy within the depths of the abyssal secret realm. The soul universe immersed itself day and night in the study of the Do true secret, to the point of neglecting sustenance and rest. Each day brought forth tangible changes, unveiling new states and advancements. Meanwhile, in the outside world, it was whispered, surely, Zhishui must be terrified, cowering in some corner, afraid to show his face. Half a month had passed without a trace of him, likely having slipped away unnoticed. Ah, but that is Jun Macho of Huqian Valley, a figure among the top ranks of the Dragon Tiger list. Rumored to have reached the Spirit King realm, while Ji Shui is but a spirit lord. It is only natural he would shy away from confrontation. Jun Macho remained in the Imperial City, while many from Huqian Valley flooded in, scouring the city for Ji Shui, and it was evident that the pursuit would not end well for him. Let us not forget that there was also a saint-level figure involved. It was said that Li Chongqing had emerged from his seclusion, albeit without the ostentation of Jun Macho, likely conducting a discreet investigation in the Imperial City as well in a mere 2 days. Jun Macho hastened from Huqian Valley to the Imperial City, commencing an exhaustive search, compelling even the city lord, Tan Shisha, to dispatch soldiers to assist. The Imperial City, located in the northwest of the Jiaxuan Empire, was somewhat distant from the Jiaxuan Imperial City, yet the roads were well paved and interconnected, allowing news to travel swiftly among the major cities. Thus, the Imperial City became a bustling hub, capturing the attention of many. Rumor had it that representatives from the Mercury sect and the royal family were also en route, including Shui Bo, the brother of Shui Yuntian, and a princess from the Jiaxuan royal family. Both expected to arrive at the Imperial City shortly. That very night, an uninvited guest appeared in Zhou Yaxi's chamber, a cloaked figure in black. Who dares to intrude upon my sanctum so brazenly? Does one truly believe Zhou Yaxi to be so easily trifled with? The black-clad figure, concealing their identity, rasped, Zhou Zongzhu jests. Who would dare to bully a being of the Spirit Emperor realm? With a cold retort. Zhou Yaxi replied, if you are aware, then why risk entering in such a guise? Are you courting death? The figure chuckled ominously. Zhou Zongzhu seems to have misunderstood. I have no intention of seeking death. However, I am aware that calamity is imminent for you, and your time is limited. To these words, Zhou Yaxi's Spirit Emperor aura surged, unmistakably irate. What insolence! Who dares to flaunt their strength before me and declare my fate? Such audacity is truly reckless. As she prepared to strike at the intruder, the black figure suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, its overwhelming pressure sending Zhou Yaxi staggering backward, colliding with her table and toppling her teapot. In shock, she exclaimed, how is this possible? The peak of the Spirit Emperor realm. Who are you? And when did such a formidable being appear in the Imperial City? What is your purpose here? Having subdued Zhou Yaxi, the black figure finally reined in their aura and spoke calmly. There is no need for alarm. Zhou Zongzhu, I come with no malicious intent, nor do I seek to confront you. Had you not provoked me, I would not have revealed my strength to calm your fears. I am here to assist you. Zhou Zongzhu. May we sit and converse? Zhou Yaxi furrowed her brow, yet she had no choice but to contain her turbulent spirit. If this individual truly intended to attack her, she would have no means of resistance against someone capable of sending her flying with mere presence. For now, she must remain composed and listen to what he had to say. Zhou Yaxi maintained her vigilance, even as she sat down, refusing to lower her guard. This person exuded danger, and in the absence of certainty regarding his intentions, she had to remain ever watchful. The black figure, seemingly indifferent to her caution, shrugged and remarked, in recent days, you have not ventured outside, even delegating the affairs of your residence to your beloved disciple. I suspect it is not as the outside world claims, that you are too ashamed to face anyone after offending too many at the abyssal gathering. With your disciples having also crossed paths with other sects, fearing becoming targets of public ire. Therefore, you have chosen to remain secluded. Zhou Yaxi scoffed, Humph. My sect is not composed of individuals lacking in responsibility. Offending others is an inevitable consequence. If they possess the ability, let them retaliate. I, Zhou Yaxi, along with my disciples, shall face it without concern for idle gossip. Their derision is their own affair. I need not concern myself with it. However, should they dare to bully the Tianxian sect, I am certainly not one to shy away from a challenge. Therefore, if you have come merely to probe my stance on such trifles, you may take your leave. The black figure applauded, appreciating her boldness. Impressive. Zhou Zongzhu, your spirit is commendable. As such, let us return to the matter at hand. I have come to assist you in overcoming your tribulations, to rescue you from peril. At this, Zhou Yaxi coldly replied, While my Tianqian sect may not possess the same strength as Huqian Valley or the Mercury sect, we are still a force to be reckoned with. Anyone daring to target my sect should weigh their own capabilities carefully. As the current leader of the Tianqian sect, I hold the reins of our resources and require no savior. You may depart. The black figure remained noncommittal, stating, I have no doubt regarding the strength of the Tianqian sect. However, your recent actions in the Imperial City have indeed been somewhat rash, provoking numerous sects and damaging your reputation. You must be aware that these matters have stirred considerable unrest, according to reliable sources. Yun Lianxing of the Yun sect is currently investigating certain affairs, reportedly linked to a discarded disciple of your sect, one named Hunyu. Zhou Yasi furrowed her brows, a hint of anger brewing within her. What could a useless individual, devoid of any investigative acumen, possibly offer? What scheme was Yun Lianxing concocting? Did she intend to usurp my position as the sect leader under the guise of this pretext? The man in black chuckled sinisterly and continued, moreover, certain news from here has reached back, inciting Yun Lianxing's fury. She publicly chastised you, claiming that sect leader Zhou has lost her mind to engage in such foolishness. Upon your return, an explanation will be demanded. Zhou Yasi's expression turned icy, her teeth clenched as she retorted, what nonsense. I merely suggested that for the Lin Yuan Grand Assembly, a peak master or elder could suffice. Why must I be dragged into this? It appears they were merely waiting for me. As the sect leader, I need no one to dictate my actions. To publicly berate me as lacking in judgment. Yun Lianxing truly is something. The man in black seized the moment to assert, I can assure you, if sect leader Zhou returns unguarded, she may not come back at all. Once you step through the gates of Tianqian sect, your fate will be beyond your control, subject to the whims of others. My purpose in coming here today is to help you navigate this perilous situation. If we join forces to eliminate Yun Lianxing, we can secure your position as sect leader. How splendid that would be! Chapter 76. Hunyu and the Yalan beast exit the secret realm in a concealed chamber. The earlier man in black stood respectfully before a young man adorned in luxurious garments, who had his back turned. What news? Did Zhou Yasi agree? The man in black shook his head, replying, no, she declined. The young man expressed surprise. Oh, she actually refused? What did she say? The man in black recounted. She stated that while she harbors discontent towards Yun Lianxing, she has no desire to harm her. After all, it was Yun Lianxing who rescued her from the brink of death and nurtured her. This kindness she will forever cherish and would never repay with treachery. The young man scoffed. Ha! Does she truly believe herself above reproach? Has she not committed her own acts of treachery? What a grand joke. The man in black refrained from further comment, continuing, she simply does not wish to bear the stigma of killing her mentor. Given her past actions, if Yun Lianxing were to seize the sect leader position, she would likely face a swift and brutal end. She knows this all too well. Reports suggest Yun Lianxing has also reached the spirit sect realm. She fears that even with my assistance, should we fail to eliminate her, she would have no avenue of retreat. The young man nodded. Indeed, she is right to be cautious. Zhou Yasi values her life too much to engage in a venture without certainty of success. The peak of the Spirit Emperor realm is still somewhat lacking. With that, the young man produced a treasure box and tossed it to the man in black, saying, take this. It's a top-tier 7th-grade pill. The Breaking Wilderness Pill. With your current strength, consuming it and absorbing its essence within 5 days will undoubtedly elevate you to the Spirit Sect realm. Your capabilities as a Spirit Emperor are still limited. But as a Spirit Sect member, you will find your tasks considerably easier. The man in black accepted the treasure box, slightly prying it open to reveal a potent aura escaping from within. He inhaled deeply, feeling the long-standing barriers of his realm begin to dissipate. Overcome with excitement, he bowed deeply, saying, thank you, my lord, I shall not fail your expectations. The young man waved him off, instructing, consume it swiftly and ascend to the Spirit Sect realm. Then we can negotiate with Zhou Yasi. The seals within Tianqian sect are formidable. If Yun Lianxing insists on maintaining them, the risks of breach are too great, potentially damaging the exit we plotted for years. You must not allow any slip-ups at this critical juncture. Rest assured, in times of need, the Jiashuan royal family will lend their support. Yes, my lord, you need not worry. I will not disappoint you." After taking his leave, the man in black hurried out of the chamber and stealthily returned to his quarters. He removed his disguise and facial covering, revealing a familiar visage. Should anyone have been present, they would have recognized him as Tan Shisha, the lord of the Sand King City. By the banks of Lin Yuan River, the lanterns glowed brightly. The furious waves churned, and a grand flower boat floated above, preparing to dock. Han Yu raised a cup of fine grape wine and downed it in one gulp, savoring the blend of alcohol with its piquant and tart notes. A delightful indulgence in his past life. He had a penchant for this very wine. It did not intoxicate but imbued a pleasant inebriation, leaving one headache free the following day, a splendid remedy for worries. "You, lad, have no sense of propriety, a man drinking what women drink. Not very masculine at all. Come, drink my white liquor. After being confined in the Lin Yuan secret realm for so long, today I can finally indulge in wine and meat. This is the essence of my joyous existence." Han Yu teased. "You, a subspecies of the Qilan beast, relish wine and meat?" The Yalan beast, taking the form of a middle-aged man, exuded an aura of refined elegance rather than a brutish demeanor. Since the return of the mixed Yuan immortal cloud brocade, bringing with it the true art of duel, Han Yu had been utterly captivated, immersing himself in relentless study and practice. The duel technique demanded a high level of bodily strength, and during his training, Han Yu felt something amiss. Unable to reach his optimal state, it was through the guidance of the Yalan beast, Moses, that he realized his physical strength was inadequate, too frail to withstand the power surge induced by the technique. Just 2 months prior, he had been nothing more than a waste, his physical capabilities barely surpassing those of an ordinary mortal. Even falling short of seasoned hunters accustomed to the mountains, with such physicality, how could he bear the augmentations from the dual technique? Whenever he forced its use, he could distinctly feel his bones straining and his meridians aching painfully. Aware that once he exited the Lin Yuan secret realm, he would be met with relentless combat, he understood that relying solely on his own strength would be inadequate. Furthermore, Zhou Yasi and other elders at the Spirit Emperor realm would certainly not let him off easily, seeking to corner him. Without reliable strength, stepping outside would be akin to walking into a trap. Thus, he struck a bargain with Moses to reclaim the spirit-binding soul chain, liberating him from confinement. After Moses's release, having endured years of imprisonment, his spiritual energy had been drained by the spirit-binding soul chain, resulting in a significant reduction in power. Han Yu, not one to hold back, generously provided him with several high-grade spiritual herbs, including the highly coveted Tianyun Hua Luo root. In just a day, Moses's cultivation soared back to the 8th star of the Spirit Emperor realm, becoming a formidable ally. For over half a month, Moses subjected Han Yu to grueling training, wielding a spirit whip formed from spiritual energy, each strike calibrated to push Han Yu to his limits without breaking him. Following each session, he would apply medicinal ointments crafted from various spiritual herbs onto Han Yu's body. Once the medicinal properties were absorbed, he would have Han Yu carry a small mountain around the Lotus Treasure Hall, performing squats and engaging in various high-intensity exercises. This rigorous regimen continued for over half a month, day and night filled with torturous training. Whenever exhausted or weary, Han Yu would meditate to cultivate, with the remaining hours devoted to intense physical conditioning. The results were visibly remarkable. Initially, he could barely move the small mountain, but now he could run while carrying it, completing 500 laps around the Lotus Treasure Hall in one breath. Moreover, during this time of relentless refinement, his cultivation advanced to the 9th star of the Spirit Lord realm, bringing him closer to a breakthrough into the Spirit King realm. Upon learning that Han Yu had been a cultivation failure just a month prior, and that he had achieved such heights in a mere month, Moses could not help but call him a freak. After optimizing his condition, Han Yu and Moses exited the Lin Yuan secret realm. During their time in Sand King City, they became aware of significant recent events. Firstly, the saint son of Huqian Valley, Jun Macho, emerged from the valley in fury, seeking to confront Ji Shui for revenge on Yang Xiao. Secondly, the saint son of the Bone Profound sect, Li Changsheng, descended from the mountains, entering Sand King City alone, with no declaration regarding revenge, yet all believed he could not remain indifferent after his brother's disgrace. Thirdly, figures from the royal city arrived, with Shui Yuntian, the prince, and a royal princess joining forces to partake in the festivities of Sand King City, their exact intentions unclear. Lastly, Mu Qingwan suffered injuries from ice spike powers and had yet to recover, her condition worsening, frail, and nearly extinguished. Chapter 77. Taoist Qinghui seeks to accept disciples. Has Taoist Qinghui encountered some trouble? Or perhaps, wandering through Sand King City has proven dull, leading to your solemn expression? Tan Shisha accompanied Taoist Qinghui along the banks of Lin Yuan River, observing the vibrant streets illuminated by lanterns, and jestingly inquired. Taoist Qinghui, upon hearing this, promptly clasped his hands in apology, saying, "It is I who have been remiss, disturbing Lord Tan's enjoyment. Why, sincerest apologies. Please do not take offense." Tan Shisha laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Taoist, heaven and earth, how could I ever take offense at your apology? That would be a profound embarrassment for me. I am but a robust man, lacking in philosophical understanding. Seeing your troubled demeanor, I merely sought to lighten your spirits with a jest." Ahahaha. The esteemed Taoist Qinghui, with a benevolent demeanor and kind eyes, sighed upon hearing these words. Indeed, the Lord of Tan exemplifies the profound wisdom that often masquerades as folly, living with an enviable nonchalance, and why own worries, akin to those of a foolish man, are truly unwarranted. However, it has been quite some time, and the young friend Jishui remains elusive. Having discovered such a promising talent, I yearn to forge a connection, yet alas, I cannot seem to trace his whereabouts. Tan Shisha, suddenly enlightened, felt a flicker of brilliance in his eyes and chuckled, "Taoist, this is far from mere unfounded worry. It is evident that you have entertained thoughts of taking on a disciple. Ha ha ha, I must say, that young man possesses remarkable potential. His foundation is solid, and his spirit is free-spirited and unconventional, a true gem to be cultivated. Yet, he does have a penchant for attracting trouble, barely stepping into the world. He already dares to offend numerous formidable forces. He is indeed a trouble magnet. Just the other day, Jun Macho visited my residence, urging me to deploy more personnel to assist him in apprehending Jishui. It is clear that he is genuinely enraged and aims to establish his authority." Upon hearing this, Taoist Qinghui clasped his hands behind his back and remarked,